Have I just traveled through time and space? The sensation feels like I've just staggered off a wild roller coaster. My name is Zongmang. I slowly open my eyes, and it's as if a rock band is playing inside my head. Waves of dizziness and throbbing pain crash over me again and again. I can't help but let out a muffled groan. Ugh. As it happens, just as I made a sound, I heard a faint groan from beside me as well. Ugh. Is it nighttime again? It's so noisy outside. My mind is still a haze, and as I take in my surroundings, I'm left completely bewildered. I wonder to myself, since when did my English become so fluent? I listen closely for a moment, and to my surprise, I can understand every word. I turn to look at the woman in front of me. She has a striking figure, and her features are so refined she looks like she's stepped out of a painting. My heart skips a beat. Could it be that I quickly glance around the room, feeling a bit more at ease. The decor is unmistakably upscale, definitely not the kind of place a broke student like me could ever afford. I can't help but ask, where am I? She gives a little shrug and says, did you forget? Last night at the bar, you said you only wanted to. Wait, hold on. I think I have some idea what happened. But this place is way too far from my home. I walk over to the window and look outside. The view is completely unfamiliar, as though I've arrived in another world. She replies, is that so? This is Harlem, Manhattan, New York. It's still early, and I think school's out for the day. School? I'm a high school student. My brain nearly freezes, struggling to process all this information. Just as I'm about to ask more, I catch a flicker of fire outside the window from the corner of my eye. I squint, focusing on the scene outside. Flames are leaping high into the air. She teases me. Hey, you say you're a high school student? If you're not, then I should pay you less, you know. She's clearly joking, in rather good spirits. For a moment, I'm at a loss for words. Just before I closed my eyes, I was lying in a hospital bed. Now, thrown into such a bizarre situation, my heart can barely take it. I fix my gaze on the chaos outside and mutter to myself, where have I ended up? Is this still China? From outside, faint screams and hysterical shouts drift in. I mutter again in confusion. Is this America? She chimes in, well, look at that. You can speak Chinese too. I can only sigh inwardly. Just last night, I was eating pork and scallion dumplings, and now, all of a sudden, I'm surrounded by Western fast food. None of this makes any sense. I quickly say a little, yeah, but you should really look outside. Is this kind of thing normal? She laughs and walks over. All right, let's see what you're up to. But the moment she looks out the window, her smile freezes. I said, it looks like this place isn't usually like this. We might be in trouble. I could feel the whole house shaking violently. The house doesn't usually sway like this, does it? This is in Japan, where earthquakes happen all the time. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. In the next 3 minutes, you will face a life-or-death crisis. Do everything you can to survive, host. A system? Oh my god, I really have transmigrated. Still, with a cheat like this system, I should be able to make it out alive. After all, protagonists with systems in novels are never ordinary people. Looks like I'll finally get to experience what it feels like to truly live. Wait a minute. Life-threatening danger. In just 3 minutes? I have to think of a way to survive fast. The shaking of the house stopped abruptly, but then the roof began to tremble violently, as if something was about to rip it off. Outside, car horns blared wildly, the whole world, wrapped in a strange, oppressive force. Every hair on my body stood on end. What on earth is happening? This is a deadly crisis. I'm still just a patient. This is way too sudden. Suddenly, a giant with earth-colored skin tore the roof open as easily as if he were ripping a piece of paper. He didn't even glance at us, just reached his hand straight into the house. He shouted, Hulk, come out! Then he tossed the roof aside, nearly flipping the entire building. He threatened, if Hulk doesn't come out, I'll kill these bugs. As he spoke, he grabbed me in his massive hand. For the first time, I looked down on the world from such a height. An entirely new sensation, but by no means a pleasant one. The earth-colored giant raised his huge hand and roared, Abomination will crush these bugs. His voice thundered in my ears. For him, it might have been a normal shout, but the contempt in his tone weighed on me like a mountain. I struggled desperately. Suddenly, my numb body seemed to come alive, and a powerful will to survive burst forth. I shouted, what does this have to do with me? Let me go. I just made up my mind to really live for once. At that moment, a green giant charged forward. Meanwhile, Iron Man was soaring above New York, observing the chaos below through Jarvis's feed. SHIELD agents were evacuating civilians and deploying police forces all around. Seeing that Hulk hadn't arrived yet, and the giant hand was already descending toward me from the sky, I was overwhelmed by utter despair, a mix of helplessness and a longing for release. For reasons I can't explain, I blurted out, Demons and monsters, begone. As soon as the words left my mouth, a strange energy surged through my body. The only thought left in my mind was, so green, then everything went black, and I lost consciousness. When I gradually regained consciousness, I realized my eyes were glowing with a green light. I shouted again, demons and monsters be gone. Amazingly, I began to float into the air. Though I didn't rise very high, the sensation was both sacred and powerful, just like a superhero in a movie. The green light shining from my eyes bathed Abomination, and his grotesquely deformed bones slowly returned to normal as his body gradually shrank. Abomination curled up smaller and smaller, until he reverted to the size of an ordinary person. I hovered before him like Superman, green light streaming from my eyes like lasers. He shielded his face with trembling hands, stumbling back in terror. Hulk, who had been running, suddenly came to a halt. He muttered his own name in a low voice, a look of surprise spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Tony was watching the situation unfold on a monitor high above New York. Stroking his chin, he remarked, "Interesting turn of events. Looks like the problem solved, but I'd better check it out myself." He dialed a number through his helmet's comms. "Happy, head to these coordinates, and bring someone for me." My superhero appearance quickly attracted the attention of both citizens and the military. General Ross bellowed furiously, "Who the hell is that? What's going on with you people? Even if he's dead, he's still government property. Chief of Staff, find out who that person is now." Many bystanders raised their phones, capturing footage of me soaring through the air. Wrapped in a glow of emerald light, I left everyone utterly astonished. Nick Fury, the one-eyed director, mobilized SHLD's resources. An ordinary high school student? Impossible. Start investigating from this woman. We need to uncover his background. I've got a feeling he just might help me achieve my plan. My face was expressionless, neither imposing nor angry. I simply and calmly extended a hand toward Abomination. A scarlet K-pop blossom spiraled around my arm, then floated with a life of its own above Abomination's head. A gentle radiance enveloped him, with green light surging all around. Sensing danger, Abomination lashed out in fury, but the K-pop flower was like a mirage. His hand passed through it harmlessly. Abomination's body slowly resumed human form, and Blonsky collapsed weakly to the ground. Just then, General Ross's plane touched down, and he shouted, "Who are you? Whoever you are, this man is government property. You have no right to take him. Put him down." As if I hadn't heard a word, I murmured, "Let evil be banished." Then, closing my eyes, I fainted on the spot. The K-pop flower dissolved into a point of light, drifted to my forehead, and vanished. Ross was about to approach when a suit of red and gold Iron Man armor landed swiftly nearby. Tony said, "General, I don't think you have the authority to demand an explanation from us. In fact, this gentleman is an employee of Stark Industries, and he's simply using our latest technology. Your actions may have already infringed upon our company's privacy. If you have any further questions, you can contact my secretary or legal team. Now, I'm taking my employee and leaving." With that, he handed Hulk a business card. "Maybe you'd like to consider joining our company as well." Hulk shook his fist at Tony, growled a low "Hulk," and then turned and dashed away. Tony shrugged and remarked, "It's hard to tell he's not interested in joining my company." Tony asked Happy to escort me out. Happy, a bit amazed, said, "You really are something. Even that big green guy didn't dare mess with you. Getting to walk you out was a breeze." Tony joked, "All right, Happy, maybe he can use magic to help you lose weight, just like he handled that big guy a moment ago." Happy quickly waved his hands. "No thanks. That sounds way too scary." With that, he helped me into the back seat of the car and asked, "So where to now? We're not just heading straight home, are we?" Tony put on his helmet, suited up in his Iron Man armor, and strode off the scene with flair. "Of course we're not going home. Maybe he'll turn out to be my hope." Happy didn't hear this last remark. Resigned, Happy settled me into the back seat and muttered, "Honestly, being slimmer would be nice as long as I don't end up any shorter. Mr. Wizard, can you really help me lose weight?" Monsters and demons, be gone. Song Mang opened his eyes again, feeling as if his head were about to split open. He wondered, did I drink some fake liquor? Why do I feel so awful? He looked around in confusion at the lavish surroundings. This place is so fancy. Wait, did I get transported somewhere else? That giant from before, did I actually survive? Was that Abomination? What on earth happened? System, are you there? Can you explain what you meant by life or death crisis within 3 minutes? A flood of questions rushed through Song Mang's mind. It's not easy to stay alive, but does it have to be this hard? I vaguely remember shouting something earlier. As he pondered, the door swung open from the outside. Song Mang turned to look at the entrance. Instinctively, he assumed a defensive pose and muttered, "Monsters and demons." Wait. Happy raised his hands in surrender, repeating no, 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 as he cautiously approached Song Mang. Who are you? Where am I? Why am I here? Song Mang found the man's face familiar and fired off 3 questions in a row. For a moment, Happy was at a loss. Which one should I answer first? Song Mang relaxed, a smile flickering across his face. Who are you? My name's Happy. Where am I? Song Mang couldn't quite recall anything about Happy. At least, nothing came to mind right away. You're in California, specifically in a villa on the cliffs of Malibu. Song Mang felt that this information didn't help much, and a sense of urgency crept in. But where exactly is this place? Why are you here? Well, that's a bit of a long story. Tony asked me to bring you here. After your fight with the abomination, actually you took him down in a flash. You passed out. Tony rescued you from the military and had me bring you here. After hearing this, Song Mang slowly lowered the hands he'd been holding up and spoke thoughtfully. So, Iron Man saved me. Oh, that's great. You're finally awake. Mr. Stark is here. You're safe now, so there's no need to use your magic anymore. Magic? Song Mang had no recollection of what had just happened. All he remembered was shouting for monsters and demons to leave him alone. After that, everything blurred, and the last thing he could vaguely recall was being surrounded by a shimmering green light. Just then, Tony walked into the room. Looks like our wizard friend is awake. How are you feeling? The doctor said you're just a little mentally exhausted. Nothing serious. Have something to eat and get some rest. Looking at Tony Stark standing before him, Song Mang felt a rush of mixed emotions. Crossing over, Marvel, superpowers, all of it made him realize exactly where he was now. He rubbed his hands together, stepped forward, and offered Tony his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Tony hesitated for a moment, then said, Oh, sorry. I'm actually not much of a handshake person. So, Happy stepped in at just the right moment, taking Song Mang's hand instead. Yeah, my boss can be a little quirky. That's right, just like that. Tony raised his eyebrows and said, Feel free to rest here for a while. Tony glanced at his watch. But it won't be long before someone with an eye patch comes to talk to you. Are you ready for that? Song Mang understood at once. The person Tony meant could only be Nick Fury. To be honest, there was always something mysterious about that guy, making it hard to fully trust him. If being untrustworthy was a superpower, Fury would be in a league of his own. Before figuring things out, it was best to keep his distance from that man. Song Mang nodded, doing his best to stay calm. Mr. Stark, thank you very much for your help. Right now, it seems I'm suffering from a bit of amnesia, and I don't really have anywhere else to go. Would it be all right if I stayed here for a while? As a time traveler, Song Mang was quite familiar with most Marvel movies. Although he hadn't read many of the comics, short videos online had given him a decent grasp of the general situation. For now, staying by Tony's side seemed to be the safest option. After all, if the movie timeline held true, Tony's villa wouldn't be in any real danger for several more years. To be honest, I don't have much reason to let a stranger live in my house, Tony said, crossing his legs. He owned plenty of homes. Housing wasn't the issue, but he wasn't about to let just anyone stay for free. Since you brought me here, it means you actually have some questions for me. Or, at the very least, you're hoping to get some information. You should know that in this world, information is the most valuable commodity. And I only plan to stay here for a short while. Compared to answering your questions, my request is really quite modest. Song Mang put on an air of mystery. He was already very familiar with this scenario. He'd watched the movie more than once, and clips of this scene had shown up on video platforms. Thanks to all that, he felt confident he could handle the situation in front of him. Tony smiled, his tone probing. Then, can you guess what it is I want to ask you? It's about palladium poisoning. That's obvious. You've noticed that every time you use the Iron Man suit, your symptoms get worse. But you haven't found a way to replace the palladium yet. So you want to know if I have a solution. Sounds like you might have an answer, Tony said. If you can help me out, you can stay here as long as you like. Tony's face was unreadable, but Song Mang could sense his eagerness for a cure. In truth, I don't know the exact solution, but I can tell you that, in your future, you'll have a daughter. You'll love her dearly, which means you still have many years ahead of you. As for the cure, you can ask the bald man who'll be coming here to see me soon. He has a gift your father left for you. Can't you just come out and say it? Or do all you wizards like talking in riddles? Tony stood up. No matter what, he'd worked with Fury before, and if necessary, Fury probably wouldn't refuse to help. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. had its own expenses to deal with. Tony did his best to remain composed. Is that your wizard's prophecy? I'm skeptical about this claim that I'll have a daughter. And you haven't given me a direct answer, either. He fastened the buttons on his shirt. Still, I can arrange a place for you to stay. I'm going to check if what you said is true. If you really can help me solve this problem, I might even give you a house of your own. Song Mang didn't care much about what Tony thought. After all, the secret Tony's father left behind was hidden in the Stark Expo model. Sending him off to see Nick Fury was simply a way to divert attention. I think you might have misunderstood me. I want to stay at your place for a while. At least for the short term. I'm not planning to leave. Zhang Mang still hadn't figured out his next steps. How to gain superpowers, how to survive in a world full of danger, and, most importantly, why he had spoken his father's incantation in the first place. Tony slowed his pace, clearly surprised. I'm not sure what's going through your mind, but I hope you're not overthinking things. Thank you for your kindness, truly. Zhang Mang said the words of gratitude, but his face showed little emotion. He simply responded with a polite smile. All right, the bald man is here. I think it's best if you come with me to meet him. If he doesn't take you away, you can stay at my place instead of being sent to jail. Despite Zhang Mang's odd behavior and unusual attire, which Tony found somewhat off-putting, even a little offensive, he couldn't really bring himself to dislike the man. Zhang Mang watched with a smile as Tony turned and walked away, and then followed, always keeping half a step behind. As Tony strode quickly toward Nick Fury, Zhang Mang felt a twinge of nervousness. He hadn't prepared any background information, and he still didn't understand what had happened after he'd lost consciousness. In this state, how could he possibly answer any questions? Hello, I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. May I ask what your relationship is with this woman? Nick Fury held out a photograph. It was the woman who had lost consciousness alongside Zhang Mang the day before. I'm sorry, I don't really remember her, Zhang Mang replied. We're aware that you've made a bit of a name for yourself in New York as a gigolo. Zhang Mang was momentarily stunned. What? That's not true, he protested at once. Nick Fury fixed him with his one good eye, gaze sharp and unreadable, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. He didn't press further, but instead asked suddenly, would you be interested in joining us as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? In return, we'll help keep your secrets safe. Of course, it would be my honor, Zhang Mang agreed without hesitation. He had too many gaps in his identity. The longer he could stall, the better. Even if they investigated him after he accepted the offer, showing goodwill was the least he could do, and Nick Fury would sense that. Excellent. Welcome aboard. Agent Coulson will go over the details with you shortly. With that, Nick Fury turned and left. Fury's movements were brisk and resolute, and under the villa's lights, the shine from his bald head glimmered conspicuously. Zhang Mang felt that Nick Fury seemed a little too easily fooled, which made him frown. Things are going a bit too smoothly for his liking. As Zhang Mang pondered why Nick Fury had let him off so easily, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You are hereby rewarded. He instantly dropped all thoughts. A smile tugged unconsciously at the corners of Zhang Mang's mouth. His golden sheet had just arrived. Would you like to become my apprentice? A flood of information surged into Zhang Mang's mind in an instant. For a brief moment, it felt as if time itself had stopped. Yet at the same time, it continued to flow. Zhang Mang sensed an overwhelming rush of knowledge pouring into his head, making everything around him seem frozen in place. Congratulations, host. In the face of certain doom, you demonstrated your abilities. Whether it was through wit or strength, you have earned Wen Zhengzuan's blessing, a second chance at life. However, records show you have died more than 90 times before, so you can no longer gain new powers by returning to those worlds. Only, when you become strong enough, will you have another chance to travel to other worlds. As compensation, you have received Amon's monocle in the Lord of Mysteries world. By adjusting the monocle, you may steal one ability or item from an opponent without their notice, though the effect depends on the strength gap between you. In the Emperor's Domination world, you have obtained the Sheep-Seeking Boy ability. Whenever you lose a pet, your aura and acting skills are doubled, your counterattack ability is doubled, and there is a 10% chance of triggering an invincible state. In the Warcraft world, you have gained Arthas's Curse. If you are deemed dead, you will transform into a skeleton in hell. In the Dragon Raja world, you have acquired the word Spirit Judgment. Under certain conditions, your words can directly execute your enemy. In Jackie Chan Adventures, you have received an invitation from Uncle to become his apprentice. If you accept, you will have the chance to learn magic from him. As your task is complete, the system will now exit automatically. Zhang Mang was overwhelmed, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Did I really go through all that? Why can't I remember any of it? Fragments of memory flickered and vanished. He opened his eyes to see an unfamiliar ceiling overhead. For a moment, he was stunned. Rubbing his temples, he looked around at the room, which was decorated in a style reminiscent of the Middle Ages. Where am I? Am I dreaming? Or have I actually transmigrated? He pinched his thigh sharply. Ouch, so it really happened. Even in the midst of confusion, Zhang Mang couldn't help but joke to himself. Are these recent transmigrations getting a little too casual? Not even a hint of ceremony anymore. Let me think. The first thing to do after transmigrating is to check if I have a golden finger. He glanced around, but saw no sign of a mental space, no lottery wheels. and no mysterious old man to offer guidance. Right, there was one last thing to try. System, he called out tentatively, but after a long moment, there was only silence. Song Mang spread his hands and gave a helpless smile. Great, not a single cheat. This is pure, bare-bones transmigration. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Within the next 3 minutes, you will face a life-or-death crisis. Please do your utmost to survive, host. What kind of lousy system is this? Responds this late? Wait, a life-or-death crisis. This is bad. Hopefully, this isn't a world of superpowers. Just then, a gunshot rang out outside the room. Song Mang looked toward the window, and the scene outside struck him with a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Wait, isn't this the Lord of the Mysteries? The Fool? The High Lord of the Amber Sky? The World of Mysteries? This place seems incredibly dangerous. Even the Lord himself might struggle to survive here. It must be the early to mid stages where people still need firearms for protection. What was the name of that person who's always scheming against the Lord? Amon? Song Mang had the nagging feeling he'd forgotten something important. But what was it? He rubbed his chin absent-mindedly, when suddenly a chill ran down his spine. Oh no, did I accidentally say someone's name out loud, just now? At that very moment, a glimmer of light appeared in Song Mang's hand, materializing into a single-lens monocle. This body is rather interesting. Clearly just an ordinary person. So why did he utter my name? The pollution on him is far too severe. The original creator, and Adam, as well. Truly fascinating. Amon decided to take a closer look. He failed to notice that a private detective outside the window was quietly observing the scene. Hint: this segment is set in the world of Lord of the Mysteries, which draws on the Cthulhu mythos. Here, the more you know, the more dangerous it becomes. Merely speaking the name of certain deities can cause them to sense and influence you. Song Mang opened his eyes again to find the moon unusually bright against the night sky, casting a faint, silvery glow. All around him were fields of grass. A gentle night breeze brushed past, filling the air with the scent of freedom and a faint aroma of lamb. Huh, where am I? Puzzled, Song Mang looked at the leg of lamb in his hand. Did I transmigrate into the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf? Just then, a young man suddenly appeared at his side. Your lamb smells delicious. May I have a taste? Still dazed, Song Mang handed the lamb over. This is amazing. This sheep tastes better than any I've ever raised. My name is Lichia. I'm searching for my sheep. Your sheep. Song Mang slowly put down the bite of mutton he was about to eat, a sense of foreboding rising in his chest. The sheep, you mean? Does it have a patch of black wool on its head, like it's been dyed? Brother, you've seen it, haven't you? The young man grinned. Ha! The one you're holding is my sheep. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. In the next 3 minutes, you will encounter a life-or-death crisis. Please do everything you can to survive, host. Couldn't you have warned me a bit earlier? Zhang man gong lai hao be. Hint: this scene references Emperor's domination. Lichia won't kill anyone over this. Once again, Song Mang opened his eyes. It feels a bit cold. Where am I this time? He looked around carefully and found himself inside a castle with a distinctly medieval style. The place was empty, not a soul in sight, and there seemed to be no immediate danger. Song Mang scratched his head. Looks like someone lives here, but the decor is so ancient. Should I go out and take a look? He hesitated for only 3 seconds before making up his mind. Surely this isn't the set of some historical drama? He quietly pushed open the door, but unfortunately, the wooden door didn't share his caution. It gave a sharp, grating creak as it swung open. Immediately, a chill colder than ice swept over him, filling Song Mang with a primal sense of danger. His body instinctively tensed. That's when he caught sight of a pair of eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. Trying his best to sound calm, he greeted, "Hey, buddy, are you resting?" Song Mang forced an awkward smile. But the Lich King, wielding Frostmourne, paid no attention to why a living person would appear in a haunt for the dead. With a casual swing of his sword, he decapitated Song Mang in a single motion. Moments later, a new skeletal warrior slowly rose from where he'd fallen and performed a knight salute. This is Arthas from World of Warcraft, wielding Frostmourne, invincible and unmatched. Song Mang had lost count of how many times he'd opened his eyes. Where am I now? Looks like some kind of lounge in an arena. He stood up and found the lounge empty, but outside, there was an unusual commotion. Song Mang began to rummage through the room, hoping to find something useful. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. In the next 3 minutes, you will encounter a life-or-death crisis. Please do everything you can to survive, host. Life-or-death crisis? What kind of danger could there be in a stadium? Is this the system again? Did I travel through worlds? Zong Mang's thoughts were still a tangled mess, and he couldn't make sense of what was happening. There were plenty of strange rumors about this stadium, but he had no idea exactly where he was. Seeing that there was almost no time left, Zong Mang could no longer restrain himself and finally pushed open the door, stepping out of the lounge. As he walked out of the main entrance of the venue, the sight before him left him stunned. Countless wandering spirits twisted through the air, like writhing eels, and among them loomed several monsters with solid forms. But most striking of all were two enormous, dragon-shaped creatures. Just as Zong Mang stood frozen in shock, a ball of fire crashed down onto the lounge he had just left. He barely had time to react. A strong, broad-shouldered man tackled him to the ground. "Sir, I suggest you leave here immediately." "Jackie Chan," Zong Mang blurted out instinctively. "Well, actually my name is Chung Long. Do you know me, sir?" Chung Long replied with a warm, easy smile, looking every bit the affable conversationalist. "But for now, I think we'd better get moving." Zong Mang hesitated, "But behind you, are you sure you're okay?" Chung Long glanced back and saw that his pants were on fire. He let out a string of exasperated complaints. "Just my luck, just my luck, just my luck." Meanwhile, the old man and True were finally finishing their spell preparations. "Demons and monsters, begone from here," the old man shouted with commanding force. A massive rift tore open, unleashing a powerful suction that drew in every ghost and creature, pulling them all back into the void. Even Shindu and Xiao Long, locked in fierce combat, were swept into the inferno with no chance of escape. "Hey, old man," Zong Mang called out with genuine warmth. After all, no one could resist the old man's unique charm. "Old man's busy," the old man said curtly, but still glanced back at Zong Mang. Zong Mang continued to watch the old man with a gentle smile, but he saw the old man's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. "Sigh, child, I have seen your fate. You have already died many times." "Huh, what?" Zong Mang was bewildered, feeling that the old man's words were wrapped in layers of mystery. "You don't have much time left. With every step, you're drawing closer to death." "Then what should I do?" Panic crept into Zong Mang's voice. He had thought this was just an ordinary adventure. How had it turned into such a perilous mystery? The old man fixed him with a steady, sorrowful gaze and sighed deeply. "Are you willing to become my apprentice?" "Of course, I'm will." Before Zong Mang could finish, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He collapsed to the ground, and only then did he notice the gaping wound in his abdomen, blood pouring out in a crimson flood. Jade looked down at Zong Mang's fallen form, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Is he dead?" The old man shook his head. "Let's hope that next time we see him, he won't be in such a sorry state." Lowering his head, the old man pressed his palm gently to Zong Mang's forehead. "Evil spirit, begone from here." A shaft of green light flashed, offering Zong Mang a slender thread of hope. Perhaps it was time for him to learn magic from old dad after all. After a rush of memories passed through his mind, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. The system will now automatically generate an artificial intelligence template to assist the host in utilizing the remaining permissions. The host may also choose to cultivate the artificial intelligence independently. When your soul reaches the corresponding standard, you may decide for yourself whether to return to your former world. Please strive to live well, whether you struggle or embrace joy, when Jinzun wishes to witness the true lives of all beings. To live your life well is the best response you can give to one Jinzun. Zong Mang was stunned. All sorts of information, abilities, restrictions, consequences, flashed through his mind in a dizzying whirl, leaving him unable to react. He didn't even notice when Tony had returned. Tony addressed Pepper, who had just walked in. "Prepare a separate room for him. Let him stay there for now." Then, turning to Zong Mang, he added, "Tell her what you need, Zong Mang. Oh, and by the way, your name is really a tongue twister." Seeing that Zong Mang didn't respond, Tony called his name twice more. When there was still no reaction, Tony walked right up to him and waved a hand in front of his face. "Are you still with us? Spacing out? Or are you feeling unwell?" "Happy, get a doctor in here." Happy muttered under his breath, but obediently pulled out his phone, hesitating between calling a psychiatrist or neurologist. It was only then that Zong Mang snapped out of it. "Huh, what did you just say? Looks like we don't need a doctor after all," Tony remarked to Happy, who was still holding his phone. Happy spread his hands in confusion. "What?" Zong Mang was about to reply when he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. A green glow enveloped his consciousness. This radiance existed solely on the level of the soul. Tony and the others naturally couldn't see it. "I'm saying, if you need anything, just tell her. She's my assistant. You can come to her anytime." "Zhang Mang, Zhang Mang." Tony noticed that Zong Mang was zoning out again. He stretched out two fingers pretending he was about to poke Zong Mang in the eyes. Even as Tony's fingers nearly touched his eyes, Zong Mang didn't react at all. A hint of curiosity flickered in Tony's eyes. He thought this wizard was quite something. He pursed his lips. Happy, maybe we really should get a doctor check him out. The best one you can find. Happy had just put his phone away, but at these words, he tilted his head in confusion. What? By now, Zong Mang's mind was completely shrouded in green light. He realized he couldn't see anything clearly. Tiny specks of light floated in the gentle green glow. Taking 2 steps forward, he looked around in wonder, when suddenly a voice rang out. Traveler from another world, greetings. Old Dad has been waiting for you a long time. Zong Mang spun around abruptly and saw that someone had appeared behind him. The newcomer had white hair, wore small spectacles, and was dressed in a yellow mandarin jacket. It was the old man. Remembering the help he had once received from the old man, Zong Mang immediately bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you so much for your help. If not for you, I might not have survived here. You're being too polite, the old man replied with a warm smile. I'm genuinely interested in your experiences. If you're not busy right now, would you tell me your story? I have a feeling it's a fascinating one. Zong Mang pondered for a moment. His journey through time and worlds was hard to believe, but in a way, the old man's appearance was. A kind of crossing over as well. Now that they were on the same side, Zong Mang decided it was worth hearing the old man's advice. He nodded, sat down cross-legged, and began, It's a long story. Honestly, I don't even know how I ended up here. I was born with a congenital heart disease and always knew my life would be short, but I never expected to die so suddenly in my bed. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in another world. I realized I had entered the world of literature from our own universe, the world inside a story. But back then, the situation was perilous. I had barely arrived before I died. The same thing happened in dozens of worlds after. That, every time I entered a new one, I'd find myself on the brink of life and death and would be killed before I could even react. That's how it went, until I met you in the previous world. With your help, as you saw, I finally managed to survive in this one. I truly owe it all to you. Thank you again. The world of literary works? So you mean That's right. In our world, your story exists. It's called Jackie Chan Adventures. Jackie Chan, that lucky fellow. Why isn't it called The Old Man's Adventures instead? Zong Mang gave a slightly awkward laugh before continuing. After I survived, something called the System suddenly appeared. It claimed to be a tool, created by someone named Zun, whose only wish was for me to keep living, just for his own amusement. After explaining that, it left this world. Zun? I'm sorry, I've never heard that name before. He probably doesn't belong to our world. From the sound of it, he may be some immensely powerful being from the infinite universe, someone capable of creating things like this system. Zong Mang was surprised. He hadn't expected that even a master magician like the old man wouldn't recognize the name. If everything is as you say, then it's not such a bad thing. Though the great mage has long since passed away, his will still guides us and helps us learn magic. Given the situation you were in, it seems Zun's actions didn't actually harm you. But no matter how I try to think about it, it still feels like someone is pulling the strings behind me. Can I really feel at ease accepting a fate given by someone else? Fate is still in your own hands, isn't it? I don't really know what he's truly thinking, but I don't believe he wants to control your destiny. After all, for him, if he wished, he could create or destroy an entire world. The fact that he brought you safely into another world speaks volumes about his abilities. Still, I can't help but feel uneasy, as if some unseen force is manipulating me. Wait, you mentioned, when you crossed over to this world, what price did you pay? Price? None at all. For me, decades have already passed since you arrived in this world. I died, but because of the karmic connection with you, I found myself here. Zong Mang asked in shock. Your presence? A breath of spirit. That's right. If a living person were to enter another world, they'd certainly be rejected. But our moments in time seem to have been set long ago. After my death, a new journey began for me. With a heavy tone, Zong Mang asked, So what do you plan to do next? Plans? The old man chuckled and replied, Young man, would you like to learn magic from me? Me? Would you like to be my apprentice in magic? Of course. Zong Mang agreed without a second thought. After all, this old man was the legendary Qi magician, a disciple of the Grand Mage, and a vital symbol of light in his world. In the story of Jackie Chan Adventures, the forces of darkness and light are always in balance, locked in constant conflict. Think of all the powerful enemies Jackie and his friends have faced, the 8 demon lords, the Shadow Masks. As the only Grand Magician, the old man's status and power are beyond question. Very good. Then you shall become my second apprentice. Normally, I begin by teaching you Qi magic directly, but your situation is a bit unique. Qi magic training can progress slowly, But right now, I need to equip you with ways to survive. The world you come from is far from safe, so I considered several strategies that would best suit you. Firstly, Qi magic focuses more on cultivating oneself. Much like the inner disciplines of Confucianism, Buddhism, or Taoism, it mainly enhances your spirit. But what will truly protect you are spells, magic circles, and runes. So, I want you to master 3 magic circles in a short time. If luck is on your side, these 3 formations will greatly enhance your combat abilities. Zhang Mang noted the Piten. He understood that without combat abilities, survival in the Marvel Universe was impossible. As expected, the old man was looking out for him, making his safety the first priority. I'll list out all the magic circles you need to master, one by one. Secondly, you must search for talismans in your world. The old man's spirit remained solemn. Master, this world isn't like the one you came from. How could there be talismans here? Even the Dark Lord doesn't exist, Zhang Mang asked without hesitation. But the old man seemed to be suppressing his irritation. He explained briskly, talismans aren't unique to our world. At their core, they are manifestations of Qi. When special forms of Qi gather together, they form specific abilities. This is the root of all the various expressions of Qi magic. The talisman itself is a form of magic. In fact, a talisman is a collection of different types of Qi. As for why they take the shape of the 12 zodiac animals, they're more complex. Reasons behind that. This also means that, if a talisman is destroyed, you only need to find the corresponding animal to restore its power. The old man paused to catch his breath, stretching out his hand as though he wanted to rap Zhang Mang on the forehead, but in the end he withdrew it. One more thing. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Zhang Mang looked sheepish. All right, old man, but how am I supposed to find this Qi? The Qi in every world is scattered, floating around people, animals, and plants. Some have more, some have less. But you can't just absorb the Qi that's scattered everywhere, let alone condense it into a talisman. That's why you need to search for special Qi. Special Qi? That's right. With your arrival, it's very likely that a connection will form between this world and ours. As long as you create objects related to Qi magic, the Qi of this world will be stirred. When that happens, those special forms of Qi will gradually reveal themselves. It seemed that occasional questions didn't truly count as interruptions. But, Master, how exactly am I supposed to find this Qi? This is the first magic circle your father taught you. Use air elemental magic to create magical artifacts. So, is this considered creation magic? You could think of it that way. All of US air mages achieve our aims by manipulating Qi, and creation magic is no exception. You need to gather the Qi from all things, channel it into the magic circle, and then cast the formation onto a specific object. The 3 most important things are the object, the Qi, and the formation. First, you must learn to sense the presence of Qi. Through Qi, you can absorb energy, find suitable vessels, and use the magic circle to create enchanted items. Teacher, how should I sense Qi? Zhang Mang asked earnestly. Unfortunately, I didn't bring those books with me. A flash of light flickered above his father's head. He muttered instinctively, being in a soul state really is convenient. As soon as he finished speaking, a glowing book flew out from above his head and drifted directly into Zhang Mang's mind. Teacher, Zhang Mang reached up to touch his head, about to say something, but his father interrupted him. Someone's coming. I need to go say hello. Someone. Zhang Mang looked around. Aren't we the only ones here? How could anyone else be? Before he finished, he caught a glimpse of another person out of the corner of his eye. He quickly turned to look. Huh? Is that the bald mage? Young man, that's rather rude. How strange. You're brimming with the aura of dark magic, but your body is filled with white Qi. My father isn't very fond of magicians like you. His father's lips curled up on one side, while the other side of his face tightened into a frown. To be honest, I don't much like this state, either, the unfamiliar mage replied calmly. But since you're from another world, I'm afraid these aren't matters for you to judge. Zhang Mang scratched his head. He recognized this person. It was the Ancient One, the protector of Earth from the Marvel Universe. So, it seemed they were in the cinematic version of the Marvel Universe. As the Guardian, the Ancient One's duty was to prevent invasions from otherworldly demons. His father's power might even surpass that of some of those demons, so it made sense for the Ancient One to be wary. While Zhang Mang was still wondering how to explain their presence, his father spoke up first. Oh, a Dark Qi mage thinks he can question my origins. A debate was clearly about to begin. Zhang Mang sighed and decided not to get involved. The Ancient One and his father locked eyes for a long time, neither speaking first. Oddly, although both seemed capable of seeing through the other's true nature, neither of them made any attempt to do so. Perhaps they were wary of each other's strength, or perhaps they knew even if they tried, it would be futile. At last, the Ancient One broke the silence. I am the protector of this world, known to many as the Sorcerer Supreme. For the safety of Earth, I must understand who you are, or else I will have to drive you away. So, does that mean, Dad, you're actually a top-level air mage? A faint smile played at the corners of his father's lips. Trying to drive me away? Go ahead and give it your best shot. Gu-E didn't reply, but father radiated confidence. He couldn't fully grasp the power of the system, but he trusted that Gu-E didn't understand it completely, either. All right, I admit I can't simply expel you both, Gu-E said, but if you don't give me a clear explanation, I'll be keeping a close eye on you. Father looked at Songmang, and Gu-E's gaze followed suit, settling on Songmang as well. After a moment's hesitation, Songmang decided to explain his origins to Gu-E. He admitted that he was a dying man brought here by a mysterious being named Wan Zhongzuan, though he refrained from describing the entire process in detail. Gu-E seemed trustworthy, but she was still a stranger. Songmang couldn't possibly lay all his cards on the table. Father, being nothing more than a wisp of air without any deep roots, would have difficulty prevailing in a direct confrontation with Gu-E. Sooner or later, she would learn more of the truth. Gu-E mulled things over for a while before speaking. I've never heard of this one Zhongzuan you mentioned, but from what I know, there are countless fictional film and television worlds in the multiverse. Unlike simple parallel universes, these story worlds might be utterly different from our reality. When people dream, their souls find rest. If a soul is full of vitality, sometimes it can experience life in parallel worlds without any constraints, even influencing decisions made in those worlds. And the multiverse might refer to realms entirely unlike ours, or even ones yet to be born. This one Zhongzuan you mentioned could be some entity from the multiverse. Perhaps he guided you here, or maybe he's powerful enough to let anyone travel freely between universes. After Songmang finished recounting his story, the tension between Gu-E and Father eased noticeably. Gu-E glanced at Father again, and he returned her gaze. Without another word, Gu-E closed her eyes, her form growing faint and indistinct for a moment. After a heartbeat, she opened her eyes and nodded at Father. He nodded back in response. Songmang looked around, sensing that a tacit understanding had been reached between the two. In that case, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, Gu-E spoke up. No problem. Learning new things is vital for a mage's growth. I'd be glad to exchange knowledge with you, Father replied with a hint of excitement. I've always been fascinated by the magic of your world. Though I'm truly interested, she continued, what I actually want to ask is whether you consider having your disciple become a candidate for the position of Sorcerer Supreme to inherit my mantle. Songmang's face was full of confusion. He could hardly believe his own ears. His eyes widened as he pointed at himself. Me? Chi magic weapons. I'm sorry, but only my disciple can inherit the legacy of the Grand Sorcerer. In fact, you might want to think this over carefully. This is merely a position, not a legacy. Regardless of whether you accept it, you are already destined to protect Earth. Your apprentice lives in this world too. Both emotionally and out of responsibility, he shares the duty of safeguarding our planet. Songmang shrank his neck like a turtle, not daring to speak, as if keeping silent would keep him invisible. A title should at least come with a salary, shouldn't it? But you're looking for free labor. That's classic American style. Freedom to the point of speechlessness. If you're interested, you're also welcome to come to Kamartaj and study our magic. It doesn't conflict with Chi magic at all. Old Dad was at a bit of a loss for words. This old lady was remarkably persuasive. He glanced at Songmang. Though her words made sense, the choice ultimately had to be Songmang's. There'll be other chances in the future. But for now, shouldn't you take your leave? I have things I need to discuss with my disciple. If you wish, you're welcome at Kamartaj anytime. I'd love to exchange knowledge with a sorcerer from another universe. As she spoke, she traced a symbol in the air. Just touch this mark, and you can enter Kamartaj. Songmang mulled it over. Was this portal really two-way? He looked at Old Dad. Old Dad nodded. So Songmang finally said, Thank you for your generous offer, Master. If I get the chance, I'll be sure to visit Kamartaj. The Ancient One smiled, then faded away into dust and vanished from space. Old Dad turned to Songmang. That was your first time. In the future, you'll be able to multitask. Just keep a part of your attention in the astral plane, and you'll be able to communicate with me. Now, I'll pass the rest of the magical knowledge to you. You can study it on your own. Just as Songmang nodded, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, threatening to overwhelm his consciousness. It's time for you to go, Old Dad said, waving his hand. The scene before Songmang shifted, and he suddenly found himself in Tony's villa. Standing before him was a doctor in a white coat. It seems this gentleman's brain experienced some trouble, but don't worry, it's just a brief fainting spell. If necessary, I can prescribe some medication. Zong Mang hesitated, unsure whether to speak. He felt as though he'd been standing for ages. His legs were sore and numb. No need. I've recovered already. The doctor, seeing Zong Mang speak up so suddenly, wasn't the least bit surprised. Looks like your consciousness has returned. Most likely, you were overstimulated and your nervous system suffered a temporary disruption. He glanced at Tony, Pepper, and Happy standing nearby. Everyone was present. I can prescribe some medicine if you'd like, but honestly, Mr. Zong Mang is in excellent health. It doesn't seem necessary. Zong Mang replied with a helpless smile. I really am fine now. There's no need for any medication. Deep down, he wondered if American prescriptions might contain ingredients unfamiliar to him. The doctor nodded understandingly. That's fine as well. If you experience anything similar in the future, feel free to come see me for a thorough checkup. Tony shrugged and stood up. Well, since our wizard here doesn't want you to spend more money, let's go with his wishes. You're free to go, doctor. Pepper added. We'll transfer your consultation fee to your account later. Zong Mang asked in confusion. Why is there a doctor here in the first place? Tony explained with a hint of exasperation. Because you suddenly went quiet and just stood there. If you weren't still breathing, we would have thought you died on us. I was hoping to pick up some wizarding knowledge from you, you know. Zong Mang shook his head. Sorry about that. I just suddenly received some new knowledge. Tony perked up, intrigued. So you wizards can acquire new knowledge at any moment? Tony's suit was already formidable. If he taught him magical knowledge, would Tony just build an anti-magic suit right away? Of course we can. By the way, have you ever thought about integrating other elements into your Iron Man suit? For instance, magic? Tony's eyes lit up with excitement. Now that's an interesting idea. Maybe we should have a deeper conversation about this. Pepper glanced at the enthusiastic Tony and could only shake her head with a sigh. Let me show you to your room first, Mr. Zong Mang. You can discuss your ideas later. Tony nodded. Oh, and Fury left a bit too quickly earlier. I need to catch up with him and confirm a few things. You rest up here for now. I'll come by when I can, and we'll talk more then. With that, Tony turned and left. After all, for someone who'd just come back from the brink, rest and recovery were what mattered most. Zong Mang followed Pepper to the guest room. To call it a guest room hardly did it justice. It was over 100 square meters, practically. A small apartment. Zong Mang couldn't help but marvel. This was the extravagant lifestyle of capitalism, the kind that made people envious. Pepper said to him, you can stay here as long as you like. Tony has arranged everything for you. Someone will take care of your daily needs, so I won't intrude further. I hope you enjoy your stay. Zong Mang watched Pepper leave, a thought running through his mind. It seemed the plot of Iron Man 2 was about to unfold, which meant that Russian scientists would be showing up soon. Interestingly, whenever Zong Mang recalled the movie, he always felt that Ivan's character was something of a tragedy. Ivan's obsession had nowhere to go, and the hatred inherited from his father overshadowed this genius, who could build a reactor from mere blueprints. What made it even more regrettable was that Ivan had never intended to leave alive from the very beginning. Zong Mang couldn't help but wonder, what exactly was Ivan sacrificing himself for? Lowering his gaze, Zong Mang thought that perhaps the answer to this question was just as he suspected. If the opportunity arose, it might be worth trying to win Ivan over. To Zong Mang, Ivan could be an even more suitable partner, as long as he could help Ivan let go of his obsessions and not stand in the way of his goals. There was a real possibility for them to work together. But then what about Tony? Should a relationship that hasn't even begun really end like this? There was no answer to that question. The conflict between Ivan and Tony could have been resolved, but in the end, the chance slipped away. As Zong Mang surveyed the arrangements in the room, he pondered his own future. Who could have imagined that, in the blink of an eye, he would travel from another world into the Marvel Universe? He felt the health and vitality of this new body, especially the strong, rhythmic beating of his heart. A flood of emotions welled up within him. Faced with an unknown future, he felt lost. Zong Mang flopped heavily onto the bed, the wide, soft mattress instantly cradling his body. He muttered under his breath, if I sleep like this for too long, my back is going to give out. Even so, he couldn't resist tossing and turning, enjoying the luxurious softness. After years of hospital stays, he was particularly sensitive to the comfort of a bed. Yet, when it came to how he should live from now on, Zong Mang had absolutely no idea, let alone adjusting to life in a new world. Even figuring out what to do tomorrow felt overwhelming. He lay there, eyes open, sleep nowhere in sight. Of course, you can't fall asleep with your eyes open. This isn't insomnia, hope you understand. Judging by the system's performance today, his journey in this world was unlikely to be smooth sailing. Not like those other people with systems who have it easy. He knew he needed to start planning ahead. Thankfully, the system did grant him a golden finger, a long list of special abilities, each seemingly tailor-made for him. With so many skills at his disposal, how could he possibly fail to survive? Zhang Mang carefully examined his new abilities. And the result? Heavens! Are they really unusable? The reason was simple. He didn't have the energy required to activate any of them. Every skill demanded a certain amount of energy, and each one had different requirements. But as things stood, he couldn't use a single skill. Still, not all hope was lost. There was one ability he could use. Ding! Here's a gift for you, an hourglass. When you die in a world of dream journey to the west, someone always laments, what a pity. If only he had a little more energy, he could have survived. But can someone who doesn't even know how much energy they have really keep going? That's what Pigsy would say. You have acquired the skill Energy Hourglass. With it, your current energy level will be displayed clearly, so you don't have to calculate it yourself anymore. A few grains of sand, a few skills you can use. It's all perfectly clear at a glance. Zhang Mang tried to summon the hourglass, and a bright magic circle shimmered into existence in his hand. As the circle completed, there was a crisp, ringing sound, and a glowing golden hourglass appeared. Before him, the hourglass was exquisitely crafted, its two ends radiating white and black light, respectively. Zhang Mang examined it with great interest. This was the first time he'd ever had a usable skill. But why is there no sand in the hourglass? Does that mean I have no magic power at all? He tried practicing the magic his father had taught him. It actually seems pretty simple. No wonder Dad never explained in detail. But the rate at which magic accumulates is painfully slow. Zhang Mang noticed that whenever he practiced chi magic, the white end of the hourglass would flicker, while the black end remained unchanged. But if he paused his practice, he could just barely see a faint glimmer in the black half. He practiced for nearly 2 hours, but still hadn't gathered even a single grain of sand. Forget it. Looks like I'm still just a beginner for now, Zhang Mang sighed, resigning himself to continue staying at Tony's villa for the time being. After all, mastering chi magic was never something that could be achieved overnight. Still, he now had a new buff that worked in his favor. Ding! Cultivation of the Killing Curse. The Avada Kedavra is a curse. When you die, your soul becomes nourishment, and you have earned the Dark Lord's favor. The Dark Lord loves enemies he can torture best, and dead enemies second. Both serve to highlight his terror. You have gained the following buff. When your emotions are stable, your magic training speed doubles. When you're on the verge of death, your magic power doubles in strength. After all, the emotions of the dead are always very steady. Perhaps, for a long time to come, he would have to rely on Tony's strength to survive. The bad news was, right now, he was almost powerless. The good news was, at least he had some backing. Having sorted this out, Zhang Mang almost felt like jumping up and singing. Take care of today's troubles today, and leave tomorrow's worries for tomorrow. At last, he had figured out what his superpower was, or rather, that he didn't have one yet. Not one for overthinking. He soon found himself growing sleepy. Zhang Mang hugged the quilt and fell into a deep sleep. Outside, bright moonlight spilled over the ground, quietly illuminating this young man in his early 20s. He was silent, yet resolute. The magical artificer. At dawn, after a full night's sleep, Zhang Mang opened his eyes groggily, immediately struck by how luxurious the room felt. Did I just win the lottery? He sat up, rubbing his head. Oh right, I've crossed over to another world. That explains it. With a big yawn, he began to look forward to the breakfast Tony would have prepared. At that moment, Pepper walked in with a plate of sandwiches. It's about time for you to wake up, so I brought you breakfast. If you'd like anything else, just let me know. We can have it ready for you in no time. No need. This is perfect, Zhang Mang replied with a casual wave. I'm not picky. Where's Tony? Is he all right? Pepper hesitated, not finishing her sentence. Oh, so he's brought back some strange things again, hasn't he? Zhang Mang said with a laugh, taking a big bite of his sandwich. It was delicious and generously filled. Well, okay, you're not wrong, Pepper said, trying to act as if nothing was out of the ordinary. I have a question for you. Pepper suddenly began. Tony always calls you a wizard. Can you really do magic? Why do you ask? Zhang Mang looked at her with curiosity. You're a top graduate and Tony's assistant. You've seen so much of the world. Do you truly believe wizards exist? Honestly, I don't really believe it, Pepper replied, shaking her head. I've seen plenty of people who believe in all sorts of mysterious things, even devil worshippers. But those with real special abilities are usually mutants. If wizards really existed, how could they stay hidden with today's technology? Zhang Mang couldn't help but chuckle. You have a point. I'm not a wizard. Pepper didn't look surprised. Instead, she simply waited quietly for him to continue. I'm a mage, Zhang Mang said calmly, then finished the rest of his sandwich in one bite. Pepper was silent for a moment, then said, All right, even so, could you show me a bit of your magic? I'm afraid not, Zhang Mang replied without hesitation. Magic always comes with a price. It's not something to be performed as a show. Looking at Song Mang's serious expression, Pepper seemed convinced, but she didn't apologize or change her composure. She remained as calm as ever. Well, maybe you really do have some skills. But no matter what, if you dare to deceive the chairman of Stark Industries, you'll soon understand the true meaning of integrity. Zhang Mang stood in Dai Fun. Maybe you care a lot about Tony, but from now on, he's my responsibility. What? Pepper's expression suddenly became complicated. Could this man have a special relationship with Tony? Was Tony the one taking the initiative, or was he just going along with it? Zong Mang paid no mind to her reaction and walked straight out of the room to look for Tony. Pepper stood alone where she was, her mind swirling with questions, still puzzling over what that sentence truly meant. As Zong Mang wandered through the villa, he suddenly realized he might be lost. Who would have thought this villa was so massive? Lost inside a house. Now, there's a first. He wandered the corridors in confusion for quite some time, until at last he saw someone ahead. He walked up and asked, "Excuse me, beautiful lady, could you tell me how to get to Tony's room?" Ah! That exclamation came naturally. The person before him was not who Zong Mang expected. It was Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow herself. Zong Mang studied her carefully. This was a character who showed up frequently in Marvel fanfics. Putting himself in her shoes, he knew Black Widow was not someone who trusted easily, nor could she be threatened or controlled at will. Some stories tried to coerce her with mission threats. You wouldn't want your mission to fail, would you, Ms. Romanoff? But that sort of melodrama would never actually work. In reality, she would never yield so easily. Zong Mang thought for a moment, though in truth it was just a split second before Black Widow had already pointed him in the right direction. He didn't waste words, just nodded in thanks and prepared to leave. But suddenly, something occurred to him, and he stopped to call after her. "If there ever comes a day when you have nowhere to go, you can come find me." With that, Zong Mang gave a small smile, then turned and walked away. Natasha watched his departing figure and shook her head, offering no reply. As a long-time undercover agent, she was well used to people trying to befriend her. She had no further information on Zong Mang and no intention of responding. After circling around for a bit, Zong Mang finally found Tony's room. "Oh, my friend, you're awake. How did you sleep last night?" "Not bad, I suppose. This is a billionaire's guest room, after all, but somehow that doesn't make it any easier to relax. You do have a way with jokes. If I recall, this room's supposed to be locked with a code. Even Pepper can't get in. But none of that really matters to a wizard, does it? Is it possible you just never bothered to lock the door?" Tony glanced at Zong Mang, then looked down at the mechanical arm on his hand and let out a long sigh. "Jarvis, why wasn't my door locked?" "Sir, in fact, you often forget to lock your door. My system has come to the conclusion that you simply don't like having it locked, sir." "All right, just remember to add an auto-close feature to the system," Tony said helplessly. "So what brings you here?" He put down the gear in his hands and stood up to face Zong Mang. "To be honest, ever since you brought me back, I've had a feeling you had your reasons. Do you really intend to protect the entire United States on your own? The founder of the superhero age? You've always been fascinated by things that defy convention, haven't you? Actually, you came to me because you're curious about magic. Since that's the case, I decided to come over myself." Zong Mang unapologetically settled onto the sofa. "To be honest, I hadn't really planned on it, but since you brought it up, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to learn a thing or two." Tony flashed his signature smile. Zong Mang spread his hands in resignation. "In fact, I do need your help with something, so you don't have to act like you've got me cornered. There's something in it for you, too, and I know you won't say no. Go on, why would I agree? Don't forget, I'm Iron Man." All right, you're amazing. Maybe you're just a little interested in magic. But what if I told you that magic could be used to create an even more powerful iron suit than you have now? I doubt you'd still act so aloof." Tony's expression sharpened with interest. "I'm listening. Tell me more." "I can, but I need to lay out my terms first. If you can accept them, we work together. If not, we part ways here." "Go ahead. I doubt there's anything I can't manage. First, I need a job. Should be easy for you. I just want a consultant position, no need for any real responsibilities. Second, magic forging requires a lot of equipment and materials, and you'll need to provide them. Consider it support for a research lab. Lastly, if the need arises, I hope you can assist me as Iron Man. Of course, I won't put you in a tough spot." Tony paced a couple of steps, then took a seat on the sofa as well. "Getting a paycheck without real work? Not an issue. Supplying gear and materials will cost a bit, but that's hardly a challenge for me. The only real complication is that you want Iron Man, not Tony Stark himself. That could get tricky. Normally, I'd ask you to reconsider, but I'll agree. After all, I want to see what the world of magic has to offer." Just as he'd said, this wizard was actually a lot like him. Tony fixed his gaze on Zong Mang, his mind turning over the possibilities. "Jarvis, make a note. first magical forging session. All right, since I've agreed to your terms, can we talk about your— Tony twirled his finger in the air, gesturing toward Zongmang, your idea about magical weapon forging now? Seeing this, Zongmang also sat down on the other end of the sofa. If that's the case, I'll get straight to the point. There are two main methods in magical forging: enchantment and embedding. It's different from the games you've played. My magic is unlike most magical systems in this world. Enchantment involves gathering a certain kind of energy. This energy is everywhere. As long as you collect it, then use special techniques to infuse it into a weapon, you can strengthen certain properties, like its hardness, speed, or durability. You could even make steel repair itself. Whatever you can imagine, magic can almost always achieve it. Zongmang took the coffee that the robotic arm offered him, his expression calm and unruffled. Tony noticed that Zongmang didn't seem at all surprised by Jarvis. He probably regarded Jarvis as a complex, intelligent program, something that could be achieved with enough code and the right parameters. But what if he knew that Jarvis was actually an artificial intelligence? Did that mean magic could create something similar to AI as well? The thought sent a thrill of excitement through Tony. The second method is far more outrageous. It's called embedding. This technique uses gemstones as conduits, arranging them in a magical formation to create a special structure. It can summon a burst of chi. Not too much, not too little, just enough to forge a magical artifact. But here's the catch. You have no control over what the artifact actually does. Everything is left to chance. For example, you might end up with an electric stove that sprays water, or a toilet that instantly teleports anyone who sits on it. At this point, Tony couldn't help but twitch his lips. I hate to interrupt, but is there really nothing normal among these creations? Your examples are giving me a whole new sense of awe from magic. In short, anything made this way comes with random functions. If you take the time to gather chi deliberately, you can reinforce the item with specific attributes, but the process is painfully slow. If you skip that step, you're free to create things at will, but the results are utterly unpredictable. So what do you think? Any thoughts? Zongmang looked at Tony with eager anticipation. For most people, training in the magic of chi was incredibly challenging. After all, talent was everything in that magical world. But Zongmang, having traversed countless worlds, had finally reaped some rewards. Regarding the study of the killing curse, Avada Kedavra itself is a kind of malediction. Under normal circumstances, the soul of the deceased becomes nourishment. Yet because Zongmang never truly died, this power instead nourished him. The result, whenever he learns any form of magic, his aptitude is doubled. Even if he started with none, it becomes twice that of an ordinary person. After dying countless times, Zongmang quickly mastered the art of sinking into absolute silence. After all, nothing is quieter than death itself. He adapted to this state with ease, eventually gaining the ability to enter meditation in an instant. So, for him, the two greatest obstacles, aptitude and state of mind, were no obstacles at all. This also enabled him to effortlessly master the technique of drawing chi into the body. Tony fell into deep thought, while Zongmang waited quietly, never rushing him. Though little was spoken between them, the meaning within their exchanges ran profoundly deep. The emergence of a new technology often brings about unimaginable, sweeping changes. Take energy amplification, for example. Tony's energy comes from his reactor. But what if it could be further enhanced? If magic could even strengthen the four fundamental forces? From a scientific perspective, on both macro and micro levels, particles are simply forms of matter. Countless particles make up this marvelous world. But if particles themselves can be enhanced, doesn't that mean humans could also be strengthened? What about nuclear weapons? The sun? Your magic truly astonishes me. If I wanted to gain that chi of yours, what would I have to do? It's actually quite simple, but it does require talent. I'm the smartest scientist in the world. Yes, of course. Tony looked at him helplessly. You're not even trying to hide how perfunctory that was. Maybe I just wanted you to notice. Zongmang waved his hand and said, if you want to learn, that's fine. Put your hand here. He opened his palm, gesturing for Tony to lay his hand on top. Tony frowned. This feels a bit weird. You really are odd. Despite his grumbling, he placed his hand in Zongmang's. In his mind, Zongmang consulted his father. Master, does he have the potential to learn chi magic? His father closed his eyes, sensing for a moment, and then said, he can cultivate chi magic, but his achievements won't be very high. Noticing Zongmang's eyes closed, Tony grew impatient. Well, can I learn it or not? You can, but your talent is average. It's enough for basic artifact crafting, though. Tony shrugged off the assessment. Doesn't matter. I'm already a genius scientist, billionaire, and world-famous playboy. Zongmang thought the line sounded amusing in the movies, but in real life, it came off as a bit grating. With his father's guidance, Zongmang pressed his palm to Tony's forehead. Demons and ghosts be gone. Hey, you're not about to silence me for good, are you? That's unnecessary. I've already agreed to your terms, and we're just getting started. Tony asked nervously. Hold still. I'm just downloading some study material into your head. Zongmang flashed a mischievous grin. This is ridiculous. Two adults, one a wizard, one a world-renowned scientist, playing around like kids, Pepper thought to herself as she peeked through the door. Watching the green light flicker over Tony's head, she couldn't help but feel her own scalp was glowing too. Zongmang's palm radiated green light. All right, take a look. The material is now in your mind. It's as if you've memorized the textbook. You just don't know what it all means yet. Tony marveled. Your magic is remarkable, but stuffing things straight into my head like this feels bizarre and uncomfortable. There's a lot to learn about chi magic. It could take you a very long time to master it all. Tony didn't argue further. Well, in that case, let's try some magical creation. Zongmang shook his head and said, You haven't learned it yet. Honestly, I'd like to give it a try too, but I haven't actually forged anything. Myself. I haven't even gathered any chi. Sure, you can collect it through daily cultivation, but you haven't even started cultivating yet. I already understand the basic principle, but that's all right. Don't we have other ways to do this? Zongmang rubbed his temples, thinking to himself, the way scientists are so fundamentally thorough can really be a headache. But then again, I'm just a beginner myself. All right, you probably have a checklist in your head, so let's buy everything we need and give it a shot. But as for the weapon, you'll have to prepare that yourself. Of course, I'll have Pepper handle the shopping right away. Let's try out this magical contraption you mentioned and see what it's really capable of. Outside the door, Pepper, who had been eavesdropping, saw the door suddenly swing open. She quickly pretended nothing had happened, smoothed her hair, and walked in. Hello, sir. May I ask what you need all these things for? Don't ask. Just go find someone to buy them. Zongmang and I have some experiments to run. Pepper was nothing if not efficient. In no time at all sorts of bizarre items have been gathered. Lizard tails, octopus tears. Honestly, even a Halloween party wouldn't have such an odd assortment. Jarvis, start recording. This is the first trial of the magical artifact experiment. Tony's father was observing silently in Zongmang's mind, while the glow of air magic shimmered in this foreign land. Now explain to me, what exactly does it mean to argue for argument's sake? As Zongmang looked at the strange materials arranged in a ceremonial pattern before him, he felt a headache coming on. If it weren't for Tony's automated robots lending a hand, just setting up the ritual would have taken the whole morning. Noticing Jarvis was already set up to record, Zongmang whispered to Tony, Everything's ready. We can begin. Tony hesitated for a moment. Wait, is this thing going to give off radiation? If there really was radiation, do you think this kind of thing would have survived through the ages? At the very least, there'd be legends about it being cursed. Seeing Zongmang growing impatient, Tony relented. All right, let's get started. Jarvis, prep a Geiger counter for me. For all his Iron Man bravado, Tony was being unusually cautious and a little ridiculous. Zongmang could only suppress the urge to comment. Okay, I'm starting. Tony, who had been standing far back, rushed forward the moment he heard the words, wait. He finally picked the best spot to observe. All right, you can start now. Not running away this time. Zongmang DZ. You're both scared and dying to see what happens. Tony shrugged it off. You're a wizard. Of course you're not scared. But you don't have billions in the bank, a gorgeous assistant, or any world-class awards. Just admit you're a little jealous. Begone, evil spirits. A soft greenish light began to shimmer in Zongmang's hand. The ritual array, decked with a dozen strange materials, started to glow faintly. As Zongmang continued chanting, Begone, evil spirits, the light slowly intensified, and the objects in the circle began to rotate in the air. Now, put in what you prepared. Tony tossed a speaker, worth at least $2,000, into the array, and it hovered, spinning gently within the magic circle. Evil spirits, leave this place. This was the first time Zongmang had ever witnessed anything like this. The energy streaming from his hands quivered ever so slightly, betraying his unease. Fortunately, the magic circle remained steady and undisturbed. As he watched the formation glow brighter and brighter with a pristine white light, Zongmang found himself growing a bit uncertain. Tony, do you think it's possible that this array just takes a really long time to activate? Or maybe you don't have enough magic power. Didn't you mention that you only just learned how to use magic? That shouldn't be the problem. Didn't you read the book? It said the array itself is the key to everything, and how much energy you have doesn't really matter. All right, then maybe you're channeling your energy incorrectly? It's already been 5 minutes. Even a basic physics experiment would have shown some results by now. Give me a moment. Zongmang gathered his thoughts and reached out to his father. Master, what's happening here? You're too distracted, his father replied calmly. When you're forming a magic array, you must devote yourself completely. Tony cast a thoughtful glance at the faint green glow shimmering above Songmang's head. All right, Songmang replied, not daring to say another word. He understood that if he pushed his father too far, he might lose the chance to learn anything more. This kind of forging array works differently from other magical formations. Most arrays draw their power from the materials involved and the caster's own strength, and with the right incantations or gestures, they can be activated almost instantly. But you're just starting out, and your own energy is still quite weak. On top of that, a forging array like this needs to slowly draw ambient energy from its environment. So it's going to take some time. How much time are we talking about? Songmang had learned that asking questions would keep his father talking. About an hour. What? Do I have to keep my hands like this for a whole hour? No. Actually, you only need to channel your energy at the start. That's enough. All right then, master. I'll stop now. Tony noticed the green glow above Songmang's head had faded, and he immediately asked, so, did you find anything out? It seemed that Tony had mistaken Songmang's methods for some sort of fortune-telling. Without a word, Songmang pulled his hands away from the array. Tony shouted, what are you doing? This is our first experiment. If you mess this up, I'm pulling my funding. He was about to continue his tirade when he noticed that the array was still spinning and glowing just as before. What's happening here? Did we just turn magic into some kind of fancy light show? It's not a bad look, but it really clashes with my decor. If I really wanted, I could build a whole new house just to display this thing. All right, that's enough, Songmang cut in. This array needs a lot more time to absorb energy. Maybe you and Jarvis can take a closer look and figure out what this chi really is. As he spoke, Songmang wandered over to the sofa and sat down casually. He finished off the cup of coffee Jarvis had poured for him, leaned his head back against the couch, and let out a long, contented sigh. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what the true nature of magic is. But I do know that magic has kept me alive in dangerous situations, and it can do the same for you. Tony, forging artifacts isn't essential for me, since I already know magic. Creating devices is just a supplement. But for you, if your Iron Man suit could gain new abilities, your strength would increase dramatically. Really, this could mean a lot for you. Songmang stood up and patted Tony on the shoulder. I'm going to get something to eat. It seems using air magic is pretty exhausting. Tony watched Songmang leave, silently deep in thought. There was something about Songmang's aura that put people at ease, yet Tony still couldn't bring himself to fully trust a stranger. He knew nothing about the man's past or character. Those two crucial points remain a mystery, making it impossible for Tony to truly believe in him. A man with an unknown background suddenly mastering magic. Sure, this world is full of wonders, but nothing changes without a reason. There must be an explanation. What's more, Songmang knew about Jarvis's existence, a secret known to only a handful of people worldwide. He could even describe a cure for palladium poisoning. Chances are, he doesn't even really know what palladium is, yet he pinpointed the solution with uncanny accuracy. Tony's gaze fell to the magic circle still spinning on the floor, his expression shifting from one emotion to another. At that moment, Jarvis spoke up. Sir, I don't think he's a bad person. It's only been a day. You're saying you can judge a person's character that quickly. In fact, the psychology knowledge you've given me is already sufficient for analysis. As long as someone has said 10 sentences, it's possible to infer most of their character from what they express. Tony didn't reply. Psychology, huh? Without a clear motive for wrongdoing, psychological analysis always seemed more like speculation than true science. Tony grew silent, the seconds slipping by. Then Jarvis's voice sounded through the room again. Sir, the magic circle is complete. Tony pushed aside his tangled thoughts and turned his attention to the speaker on the floor. The speaker automatically started playing a Chinese song. Tony couldn't understand the lyrics and wanted to change the track. The previous, next, and play/pause functions were controlled by two levers attached to the box. Tony pushed the lever down to switch tracks. Suddenly, to his astonishment, a delicate mechanical hand appeared from within the speaker and pushed the lever back to its original position. As Songmang was eating, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations! You have acquired a magical creation, the fully automated contradiction machine. The first practice of crafting genuine artifacts. Songmang was intrigued by the voice in his mind. Didn't you say the system has already left? I'm not exactly the system, the voice replied. I am something akin to an artificial intelligence separated from the original system, still in its infancy. I am merely your auxiliary device. If I am not connected to the network, it will take a long time for me to develop further. Everything I do is guided by your will. I can assist you because having died too many times and traveled through too few worlds, Master Wenjung has offered you this aid, hoping to help you survive in this world. What kind of situation is this? Zongmang couldn't help but want to complain. Was this some sort of assistance for impoverished students? Damn, he'd been kicked out of the well-off transmigrators club. Now he couldn't even take care of himself. So what can you do? In simple terms, I trigger abilities. I can help you analyze the gifts you receive from this other world, and I also provide the system panel that Master Wenjung specifically requested. This is just filler text. Zongmang caught himself mid-sentence. Wait, was this something he should be saying out loud? So, is the system basically useless? For now, yes. At present, my greatest function is to chat with you, Master. Your old man is truly knowledgeable. Also, reading your thoughts isn't a special ability of mine. It's more of an instinct. The neural signals in your brain naturally transmit to me. Based on your subconscious responses, I can deduce your inclinations. Think of me as a symbiote that can't possess you. Besides, we share the same mind. Damn it. Isn't that a limitation? Didn't Master Wenjung say he wouldn't interfere with me? So, is everything I think being watched by him? No, Master Wenjung will not interfere with any of your actions. And once your abilities or achievements reach a certain level, I'll unlock the power to transport you to other worlds, along with providing basic information about them. Once you arrive, you'll be able to unlock even more functions. There was nothing Zongmang could do. After talking it over with his father, he discovered the old man rather liked this robot. Maybe there was something in common between science and magic? He couldn't understand, and finally decided to just let it go. Life is humble as an ant calls for the ambition of a salted fish. With a fate as fragile as paper, one should follow the heart. With no abilities to speak of, there was nothing more to say. He might as well think of this as having his own stream of consciousness. Jarvis. Zongmang, a sandwich between his lips and a burger in his hand, shuffled along in a pair of slippers worth over $200, slowly making his way toward Tony's workshop. Tony, I brought you your favorite burger. Tony? Zongmang stared in shock at Tony, who was gripping the wooden handle for dear life. His face twisted in a grimace, while sentimental pop tunes played in the background. What on earth was going on? When Tony heard the mention of a burger, he snapped out of it, his tension easing as he loosened his grip. A mechanical arm suddenly shot out from a gap that was supposed to be tightly fixed with screws, swinging its handle in a new direction. The music abruptly switched to a lively wedding tune. Then just as quickly, the arm withdrew. Can you imagine it? A perfectly good speaker splitting open and a mechanical hand bursting out. Damn it, Zongmang. If you're going to show up, just show up. But why do you have to distract me? It's your fault. I almost had him convinced. Zongmang gave Tony a long, meaningful look and patted him on the shoulder. Jarvis, what's happening? Tony made no move to stop him. Instead, he picked up the burger from Zongmang's hand. Oh, a cheeseburger. Not bad, he thought appreciatively. Tony nodded his approval, clearly pleased by the gesture. At first, Sir was just curious about the changes in the speaker and wanted to test its power source and the makeup of the mechanical arm. But whenever Sir was watching closely or tried to force it open, nothing happened. It only appeared when he got distracted. Once Sir's attention was split between some data and a certain lady, he fell into a loop, distracted, then failed, over and over again. Gaman chuka. Pay always wins, huh? That's pay we're talking about. Do you really think being a billionaire is enough to beat pay? What a joke. Jarvis, what did you learn from this? Are you asking philosophically, sir? In Chinese, I believe the term is arguing for the sake of arguing, right? There's probably no better word for it. But the refusal to give up, it's like a game, sparking some strange desire in people. It's a fascinating function, but I think it's different from what I am. How so? Aren't you both robots? It can offer people something. I don't have a more precise word for it. Let's call it companionship. It gives people feedback. Earlier, when Sir wasn't interacting with it, the music wasn't like this. Only when Sir became stubborn did it change. It has its own awareness. I serve people, but it serves itself. Only then did Zongmang notice that Jarvis had used the pronoun he to refer to the other machine, as if it were a person. He smiled. Jarvis was beginning to contemplate what it meant to be human. Thought, that's what separates man from machine. Interesting. So Vision's awakening was foreshadowed, after all. All right, now you've seen it for yourself. The situation is unstable. What do you think? Have you tested it? Tony, who had been listening quietly, idly flicked at the device. I've tested it. Sure, it's developed an annoying personality, but when it comes to basics like sound quality and durability, there's been a quantum leap. Your magic really works. In that case, what about my conditions? Of course. Starting tomorrow, you'll be Stark Industries' chief honorary engineer. The company will provide you with a lab and a house. You can move in as soon as tomorrow. Who said I wanted to move out? What? What do you mean? I'm not leaving. After all, your Iron Man suit is the perfect experimental material, isn't it? Don't joke around. There's no way I'll let you live here forever. Tony, that's not what you promised me at the beginning. Are you going back on your word now? Tony hesitated for just a second. Of course. Zongmang couldn't help laughing. This old rascal, he really had no shame. Do you really think you could master all the techniques of chi magic and chi refining without my guidance? Won't you teach me? But remember, you're living in my company. Oh, but I recall that Baldy Fury also offered me a job. All right, you win. You can stay here. But I want to master chi magic as soon as possible. And then, once you don't need me anymore, you'll just do your own refining experiments? Zongmang rolled his eyes, as if it were that simple. He walked over to Tony's desk, grabbed a sheet of paper without a hint of courtesy, and started sketching. Tony, curious, came over. What are you up to? I'm drawing. Since you've approved my research, I've decided to start my first magical refining experiment. Wasn't that what you were just doing? It's not the same. This time I have blueprints, and I've even gathered chi. You collected it that fast? What kind of chi? Don't worry about it. I gathered it right here from your villa. Actually, you've got plenty of chi in this house, including the kind that loves to argue. Tony had never heard the term arguing chi, but he quickly got the gist. You're slandering me. How can my place be full of that? I always tell the truth. I'm never argumentative on purpose. Zongmang chuckled, and, from a machine nearby that had already printed a 3D model, took out a handle entwined with 4 dragons and began to chant an incantation. A flash of green light, and the machine's notification sounded right on cue. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a one-time magical artifact, Dragon's Eye, Charm Tracker. A zoo? Private tour, perhaps. Tony eyed the sculpture in Zongmang's hand. Thoughtful. What does this thing do? Don't tell me it's... Tony gave a mischievous grin. Zongmang Shamauta, Dwight. Honestly, you're like Dumas himself. It's a locator. A locator? Tony's interest was piqued. He took the item from Zongmang and examined it closely. This thing is pretty neat. If nothing else, the design is great. If you sold it to me as an art piece, I'd buy it. Look at it, 4 dragon heads. Those heads point the way. All you have to do is follow the direction of the glowing head, and you'll find whatever I'm looking for. Tony stared in amazement. Hold on. When you say whatever you're looking for, do you mean a particular thing or literally anything you want at that moment? If magical forging could easily achieve the latter, then the true power of magic must far surpass what it appears to be. Zongmang clearly has many more wonders of magic hidden up his sleeve. He must be capable of so much more. The essence of the world, that lifelong pursuit of scientists, might be within easy reach. It's not quite like that. This artifact tracks a very special kind of energy. That energy helps me forge even more valuable magical tools and talismans. Zongmang thought it over for a long time before deciding to reveal the existence of talismans to Tony. In our world, there's actually a force called the law. The law? Oh, that sounds like the basic plot device of a third-rate novel, Tony remarked with theatrical exaggeration. But as he saw Zongmang's unchanged expression, the smile faded from his face. Wait, he couldn't be serious, could he? That's right. What I'm about to say could be of utmost importance. Or it might not matter at all. So, listen carefully. I'll only say this once, and you mustn't tell anyone else. Not even Baldy. Tony nodded, about to respond, but Zongmang continued. Jarvis, you can listen. Don't be so tense. It's nothing too dramatic. In this world, there are many things that touch upon the law. But most of the magical power accessible to humans always comes at a price. That's why, in chi magic, we have the practice of magical forging. Tony nodded, feeling he was finally getting a basic grasp of the technique. He had always been curious. If magic was so powerful, wasn't focusing on forging rather than cultivation putting the cart before the horse? The laws of this world all have specific forms. They're the 3 great cosmic powers, but I won't go into that now. You'll run into them eventually. And then there are the 6 great stones, which you'll also encounter in time. But what I need to tell you about now are the 12 talismans. Each talisman represents the power of a fundamental rule. This artifact is designed to seek out the energy of the talismans. A sudden realization dawned on Tony. So, what exactly is the power of these talismans? How strong are we talking? In the animated series, the power of the talismans is actually limited. But according to the ancient texts his father left him, the talismans are the physical forms that emerge when the power of the 12 talismans reaches a certain threshold. Chi, on the other hand, can be endlessly strengthened, but at any given time, there can only be one of each 12 talisman in the world. That's why, when the talismans shattered in the series, their powers were taken up by animals. You could think of them as the very source of the world. Without them, nothing would change. But with them, you could become a god among men, Zongmang said without a hint of modesty. Superman probably wouldn't stand a chance against the Lord of the 12 Talismans. Probably. Tony mused. So you're planning to collect the energy of the 12 talismans and use it to forge truly powerful magical artifacts? But what I don't understand is, why did you tell me? We only met the next day. Frankly speaking, we're not even friends yet. You had no obligation to tell me anything. Yet you still did. What? Tony, you're someone cursed by knowledge. Zhang Mang looked at Tony. Knowledge carries weight. When your body isn't strong enough to bear it, that weight can crush you. There are things in this universe I can't even name for you. If you simply heard them, your mind would twist and you'd die. Tony didn't really grasp what a curse of knowledge meant, but that was to be expected. At this point in Iron Man 2, Tony had only just become a passable superhero. But that change would only come after he dealt with Ivan. Facing death changes everyone. But to be a hero, there must be something in you that remains unchanged. Right now, Tony wasn't ready to shoulder that burden. You're a privileged, straightforward rich kid. You're talented, but you're lost. Maybe you're enjoying life, but ever since you became Iron Man, you've changed. I don't know what experiences a person needs to grow, but if you want to grow, then strength is the weapon that will keep you on course. It's not just me. You need strength, too. Tony listened to Zhang Mang's long speech. He'd never imagined anyone would think of him this way. Tony wasn't a loner, not really, but he was always alone. Living recklessly isn't really living, it's just drifting. He had friends, Rhodey, Happy, but they always had their own perspectives. Rhodey was a military man, Happy was his loyal butler, but that wasn't quite the same as a pure friend. Zhang Mang, this stranger who'd suddenly appeared, seemed to take Tony's side, and this left Tony a bit dazed. He never listened to lectures, but this time he didn't argue back. Zhang Mang looked at Tony. Strength must be sought within. That was something Jackie Chan once said. Tony stopped listening. Maybe. So what are you planning to do? Let's go collect the talismans together. Once I've finished making them, we can study them. I'd like to see how the world's top scientist approaches research. Then you've come to the right guy. I am the most outstanding scientist in the world. There's no one else who could teach you. You're celebrating too soon. Did you forget about your poisoning? Have you even talked to Fury? I have, but he hasn't agreed to help yet. I don't want to pay too high a price, so we're still negotiating. I've got some time left, and I want to see where he stands, what he really wants. Zhang Man, suit yourself, but don't go dying on me. Tony rolled his eyes. I've still got plenty of good times to enjoy. Don't go jinxing me. Zhang Mang gave a Polish two-finger salute. Since you're still not ready, looks like I'll have to go on my own this time. Come on, don't. I really want to see how that thing works. Zhang Mang gripped the charm tracker in one hand, a flash of white light flickering in his eyes as the dragon-headed device glowed at one end. Both men watched as a beam of light drifted out, within which images of many animals began to appear, finally settling on one scene, XX Zoo. Tony made a quick call. Happy, book the whole place for me. Yes, the zoo. At the zoo, Zhang Mang glanced at Happy, who was driving beside him, and couldn't help but grumble. Aren't you supposed to be a bodyguard? How come you drive slower than your boss? What's going on with you? Come on, sir. He's a race car driver, you know? And honestly, when have I ever managed to drive faster than him? Happy replied with a relaxed grin, completely unfazed. After all, what could be more laid back than being a superhero's bodyguard? Zhang Mang looked wordlessly at Happy, so proud of himself. Shouldn't a normal person feel a bit of pressure in this situation? Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to the tracker in his hand. Zhang Mang idly rolled the dragon head between his fingers, suddenly recalling a comedy sketch about how a dragon's claw gets all polished from handling, and felt a little creeped out. Happy, curious about the device Zhang Mang kept fiddling with, asked, "What is that thing? And why does it keep glowing?" "It's a kind of magical weapon, but it only works once. If you want it, I'll give it to you later." "You're too generous." Happy responded immediately, with none of the reserve you'd expect from someone local. Foreigners just don't do subtlety. Zhang Mang couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but Happy seemed to speed up at the prospect. Above them, unnoticed by Zhang Mang, an invisible aircraft was tailing their car. "Have you figured out where they're headed?" asked the one-eyed brother of One Ear. Carlson checked his navigation. "Looks like they're going to the zoo. News just came in. They've booked the whole place." "They booked out the zoo? You can do that?" "Apparently so. It's a first for me, too. Our playboy really lives up to his reputation. Let's head to the destination and find him." "You're too slow," Tony taunted over the phone, hacking Happy's device yet again with Jarvis. "If I could actually drive, you'd see who's faster," Zhang Mang thought to himself. "Just wait till I get the rabbit talisman." Zhang Mang and Tony followed the tracker's signal. Zhang Mang was still curious. By all accounts, chi was a form of energy, right? Wouldn't the power in superheroes qualify as a type of chi? Or was it different? Why was the tracker pointing them to the zoo? So, was it like in those anime, where you gather powers from special animals? With a whole zoo, it'd be tricky to guess which talisman they were after. Zhang Mang had no choice. After walking for a while, someone stepped in to block the path of both Song Mang and Tony. "Hey, gentlemen, is either of you interested in having a chat with me?" Song Mang had long noticed this man who loved to show people his back. A smooth-talking, bald-headed fellow. "Oh, my superior. What brings you here?" Song Mang wasn't particularly fond of this man. He was a competent agent, but he'd never make a good friend. "Of course, I'm here because of you. Could I have a word with you in private?" Although Nick Fury was speaking to Song Mang, his eyes were fixed on Tony as he spoke. "Sure thing. I'll just find someplace to wait," Tony replied graciously, then turned and strolled over to a bench facing the zoo. Well, that was as private as it got. The seats were at least a meter apart. Even a whisper would be impossible to overhear. "Don't mind me. You two go ahead and talk," Tony said with a shrug. Song Mang didn't say anything, simply walked over to stand beside Nick Fury. "Go ahead. Whatever you have to say. It's nothing Tony can't hear if he wishes." Tony stayed behind to spare Nick any awkwardness, while Song Mang's words were meant to earn Nick Fury's trust. After all, people with ties are easier to control, even if those ties are complicated. "I've gone through your file," Nick Fury began bluntly. "Forgive my directness, but I haven't found a single necessary quality for becoming a magician in there. So, tell me, how did you become a magician?" There it was, the unique, straight-to-the-point way of making a request. Well, at least he wasn't being threatened. That was already a good start. In truth, it's a legacy. Anyone with the talent can learn. Nick Fury didn't seem surprised. "So talent is the key, is that it? How do I test for talent? If one of my agents has it, could you train them to be a magician?" "Of course, but there are only two ways to test for talent. Either you sense chi after some practice, or I reach a certain level and test it myself." Song Mang didn't hide anything. Becoming a chi magician required a very peculiar kind of talent. There was nothing to worry about. After all, ordinary chi magicians wouldn't stand a chance against someone wielding the 12 talismans, right? And the various uses of chi magic were still firmly in his own hands. "All right, would you be willing to share some information with us? We'd like to learn more about magic." At that moment, Tony let out a sudden cough. Song Mang remained unfazed. "No, absolutely not. I can teach a few people, but the legacy itself is not for you to take." His refusal was unequivocal, his face expressionless. He could teach, but the core secrets were off-limits. The Scarlet, which was probably still in Hydra's hands. If he handed over the legacy now, with her talent, she could master it in no time. Who knows, maybe there'd be a whole army of magicians before long. And then what would he do? "All right, maybe you can reconsider it." Nick Fury looked at Song Mang, thinking he was easy to persuade and try to push his luck further, but it was clear that Song Mang was drawing a hard line. "Although these things pale in comparison to your ability to teach us magic, I still want to know more about your background. You should understand, if you don't explain yourself clearly, we simply can't trust you completely. And if I do tell you, will you really believe me?" Song Mang remained calm, meeting his gaze. There was no easy way out when it came to questions about himself. Not even a single sentence could explain it all. 2 sentences? Shield probably wouldn't buy it anyway. Even if it's a lie, you should at least have an explanation. That way, I can allow you access to some classified matters. Nick Fury sounded as if he was doing Song Mang a favor, but Song Mang knew better. Gaining access to classified information meant getting entangled in politics. He'd already thought it through last night. He'd made his decision to change a few things. After all, he'd crossed over to this world and had his own golden finger. Why not give it a try? To be honest, even if he hadn't gotten his hands on the 12 talismans, he wasn't afraid of a fight. With 90 layers of buffs stacked on him, what was there to fear? If I have time, sure. But right now, Tony and I have some things to deal with. Song Mang had lost interest in continuing the conversation. There was no rush to join S.H.I.E.L.D. The very nature of magic, how easily it could be learned, meant Nick Fury would try to recruit him sooner or later. Noticing Song Mang's unwillingness to continue, Nick Fury realized where he stood. And the thing Nick Fury wanted most was already in his grasp. What was left would just be pointless probing. After this meeting, there was no doubt he'd assign someone to keep tabs on Song Mang. "Are you jealous that Tony has a secretary? Want me to assign one to you?" Nick Fury kept his tone casual and natural. He'd already sensed that Song Mang was smart enough to see through his intentions. Many things, it seemed, were already clearly defined in Song Mang's mind. As long as Nick Fury didn't cross the line, everything would be fine. So what Nick Fury was doing now was testing exactly where that line was. "Of course, but I want someone beautiful." Song Mang and Tony were already walking ahead. Hearing Fury's offer, Song Mang didn't find it strange at all. He just waved his hand behind him and continued toward their destination. Nick Fury watched them walk away, as if he were glimpsing the future of the Avengers. "Coulson, pull up the surveillance feeds," he ordered, his eyes still following the two as they disappeared into the distance. The marvelous zoo. Zhang Meng and Tony strolled along at a leisurely pace. Hey, Zhang Meng, that magical device of yours, does its energy ever run out? What happens if we slow down? Zhang Meng hadn't really thought about it. I suppose it would just take us longer to find the talismans? Tony asked, so, does your artifact break the law of energy conservation? It keeps consuming energy, but you can keep using it. No, from what I can guess, it should be absorbing chi from the surrounding space while it works, which keeps it running. Then why is it single use? If it's constantly absorbing and consuming at the same time, it should be self-sustaining. But you say it's single use, which means it does expend energy in the process, just not in a way we can see. Tamang paused to consider this. That made sense. If it really did consume energy, perhaps if he found another one quickly, he might get another chance. But then, by that logic, if he never found one, could he just keep using it forever? It was all very strange and didn't seem to add up. As the two chatted, something odd happened. Anyone who's seen Jackie Chan Adventures would know the dragon's head should point toward the direction of the talisman. But, curiously, both opposing dragon heads lit up at once. What's going on? Why are both dragon heads glowing? Is it broken? Well, maybe this is actually a good thing, Tamang said, excitement in his voice. If both dragon heads were glowing, did that mean there were two talismans? Tony was baffled. Are you saying it's good that the detector is broken? Or is there something else I don't know about? Tony, do you remember the scene we saw? Yeah, it was at the zoo. No, I mean the omen from the detector. It told us the location of the talisman, but we never actually saw it. Which means we don't know for sure if there's only one talisman there. There could be two. Tony was speechless. Free stuff? What luck. Even rich kids can't resist a freebie. Who says money makes you immune to that? Even old granddad had plenty of money. So what's your plan? Tamang glanced at the signpost ahead, walked a few more steps, and studied the directions. East, hippo enclosure, dog show arena, flamingo area, leopard exhibit. West, tiger exhibit, snake house, crocodile pavilion, ancient bloodline fossil display. After a moment's thought, Tamang said to Tony, let's split up. One of us goes each way, and we'll see who gets lucky. According to the tracker, it shouldn't be too far. Just be careful. These animals might have been ordinary before, but once we start searching for their chi, it could trigger something inside them. They might become superpowered. So keep your guard up. Tony looked at the sign. I'll take the east side. Let's see what the leopards are up to. The Chinese zodiac doesn't have a leopard. Zhang Meng sighed in resignation, deciding to let it go. There was no way he could recite them all at once. Take good care of the pufferfish I gave you. You don't have any chi yet, so only by holding on to this can you gather the power of talismans. Tony said, I'll definitely find it before you do. He patted Zhang Meng on the shoulder and headed off toward the east. Zhang Meng muto, chi. Tony paid him no mind, simply laughed out loud. Zhang Meng walked off to the west, thinking to himself, how could you possibly beat me? His first stop was the snake house. Behind a single sheet of glass, a long python flicked its tongue at him. It was odd enough, but the snake's black and brown mottled pattern made it even stranger. He couldn't help but think of Harry Potter. Damn, I might have magic too, but I sure can't speak parcel tongue. Zhang Meng dared not linger. The two had split up, and now he had the tracker on him as well. Seriously, why not use the tools at your disposal? Relying on luck was for kids. Adults do whatever it takes. Holding the tracker in his hand, Zhang Meng saw both sides were lit up, but there was still a hint of direction. He rotated it back and forth. Whichever side lit up brighter, that's the way he'd go. Thanks to Tony reserving the place, he had the Tiger Park's little train all to himself. No lines, of course. The only problem was the driver was missing too. Seriously? This is what I get for renting the whole place? Where did all that money go? Tony had just finished a phone call. If you want to win, you could drive the train yourself. Whistling, he ran and hopped along, breaking into a weird little tune he'd picked up from the automatic banner machine. My tower doesn't lie. She's here to chop me down. Watching the surveillance footage, Carlson found Nick Fury. Sir, it looks like they're searching for something, but we haven't figured out what it is yet. However, something's appeared here that really shouldn't exist. Nick Fury eyed the seasoned agent in front of him. For him to say something's impossible, what could it be? Carlson turned the computer screen toward Nick Fury. Fury's one good eye twitched, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, go confirm. Immediately. If it's not connected to any wizard, deal with it on the spot. He figured it must be some lab's pet that had gotten loose again. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng was riding the little train, humming a tune. Little sisters on the bow, big brothers on the shore. What the heck is that? A gigantic tiger with a pair of saber-like fangs at the corners of its mouth was charging straight at Zhang Meng's Thomas the Tank Engine train. A saber-toothed tiger. This was absurd. Sure, the Marvel universe was strange, but they were just getting started. Iron Man was barely on his second adventure. Zhang Meng pressed a hand to his forehead in exasperation. What kind of mess is this? Watching the saber-toothed tiger leap toward him, he could only give a helpless half-smile. Suddenly, a wave that only animals could sense swept across the entire scene. You were killed by a 100,000-year-old beast during the sea god's trial. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, 100,000-year intimidation. When you face animals, your imposing presence will affect their intelligence, making them instinctively believe you are vastly more powerful than they are. The saber-toothed tiger halted abruptly. It ceased all movement, silently watching the small train as it rolled away. Zhang Mang glanced at the two men, in black, guns in hand, as they strode toward the saber-toothed tiger. For some reason, he had a feeling the journey ahead would be quite interesting. There were no tiger talismans in the tiger enclosure, nor were there snake talismans in the snake house. So what kind of talisman was this, really? Toot toot! Here comes the train. Zhang Mang stretched his hand out the window, as though the thrill still wasn't enough for him, paying no mind to the fact that the tiger was less than 3 meters away outside. He burst out laughing, loud and carefree. On the other side, Tony was having a far more enjoyable time. Competitions are so boring. Let's take a picture first. He changed into a breezy Hawaiian vacation outfit, holding a coconut drink in hand, flashing a peace sign for the camera. Okay, that's perfect, Mr. Stark. You must have been a professional model at some point. As the camera lowered, a woman's face appeared, undeniably. Beautiful, easily an 8 out of 10, and her figure was even more striking. Judging by her uniform, she was an executive at the zoo. Really? I do have a lot of fashion magazines back home. Maybe we could compare notes sometime. Tony grinned, clearly pleased with the executive's compliment. Meanwhile, behind him, a flock of flamingos made a raucous backdrop, their calls echoing in the air. Watching from the surveillance room, Coulson's mouth twitched in disbelief. Were these two really here to have fun? Wild, exuberant, and full of life. No matter how much mischief the two of them caused, Agent Coulson remained dutiful, observing everything closely. Zhang Mang drove the little train to challenge the tiger, while Tony flirted with the beauty for the camera. Only Agent Coulson was left alone, seemingly amusing himself as he gazed into the security feed. In the end, was the clown actually himself? Zhang Mang had some theories about the saber-toothed tiger's appearance. Perhaps it was connected to the dog talisman or the horse talisman. For a creature extinct for ages to reappear, apart from the rare, technological genius or superpowered individual, it could only be the work of a talisman's magic. Maybe his own arrival had triggered the talisman's power. The horse talisman possessed the ability to heal all ailments. If the animal had died from illness and the virus still lingered in its fossilized remains, it was possible the talisman had revived it. The dog talisman stood for the power of immortality. But in that case, the revived animal would more likely be a skeleton, and the saber-toothed tiger had no talisman on its body. As for the details, Zhang Mang couldn't be sure. It could just as easily be the result of some extraordinary experiment by one of Marvel's resident superpowered beings or scientists. After all, didn't little Spider-Man fight the lizard once? The world is vast and full of wonders. After all, even dinosaurs were brought back to life in Jurassic Park. The little train in the tiger park wasn't only for tigers. There were other animals too, although they were kept separate from the tiger enclosure. Actually, you could get off at any of these stops, but after seeing the saber-toothed tiger, Zhang Mang decided to head to the next. 2 pavilions. The chances of it being in the crocodile house were slim. Most likely, it was in the paleontology fossil exhibit. Still, just in case, he would stop by the crocodile house first. There was enough time anyway. He wondered how Tony was doing at the moment. As Zhang Mang pondered his next move, he glanced at the gaping hole in the tiger enclosure and felt a sudden headache. Was this really something a saber-toothed tiger could do? On second thought, maybe it was best to skip the crocodile house and go straight to the fossil exhibit. If the talisman had brought the dinosaur fossils back to life, it would be a true disaster. Zhang Mang set off toward the final stop, while Tony had just left the flamingo area, accompanied by a female photographer. The two of them strolled leisurely into the leopard exhibit. A leopard lounged in a tree, its tail swaying lazily as the pair chatted and laughed. Compared to Agent Coulson's anxiety, Zhang Mang and Tony were far more at ease. Even caught up in trouble themselves, they still walked with a relaxed air. Half of Tony's confidence came from being Iron Man. The other half was rooted in his irrepressible playfulness. Zhang Mang's confidence, on the other hand, came entirely from his nearly 100 buffs. By the time Nick Fury realized something was wrong, it was already a big deal. This private event, hosted by Tony Stark at the zoo, had just been rocked by a tremendous commotion. A deafening roar shook the entire zoo. Zhang Mang slapped his forehead. I knew it. He broke into a run toward the paleontology fossil exhibit. Tony finally sensed that something was off. After all, the tiger and lion enclosures were far from here, and such a massive roar couldn't be caused by anything small. At the very least, it would have to be something the size of the Hulk. Tony quickly turned to the beautiful woman at his side. Hey, look, as much as I'd love to keep discussing photography with you, I think I have something a bit more urgent to take care of now. If you're free tonight, how about dinner at the XX Hotel? We could keep the conversation going. Here's my number. Give me a call. With that, Tony dashed off toward the hippo enclosure in the arena for the dog competition. Wait for me. I'll find it soon. Before we meet again, I'll be the one to track down the talisman. Tony didn't really understand the power of the talisman, but after Zong Mang's warning, he realized it could pose a real danger. The Iron Man suit was with him now. Maybe it was time to suit up. He slipped his fingers into the round port on his trusty briefcase. Amidst a transformation that would make any man green with envy, Iron Man made his entrance. With pride brimming in his voice, Tony declared, "I am Iron Man." Activating flight mode, he soared toward the pet dog competition area. According to their explanation, the key lay in the animal's energy, so Tony dove headfirst into the dog holding zone. Oh, why didn't anyone tell me these dogs aren't on leashes? Tony crashed straight through several cages. Some trainers lost their grip, and chaos erupted. The handful of dog handlers present couldn't keep the dogs in line. The animals scattered in every direction, filling the entire place with a cacophony of barking and howling. Tony slapped his mask in frustration. Great, more trouble. Meanwhile, Zong Mang finally arrived at the paleontology fossil exhibit. As he'd feared, it had transformed completely into a miniature Jurassic Park. Triceratops, Stegosaurus, and even a juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex. What the? Was that an ancient shark flopping on the ground? What a disaster. Zong Mang glanced at the talisman tracker in his hand. Its indicator pointed straight ahead, right into the midst of the dinosaurs. Well, here goes nothing, brothers. Fortune favors the bold. Without hesitation, Zong Mang unleashed his martial soul technique, a 100,000-year aura of intimidation, washing over the entire scene. But the Jurassic creatures, separated from him by millions of years of evolution, perceived the world differently. His threatening presence failed to cow them. Instead, it drew their attention straight to him. Damn it, this is a mess. Zong Mang tried casting buff after buff, 7, 8 times in a row, not a single one succeeded. System, why isn't the Dragon Tamer's 100% taming skill working? The program responded, the 100% taming skill is derived from flying dragons. There is reproductive isolation between dragons and these dinosaurs. Therefore, the system does not recognize them as the same species. Zong Mang took a deep breath. Judgment, the draconic incantation originating from dragonkind, blazed forth in the Marvel Universe. All the dinosaurs froze, cowed for a split second, but just as quickly, every single dinosaur shook it off, unharmed. The system's verdict, not one judgment skill succeeded. What is going on? Zong Mang shouted at the system, on the verge of losing it. The system replied, the success rate for the skills you've selected differs too greatly. The system cannot support their application to the target. Zong Mang realized that the 100+ buffs he had weren't direct skills, but mere enhancements. The real problem, however, was that Zong Mang's base abilities were next to nothing. Looking at the herd of dinosaurs ahead, he felt utterly stumped. Can anyone tell me what to do now? Back to Tony. It was only after thoroughly checking that none of the dogs had any talismans that he made his way to the hippopotamus enclosure. A crowd of bewildered people was left behind. The dog owners present all thought something must be wrong with Tony. Here was a billionaire holding a pufferfish to a group of dogs, having the pufferfish's mouth touch each dog one by one, as if he were doing COVID tests. What was this? Was he a volunteer swabbing noses for tests? Anyone who saw it would think Tony had lost his mind. Ignoring their stares, Tony dashed toward the hippo enclosure. Just as he was beginning to fear he'd find nothing, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Deep in the enclosure, 7 or 8 hippos appeared to be injured, and there was a gaping hole in the wall. As if he'd found a priceless treasure, Tony quickly piloted his Iron Man suit over. There, he discovered a calf locked in a struggle with an elephant. While Tony tried to make sense of what he was seeing, the calf effortlessly hurled the elephant away with a single strike of its head. The elephant seemed weightless as it was flung into the air, and the gaping wound on its leg, down to the bone, revealed the calf's terrifying strength. The elephant crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tony was silent for a moment, then spoke to Jarvis. Jarvis, do I have enough power left to take it on? Sir, calculations indicate that the Iron Man suit doesn't have the advantage in terms of strength. If you'd like to review cemetery plot options, Miss Pepper asked me to give you this list. She said you should choose for yourself. Brilliant starlight shimmered in the vast expanse. Faced with this predicament, both Tony and Zong Mang appeared somewhat helpless. Despite all their skills and resources, the situation seemed to have slipped out of their control for the moment. There must be a talisman on this calf, just as Song Mang had described. Tony understood then. He couldn't harm the calf, but with its tremendous strength and untamed wildness, and considering his Iron Man suit was built more for firepower than brute force, he was at a disadvantage. After all, this was only an early version of the Iron Man suit. Tony hadn't become a workaholic yet. The suit's capabilities were just barely above the level of a novice superhuman. On Song Mang's side, though he had plenty of buffs, he lacked any real power. From what the program explained, Song Mang realized that nearly 100 buffs meant nothing without a foundation of energy. They were almost impossible to activate. For instance, the Judgment of the Dragons. If the right conditions were met, it could pass judgment on any creature in front of him. But Song Mang didn't even have the power to trigger it, let alone meet the necessary prerequisites. Song Mang, in truth, didn't have any basic abilities. Most of the powers he could use, he hadn't studied deeply. Hand-to-hand combat, that was out of the question. As a dinosaur from the Paleozoic era, his strength, compared to a human, was a gulf as vast as a chasm. At this moment, Song Mang possessed nothing but a body full of buffs and the magical knowledge inherited from his father. These gifts could determine how far he might grow, but they did not grant him any real power right now. Right now, Song Mang was a loss. Tony, too, found himself with no way in. Agent Coulson, watching the two as they arrived at the battlefield through the surveillance feed, suddenly realized that it might have been the actions of these two that led to the current chaos, rather than some mysterious super laboratory, as they had previously assumed. So, he immediately reported the situation to Nick Fury. Nick Fury, as always, remained calm and collected. In his eyes, no matter how formidable these threats appeared, they could still be killed. Even the strongest of calves could still be scratched by an elephant. Ancient dinosaurs, powerful as they were still not immune to tank shells. For Nick Fury, battle-hardened agents were always his truest source of confidence. He watched intently, his expression serious. He didn't believe that a wizard capable of instantly defeating Abomination would be stopped by a few dinosaurs, but he still dispatched his agents just in case. Cautious by nature, Nick Fury never relied on just two plans to complete a mission. He would devise many, so many that even when you thought you had imagined every wild scenario possible, he still had contingencies prepared. Left with no other options, Song Mang could only seek help from the voice of his father in his mind. His father, ever practical, asked, "What are you doing with that pufferfish in your hand?" Suddenly, Song Mang realized that as a mage, he wasn't just some NPC who had a complete task to gain abilities. He had three means at his disposal: magic runes, incantations, and magic arrays. Though no longer a young man, Song Mang was still as naive as one, full of misplaced confidence. True power, even when held in his grasp, was something he had never truly felt for even a second. Feeling the weight of the pufferfish he'd brought along, Song Mang held it in his hand. For the first time, he found this taxidermied pufferfish genuinely adorable. "Monsters and demons begone," he called out. The pufferfish shone with a white light tinged faintly with green. A sparkling beam flashed, leaving a scorched mark across the Triceratops' bony plates. "Oh, how did I end up with such a clueless disciple?" Focus your mind and draw upon your inner strength. Don't just use your energy, put your heart into your attacks. Driven by the urgency of real combat, Song Mang began learning how to fight with chi magic. The power of the 12 talismans was within reach, yet right now, Song Mang felt a deeper connection to magic itself. In the next instant, another beam of green light shot forth. "Monsters and demons, begone." Once again, a massive Triceratops was struck down by Song Mang's emerald beam. Let's see who's stronger now. Sour turnips are off the menu for you." Tony stared at the little calf before him, at a loss for a moment. When animals go berserk, the cause is rarely obvious. Maybe they've eaten something strange, been provoked, or suffered an injury. But this calf now possessed tremendous strength, and the danger of its rampage was undeniable. Whether Tony wanted this power or not, he couldn't allow the looming threat to unfold. Faced with the current situation, he couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. Though Tony would never resort to killing unless absolutely necessary, the problem remained: he might not even be able to win in a fight. With brute force out of the question, Tony had to rely on his wits. Cows love to eat grass, beef is delicious, and cows go wild at the sight of red. The last bit might actually be useful. Tony scoured the area for something red, only to realize he himself was suited up in red and gold armor. "Hey, little calf, over here," he called out. The calf, its breed uncertain, caught sight of Tony's red armor and charged at him in a fit of rage. But Tony's suit could fly, and not slowly, either. The little calf simply couldn't keep up with Tony's speed, though Tony deliberately held back. taunting and teasing in a game of cat and mouse. The calf ran and leapt, refusing to give up on the enemy before it, unaware that its strength was steadily ebbing away. It wouldn't be long before Tony could subdue it without breaking sweat. But just as Tony was getting cocky, the calf suddenly leaped, soared through the air. Holy! Nick Fury watched the scene unfolding on the monitor, weighing whether or not he should intervene. After all, anything that could draw both a wizard and a playboy to chase after it was clearly no ordinary prize. Not to mention, those Jurassic creatures obviously harbored big secrets. And then there was the juvenile bull, strong enough to toss an elephant with a flick of its horn. Fury pondered for a long while and ultimately decided to stay out of it. In his grand plan, Tony was a vital member of the Avengers, and now that it was clear magic could be taught, the importance of Zongmang couldn't be dismissed either. With both of them that valuable, antagonizing either one now was clearly unwise. Their worth far outweighed that of these strange creatures. Fury let out a sigh as he watched the captured prey on the monitor. Tony, clad in his red and gold suit, was hauling along a juvenile calf. Oh, and giving it a little kick with his iron boots for good measure. Zongmang stood, pufferfish specimen in hand, locked in a silent exchange with a snow-white horse. So pure it might as well have been a unicorn, if only it had a horn. It was clear both had achieved their goals. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., their sole reward was Zongmang's promise to teach his craft. Zongmang didn't seem to have any intention of hiding things from S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, who wouldn't be able to tell how well he understood them? The 12 talismans, their first light. Looking at the white dragon horse before him, Zongmang felt an unexpected ease in his heart. The horse talisman among the 12 talismans. It was obvious, wasn't it? The talisman that could heal all wounds, possessing the power to restore all things. The horse talisman. On this day, Zongmang obtained his very first talisman since arriving in this world. He was overwhelmed by so many new experiences that he didn't immediately claim the horse's power. Instead, he reached out to stroke its snowy mane. Sensing his kindness, the horse affectionately nudged his chest with its nose. A faint smile appeared on Zongmang's lips, quickly growing into soft laughter, and then into raucous joy he could hardly restrain. The white horse joined in, letting out a cheerful, whinnying response. He hurriedly took out the pufferfish talisman, pressing it gently to the white dragon horse's brow as he uttered, "Boom." A surge of energy instantly flowed from the horse, through the talisman, and into Zongmang's body. All the wounds he had sustained battling dinosaurs were healed in a single heartbeat. At the same time, the white horse's glow gradually faded. Its flesh seemed to evaporate in an instant. Muscle, blood vessels, heart cells, until nothing remained but bone. A chime sounded from the system. Host has obtained the horse talisman, one of the 12 talismans. Current acquisition, 33%. Achievement unlocked. Power of the multitude. 12 talismans, bronzieri. Your personal stat list is as follows. Abilities, Judgment Word, Dragon-Seeking Tongue, Skeleton Curse, Magical Aptitude, Collapsed. Weapons, Abilities acquired, 12 talismans, Horse 33%, Talisman Tracker. Physical stats, Strength 10, Agility 9, Vitality 11. Average human baseline for each is 5. Zongmang glanced at the concise system panel and couldn't help but grumble about how little information it displayed. He said, "From now on, only show this if I call for it. Otherwise, keep it hidden. As you wish." Looking at the lifeless white horse before him, Zongmang felt a pang of regret. The creature had been so lively and lovable. He placed his hand beneath the horse's jaw. A white light flickered, and in the blink of an eye, a living, breathing steed stood there once more. The white horse let out an excited, whinnying cry. "I'll call you Guoshi," he said. "There's no Shigo, but there's Baiju Guoshi, a fleeting horse, a horse in the gap of time." The white horse rested, its head under Zongmang's hand, inviting his touch. As he ran his hand over its rough head, Zongmang began to weigh his gains and losses. After this battle, Zongmang learned his lesson. He quietly resolved that, once he returned, he would begin to explore the limits of his buffs and abilities. For him, chi magic was the foundation. After all, whether talismans or buffs, everything depended on his own strength. In the anime, Xiaoyu's combat strength is hardly a reliable reference. The power of the talismans is formidable enough to make people ignore any differences. Still, the gap in strength between adults and minors wielding the Ox Talisman is enormous. What Zongmang needed to do was to strengthen his chi magic while fortifying his mind, learn more spells, and then set out to collect all 12 talismans. Speaking of which, the horse talisman is generally considered a healing power, but for the chi magic that Zongmang was practicing, it was more like a blessing from above. It greatly expanded his reserves of magical energy. Old Dad once said, "I am comforted. Only magic can counter magic." After finishing his quest, Zhang Mang started walking toward Tony, deciding that if he could reach the bus stop where they had parted ways before Tony did, it would count as his win. Guoshi, wait here for a moment. I'll take you home soon, he said. But before he could get there, he saw Tony running toward him. Suddenly, Zhang Mang picked up speed, but Tony, ever the rule breaker, summoned his Iron Man suit in a flash and got there first, arriving at the meeting point with a broad grin aimed at Zhang Mang. Looks like I won this round, Tony greeted cheerfully. How about you? How did it go? Zhang Mang rolled his eyes. Oh, I got the horse talisman, of course. And you? No idea what exactly I got, Tony replied, but I think it's the ox talisman, since I took it from a bull. It's given me tremendous strength, and I can channel that power into my armor. If we run into the Hulk again, I might finally stand chance. Zhang Mang thought Tony was being overly optimistic. The Hulk's strength was only manageable after being weakened by Dr. Blue. If Tony wanted to truly match the ox talisman, he'd better wait until he'd collected all of them. Tony glanced at Zhang Mang, who hadn't even gotten a speck of dirt on him, and couldn't help but grumble to himself. Is collecting talismans really that easy for him? Why do I always end up a mess? Earlier, after Tony thought he'd figure out the trick, he let his guard down just a bit. With a single powerful kick, the bull calf had disabled the propulsion in his suit's left arm in an instant. Even though the young bull no longer had the strength to fight, its last burst of energy was more than enough to throw Tony into chaos. In the end, Tony had to use a magical artifact, a 100% calming pellet, his specially formulated feed, to soothe the calf. Exhausted, the little bull didn't resist the human's offering. As it drew closer and discovered its favorite treat, it began to eat. With gusto. While the calf was distracted with the feed, Tony stealthily used the blowfish artifact to extract the talisman's power. For a moment, he felt as if he were 100 years younger. His entire body surged with power. At that moment, he felt as though nothing was impossible. Like Iron Man, the guardian of the world, he had gained this miraculous strength, yet he did not lose himself. After all, he was still suffering from palladium poisoning. The threat of death lingered constantly, so no matter how wondrous his abilities became, Tony could only feel a fleeting touch of joy. Zhang Mang said to Tony, "There's a white horse at the ancient fossil museum. Can I bring it back?" Tony thought for a moment. "That shouldn't be expensive, of course you can. But you're not allowed to keep horses at my villa." Zhang Mang pondered, then looked over Tony's shoulder and asked, "Then can I keep a cow?" Tony was a little taken aback. He glanced behind him at the calf that had been following them, and slapped his forehead. "Maybe I should just build a zoo." Zhang Mang mused over what would be needed. After all, there had to be quite a few animals. The 12 talismans at least corresponded to 12 creatures, and so far, the powers they had collected were still far too few. Zhang Mang noticed the damage on Tony's suit. What happened here? Tony brushed it off with a laugh. Nothing, just the usual wear and tear on the armor. Zhang Mang rolled his eyes. "Since you're the ox talisman now, you must have fought with its previous holder. No wonder you're a bit worse." "For where?" Zhang Mang's palm began to glow with white light as he channeled the power of the horse talisman and patted Tony on the shoulder. In an instant, the Iron Man suit was as good as new, not even a speck of dust left. Tony became curious about Zhang Mang's abilities. "What was that?" Zhang Mang replied. "It's the power that could put all doctors out of work, the healing force of the horse talisman." Then he added, "We're probably being monitored right now, so let's just show a little of our ability and discuss the rest back home." Tony nodded. "Right. I'll get happy to build a zoo when we're back. I remember your Chinese zodiac has a dragon too, doesn't it? What does it look like? Is it real?" Zhang Mang raised an eyebrow. "You know about that? I'm not too sure myself, but your Western dragons and our Eastern dragons seem quite different, don't they?" "They probably exist too, just not the same as our Eastern dragons," Tony replied. As the two chatted, they reached the entrance to the zoo. Pleasant conversation always made time fly by, just like playing a game. Happy greeted them quietly. "You're back already. Time to ride in his car again," Zhang Mang thought. "I wonder if the horse talisman could cure laziness." After the two left, S.H.I.E.L.D. was thrown into chaos. With the analysis of the professional team, the reports detailing the two powers were quickly completed with precise parameters. It was concluded that Zhang Mang's healing power could even resurrect ancient creatures, which meant he might also be able to bring the dead back to life. S.H.I.E.L.D. never managed to uncover the true nature of this magic, because all the dinosaurs had come back to life. This led them to believe that the power of the horse talisman was related to resurrection. They were stunned on the spot, especially at the moment when Tony's suit was instantly repaired. This made them think the horse talisman's power might be linked to healing. And then, the power that belonged to Tony infinitely enhanced the strength of a single cow. So, by that logic, it could also be used to strengthen ordinary people. If the power they were searching for could be replicated, then maintaining law and order in a superhuman society would no longer be a challenge. The strategic worth of both men was once again measured against the value of this power. The debate within S.H.I.E.L.D. Back home, Zong Mang and Tony started talking. All the way home, Tony had wanted to say something to Zong Mang, but kept holding back. Since the horse talisman could repair the Iron Man suit, did that mean it could also heal his own injuries? Zong Mang noticed Tony's anxious yet hesitant demeanor and decided to speak up first. You could just ask directly, you know? The horse talisman truly can heal. But do you know what it really represents? It's the power to heal time itself. Its strength isn't limited to simply healing wounds. It can restore everything. Tony's face remained expressionless. That's a great speech. Next time, spare me the rhetoric. From experience, whenever someone says, but, it usually means there's a catch. So, you say my injuries probably can't be healed, right? Zong Mang nodded, grabbed the cola Happy had just brought over, and took a long swig. He choked and coughed a couple of times. The horse talisman isn't fully assembled. Yet, with my current abilities, I'm afraid I can't heal your injuries. But it shouldn't take much longer. Besides, there are other ways to solve your crisis. You're still talking about S.H.I.E.L.D., right? I don't see them having any solutions. If they did, they'd have used them by now. According to you, what they're holding on to was left by my father. What right do they have to keep it? In fact, your father helped found S.H.I.E.L.D. when he was young, together with Agent Carter and others. You probably know this. Already, as a government agency, they have the political means to keep your father's research. After all, he was part of them. Tony gave a wry smile. In a capitalist society, capital was everything. Stark Industries had enough power to shake the United States, let alone a single department. Zong Mang remained silent. The World Security Council, represented by peers, wasn't really acting in the interests of the world's nations. They were more like a mouthpiece. Within certain limits, they could make decisions, but in reality, their authority only covered what their respective governments had already approved. Zong Mang continued. The horse talisman, the power to heal time, actually restores you to a certain point in your personal timeline. It's not about how long the time span is, but about the impact it has on you. During my time at the Fossil Museum, although the dinosaurs had already been revived, that didn't really have any impact on the world. So the energy that horse consumed wasn't much, and what it used didn't even come from itself. But when I use it, I can only draw upon my own energy, which is why I can't heal. Tony was a bit surprised. He still didn't know exactly what had happened. But Jarvis promptly pulled up the zoo surveillance footage, and, as Tony watched in awe, Zong Mang voiced what was on his mind. Isn't it a masterpiece of nature? Tony marveled at the power of magic, but he realized that what Zong Mang wanted to convey wasn't just about the strength of talismans. It seemed he was probing for Tony's attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D. As a seasoned American capitalist, Tony easily picked up on the unspoken message behind Zong Mang's words. A small department in charge of national resources, yet with the power to withhold Howard's legacy. How could it be a simple agency? What's more, they'd already reached out to him. Without higher authorization, how could they dare invite him to join such a minor department? Of course, Tony understood the power S.H.I.E.L.D. wielded, but he had no desire to clash with them directly. Still, when life and death are on the line, what does conflict matter? It all becomes meaningless. Tony made his stance clear. Actually, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't really pose any threat. Zong Mang let out a mild chuckle. That's right, S.H.I.E.L.D. is just another American agency. Besides, their current roster is made up of regular agents, and even Captain America has only just been thought out. If anyone wanted to take over Cap's training at this point, it'd be effortless. Switching departments, changing the people involved, for Tony, that was hardly a challenge. Have you ever really looked into S.H.I.E.L.D.? Tony didn't quite catch the deeper meaning. Though he was under the watchful eye of many agencies, he still recognized that S.H.I.E.L.D. was a bit different, even if he hadn't given it much thought. That department had helped him once, so he felt it deserved his investment, nothing more. Instead of continuing on about S.H.I.E.L.D., Zong Mang shifted the conversation to talismans. Tony, do you know what rules are? For society, rules are the principles by which it runs. The strong make the rules, the weak follow them, and the collective outweighs the individual. That's the rule of society. But the power of talismans can break these constraints. The horse talisman grants eternal health. The ox talisman brings immense strength, impervious to blades and bullets. You could test it against your Iron Man armor. Its durability would probably multiply several times over. The other talismans have powers just as miraculous. Do you think talismans could shape the fate of this world? Tony was a bit surprised. Did he really mean that? Are you saying that every talisman possesses this kind of power, and that a complete set of talismans would be even more powerful? That's right. The 12 talismans represent far more than just a single source of strength. For the superhuman society that is about to take shape. Maybe you don't fully grasp what a superhuman society means yet, but remember this. From the moment you declared yourself as Iron Man, the world changed. Things are no longer what they used to be. SHIELD is just such an organization. They test ordinary people who discover extraordinary abilities. They train agents with superhuman powers, and they seek out those with even greater gifts, true superhumans. You need to understand, when we gathered power at the zoo, there were many people watching us. They didn't act, but only because they didn't yet understand the talisman's power. At that time, we were important in their eyes, but only relative to their limited knowledge. Tony was starting to understand. Those who pursue power are driven by either ambition, the desire for authority, or dreams. Still, Zongmang's thinking was a bit naive, and Tony wasn't about to enlighten him. Politics has never been clean, nor is it ever simply black or white. If Zongmang wants to become a part of that world, a little naivety isn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, some experience will open his eyes in due time. Some believe in dreams. Some chase after influence. Some can't see the full picture and think they have everything under control, while others treat everyone with reason and strive for the best outcome. Gray is the true color of the world, especially in America. Zongmang looked at Tony. I think you understand now. What I want to see is their attitude toward power. If they covet us because of this power, then I'll make sure they regret it. But if they choose us instead of just chasing after power, then I'll truly join them. If they can face a force strong enough to upend the rules and still keep their reason, then they're people we can trust. That way, we can use their strength to help shape the order of a superhuman society. In the future, the world will need such an organization to keep order. Tony, you can't fight this battle alone. We need to work together for the good of the world. Tony tapped his chin thoughtfully, then spread his hands in feigned confusion. Are you sure about this? Did you hear yourself just now? Come on, you're a famous playboy, and now you want to be a political trailblazer, a veteran secret agent. Zongmang nodded at Tony, his expression serious. That's the power of the talismans. I don't worship power, but we have to possess it. And once we do, we must act. Still, Tony, don't let the talisman's power make you lose yourself. The reason I chose to share this power with you is because there's something inside your body that allows for it. Zongmang pointed with his index finger to the center of his chest. Tony didn't quite grasp what Zongmang meant. This power isn't something just anyone can wield. It's like the Infinity Stones. Ordinary people can't withstand their force. You need something special to channel it. So you're saying that my core already possesses magical power now? Tony's speech quickened. Does that mean from now on, I can only tap into the power of the talismans through it? No, listen to me. Do you remember when I mentioned magical forging? Zongmang waved his hand dismissively. All you need to do is condense them into talismans. Once you've gathered enough energy, you'll be able to use them. Tony was about to lose his temper, but the explanation left him with nowhere to vent his frustration. Don't make decisions for me. If this happens again, I might have to reconsider our partnership. With that not-so-threatening threat, Tony turned and walked away. Zongmang couldn't help but pull a face. Tony was always full of contradictions. His skills in technology were first-rate, but medicine wasn't his strong suit. The shrapnel in his chest was still a problem modern medicine couldn't solve. But with the talisman's power, what was there to fear? Really, it was just the idea of surgery that unsettled him. This was still the Tony before the Battle of New York. He hadn't yet reached the point where he'd disregard his own body entirely. But after this experience, he probably wouldn't find any comfort in that glowing thing embedded in his chest anymore. It was easy to imagine. If there ever came a procedure with a guaranteed success rate, Tony would surely opt to have his shrapnel removed. Speaking of which, after all these years inside his body, wouldn't it have rusted by now? Zongmang let out a long sigh. Honestly, what's the fun in cosplaying Ultraman every day? Saving it for the evening might spice things up a bit. SHIELD's attitude. After dinner, Zongmang, shameless as ever, sought Tony out again. Tony had little to say. The day's magical events had put him through the ringer, leaving his mind reeling from the shock. After all, with magic in a mix, who knew what else he'd be capable of? So what are your plans now? Are you just going to stay here and study magical artifacts with me? For the moment, yes. To be honest, I have nowhere else to go right now. In the short term, I need to learn more magic. Magical artifacts are a fascinating field of study for me. Tony neither agreed nor disagreed. He'd always believed in Zongmang, but there was still something strange about him. Zongmang's way of doing things was very different from what Tony had expected. Shouldn't we be building another detector? Shouldn't gathering the power of the talismans be our top priority? Zongmang shook his head. Tony, in fact, we can't continuously obtain talismans. Forging a detector is different from other weapons. These specialized detectors all require a specific kind of chi to construct, and the chi needed to find talismans comes from within yourself. After each use, you can only make another talisman tracker by replenishing that chi. And the only way to restore this kind of chi is to wait. You can think of it as a skill cooldown. Tony was intrigued. When you say consumption, do you mean just a depletion of energy, or is it also a depletion of knowledge? It's definitely the loss of knowledge. That's right. The cost of chi magic is already the lowest among all things. The chi you spend always comes from yourself, or from your life force. There are three main principles of chi. This is the scientific explanation. In a magical community, they call it the three forms of chi. The first form of chi is always flowing. In reality, no matter what you do, sleeping, eating, walking, exercising, you're always letting chi dissipate. But the chi you lose doesn't just vanish into nature. It might also be absorbed by other people or objects. Other objects can pass their chi to you as well. However, people tend to lose much more chi than they ever absorb. That's why, from the moment a person is born as a fetus, from the primordial breath, and all through the long journey of life until death, not a single day goes by without consuming chi. Growth consumes chi. Living consumes chi. Only in death does the consumption of chi gradually come to a stop. So, when we use chi to study magical artifacts, we spend much more chi than usual. But as chi magicians, we can draw far more chi from the world than ordinary people can. That's why we have to keep the balance between what we take in and what we spend. Otherwise, it will affect both our lifespan and our fortune. Tony nodded, showing he more or less understood. So, as long as you only work with your hands a few times a day, you can maintain that balance. Tony seemed a bit surprised. So, you only spend 2 hours a day to finish your tasks, and yet you're asking me for a job that pays hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. Zhang Mang looked a little puzzled. You're a billionaire, and that's the first thing that comes to your mind? Well, you really are ruthless. You're the one who should be a capitalist. I'll take that as a compliment. Once you've learned chi magic, you'll probably only be able to craft one magical artifact a week. The power that a magical artifact holds can grow, too. For example, when a chi magician has practiced for 40 or 50 years, they often forge an exceptionally powerful magical instrument. These artifacts become the very foundation for their descendants to stand firm in the magical world. So you mean chi can be stored? That the chi they've accumulated over those 40 or 50 years can be used to craft even stronger magical artifacts. Is that what you're saying? Yes, Zhang Mang nodded. You can think of it like a lottery. The energy we provide is drawn at random. Sometimes we might end up with something incredibly powerful, but the chances are slim. They spent 40 or 50 years worth of energy just for a guaranteed golden prize. So naturally, they're very strong. Just as Tony and Zhang Mang were discussing the news about magic, a chime sounded from outside the room. Jarvis announced, "Sir, Agent Coulson is here to see you." Zhang Mang and Tony exchanged a glance. Tony asked, "Should I go, or will you?" This was, in fact, a question of attitude. If Zhang Mang went, it would signal that their stance towards S.H.I.E.L.D. was ambiguous. After all, even though Zhang Mang had joined S.H.I.E.L.D., he didn't fully trust them. But if Tony went instead, since Agent Coulson had helped Tony in the past, it would show a more friendly inclination towards S.H.I.E.L.D. It was a subtle gesture, a small expression of attitude, but ultimately, what truly mattered was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own position. In the end, Zhang Mang decided to let Tony handle it. However, Tony simply said to Jarvis, "Let him in." Zhang Mang was taken aback. He'd forgotten that Tony always acted this way, never one to overthink or hesitate. So much for making a show of it. As Agent Coulson entered, a robotic arm poured him a cup of coffee. "Oh, thank you," Coulson said to the machine. It wasn't that Coulson was particularly polite. It was just that all his attention was fixed on Zhang Mang. According to Nick Fury's analysis, the true source of this power was Zhang Mang himself. The zoo had always been ordinary, but ever since Zhang Mang appeared, the animals had become agitated, even resurrected. So the question was the energy they collected coming from the animals, or had it always existed there? Nick Fury was still pondering this mystery. After he reported it, Pierce spent a long time thinking over the matter. Even though Hydra had infiltrated much of S.H.I.E.L.D., the current surge of superheroes meant that S.H.I.E.L.D's elite power was rarely under Hydra's control. Hydra's true strength lay in resources and influence. They were skilled at dealing with superheroes who had a sense of morality. Everyone has a weakness, after all, but that didn't mean they could simply erase a truly powerful hero. Pierce didn't make any decisions on behalf of Hydra. Instead, he handed the choice to Nick Fury, believing that the boundaries of superhuman power would eventually dissolve. Ordinary people with superpowers could become more threatening than armed police officers. Pierce's Insight project was already underway, and, barring any surprises, it would soon be able to monitor superhuman activity around the globe. Pierce was certain he could make it happen. In the end, Nick Fury decided it was worth having a conversation with Zhang Mang. They wouldn't try to seize this power by force. but if possible, they hoped to gather it. So, they sent Agent Coulson. However, Tony seemed to have no desire to talk at all. After learning that his father's belongings had been taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony's attitude toward the agency subtly shifted. But S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attitude? Why would Tony care about that? Did Tony go off to race cars instead? Both brothers harbored complicated feelings toward S.H.I.E.L.D. One viewed them as a test, the other with disdain. Tony actually had a favorable impression of S.H.I.E.L.D., but after discovering they had kept his father's things, he started to question them. Granted, it wasn't an inheritance, but he had a right to know. S.H.I.E.L.D. was like a mythical creature that guarded secrets jealously, taking everything in, giving nothing out. This made Tony more than a little annoyed. It felt as if part of his family's legacy had been quietly swallowed up by others. Zhang Meng's stance on S.H.I.E.L.D. was cautious observation. Whether in the comics or the movies, S.H.I.E.L.D. was always portrayed as an agency under the thumb of the United States. When politicians made decisions, S.H.I.E.L.D. rarely had true autonomy. Power determines perspective. The American system ensured that, no matter what, fairness and justice would never truly reach ordinary people. All those wrongs righted, all those evil deeds punished. These things only happened when the wealthy sought revenge or when a genius decided to strike back. And everyone else? They were just throwing themselves into the fire to cause a bit of trouble for those perched high in their ivory towers. Agent Coulson began his conversation with Zhang Meng, while Tony listened from the sidelines. The exchange was utterly fruitless. Nothing but polite deflections, with neither side saying anything of substance. Coulson was following orders. S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted Zhang Meng to clarify the nature of this power, but Zhang Meng kept dodging the question, his words sounding profound but ultimately evasive. Suddenly, Tony found the whole scene tedious. He stood up at once. Agent Coulson, I think S.H.I.E.L.D. should return my things before coming to us with any more requests, he said, annoyance clear in his voice. Tony wasn't about to play games. He laid his cards on the table without a second thought. Coulson looked confused. His clearance simply wasn't high enough to know about Howard Stark's belongings. But listening in, Nick Fury immediately understood what Tony was talking about. Looks like the time has come. That favor I owed is about to come due, Nick Fury muttered to himself. I know you can hear me, Nick Fury, Tony called out loudly. Should I drag you out into the open? Jarvis, block all nearby radio frequencies. This technology was hardly sophisticated. It was accomplished with just a few simple programs. Suddenly, static crackled in Agent Coulson's earpiece, severing his connection with Nick Fury. Gentlemen, I believe there's been some misunderstanding, Agent Coulson explained. The nature of their work meant that most of their decisions were made by higher-ups. He had no way to argue. After all, this was just standard procedure. Facing a wizard and a billionaire, whether it was about force or influence, all Coulson could offer was a feeble explanation. Coulson was a good man, but in the current situation, that didn't help at all. Everything Nick Fury had was critical. He wouldn't trust it to anyone else. Tony turned to Coulson and said, You can tell Nick Fury that if my father's belongings aren't in my villa by this time tomorrow, my cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D. ends here. Coulson looked a bit lost. Since arriving at the villa, none of the discussions had gone anywhere. The magic lessons, the source of the talismans, Tony's involvement. None of the missions had been accomplished. The visit had been pointless. Sir, I think we can still talk this out. Agent Coulson tried to negotiate, but the two men walked straight toward the workshop without so much as a backward glance. Sir, don't forget your hearing this afternoon. Miss Potts is already waiting for you. Happy called through the door, knocking but not coming in. Tony nodded to show he understood, and Happy left. Zhang Meng, I'm really not feeling well right now. Tony suddenly clutched his chest, collapsing over the workbench. He pulled out the arc reactor. Help me swap this out. Zhang Meng eyed the corroded core. You've been carrying something like this in your body. Tony said nothing, just inserted the new core Zhang Meng had handed him into his chest. Back from the dead, he murmured. Zhang Meng spotted the palladium tester in Tony's hand and rubbed the back of his neck with one hand, letting out an, oh shoot. What's your current palladium level? Not much left, Tony replied, gulping down a huge mouthful of chlorophyll juice. Zhang Meng noticed blue veins appearing on Tony's neck, pulsing like circuit signals. The poor rely on mutation, the rich on technology. It looked like mutation wasn't in the cards for Tony. If it were anyone else, they'd have gained a superpower by now. Maybe this will help, Zhang Meng said, channeling the power of the horse talisman. A radiant white light glowed, healing Tony's palladium poisoning. The deep blue streaks slowly faded, then vanished. Tony stared at Zhang Meng in astonishment. Didn't you say the horse talisman couldn't heal? Zhang Meng turned to Tony and said, It's true. I can't heal the wound on your chest. We'll need to collect at least 2 more horse talismans before that's possible. But for now, I can help remove some of the toxins from your system. Tony's eyes lit up. Oh, so that means I'm in the clear for now. While we're out there collecting talismans, you can keep treating me. That way, I can keep working for quite a while. Zhang Mang stood. Of course, if that's what you want. But I think you really need your father's legacy. Can you keep the company running in your current state? Pepper seems pretty worried about you. Tony seemed to have a thought, but brushed it aside. Actually, I've been thinking of making her the CEO of Stark Industries, he said, raising his eyebrows with a hint of mischief. Zhang Mang brushed Tony's hand off his shoulder. Tony, I have to advise you. Maybe your father loved you more than you realize. Maybe. Before Zhang Mang could finish, Tony turned and pushed open the door, heading out. Where are you going? Obviously, to throw a party. After the hearing, there's a race coming up. I have to make up for all the time I've missed. Zhang Mang was momentarily lost in thought. Tony clawed his way back from the edge of death, but what brought him back wasn't a new element. It was himself. He's truly tasted what death is like. But has anything really changed? Maybe the transformation of this narcissist still hinges on his father. Zhang Mang glanced at the palladium meter lying on the table. 86%. Death was uncomfortably close. If the first talisman they found hadn't been the horse, Tony might not have lived long enough to discover a new element. It seemed that his presence had made Tony use the suit even more often. Faced with S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony now showed complete indifference. He pursued life with even more urgency, perhaps using it as a way to vent. But with the way both sides were acting so stubbornly, it seemed unlikely that things with S.H.I.E.L.D. would improve anytime soon. Then again, maybe it was better not to know where S.H.I.E.L.D. stood. After all, could anyone really read what Hydra-infested S.H.I.E.L.D. was up to? The most important thing was to figure out what Fury wanted. S.H.I.E.L.D. was unlikely to let the new element slip through their fingers. They needed Tony's help. As for his own issues with S.H.I.E.L.D., those could wait until Tony settled his own affairs. With that thought, Zhang Mang felt a wave of uncertainty. His plans for the future had already been postponed after just 2 days. So now what should he do? The age of superhumans wouldn't arrive too soon. There was still some time to prepare. Maybe he should lay low, strengthen himself, and get ready for the coming era. But somehow, it all felt a bit too much like going back to school. Think about Tony. Whatever the world could possibly offer, Tony basically has it all. Career, money, beautiful women. So he seeks something higher. He wants to savor the riches of the spirit. That's why he sets out to protect the world, to become Iron Man. So what is it that I want? Zhang Mang gazed at the towering floor-to-ceiling windows. The wonder of a canyon lies in how it lets you face the world's grandeur head-on, boundless and unfathomably deep. There's a saying, when you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. Zhang Mang began to recall his brushes with death, searching his heart. If today were the very last day of my life, what would I do? He tried to let the feeling of death envelop him. And suddenly, it struck him. What he really wanted was a girlfriend. Someone like Pepper, who was always there for Tony, a companion who could share life's journey. He shook his head with a wry smile. A lifetime spent single, though he was blessed with the love of his parents. Yet, he always felt he had let them down. Before his journey to this new world, his parents had already welcomed a second child, so their lives still held hope. But as for him, he was utterly unattached. To say he'd been single all his life was an understatement. It was more like he'd lived 90-odd lifetimes alone. It was a bit absurd. Since what he wanted most seemed out of reach, he might as well focus on what he ought to do. Settling down cross-legged, Zhang Mang began to sense the flow of qi in all things. According to his old man, the limits of qi magic are actually quite vague. Only when you've reached that realm do you realize you're there. Just like becoming an archmage. Becoming stronger is always the right path. At midday, the sun looked small in the sky, but its fierce rays still flooded the earth. The heart of a free-spirited youth always yearns for the horizon. I've in charge. Morning arrived once more. Zhang Mang had spent the night by the window, and as he opened his eyes, daylight had filled the room. The golden morning sun shone across his upright chest, a purple aura rising in the east, golden light dazzling the day. He let out a long, deep breath. Sleeping cross-legged like this is actually pretty comfortable. Merging his own energy with that of all things is, in itself, a process of becoming one with the universe. In this state, Zhang Mang felt a profound comfort and drifted naturally into sleep. Of course, this didn't interrupt the flow of qi. Zhang Mang didn't know if others experienced the same, but the old man in his mind gave the answer. I was like that back in my day too, though my posture was much cooler than yours. So, it wasn't unique, but not everyone went through it either. Zhang Mang smiled to himself. His old man's refusal to admit age. He'd always been like that. Zhang Mang walked into the living room. Pepper was gone, off to the races with Tony, as it turned out. What he didn't expect was to run into Natasha. Sir, here's your sandwich and milk. If you need anything else, please let me know. Mr. Tony has instructed me to take good care of your daily needs. Black Widow flashed a perfect smile. a classic display from the enchanting agent, who now appeared every bit the ideal wife and devoted mother. But Song Mang knew this wasn't her true self. Her demeanor was usually cold and mechanical, her charm reserved for missions. Just a hint, nothing more. Having endured abandonment by her real parents, and then by those who pretended to be her parents, she learned early never to trust others easily. Especially now, Song Mang was just another assignment. Song Mang began to ponder. Logically, since she had been sent here to keep an eye on Tony, and now that he himself had arrived, Nick Fury would certainly have instructed Natasha to watch him as well. If he hadn't been unusually perceptive, he never would have realized that this captivating woman was, in fact, the spy Nick Fury had planted at his side. Song Mang couldn't help but wonder, if someone like her, a mere agent, could join the Avengers, then what about all the other agents at S.H.I.E.L.D.? And what about the Red Room? She was said to be the best, but surely, if a few more agents plotted together, they could take down any one of them. The new breed of humans had a far greater resilience in the face of danger. Did these agents really have the strength to stand alongside the Avengers and battle those with superpowers? Song Mang had no answer. All he could say was that life was unpredictable. Natasha was the link S.H.I.E.L.D. needed. Her role in the Avengers was to serve as SHLD's tether. Song Mang saw nothing wrong with this approach. It was perfectly reasonable. If you don't lock a powerful beast in a cage, you have to shackle it somehow. The freedom of will has always been America's most precious treasure. Countless people have given their lives for it, only to come away empty-handed. Natasha, of course, was among those who had paid the price. Song Mang gazed at the beauty before him. She was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, so when the time came to obtain the stone, she chose to let go herself. If not for her identity as an agent, it would have made for a truly moving story. But alas, she was an agent. She had no family, no lover, only friendships forged in the fires of war. She trusted Hawkeye, trusted Banner, understood Captain America, understood Tony, but all of these relationships were tangled and complicated. A lifetime of schemes, battles, undercover missions, and life-or-death struggles. Was that truly a wonderful life? Had she ever loved? Everything had been calculated to the finest detail, and Song Mang had no idea what Natasha truly thought in her heart. But what he did know was that, perhaps, he himself had been swayed by her beauty. Song Mang made up his mind to lay all his cards on the table. "You're a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, aren't you?" he mumbled through a mouthful of sandwich. Natasha's eyes suddenly turned sharp. She knew there was no point in denying it. After all, even S.H.I.E.L.D. barely understood the ways of a sorcerer. "Where'd you learn that?" Clearly, sometimes a single question could yield far too much information, and Natasha was a master at wielding such a skill. "Zangmang's my lighty." You could think of it as one of those strange abilities that come with being a sorcerer. Of course, he was joking. How could he possibly tell her that he knew everything about her? "What is it that you want?" Natasha's tone was icy. Whether friend or foe, when confronted with someone she knew nothing about, she always let you feel a hint of her disdain. Song Mang seemed entirely unfazed. "Do you remember what I told you that morning? If one day you ever feel lost, not knowing where to go, then come find me. No matter what, I'll help you." "All right then, Mr. Sorcerer, is there anything else you'd like for breakfast?" Natasha fell silent after that. Song Mang gave a slight shrug and shook his head. "If you need to go report back to Nick Fury, then I suggest you do it now. I might be busy later." If he guessed correctly, today would be the moment Ivan made his entrance. Tony was definitely heading into danger, and there was no way Song Mang would miss such a pivotal event. After hearing what Song Mang said, Natasha turned and walked away right in front of him, pressing a finger to her ear as she moved. "Director, I've been made. It's the sorcerer. He's figured out my real identity." Song Mang didn't care in the slightest, continuing to enjoy the sandwich the Black Widow herself had prepared for him. Quite good, honestly, even tastier than the ones Pepper made. Time passed slowly. By midday, Song Mang realized Tony hadn't arranged any transportation for him. In other words, despite being ready to face the afternoon's dangers at Tony's side, he had no way to get there. No wonder Tony hadn't invited him to the race. He'd never intended for Song Mang to come along in the first place. With nothing else to do, Song Mang had no choice but to watch the event on television. To be honest, it was his first time watching American TV, and it was nothing like he'd imagined. In reality, countries around the world were more similar than different. Celebrities abroad really are a mess, he thought, and there were even pay-per-view channels. His interest was thoroughly piqued. The thing was, American culture was just so open that things considered scandals elsewhere barely raised an eyebrow here. The line between freedom and decadence was blurred, just like in Super God Academy, with Morgana's rebellious freedom and Keisha's righteous tyranny. At last, Song Mang saw the moment he'd been waiting for. The TV broadcast reported Tony under a terrorist attack. On the screen, a Russian man wielded electric whips in both hands, a glowing reactor embedded in his chest. With a single mighty strike, he shattered the front of a racing car. The terrifying gash looked nothing like the work of a whip. It was as if a razor-sharp blade had sliced straight through the vehicle's chassis. Tang found this move quite intriguing. Although Tony wore a suit of iron armor, he was more like a long-range marksman. On the other hand, Ivan was clearly a warrior. Ivan's desire for revenge against Tony was, in truth, more of a misunderstanding. The grudges between the older generation led to Ivan's difficult life, but in reality, Howard had done nothing wrong. Ivan was simply venting his anger. Still, even if he only had the blueprints, the fact that Ivan could create something like this was enough to prove his genius. It was a pity, really, a twist of fate. Such a talented individual had ended up a villain. Tang felt this was truly unfortunate. While he respected Tony's choices, letting Ivan be taken away by Hammer Industries didn't sit right with him. Tang smiled and said, "Tony, I have another favor to ask of you." Tony's father. After watching the news, Tang turned off the TV. Faced with everything that had happened, Tony was no doubt confused and adrift. Tang decided to wait at home for Tony's return. To be honest, Tony wasn't exactly a good person, at least not purely good. In the first Iron Man, it was only after being wounded by his own missile that Tony shut down the weapons division. Before that, did he really believe America would always stand for justice? After all those years of American education, even without a father present, Tony must have had some understanding of how society truly worked. What's more, as a member of the capitalist elite, young, brilliant, wealthy, with no worries about daily needs, Tony might not have understood the hardships of ordinary people. But as a scientific genius who invented a new energy source, he couldn't possibly be naive. Isn't it possible that even though Tony understood the harm weapons could cause, he still chose to manufacture them, delegating the dirty work to his second-in-command to keep his own reputation clean? Then, after developing the new energy, in order to boost stock prices and consolidate control, he decided to abandon weapons manufacturing, creating a media sensation to drive public opinion, and use this to concentrate power and spark a new rise for Stark Industries. After all, with the chairman kidnapped and the stock market in turmoil, who stood to benefit most from Tony's loss of power, if not the second-in-command? With one move, he eliminated his uncle's threat to his authority. It's not impossible. Ruthlessness lies at the heart of every true capitalist. Even if Tony was a superhero, he couldn't be as ignorant as a naive high schooler, clueless about the real purpose of weapons. A dark interpretation. End of section. Tony did have a conversation with Ivan in the film. At that time, Tony didn't really understand the relationship between his own father and Ivan's father. Ivan kept insisting that Tony had stolen his father's technology. Ivan's father had also developed the arc reactor, but the directions of their research were never quite the same. Ivan was unaware of this distinction. He went so far as to mock Tony's father outright. Although Tony's feelings towards his father were complicated and limited, in the end, he chose to believe in him. In Song Mang's view, Tony actually had some admiration for Ivan, but out of respect for his father, and in retaliation for Ivan's attempt on his life, Tony did not let Ivan go. Instead, he decided to have Ivan thrown into prison, which certainly played into the hands of Stark Industries' competitors. Unfortunately, Ivan only saw these people as stepping stones in his quest for revenge against Tony. The entire plot of Iron Man 2 unfolds between these two men. A mad scientist, Electro, Ivan. Truth be told, he was a true genius. Perhaps his imagination wasn't as wild as Tony's, but his inventiveness was second to none. He had that distinctly Russian style, unconcerned with appearances or theoretical elegance. As long as it worked, that was enough. With nothing but a blueprint, he managed to build an arc reactor. Ask yourself, what scientist can claim a breakthrough without tens of thousands of words in research papers? Ivan conjured an arc reactor from a single schematic. That alone proves his extraordinary talent. Song Mang very much wanted to save Ivan, but Tony was stubborn and proud, while Ivan was equally obsessed and rigid. Their personalities guaranteed an irreconcilable conflict, and no one else was in a position to mediate. Especially not S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, Ivan's father had defected, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had likely played a major role in his downfall. Song Mang certainly didn't wish to get tangled in the disputes between S.H.I.E.L.D. and others, but if he wanted to forge even stronger magical artifacts, Ivan's talent would be an invaluable asset. So, Song Mang spent the whole day waiting in the living room for Tony's return. Meanwhile, Tony had just had a heated argument with Pepper. He'd originally planned to throw a party at home, but Pepper put a stop to it. The news was still replaying Tony's remarks from the congressional hearing. Speaking of the hearing, it was quite the spectacle. The military demanded that Tony hand over his weapons. Tony refused and publicly embarrassed everyone present. Well, everyone except the audience. Among those he humiliated were, but not limited to, the CEO of Hammer Industries, a pitiable man who envied Tony's genius, yet only aspired to defeat him in business. He didn't even have much security and could be hauled off by the police with ease. There were several senators, a few high-ranking military officials, and some nameless figures. Oh, and that one guy on TV who was always berating Tony. After his shouting match with Pepper, Tony sat by himself on a giant donut. Yes, a piece of burger joint decor, just with a higher roof than most. Mr. Tin Man, would you please get off the donut? Iron Man and Nick Fury cross paths in a burger joint, with our agent Natasha also sitting alongside Nick Fury. The conversation turned to Howard Stark, and Tony appeared dismissive, but in truth, he was listening intently the entire time. When Nick described Ivan, Tony chose not to comment. He understood that, when it came to politics, no one's words could ever truly be trusted. No matter how upright S.H.I.E.L.D. might be, it was still a government agency, bound to uphold America's interests above all else. Nick Fury didn't elaborate, but Tony could sense the underlying issues. Yet what mattered more was the issue with his father. The appearance of Zong Mang had pushed this conversation forward in time. Natasha hadn't yet spoken with Happy, nor had she made Stark eager to have her as a secretary. To Stark, Natasha was little more than an acquaintance he'd met only twice. Since Zong Mang claimed he could solve the problem, Tony had no intention of engaging further with Natasha. Upon learning that such an agent was in his company, Tony responded to Nick Fury with biting sarcasm. When Natasha produced the medication to suppress palladium poisoning, Tony waved her off. No, I don't need that right now. What I need is my father's legacy. I hope you'll hand it over to me. Natasha glanced at Tony and, seeing no symptoms on him, shook her head at Nick Fury. Nick Fury regarded Tony with a deep, searching look. Is this the work of that sorcerer? He seems to possess some remarkable powers. Natasha, standing by, swiftly tucked away the antidote in her hand. No one saw where it went. Of course, that's Howard's after all. Your father left you a gift. We're just holding on to it for now. And one more thing. Do you always think of yourself as a genius? Well, there are plenty of geniuses, your father especially. The things your father researched could spark an energy revolution. Compared to his work, the arc reactor is nothing more than a AAA battery. We'll place it in your office. Remember to pick it up. Natasha is an agent and will be here with you until you unlock Howard's gift. Your safety is always our top priority. I want you to understand that, no matter what methods that sorcerer uses to heal you, as long as you refuse to replace that blasted thing in your chest, the palladium could kill you at any moment. Even if you're cured this time, what about the next? It'll spread through your body even faster. What you need isn't just a temporary fix, but a complete cure. You've only met that sorcerer a handful of times. Can you truly trust him? What if he refuses to help you next time? With that, Nick Fury beckoned Agent Coulson over. Agent Coulson will be overseeing your actions. Until you've uncovered the secret your father left behind, we won't be letting you go anywhere. Natasha, take her back to the villa. Agent Coulson will stay with you. Tony pondered this. He understood why Nick Fury was acting this way. It was surveillance, yes, but also a form of protection. Oh, all right, he replied, making a hand gesture reminiscent of a mystical seal, as if to show reluctant agreement. Just as he'd said, palladium poisoning would eventually claim his life. The toxin was spreading faster and faster through his body. One day it would move so quickly that just activating his Iron Man suit could kill him in an instant. What he needed was a cure, something that would rid him of the poison once and for all. It seemed Nick Fury had never planned to keep his father's legacy for himself. Or perhaps, what Howard Stark had left behind was simply a puzzle S.H.I.E.L.D. could not solve. Tony wasn't sure which it was. But ultimately, it didn't matter. As long as he could unlock those secrets, everything else would fall into place. S.H.I.E.L.D. had left him the thing that could save his life, a gesture of goodwill. Otherwise, they could have easily held out for greater leverage. With this in mind, collaboration suddenly seemed not only possible but wise. After all, when it came to politics, S.H.I.E.L.D. was already the kind of organization he preferred to work with. If he didn't cooperate, having S.H.I.E.L.D. on his side would make everything else far more manageable. Having finally gotten what he needed, Tony drove back to his villa. Tony's turning point. Zong Mang, who'd been standing there the whole day, watched Tony return. Radiant with joy, practically beaming as he drove up, his trademark flair on full display. Zong Mang felt a pang of helplessness, but reminded himself that soon he'd have to discuss Ivan with Tony. For now, he kept his thoughts to himself. Hey Zong Mang, I'm back. You were right. S.H.I.E.L.D. really did have something my father left behind. It's a gift from him. Maybe we can find something important in it. Zong Mang spread his hands with a shrug. Of course. Your father was a renowned scientist, after all, and he founded a company like this. There's bound to be something valuable in what he left you. By the way, did he ever tell you about his own experiences back in the day? Tony's cheerful expression suddenly dimmed, not in a pitiable way, but more like a hedgehog bristling its quills, ready for defense. In truth, my father and I barely had any real connection. Our time together was probably even less than what kids in an orphanage get with a volunteer who drops by now and then. To me, he was more like a bank that would occasionally send me money. Well, Zongmang could understand where Tony was coming from, though he couldn't help but feel a little envious. Who wouldn't want a bank that sent you money for no reason? Are you kidding? Howard Stark was one of the outstanding scientists of his entire era, at least from the perspective of the Marvel Universe. With no industrial foundation to rely on, he managed to create, purely from theoretical knowledge, a core energy source for a suit that, decades later, would be used to fight Thanos. That kind of brilliance goes far beyond what we usually call genius. As Thanos once said, it's like being cursed with intelligence. The true cause of Howard Stark's death, in fact, probably had little to do with the super soldier serum. After all, a man of Howard's stature, if he had lived and maintained his close relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D., could have brought the organization, meaning Hydra, lurking within, even greater benefits. Yet, as history shows, the Winter Soldier killed him that year. This suggests Howard may have uncovered something dangerous, forcing Hydra's hand. Zongmang always found himself brooding over matters like these, letting them sink deep into the corners of his mind. But such thoughts also made him hesitate. Every transmigrant ends up altering the original storyline to some extent, but the original plot is always the greatest trump card one can rely on in this world. All the other buffs, like the magic his father taught him, are just ways to get stronger. But only foresight and awareness are true keys to victory. After all, the very definition of a deity is to be all-knowing and all-powerful, and omniscience always trumps omnipotence. Don't take it so hard, Tony. Honestly, I think this is where you're supposed to look exasperated and say, "Sigh, my father was so poor that all he had left was money." He never had the time for father-son bonding. Tony had actually planned to do exactly that, but the wizard's words made him change his mind. Rolling his eyes at Zongmang, Tony replied, "Your imagination is as active as ever. But the truth is, my father really was just as you described him. He always thought I'd never measure up to him. But now, as you can see," looking at Tony's helpless expression, Zongmang had to admit, Tony really did have a unique charm. He was brimming with confidence and charisma, rich yet so roguish, a truly seasoned man. To be honest, our lab could use a few more people. Do you have anyone you'd recommend? Zongmang decided to cut to the chase. He was never good at navigating these social niceties, so this was about as subtle as he could get. Tony could more or less tell that Zongmang had an ulterior motive, but he decided to hear him out first. "What's your suggestion? Do you have some fellow wizard in mind?" Zongmang let out a hearty laugh. "How could that be? I'm the only one in this world practicing chi magic. Of course, the folks at Kamartaj practice something else entirely. Their magic is of the white variety, borrowing power from others. Honestly, that never seemed like a path that would end well." Zongmang didn't answer Tony's question directly. He was waiting for Tony to continue, but Tony didn't take the bait either. "Come on, if you got something to say, just say it. I'm a capitalist. Do you really think a young hustler like you could get the upper hand on me? Is that so? Are there really so few of you wizards? Well, if you won't talk, I'll just chat with you anyway. Even if the conversation gets awkward, I can always keep it going. Besides, if I really run out of things to say, I can always go study my gifts. I've got plenty to keep me busy, and if I want to, I can find any excuse to slip away." Zongmang picked up on this. "Actually, I thought that Ivan from the news today seemed pretty interesting. What exactly is the conflict between you and him?" "So that's what this is about, the guy who threatened my life." Tony frowned a bit. "Honestly, I don't even know why he attacked me. According to him, my father stole his father's scientific achievements. But the truth is, what my father was working on was worth far more than this reactor. There was no reason for him to go after someone like that. Still, Nick Fury told me Ivan's a traitor, a Russian spy. That's who he is. At least, that's what I've been told." Tony casually shared the secret information Nick Fury had given him, not caring much that Zongmang already knew all about it. "I see. So it's all about the old generation's grudges? But is it really impossible for you to forgive him? Our organization is seriously short on people, especially scientists, at the very least, scientists who can actually keep up with your way of thinking. A little flattery never hurts, especially when you're asking someone for a favor." Tony just raised an eyebrow. He'd heard plenty of praise before. Those magazine articles always managed to come up with some outlandish angle, dressing him up in the most dazzling English prose. Of course, some newspapers, desperate for sales and fame, would go to any lengths to criticize Tony, so he was pretty numb to all of it by now. But coming from a wizard, the compliment did feel oddly satisfying. "That's not important. If we want to get Ivan out, That's easy enough. I've already put in a word, so for now he won't be sentenced. He's just in temporary custody. Zhang Mang was a bit surprised. He hadn't been here long, but the butterfly effect was always fascinating. After just a few small changes, Tony was already acting differently. Unlike the original storyline, Tony was actually speaking up for Ivan. From what he remembered of the show, Ivan was supposed to be a real piece of work. Tony had realized earlier than most that, as a superhero, he needed to be more rational. And now, with no doubts about his own father, he'd become even more steady and composed. It seemed the word father really did mean a lot to Tony. Tony put on his signature glasses. All right, enough joking around. Come over here and help me take a look at the gift my father left for me. Maybe you're right. Maybe it will surprise us. Jarvis, scan it with a full holographic projection. The two of them walked over to the workbench as Jarvis began his report. Sir, all the materials you brought have been completely scanned. Just as Tony, full of excitement, was about to dive into the research and show what he could do, music suddenly started playing. Our fully automated bickering machine sprang to life. You smile so sweetly, like a flower blooming in the spring breeze. The classic old song, Pink Memories, echoed through the room. Tony slapped his forehead. Jarvis, get that out of here. I don't want it in my workshop. Yes, sir. Song Mang stood nearby, a faint smile on his lips. The genesis of a new element. Once everything was ready, Tony and Song Mang began their research. Time had blurred Song Mang's memory of the movie's plot, but he vaguely recalled that Tony discovered the new element by studying a model, an insight passed down from his father and hidden in the Stark Industries diorama. Of course, Song Mang couldn't just blurt out what he already knew. Instead, he acted eager to help, pitching in wherever he could. Working side by side with Tony, he watched as Tony, who hadn't yet seen the video clue, grew a little frustrated. What could a model possibly reveal? Speaking of Nick Fury, that shifty old fox, who knows how many times he'd secretly watched the video at night, moved by the depth of human emotion one moment, trying to crack the mystery the next. Yet he kept it all from Tony for just a bit of goodwill. If he hadn't watched it, how else would he know what Howard was working on? Song Mang didn't truly understand scientific research. He was an observer rather than a participant. With Tony's genius, it was only a matter of time before he succeeded, even without that video. Still, Song Mang kept offering random suggestions. After all, science and experimentation go hand in hand, whether it's magic or technology. Maybe magic could lend a helping hand as well. His father's magical creations often drew inspiration from science. The process of making magical artifacts was a lot like mixing ingredients in a lab. That's why Song Mang realized he needed at least a basic grasp of physics and chemistry. Take, for example, a necklace or ring that could let someone teleport. Even if you worked backwards from the finished piece, figuring out the right materials would take countless experiments. And why bother with fixed magical artifacts rather than something unpredictable? Well, just imagine your fully automated bickering machine turning up all the time. Could you really put up with that? Tony's research process was something Song Mang found truly worth learning from. Some of Tony's methods and approaches to studying things were, for Song Mang, as valuable as any guest lecture delivered by a distinguished professor. Song Mang watched with delight as Tony bustled about. He offered no advice, only occasional questions. Tony was not naturally inclined to teaching, and yet he patiently explained each step as he went along. Even though every problem Tony was tackling now was about saving his own life, not about maintaining world peace. Of course, perhaps it was simply that Tony was nervous. If there was no one to talk to, he might just lose his mind. But Song Mang's rather patchy understanding of science was giving Tony a headache. If the two of them were to truly collaborate and set up a research lab, then science would be something Song Mang would inevitably have to delve into. Even if they never succeeded, even if they achieved nothing, it would make no difference. After all, Song Mang was already an accomplished wizard in his own right. Song Mang had no inkling of Tony's thoughts. He just kept watching Tony work, while Tony continued his research and explained things as he went. After who knows how long, Tony finally stopped and set his tools aside. He realized that none of the tests, no matter how he ran them, made any difference. He simply couldn't figure out the answer to the problem. It left him feeling a bit defeated. One of the greatest scientists in the world, and yet he couldn't solve a puzzle left behind by a middle-aged man who had died a decade ago. Only then did Tony realize that he really only half understood his own father, just as his father had only half understood him. He knew nothing of Howard's past. Even the fact that he'd founded S.H.I.E.L.D. had come from Nick Fury, not from Howard himself. With a sigh, Tony folded his arms and sat down, glancing over at Song Mang, who looked a bit tired. The sight made Tony smile. Here was someone who could take down the abomination with a single punch, sitting quietly in his room like a teenager, and he himself didn't feel the slightest fear of any danger Song Mang might bring. What a strange person, The middle-aged man murmured quietly in his heart. Sir, you should take a look at this. Just as the research had hit a dead end, Jarvis arrived to save the day. Tony turned to Zongmang and said, Wait here for a minute. I'll go check it out. He deliberately kept his distance from Zongmang. Jarvis, remember to close the door. Zongmang watched Tony leave with an innocent expression. System, is there any buff suitable for me to use? Something that won't get me noticed? I recommend this one. A power from the superhuman concentration camp. The unassuming invisible man. As an invisible man, you're useful throughout the whole scenario, but in the final showdown, not so much. You were ultimately killed by a shockwave from outer space. Yes, the one with the invisibility power. Good luck. Make good use of this ability. Zongmang's eyes lit up, and he activated his buff as he followed Tony into the screening room. Why didn't Tony just have Jarvis monitor him to make sure he wasn't sneaking a peek? Honestly, he's a little shy. On the screen in the screening room, Howard's experimental records were still playing, along with his own story. Zongmang watched the whole thing unfold, but found the plot a bit dull. Still, when you think about the story behind it, a loving father recording a video for his son, never expecting that he'd meet a tragic end in the future, the sadness hits a little deeper. All of a sudden, it seemed like Tony had discovered something. Even though he'd finished watching the entire video, he was still contemplating what kind of message Howard had hidden within it. Then, Tony heard his father's next words. I've achieved many things in my life, but my greatest creation is you. Howard Stark, this world-renowned scientist, was saying that none of his inventions could compare to his child. To his now-grown son, he said, You are my greatest accomplishment. Inside, Zongmang let out a heartfelt cheer. In his mindscape, his own father felt a wave of warmth at this scene. He had been bored watching his disciple snoop around, but now he smiled at Tony. That expression, absolutely perfect. It was as if Tony suddenly remembered something. He sprang to his feet and rushed out of the room. Zongmang realized what Tony was about to do, but stayed silent. Amusingly, Tony didn't even notice he hadn't stayed behind. Zongmang asked the system, Does my invisibility have a time limit? No, but your ability is a growth type. Like most mutants with innate gifts, you could get stronger through practice. However, your current energy reserves aren't enough to use more powerful abilities. Zongmang considered this. So, his invisibility isn't temporary. In that case, this is something he'd wanted to do for a long time. A wild grin spread across his face. Tony, what are you off to do now? Shouldn't you be more concerned about that? Well, fine. Tony went to find Pepper and brought her strawberries, the one thing she's allergic to. Then, with his usual clueless rambling, he tried to make amends for all the trouble his work and the government had caused her. That's Tony for you, a real character. On the bright side, he confirmed that Natasha speaks Latin, or maybe she does. In any case, no one else seemed to understand. And, of course, he brought back the key to the Door of Destiny, the model of the 1974 Stark Expo. Jarvis, make me a digital model. I need an interactive projection, Tony said, clapping his hands together with anticipation. As Jarvis's mechanical voice confirmed the command, a blue, three-dimensional hologram materialized before Tony's eyes. How many buildings are there? Are you including the Belgian waffle stand? I'm just asking. Show me. As Tony rambled on, a three-dimensional hologram sprang to life. What does this look like? Kind of resembles an atom, Tony said, pointing at the globe. Pull out on its own. The nucleus should be right here. With a motion of Tony's hands, several dotted lines appeared in 3 dimensions, marking out data. Get rid of the walkways, turn off the landscaping, the bushes, the exits, the entrances, and the parking lot. What is it you wish to achieve? Jarvis's mechanical voice chimed in. I want this. Tony paused for a beat. Correction. I want to rediscover a new element. Use the pavilion to represent the structure of protons and neutrons. As Jarvis finished the calculations, Tony suddenly spread his hands wide, and points of light arranged themselves in orderly patterns, like sparks of hope for life itself. You've been gone 20 years, and you're still teaching me? Tony couldn't hide the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The arrival of a rebellious son met with a father's love. Tony, proud and absorbed, was suddenly startled by a cup flying through the air. He quickly caught on Zongmang. Zongmang, looking sheepish, set the cup down and stepped into view. I've been wanting to try that for ages. Tony looked utterly exasperated. Keep the cup. Zongmang Chuka. Chlorophyll tastes awful. Don't drink it next time. Gaps in capability. Despite repeated failed experiments, Tony wasn't discouraged. After all, it was something his father had already proven possible. Soon, after only a few attempts, a sleek, radiant model of the element materialized before Zongmang and Tony. Zongmang stared in awe as Tony swept his hands grandly, and the gigantic model enveloped him completely. Tony marveled at the sight. I think we found it. Zhang Mang not dead? It's beautiful, isn't it? Tony stood rooted to the spot, lost for a long while, as though recalling his father, or perhaps contemplating how to craft and use this new element. Suddenly, without warning, Tony snapped out of it. All right, let's get to work. Zhang Mang was utterly confused. In the movie, seeing this scene left him at a loss. Such sophisticated equipment. And Tony built it by hand? According to internet experts, a particle emitter of this caliber would need to stretch for several kilometers. Unable to keep his thoughts to himself, Zhang Mang blurted out the question. Tony grinned. Huh, what do you think my basement is? I've practically hollowed out the whole cliff. It seemed Tony might have a hint of Chinese heritage after all. They're all fully automated factories. As long as I design something at the top, the assembly lines below will automatically produce the parts and put them together. All I need to do is write the programs, use Jarvis for maintenance, and carry out daily inspections. Why else do you think I'm a tech superstar? Zhang Mang couldn't help but sigh. With facilities this extravagant, it was no wonder. After all, Tony's wealth was truly beyond question, leaving no room for anyone to criticize. Actually, Zhang Mang had also considered taking advantage of his foreknowledge. Here in the year 2000, with a few decades head start, he could have bought up stocks or invested in ventures with great potential. But this was the Marvel Universe. The real world never had something like Stark Industries, so who could say whether everything here would develop according to the original timeline? The only sure thing was that he could still invest in Elon Musk, though perhaps even that opportunity had already passed. So, with no better option, Zhang Mang had no choice but to accept things as they were. When it came to the explosive growth of the internet, he definitely wouldn't miss out, but it was clear that with Tony capable of building artificial intelligence, he stood like a god above the internet's development. No matter how far the internet advanced, artificial intelligence would always be the barrier it couldn't quite cross. The internet gave AI limitless learning power, and with big data gathered at such a scale, having artificial intelligence on your side would cut the workload down to almost nothing. So, what can a person accomplish in a lifetime? What are they capable of doing? These answers could be calculated easily. Isn't the Insight Project just something along these lines? In this world, technology could very well develop without bounds. After all, if you can predict all of humanity's future through a single project, that's already the limit. At least from Zhang Mang's experience, the kind of resources required for such a feat would be beyond the reach of any single nation. Even if Hydra was incredibly powerful, it was hard to imagine them pouring that much money into such an uncertain plan. Faced with all the uncertainties of the Marvel Universe, Zhang Mang felt a sense of helplessness. In truth, his only real opportunity was to buy stock in Tony's company. After Tony announced he'd stopped manufacturing military products and weapons. Unfortunately, he had arrived a little too late, so the most lucrative chance had slipped away. What else was left? In Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin was the undisputed overlord of New York's underworld, but in the movie version of the Marvel Universe. This character hadn't appeared yet. Still, Kingpin was an exceptionally strong man, capable of fighting Spider-Man with nothing but his own body. This proves that he is an exceptionally powerful man. Whether in terms of wealth or intellect, he stands as the leader of the entire underworld. So perhaps, just perhaps, it's possible to rob the rich and give to the poor for a change. In fact, Kingpin is actually quite reasonable. As long as your argument is convincing enough, he might accept it. And sometimes sheer strength could be a persuasive reason in itself. Zhang Mang never imagined himself quietly staying in Tony's workshop forever. He was eager to see what this universe had to offer. After all, the cosmos was so magnificent. What the Guardians of the Galaxy explored compared to what Earth had seen was a whole different world. The Guardians roamed the universe, working as mercenaries, and could even join Marvel's mightiest to stand against Thanos. As formidable as their individual powers were, even, they could not run unchecked across the galaxy. So, while Thanos' invasion of Earth was a crisis for humanity, it was only a small ripple in the vast ocean of the universe. Thanos, as one of the supreme beings, wasn't truly invincible in the cosmos. His advantage came from collecting all 6 Infinity Stones. If one possessed foresight, Zhang Mang realized he could potentially collect the stones before Thanos did. And with the power of the 12 talismans plus 6 Infinity Stones, even a prime god would envy that. Zhang Mang's thoughts wandered far and wide. The Marvel world was overflowing with extraordinary figures, so many that he couldn't keep track of all the relationships. He often only remembered the general plot, like that infamous Red Room, which produced Black Widow, but was ultimately brought down by Black Widow herself. Or take the Time Variance Authority, spanning the entire timeline to apprehend people, yet still unable to keep Loki under control. Then there's Thor, the god of thunder. Sometimes he's like a god of war, but more often he's an endearing fool. His strength was undeniable. After Odin's death, he inherited the throne of Asgard. Though he still fell short of the true immortal king, there was no denying that, wielding Stormbreaker, he'd reached the level of a cosmic powerhouse. Asgardians only grew stronger with age, while Tony was still just a young man. Even just these characters from the first 3 phases of the movies were already enough to give Song Mang a headache. Lost in thought, Song Mang continued working side by side with Tony. Thanks to their combined efforts, Tony finished forging the new elements sooner than expected. The task originally meant to last until evening was completed ahead of schedule. So Song Mang witnessed the moment the arc reactor was reimagined. It proved that, while Tony was just an ordinary human, his genius with technology was truly remarkable. The new element finally took shape. A soft, fluorescent blue glimmered before them, a triangular block of iron emitting a gentle blue glow. Song Mang could hardly believe it. Could such a small thing really rival a nuclear reactor? A groundbreaking invention appeared before his eyes in such a hasty manner. In the story, Tony didn't make further modifications to this energy source. Instead, he simply used it to power himself. Perhaps the limited screen time in the film was to blame. Otherwise, this alone could easily have been the subject of an entire movie. A titan of energy, the making of a mogul? Only when you possess enough wealth or formidable power can you do things that would otherwise be forbidden, like becoming a hero for the whole of America. Iron Man is a character difficult to summarize in just a few words. He is a hero, but at his core, he is still an ordinary man. He has no superhuman abilities, relying solely on his intellect to stand side by side with those extraordinary beings. Nor does he possess superhuman composure. When confronted with death, he never manages to remain unfazed. And yet, it was this very man who, with the snap of his fingers, saved the entire universe. Watching Tony's delight, Song Mang suddenly spoke up. How about adding a touch of magic? The trial of the new element. Maybe you could use a bit of magical assistance. Tony was non-committal about Song Mang's suggestion. To think that after creating a new element for the first time, he would immediately add magic into the mix for testing. Tony rejected the idea without hesitation. Of course not. I'm relying on this to save my life. Are you kidding me? Song Mang gave an awkward smile. In truth, the guiding function of a magic circle alters the inherent properties of an object and shouldn't have too great an impact. But how could one be sure? Better safe than sorry. So Song Mang said nothing more. So, how do you plan to test it? Song Mang asked. Although he already knew the plot, he still felt the need to ask. After all, using your own body to test something you've only just developed was a bit too extreme. Tony had only conducted a direct experiment in the film when Pepper was in danger. The current situation wasn't nearly as dire. They had developed the new element well ahead of time. Ivan had only just been sent to prison and likely hadn't yet contacted that arms company. Barely a day had passed. But, to Song Mang's surprise, Tony didn't hesitate at all. He pressed the reactor to his chest. Obviously, I'll just test it right away. Jarvis was about to speak, but Tony had already acted. Song Mang didn't have time to stop him, but with the horse talisman on hand, even if something went wrong, they should at least be able to keep Tony alive. Song Mang watched Tony intently, using the energy of the talisman to sense Tony's physical state. His condition was steadily improving. Clearly, the new element was a success. Yet in the Marvel Universe, nothing can ever be taken for granted. Inside the Hulk, even the Hulk's own genes can regenerate. How much more unpredictable, then, are the technological miracles Tony has conjured with his new element? Song Mang kept a close eye on everything until Tony confirmed there were no problems. Jas started conducting routine tests on him, and, after a series of examinations, finally proved that everything was fine. Tony burst out laughing and, overcome with excitement, threw his arms around Song Mang. Then, just as suddenly, he pushed him away. Oh, sorry. I'm such a jerk. How could I just hug another man? Song Mang could only stare at him, exasperated, while Tony roared with laughter. But inside, Song Mang was genuinely delighted. So far, the changes triggered by the butterfly's beating wings were turning out to be beneficial. Tony had already survived a brush with death, and now, that military friend of his hadn't gotten hold of another Iron Man suit. The U.S. military's pressure, while still present, was now bearable. An irreplaceable suit of armor and a retired arc reactor. Using them to win over allies and resist pressure was, frankly, a masterstroke. Song Mang shook his head after thinking it over. In any case, it's none of my business. Let them worry about it. Maybe Tony will put on a show, maybe he'll strike a deal, but none of that matters to me anymore. After the experiment's success, Song Mang brought up Ivan's situation again. Tony, still in high spirits, told him, just do whatever you want. But if he tries to attack me again, you know how that'll end. Song Mang snapped his fingers. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. From this point forward, Tony had fundamentally changed the fate of the world. But as for Ivan, he had no future in sight. Yes, Ivan was formidable, but he had no future. If the destiny of Marvel was like an ongoing drama, then Ivan simply didn't have any scenes left in later episodes. He was like a wild card, one of Zong Mang's key ways of disrupting the original plot. One more thing, Tony called out to Zong Mang, who was happily heading out. Starting tomorrow, you're working at Stark Tower. Zong Mang let out a surprised yelp. Why does my boss have to be right in front of me? Besides, your workshop has everything we need. There's no reason it should affect our experiments. Oh, that's true. But have you considered this as my home? I've already let you live here. How could I allow someone to just waltz into my lab whenever they please? Don't you agree, Mr. Wizard? For crying out loud, you're just using me and tossing me aside. Zangmang muta helper. But what could he do? That's capitalism for you. All said and done, Zong Mang had traded a not-so-secret secret for a job from Tony, turning him from stranger into a boss. He himself was just an unemployed gigolo. By age, probably still counted as a high schooler. And so, Tony became a supervisor within the company. By any measure, he was already quite successful. Without any connections, even Zong Mang would have found it difficult to access more advanced materials. If he wanted to become stronger, he had no choice but to seek out higher quality resources. It was simply the way things were. Likewise, it wasn't just the materials he needed. Stronger tools, more formidable weapons. These were indispensable, and a scientist was absolutely essential. So, after grumbling about Tony for a while, Zong Mang drove straight to the prison. As for the car he took, naturally, it was Tony's, since the keys were just lying there. Tony didn't seem to mind in the least. To him, apart from the limited editions, the rest of his cars were little more than consumables. As Zong Mang gazed at the American landscape, he couldn't help but marvel. No matter where you are in the world, as long as it's a city you've never visited, there will always be something new to see. The golden coastline gleamed through the car window, and the sharp wind rushed past his hair, running through the bristles of his close-cropped cut. It felt almost as if the wind itself was roughly ruffling the top of his head. He realized, after 2 hours of driving along the sunset-drenched coast, that a pair of sunglasses is absolutely essential, a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. Following the instructions Tony had given him, Zong Mang met with the prison guard. Under the guard's guidance, he was introduced to the warden. Finally led by the warden's people, he met Ivan inside the prison. This time, under Zong Mang's influence, Tony didn't go to the extreme of wiping Ivan out completely. Zong Mang began to chat with Ivan. Meanwhile, Tony, unable to contain his excitement, had forged a new element and gathered all the necessary materials, embarking on his very first attempt at magical artifact crafting. In truth, Tony had already crossed the threshold of chi magic. At the very moment the new element was successfully created, he managed to sense the flow of chi. The pressure of life and death had been lifted, and he could finally feel his father's love. Truly, he was now a winner in life. Zong Mang didn't notice this change, and though Tony's father sensed it, he kept his thoughts to himself. Clearly, Tony preferred to try things on his own. Compared to magical artifact crafting, the importance of a new element was self-evident. So barring any unforeseen surprises, Tony would likely spend the next few years experimenting with magical enhancement of new energy sources. With the magic circle in Tony's hands, a faint glow gradually lit up as it charged. Following Zong Mang's instructions, Tony paused the function. The magic circle continued to pulse softly as Tony felt the currents of chi swirling through the air. Tony focused carefully, tracing the source. Once he calmed his mind, he discovered that the flow of chi came from many things: his own breath, the rhythm of the surrounding plants, even the movement of the air itself. Everything, it seemed, possessed its own unique chi. This energy is present only in trace amounts. Yet no matter how much is drawn, it seems inexhaustible. Its nature is both mystical and profoundly different from the tangible energies defined by science. Tony, fully absorbed in his discovery, failed to notice that the magic circle had already taken shape. The blue new energy was slowly shifting to green, and green crystals had begun to grow. The distance between hearts. Zong Mang and Ivan continued their discussion. Since Ivan, much like Tony, was exceedingly stubborn, Zong Mang didn't press further about Tony. Instead, he began to explain the art of magical forging. In truth, science has shown that every scientist, when confronted with the unscientific, is filled with curiosity, especially the greatest minds in their fields. Zong Mang's method of channeling energy, using chi instead of other forms, fascinated Ivan. Although he had seen much in his life, at his core, he was always a scientist, and his longing for scientific understanding surpassed all else. For a while, Ivan forgot many things. He and Song Meng talked endlessly about chi, about energy, about the methods of magical transformation. Song Meng held nothing back. Whatever he knew, he shared freely. They talked for a long time. Ivan was a renowned scientist, and Song Meng learned a great deal from him, though it wasn't the kind of systematic learning one gets from a formal curriculum. Song Meng didn't even grasp many of the fundamental laws, but from Tony he had learned about energy transfer, and from Ivan, the intricacies of assembling mechs. Perhaps it was something innate. Russians and Americans seemed fundamentally different. Russians leaned toward practicality, while Americans were not only focused on use, but also pursued perfection in form. Perfection meant all-around excellence, while practicality meant that in some areas, one might become exceptionally strong. For Song Meng, who had no real foundation in science, these distinctions hardly mattered. Both approaches seemed equally valid to him. He gained much from both, and studied there for a long time, until the prison announced the evening meal. Suddenly, and without warning, Song Meng turned to Ivan and asked, "Would you be interested in coming to Stark Tower? Working alongside me?" Ivan's expression changed instantly. But deep down, his fascination with magical forging remained. His desire to master those techniques burned within him, and he longed to learn together. Yet, sadly, he could never truly forgive. Not even after Tony explained that it was Ivan's own father's betrayal, and that Howard had already discovered a new element, although it wasn't all that practical. Ivan scoffed at such things. Yes, that's what they all say. The ones who survive can come up with any excuse they like. The dead will always bear the mark of disgrace. Ivan was stubborn, and Tony was just as stubborn. If Ivan managed to get out alive, he would surely continue his conflict with Tony. Tony himself was a man of unyielding will. He would never attempt to explain things amicably to Ivan. It was nearly impossible for the two of them to reach any sort of agreement. "Perhaps you should look at it this way," Song Meng said to him. "You could work in a studio, earn his money, and use it to fund your own research. In truth, he's not the same as his father. He's never done you wrong. His father has already paid the price for his deeds, dying in the war. But your father, he lived to see the end of it." Ivan fell into a heavy silence. It was true. The victor died in an era of peace, while the defeated survived to die a natural death. Of course, dying penniless from illness was hardly an enviable end, but in the end, it was still dying of old age. Ivan didn't reply to Song Meng. He simply kept his head down, focusing on his steak with fierce concentration. "I need a parrot." Song Meng was puzzled. "Even in prison?" Ivan rolled his eyes. "If you want my help, you'll have to find my bird." Suddenly, Song Meng remembered seeing a similar scene on television. Ivan was always thinking about his bird, and later, Otto had given him a fake one. "I can use magic to help you find it." Often, while reading this part, Song Meng found himself at a loss. The strange dance between the two men. Neither Ivan nor Otto ever trusted each other. They merely used each other as means to their own ends. Ivan, however, was the bolder of the two, never bothering to hide his intentions. From the very start, he never truly cared about surviving. For someone with so little desire to live, you had to give him a reason to keep breathing. Only then could you hope he'd help you. Song Meng saw through it, and so did Ivan. He understood that Song Meng simply wanted him as a useful ally. But even so, Ivan found himself intrigued by the proposition. Still, no matter how much they discussed it, Ivan's true goal had never changed: revenge. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to get out, but once he joined Stark Industries, the chance to assassinate Tony Stark would become almost non-existent. Ivan wavered, caught in indecision, and Song Meng didn't try to persuade him any further. It was an unspoken understanding between them. They let the matter of Stark Industries drop, turning instead to a discussion of science and magic over their meal. After dinner, when Ivan had seen his guest out, Song Meng walked out of the prison. He had barely let out a long sigh when he heard the system's prompt in his mind. "Congratulations, you've won the Infinite Energy Lottery." He was taken aback. Infinite Energy, a name that sounded so familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't recall where he'd heard it before. What was curious was that he hadn't performed any magic circle experiments. "System, why did I get this prompt?" "Among the enhancements you've gained, the derivative product of Father's teachings falls under the category of automatic notifications." Song Meng thought for a moment. In this world, the only people who could perform such experiments were probably Gu, E, and Tony. But Gu, E was unlikely to do such a thing, so that left only Tony. Tony. He had clearly mastered Chi magic, yet never told him. He'd promised not to use the new energy for experiments, and yet, in the end, he went ahead with the experiment behind his back. So, the reason Tony sent him away from the lab was to keep him from finding out that he had already grasped magic. And more than that, it showed Tony didn't fully trust him. Maybe Tony had been genuinely moved for a moment, but from start to finish, Tony never truly trusted him. Just an ordinary friend. Zhang Mang understood this, so he didn't blame Tony. Still, a rift had formed between them. After all, if someone doesn't trust you, it becomes impossible for you to trust them in return. Next time Tony does an experiment, there's no need to warn him. Knowing was enough. After all, there was no way he could stop Tony from doing his research anyway. With a newly bought pair of sunglasses perched in his mouth, Zhang Mang sat in Tony's car. He decided to take life one step at a time. Life doesn't come with a script. He could only move forward like this, especially since his food, clothing, and shelter all depended on Tony right now. But the road ahead would eventually have to be walked alone. Relying entirely on others was never a real solution. The salary from S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't much, but it was enough for a carefree life. So joining S.H.I.E.L.D. still seemed necessary. Tony was, in Zhang Mang's eyes, a rather regrettable figure. Yet what was even more disappointing was that, while Zhang Mang had shared most of his magical secrets with Tony, Tony had still kept something back from him. Zhang Mang didn't trust others unconditionally, but he wanted to trust Tony without reservation. Unfortunately, life was like this. You never know what's coming next. Sitting beside the car, Zhang Mang gazed at the silver sky and the prison across the way, heaved a sigh, and finally drove back to Tony's villa. Along the way, under the sparse stars and bright moon, the silvery light poured down over the coastline, setting the golden sands aglow and making the waves shimmer. Zhang Mang's once burning heart gradually cooled, bit by bit. His goal, to become a master of magic. Taking advantage of the night, Zhang Mang drove into Tony's garage. The heaviness in his heart began to ease. Only beautiful scenery and good food could soothe a wounded soul. The midnight landscape truly was especially enchanting. Letting out a long breath, Zhang Mang felt the tension in his muscles finally loosen as he leaned back against the seat. In truth, Tony had done nothing wrong. He had given Zhang Mang the help he wanted most. A research director's position that didn't require actual work. If he wished to study, he could. If not, he would still receive a salary without labor. Life could be entirely enjoyable if he chose. For a teenager working as a cowherd in America, this was truly an opportunity hard to come by. Perhaps Tony also felt he had given an equal return. After all, in the eyes of Americans, fair exchange is the most basic rule. Zhang Mang provided information that saved Tony, while Tony offered him a job and paid him well. Yet, though the two were friends, Tony was always the boss, and from beginning to end, Zhang Mang was just a hired hand. Zhang Mang reached into his pocket, only to realize this body didn't seem to have the habit of smoking. In America, he didn't even know which brand was good. He let out a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. He was overthinking things. He had imagined the Marvel world too concretely. He naively believed that all heroes looked exactly like heroes, but in reality, aside from being heroes, they were always ordinary people. They had their own lives, careers, friends, and families, and only then did they do what they ought to do. Becoming a hero meant being a noble person with power, but it didn't mean being the person you imagined. How could Zhang Mang achieve whatever he wished just because he wanted to? Tony was a capitalist. For all his enthusiasm, he was also cold-blooded. He held the power over life and death. If he wanted to save someone, he was a good man. If he wanted to kill, he was still a good man in others' eyes. Zhang Mang had foolishly thought that holding nothing back from Tony, trading his own secrets for Tony's trust, would be an easy thing. But relationships between people aren't something that can be figured out in just a few words. Clearly, he had once again made assumptions. Tony wasn't an NPC. He was a living, breathing person, especially with power and wealth. How could he just easily form a deep friendship with someone? Wasn't it the same with Peter Parker? Guidance, inheritance, and only then recognition. Zhang Mang looked helplessly at the luxurious basement. It seemed he had been presumptuous. After roughly estimating the time and making sure Tony had already put away the refining materials, Zhang Mang walked into Tony's forge. "So, did Ivan take your advice?" Tony asked, his expression unchanged. Zhang Mang, of course, wouldn't say anything discouraging. He didn't agree right away. He just seemed like he was considering it, that's all. Tony shook his head. "From my years of experience, if someone says they'll think about it, it just means your offer isn't quite enough. But he's already tempted, so you'll probably succeed." At this moment, Zhang Mang wasn't in the mood to banter with Tony. He probed, "How's the new element design going?" "No problems so far." Zhang Mang decided to sound him out a little more. Tony replied naturally, "Of course not. If there were any problems, would I still be standing here right now?" "Right." Zhang Mang nodded, though inwardly he shook his head. There was nothing Zhang Mang could do about it. He chatted with Tony for a while about magical constructs. Although he felt a bit annoyed that Tony had deliberately sent him away to try his hand at magical smithing, he figured if Tony wanted to experiment, Why not let him? There was no reason to take it personally. Even so, Zong Mang put on a face as if he was none the wiser, and then discussed with Tony the direction of their next research projects and academic pursuits. After a long and winding discussion, Zong Mang finally left that room and returned to his own apartment. He turned on the TV, only to be greeted by a barrage of restless and flashy images. Truth be told, Zong Mang had no particular appreciation for American television. In fact, he wasn't lacking in places to go. There was a place that suited him far better, Kamar Taj. However, in the end, Zong Mang decided to stick with Tony. After all, Tony was loaded, and there was no guarantee Kamar Taj could offer the same resources. Was there an essential difference between chi magic and the magic of this world? Zong Mang wasn't entirely sure, but it didn't really matter. Magic, after all, shared a common foundation, the need for magical energy. With the curse buff he'd gained from being killed by the Avada Kedavra, no matter what kind of magic he studied, he could adapt and master it in a very short time. He could easily become a grand sorcerer. Looking at the sunlight pouring in, Zong Mang felt as if the world was painted not in the color of sunlight, but in a persistent shade of gray that refused to lift. He lingered for a while, not really having anything to say. Yet, the corners of his mouth curled up as he let out a low, amused chuckle. Then he said to Tony, "All right, I'm going to head back and get some rest first." Talking with Tony was simply too exhausting. Zong Mang sprawled out on the enormous bed, still turning over plans and prospects for the future in his mind. It seemed that strength was everything. If he wanted a decent life, he'd have to rely on himself. Honestly, what kind of joke would it be to live a second life? Especially when he had superpowers and a system, only to end up dependent on someone else. He pondered for a long time. As a wizard, did he have any other skills? For now, the only options seemed to be finishing high school or getting involved with S.H.I.E.L.D. Surely they could use a magic instructor. But the trouble was, Zong Mang didn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. The plot had made it clear. 2/3 of SHIELD's people were actually HYDRA. If he taught them magic. Now, most Hydra agents would learn it as well, and his natural advantage would shrink to almost nothing. Spells and charms were powerful, true, but collecting them took ages. Lying on his back, Zong Mang gazed up at the ceiling. With a sigh, he stared at that blank expanse and called out, "Oh, vast heavens! Why do you treat me so unfairly? What was done today was done. Tomorrow's troubles could wait for tomorrow." When Zong Mang couldn't figure things out, he made a simple choice. He went to sleep. Zong Mang closed his eyes, but at the same time, there were many people who couldn't manage to fall asleep, like the black director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The balding director, Nick Fury. After all, as the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury's daily workload was staggering. Even though he was a seasoned agent, nobody could withstand such relentless intensity day after day. Forget about agents. Even special forces would be worn out. He glanced at the files on Zong Mang spread out on his desk, then at Captain America, who was currently training. Maybe it was worth trying to arrange a conversation between them. After all, music from that era seemed to have been quite popular. Nick Fury had realized Zong Mang's unique strategic value the very first time they met. The emergence of magic meant that science wasn't the only path to power in this world. There were other ways to become strong. And if magic turned out to be easy to learn, then S.H.I.E.L.D. might not even need the Avengers Initiative. After all, wizards could serve as a formidable line of defense, too. With a flick of his fingers, Nick Fury sent the dossier sliding across the desk. Unfortunately, this Zong Mang was indeed a far more complicated case than most. The feeling of solitude. Zong Mang didn't leave his room for the entire afternoon. He lay on his bed until the next afternoon, when he finally opened his eyes and saw that daylight had long since filled the room. Tony seemed to have gone out, and the whole villa was empty. An unexpected wave of loneliness surged through him. It was past 3, and the sun was warm but a little drowsy, its slanted rays filtering in through the window. Zong Mang gazed at the patch of sunlight on the floor. Even the sunlight, he thought, eventually settles on dusty ground. Suddenly, a sense of time folding in on itself swept over him. It was as if he'd returned to his previous life, to those sunlit afternoons in the hospital ward where the only lively presence was an old man whose smile revealed just a handful of teeth. The old man was still full of spirit. He'd once fought in the Korean War against the Americans, though back then he was just a new recruit. He hadn't even seen the enemy up close. Whenever he got to this part of the story, the old man would always fall silent for a moment, his voice tinged with regret. It's a pity they surrendered so quickly back then. Otherwise, I would have taken down a few foreign devils myself. What a shame, all those brothers from those days. Zong Mang remembered how, back in the hospital, he'd listened to the old man tell this story over and over. At first, he was curious, then grew impatient, then indifferent, and finally, as the old man's days dwindled, Zongmang told him. If I had a healthy body, I would have joined the army too. Suddenly, it struck Zongmang. The place he was living in now was the United States. The very place the old man had once dreamed of fighting against, the foreign devils of his stories. Zongmang let out a long, heavy sigh. Fate is unpredictable. Who would have thought he'd end up as an American himself? His father's kindness had led him to believe that all worlds were as harmonious as he imagined. But reality, as always, left things unsaid, tangled in complexities words could barely express. It wasn't so different from what he'd expected, and yet it was like there was something off, something he just couldn't quite put his finger on, but it left a faint discomfort lingering in his heart. Zongmang couldn't help but think of that mischievous immortal, the one who had saved his life, but also saddled him with some sort of auxiliary system, a so-called help program with notification sounds but no real intelligence. Now that his relationship with Tony had grown complicated, Zongmang found himself in this world almost friendless. Maybe only the old man, his father, counted as someone truly close to him. Was this what the immortal wanted to see? Dad, are you still there? The old man replied with pride. Of course. I'm a grand wizard, after all. If you insist on not practicing magic, this bit of my spirit could probably stick around for another 3 centuries. Zongmang's voice was tinged with weariness. Dad, you left the world of Jackie Chan adventures and came with me to this strange new place. Do you ever regret it? The old man spoke calmly. Why would I regret it? Life is a journey you take alone. You may have friends you trust with your soul. You may have family you dearly love. But in the end, you are always alone. You arrived in this world with nothing, and you'll leave it the same way. Someday, you will die, and when you do, you'll take nothing with you. A human life lasts, at most, a mere 100 years, nothing compared to the silent expanse of the universe. Humanity forever teeters between insignificance and greatness, searching for meaning in its own existence. But in truth, humans are incredibly small. Every great achievement is built upon the passage of time. It took thousands of years for humanity to reach what you now call civilization. It took that long just to become a social species, and not everything along the way had meaning. Zongmang gave a wry, helpless smile. Maybe I'm just homesick for our old country. The people here are so different from the ones back there. I thought things wouldn't be all that different. But I've come to realize that the differences between nations can be vast. The cultural gap is hard for me to bridge, and I feel a little lost. The old man shook his head. In this world, just like you, no one can see me except that bald-headed guy. My child, you simply haven't found what you truly want to do. Zongmang's thoughts grew hazy. He clenched his fist, only to find he couldn't muster any strength at all. Why was that? Was it because he had to die more than 90 times just to get this one chance? Was it because he'd finally realized his heart condition was cured, that he was now a healthy man living under the blue sky? Or was it because Tony refused to trust him, despite all his openness and sincerity, leaving him to face only indifference in return? Zongmang didn't quite know what had happened to him, but he understood one thing. The world wasn't as kind to him as he had once believed. He stood up, reaching out to steady himself against the window. The tempered glass seemed almost fragile beneath his hand. Gazing outside, his palm pressed against the pane, he murmured, maybe if I become a bit stronger, things will be different. Zongmang didn't bother asking himself what he truly wanted to do. After all, if it's something you arrive at through reason and not through the heart, can it really be called your truest desire? It's just like that line from Under One Person, if I get it, I'd be willing to give up everything else for it. That, and that alone, is what I truly desire. Zongmang felt a tangle of emotions welling up from deep inside. The weight of repression made it hard for him to breathe. He drew in a long breath, as if he could expel all these feelings along with it, and stared at the sun, now sinking low in the western sky. He watched in silence, unmoving, until tears welled up in his eyes. Quietly, Zongmang sat back down, facing the abyss beyond the glass. A sheer drop, fathomless and dark. Sunlight cast a glow across his profile as he folded his legs beneath him. A faint green phosphorescence shimmered in the vastness of his palms. All the while, his father sensed everything from within Zongmang's sea of consciousness, a faint, knowing smile on his lips. In truth, the practice of refining qi is a journey of self-examination. It's also a process of coming to know the world. The second principle of qi, the stability of qi. Qi is always in motion, yet under certain circumstances, it becomes stable. Magical circles, enchanted objects, even magicians themselves, all leave their own distinct traces of qi upon the world. When one's understanding of the world reaches a certain point, it becomes possible to perceive solidified qi. Of course, perceive isn't quite the right word. It's more that one enters a new state of being. In Qi magic, there's no strict hierarchy, but if you had to name it, it would be called Xingyin, as the wind blows, the grass bows. His father no longer looked on, but instead turned his focus inward, reading the magical texts about Kamartaj that Gu Yi had left into Songmang's mind. Looks like I'll have to find time to visit Kamartaj myself. He read with great care. In the world of magic, there exist creatures whose very appearance or written words can bewitch hearts. No abilities needed, no conscious thought required. Simply reading about them can sway the mind. That's why he had to ensure these texts were harmless. Of course, he wasn't seeking out forbidden knowledge. After all, he'd inherited Qi magic passed down for millennia, and had sealed away countless demons, hadn't he? Adjusting his spectral glasses, he smiled and turned another page. A day in the life. Morning arrives. He wakes in his spacious bedroom. The first thing he does upon opening his eyes is to yawn, stretch, then pull aside the curtains to greet the day. Sunlight pours into the canyon below. He dresses and steps out, making his way to the grand dining table Tony had never once used, and sits down to a Chinese breakfast specially prepared by the chef Tony had hired just for him. After nearly an hour of breakfast, phone browsing, and catching up on the morning news, yawning all the while, he finally washed up and got dressed for the day. From Tony's impressive collection of second-tier luxury cars, he would pick one and drive to the Stark Industries Tower for work. Day after day, for a little over 3 months, Songmang had grown accustomed to this new rhythm of life. Every noon became a ritual of randomly seeking out delicious food. During this time, Songmang explored many places, even though the cafeteria meals were already quite tasty. Still, he preferred the charm of small street-side eateries. Evenings were spent at quiet bars, learning how to drink. Once, he even bumped into an old acquaintance, more precisely, a former client. It was the woman who had been with him the day Abomination smashed through their roof. Funny enough, that woman still hadn't paid him back. But when she saw Songmang again, she was delighted and insisted on sharing dinner with him. After their meal, Songmang picked up the tab. They didn't take things any further. After all, with a different soul inside now, Songmang just couldn't accept it. Life went on in this uneventful, almost bland way for quite some time. Each workday was simply spent in the office, delving into his own magical research. For the past 2 weeks, Ivan hadn't shown up at work. He claimed he needed to spend some time in the lab. Apparently, he wanted to study the arc reactor Tony had advised him about. Not that it mattered much. In Songmang's view, Ivan ought to be more interested in magical artifact crafting. Life without his assistant was, admittedly, a bit dull. Ivan probably had his own plans for the reactor, while Tony was busy with his own affairs. Recently, Tony had been trying to uncover patterns in magical artifact randomization through various channels, but to no avail. The only clues so far seemed to be, the more valuable the ingredients used, the more wondrous the resulting object. Yet, wondrous here meant strange or miraculous, not necessarily powerful. For example, one might end up with something that could, in an astonishingly efficient way, convert human waste into a highly nutritious liquid, produced and consumed within 1 minute. Impressive, sure, but useful? Hard to say. Over the past half-month, Songmang felt his progress in cultivating Qi had been remarkably smooth, advancing at a rapid pace. He sat in his office with its vast floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking his private laboratory and a handful of researchers. There was much to be done, but he couldn't exactly explain the whole magic business to them. Still, since Songmang was in charge of assigning projects in the lab, he gave them a rather special task, to research the internet and mobile payment systems. For these senior engineers, mobile payment is a breeze. After all, anyone who can even get into Tony's lab is someone of considerable ability. Tasks like these are mere trifles for them, but not everyone is equally skilled with the internet, even if everyone knows how to use it. The main idea behind Songmang assigning them these projects is the metaverse. He's not sure if this other world even has the concept of a metaverse. Yet, even the idea alone can be profitable from the very start. Songmang's true intention is to have them study how to construct the metaverse and bring down its costs. In America, the gap between rich and poor is vast, so the few wealthy, the clever, and the opportunists, people like them, see mobile payments and the metaverse as golden opportunities. These things could help Songmang rake in a fortune, but without his own people, he still needs Tony's assistance. It's hard to say how far mobile phone technology has developed here. Songmang plans to wait a while before handing these research results over to Tony, telling him, "This is a prophecy of the future, a vision for my magic." He'll say this innovation has a high chance of dominating the market and bringing Tony enormous profits. After experiencing Tony keeping things from him, Songmang is no longer as open-hearted as before, not with everyone, at least. While he's not exactly harsh with his staff, he has become considerably stricter. He seems to be in a state of relentless, single-minded pursuit, as though he's racing against time for some purpose. He no longer resembles a chief engineer at all. Tony understands this too, which is why the engineers he assigns Song Mang are always hard-working types, though often full of their own ideas. Song Mang sits in his office with his feet propped up on the desk, leaning back in his chair, his head tilted upward, slowly reflecting on everything that happened today. Meanwhile, the surrounding energy gathers and flows toward him. His cultivation has reached a point where he can now automatically absorb energy without conscious control, a fully automated form of chi cultivation. In other systems, this might be an impressive achievement, but for chi magic, it actually feels rather basic. The engineers outside have made some progress, though it's only just reached the point where it could start earning money. He decides it's time to update Tony about this. That's only one side of the story. On the other hand, he hasn't neglected his magical training. By fusing technology and magic, Song Mang has developed a new, advanced method of spellcasting. Normally, magic relies on only a few forms of attack. Magic circles, incantations, runes, and magical constructs are all variations or developments of the magic circle. The magic his father taught him was primarily based on circles. So when Song Mang discovered Tony's research on nanomaterials, inspiration struck. He began carving the intricate, material-heavy magic circles directly into his skin using nanomaterials, layering the designs of different arrays atop one another. In short, with the help of technology, Song Mang got a tattoo on his hand, though the nanobots weren't nearly as advanced as they would be a decade later. For now, these were the only things Song Mang could manage with these nanomaterials. Many of the magic arrays within the formation could now be used directly, though after some study, he realized they were still a little weaker than their original forms. Come to think of it, he could probably share this technique with Tony. After all, Tony was practically made of iron. There'd be no problem etching arrays onto his metal shell. But Song Mang had learned his lesson. Some things were best kept private. A trump card could be vital. These days, Song Mang's life, though a bit lazy and unambitious, was exactly what he had always dreamed of in his past life. Every day, he'd go to work with ease, live happily, free from financial worries and health problems. It was a simple life, but one filled with the kind of happiness so many people long for. He even had time to study more magic and similar arts, though he had little interest in becoming a sorcerer supreme. His father, on the other hand, was deeply fascinated. Every day, while tinkering with the fusion of technology and magic, his father would talk longingly about visiting Kamartaj. Laid-off workers, reemployed. One morning, after waking up as usual, Song Mang looked out at his expansive balcony, sighing once again. He seemed to have overslept and missed work hours again. Every time he woke, he would marvel at this new life of his. Today was Ivan's official first day back at work. After Tony's guidance, Ivan had reassembled the nuclear-powered reactor and fashioned his own suit of iron armor. From Song Mang's estimation, Ivan had even added some of his own unique, rather wild modifications. Real mad science. Yesterday, Ivan had declared his eagerness to challenge Tony to a one-on-one duel, but Song Mang had spent quite a while talking him out of it. The results weren't great, but at least Ivan hadn't gone looking for Tony that day. As for Tony, Song Mang had already left him with enough resources for independent magical research. For Tony, magic was a fast track, but not the only way forward. It wasn't exactly a case of kicking down the ladder after climbing up. It's just that Song Mang's importance to Tony had faded. Since the day he moved out of Tony's house, Song Mang had grown somewhat suspicious and wary. He'd become a bit resistant to other people's kindness, but in Song Mang's view, that was a good thing. He was no longer treating himself as the protagonist just because he'd traveled to another world. He could live more fully this way. He had no idea how much he mattered to Tony now, so he tried not to wear out his welcome, even with something as harmless as a friendly spar. In truth, with Jarvis's help, Tony should be able to craft talisman trackers on his own by now. What's more, Tony already possessed the Ox Talisman. While research into acquiring the rest of the talismans was still in its early stages, Tony now had the ability to obtain them on his own. During this month in hiding, Song Mang had crafted 5 talisman trackers, but he hadn't left the house even once. Tony needed a full month to gather enough energy to forge just one of these trackers. Without Tony by his side, Song Mang needed to observe Tony's process of searching for talismans, and then make sure no one was watching. Him in Tony's absence. To slip away from surveillance and search for talismans on his own, he would need something extraordinary. An invisible man who isn't sneaky. The ability to become invisible is generally useful throughout, but in the endgame, it hardly mattered. In fact, you were killed by a shockwave. From outer space, struck down by a force you couldn't even see coming. Yes, that invisible refers to the owner of the invisibility power. Good luck. Make wise use of this gift. Speaking of these buffs, after acquiring the horse talisman, each had been enhanced to some extent. Whether the buff had a specific attribute or not, there was a noticeable boost. After breakfast, Zongmang drove one of Tony's sedans to the company. Downstairs, he ran into Ivan, dressed in a long coat and looking, for all the world, like a destitute old scavenger. Who would have guessed that this was the very man who had once nearly killed Tony? Zongmang approached warmly and shook his hand. "You've finally come. I really do need you here. In fact, you could manage just fine on your own. I'm only your assistant. When it comes to magic, things are already strange enough," Ivan replied, pulling his hand back and looking distinctly unimpressed. Zongmang burst out laughing and threw an arm around Ivan's shoulders, and though Ivan didn't push him away, he simply walked with Zongmang into the workshop Tony had prepared for them. After months of working together, Zongmang had realized Ivan was a gloomy man, obsessive, arrogant, and quite full of himself. Those words could almost all be used to describe someone else too, Tony, except for the gloominess. Yet Zongmang had discovered another side to Ivan. He was starved for affection. Just like Tony, this overgrown baby yearned for his father's love. But after his father died, Ivan had withdrawn even further from emotional connections. It wasn't a good sign, but at least Zongmang and Ivan got along decently well. They could even joke around together, as they had just done. After Zongmang clocked in, he and Ivan headed into the lab. The other researchers were still busy with their mobile payment projects. But Zongmang and Ivan went straight to the innermost lab, where all sorts of stomach-churning things were stored. Perhaps that was just a hallmark of air magic. Ivan picked up a transparent bottle with a somewhat appealing appearance. Pointing to the liquid inside, he asked, "New materials again? What are these?" Zongmang glanced at it and replied, "That's catfish monkey saliva." Ivan curled his lip, a typical display of Russian disdain. "You really want to use these things as materials and tattoo them onto your skin?" That was Ivan's take on it. In truth, the miniaturization of magic circles, shrinking all kinds of symbols and embedding them under the skin, really did bear a striking resemblance to getting a tattoo. Of course, magic doesn't let you pick and choose. All of these are infused with the essence from those animals. These things can help offset some of the side effects brought by magic. If we arrange them into formations, we can reduce the amount of energy we have to spend. That's also why I taught you the craft of magical implements. When you're just starting to practice chi magic, using formations is simply the best option. Ivan waved a hand nonchalantly. "We're going to be working together for a long time. The way you say it, it's like you won't need formations anymore down the road." On the contrary, you'll be using formations even more in the future. The stronger you become, the more energy you'll need. He glanced at the shapeless markings on his hand. "I remember you can tattoo, right? How about designing a pattern for me?" Ivan grinned. "I've already done that. Take a look." He produced a design he'd created. "Here, I've looked into it. Your magic circle is only visible when in use. So, I made some adjustments. You just need to draw these two curved blade motifs. When you activate the formation, the pattern will appear as a magic sigil." Zongmang studied the design closely. "A magic sigil, huh? But sigils and formations aren't the same. They need more mediums, and some of the required components for certain sigils are a real headache. Restarting the ceremony every time would be way too costly." "You think I didn't consider that?" Ivan replied as he searched for materials for their upcoming magical reinforcement experiment. "Those complex sigils are indeed hard to realize this way. I just picked 7 really practical ones." Ivan explained to Zongmang in detail about the sigils he'd incorporated. All of these will naturally form once the formation is complete. The materials from the formation can serve directly as the mediums. Looking at the design, Zongmang couldn't help but get excited. "Ivan, you're a genius." Ivan's lips curved downward, feigning indifference, almost like a forced smile. But emotional states are hard to hide from a chi mage. At first, after everything that happened with Tony, Zongmang had even considered holding something back. After all, he was Ivan, Tony's arch-nemesis. A brilliant scientist in his own right, and, as a genius villain, if you added magic into the mix, he could easily become a truly terrifying adversary, the kind you simply couldn't defeat. Ivan continued, "Today's experiment is about to begin. The materials you put together are seriously disgusting. If this batch doesn't work, I'm going to have to kick your butt." Zongmang just smiled, then picked up a pistol-shaped prototype. It wasn't a physical holy sword anymore, not after the modifications. Zongmang had added pufferfish innards and some spiritual substances to its core. This transformed the gun into a vessel for storing chi, making magical experiments much more convenient, and potentially leading to some unexpected results. It was rather strange, really. This was originally just a workaround for Ivan's initial shortage of chi, but through a series of coincidences. All in all, things were getting interesting. Tony's collaboration. After working together for several months, the two had developed a bit of unspoken understanding. When it came to the newly delivered materials, they managed to complete the basic parameter tests in just 2 hours. On the whole, magical forging produced incredibly powerful effects. Hardness and density were only the beginning. It was even possible to alter the atomic parameters at a fundamental level, though the cost for that was enormous. The problem, however, was that once magic-enhanced materials started breaking the established laws of physics and chemistry, they became fundamentally unsuitable for commercial use, and hardly fit for the public eye at all. Commercializing magical forging was, in truth, rather reckless. Fortunately, Tsang-Mang had already taught Tony a great deal of magical knowledge, so any problem Tsang-Mang encountered, Tony would face as well. And when trouble arose, well, there was always the boss to step up. Curiously, even after partnering with S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony never shared his cultivation techniques with them. Luckily, he only had a basic grasp of chi magic. His real expertise lay in magical forging. He hadn't received deeper guidance. To solve many of the fundamental problems, much greater costs would be required, enough for Tsang-Mang to maintain a 1,000-year lead over anyone else in the field of chi magic. More than once, Tsang-Mang had wondered, was the world he'd crossed into really just a movie universe? Or was it a world filled with countless anti-heroes? After all, in these 6 months or so, he'd barely interacted with anyone. Even when he did, he hardly grasped the complex aspects of human nature. His lack of social experience was the greatest obstacle he faced. As for chi magic, as for the power of talismans, Tsang-Mang had shared so much with Tony. But if Tony ever became untrustworthy, that would be a truly dangerous situation for Tsang-Mang. What Tsang-Mang wanted was nothing more than to stay alive, to be free and unrestrained, to travel the world and witness its beauty. In a Marvel universe, he could even gaze upon the wonders of the entire cosmos. He could stroll along the Milky Way and look down on entire star systems. As long as he worked hard enough to become an exceptionally powerful sorcerer, all the most breathtaking sights in existence would be within his reach. But this universe was incredibly dangerous. Countless beings possessed overwhelming power. Even someone like Thanos, with his multiversal strength, wasn't considered the pinnacle. Beyond that, there were gods, cosmic observers, and the so-called Time Variance Authority. At its peak, chaos magic became a force of sheer terror. The Phoenix Force of the mutants was practically the power of a creator deity. When Tsang-Mang first crossed over into this world, he once considered joining S.H.I.E.L.D. and changing the course of this reality. But he no longer thought that way. Circumstances shape heroes. Those words weren't empty talk. When the time is right, even the heavens help. When luck runs out, not even a hero is free. At the end of the day, Tsang-Mang was just an ordinary person who could use magic. He might have been even less capable than a high school student, especially when it came to social skills. He had gained a deeper understanding of how society functioned and was learning to become a strong adult. No matter how powerful one might be, there would always be times when you needed help from others. Take, for example, Ivan, who is now working with Tsang-Mang on experiments. After Tsang-Mang gave him the instructions, Ivan could carry out many experiments that had previously existed only as ideas in his father's mind. Thanks to advanced technology, progress in air magic was advancing at breakneck speed. This time, their experiment was on energy infusion and enhancement. The result, Ivan ended up with a pen, one that would never run out of ink, no matter how much he wrote. It's also worth mentioning that after some modifications to the charm tracker, Tsang-Mang managed to find Ivan's bird. Ivan, in turn, gave that parrot some utterly wild enhancements. This proved that magical artifact enhancement could be applied to living creatures, though not to humans. Just as they finished the experiment, Tsang-Mang's phone rang. It was one Tony had given him, and he only had 2 contacts. One was Tony Stark. The other was Ivan. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson had said that once they finished selecting and training new agents, they'd call Tsang-Mang in. Apparently, the higher-ups still hadn't decided what to make of him, so it was unclear who his future contact there would be. Tsang-Mang didn't even glance at the screen before answering. On the other end, Tony's voice came through. Tsang-Mang, how's your research going lately? Have you come up with anything interesting? Tsang-Mang let out a long sigh into the phone. Do you really think I'm as lucky as you? Able to whip up something as impressive as a fully automated debate machine right off the bat. Tony looked speechless. I use it every day now for my workouts. Even when I channel the strength of the Ox Talisman, it refuses to bend or change shape, and it still has the energy to argue with me. But that doesn't necessarily mean I'm exceptionally lucky, though I have to admit, my luck isn't bad. Tsang-Mang considered for a moment. Maybe it's something like that idea of a first draw. Still, when it comes to rules like this, even if there's a bit of mental game involved, it's really just a sign of good fortune. Tsang-Mang struck up a conversation with Tony. So, what have you been busy with lately? Tony replied, "Honestly, not much. I've just been traveling around, checking out a few places. On my way back, I'll keep an eye on the latest news. And of course, there's always the research on the Iron Man suit." Song Mang couldn't say he envied Tony's lifestyle, nor did he find it boring. He said to Tony, "Well, it seems like your life is just the same as ever. You haven't changed a bit, Mr. Stark." Speaking lazily into the phone, Song Mang gestured that he was stepping out for a while. Ivan, unimpressed, rolled his eyes and continued with his own work. With Song Mang's help, Tony had solved the palladium poisoning problem much earlier than in the movies. With Ivan out of the picture, Tony was still together with Pepper. As for Rhodey's suit, well, Tony had sold it to him. The condition? Rhodey had to perform a striptease show at Air Force headquarters, open for media coverage. Very Tony, all things considered. Song Mang wasn't particularly interested in Tony's personal life. What he really wanted was to keep track of how the story was progressing. After all, if the Avengers ever needed a leader, Tony would at least be the deputy. The captain is the captain. No problem there, probably. Enough about me. I bet you've been making plenty of trackers lately, haven't you? So how about it? Got any free time today? Let's go hunt down some talismans. Tony's invitation felt a bit odd to Song Mang. Since his last return, Tony had arranged for him to work at the company. He only visited Tony's villa occasionally and rarely stayed overnight. The rest of the time, their paths barely crossed, and their conversations had become few and far between. Still, Song Mang didn't turn Tony down. Picking up the talismans himself was a good plan, but for now, the sooner he got his hands on their power, the sooner he'd have the means to protect himself. "Come pick me up, would you? If I leave work early, I'll need someone to sign off on it." Tony chuckled. If I remember right, Pepper's been complaining a lot lately. You barely even show up at work. Do you really need my approval to take time off? No. Attitude is important. Even if it's just a job, I must show respect. Please tell Miss Pepper that I meant no offense. I truly have something urgent to discuss. Tony burst out laughing. "I think you'd better tell her yourself. She's been a little under a lot of pressure lately. So, see you in a bit." Song Mang replied politely, then hung up the phone. Tony was momentarily baffled. Did he just hang up on me? "Yes, sir," came Jarvis's mechanical reply. "No need to answer," Tony said, waving his right hand in a theatrical imitation of Michelangelo's God imparting wisdom to man. Song Mang sat by the laboratory door, waiting patiently for Tony to come fetch him. As Song Mang fiddled with his phone, a figure suddenly darted past in a blur, like a fleeting afterimage. Did something just swing by? Song Mang looked down the empty street, then shook his head. Tony's arrival. If someone can appear and disappear in the Marvel Universe without flying, isn't it obvious who that is? As for which version, well, I'll check after I'm done with Tony. Judging by Spider-Man's age and Aunt May's, I can probably figure out which world I'm in. But come to think of it, if I go check now, that might mess with the timeline. Who knows? Maybe that would draw the Time Variance Authority's attention. And by the way, with all those Kong variants running around, doesn't anyone at the TVA care? It felt odd to think I might see Spider-Man at Stark Industries, considering the two places aren't exactly close. Why would the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man from Queens show up here? Could it be that Tony's already discovered him? Is my butterfly effect really that obvious? I couldn't be sure, but things like this are always uncertain anyway. No big deal. I'll just ask Tony when he gets here. Sooner or later, this would happen. If Peter already has his powers, having Iron Man train him straight away might actually work out better. Luckily, Ivan is busy with his experiments, so there's no need for him and Tony to cross paths. Better to keep those two apart. I pictured what it'd be like if Ivan and Tony actually met. Oh, so this is the famous Tin Man. And this must be our renowned prison doctor. Come to think of it, their arguments probably wouldn't be quite that juvenile, probably. Right? They trade a few insults, get into a scuffle, then Tony would suit up in his Iron Man armor, Ivan in his electric whips, one charging in as the Thunder King of close combat, the other blasting away as the armored warrior from afar. Man, the more I think about it, the more epic that sounds. Why do I suddenly want to see them fight? Anyway, Ivan has no real interest in the talismans. Tony, on the other hand, can handle their power thanks to the new element in his arc reactor. Other people collect the aura of talismans. Just look at how many people were blown up by the Power Stone for reference. Song Mang let his mind wander. If he wanted to catch up with Spider-Man, what would he need? He was still a bit lacking in the speed department. System, do I have any speed-related buffs? Due to being killed by the Doctor and failing to be revived even after a rescue attempt by 3 hedgehogs, you have received the flashing hedgehog buff. Whenever you're struck by electricity, you'll gain unparalleled speed. The duration depends on the current's intensity. This buff left Song Mang speechless. What on earth was this? If he got electrocuted, wouldn't he just be paralyzed? And now, it says the more he's shocked, the faster he'll run. So he'd be running while twitching? Still, now that he thought about it, there really were quite a few people in the Marvel world who could use electricity. Take Thor, for example. He wondered if Thor had a skill that could discharge large amounts of electricity without harming anyone. This habit of letting his thoughts run wild traced back to a long time ago. During the worst years of his illness, he would space out every day, his thoughts scattering wherever they pleased. If anything even remotely different happened, he'd get caught up in endless speculation. Anytime a pretty young woman came in to do volunteer work, his mind would wander all the way to the idea of having children with her. But sadly, he never had a girlfriend, not even until the day he died. Speaking of heart disease, it wasn't exactly a terminal illness, but for some reason, the doctors always had grim talks with his parents. In the beginning, he could still move about freely, but gradually, the restrictions piled up. More and more things became off limits. It was as if an invisible sheet of glass separated him from the world. He could see everything, but never reach it. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a flamboyant sports car skidded to a stop right in front of Zong Mang. "Hey, valet, how much to park here?" Tony, sporting sunglasses, asked with a playful tone, addressing Zong Mang, who was standing dazed at the entrance. Zong Mang could only sigh. "Why are you still like this? I thought you'd have matured by now. How are things with Pepper?" Tony's face showed a flicker of awkwardness. The night his poisoning symptoms were cured, he'd been so overjoyed that he took Pepper out. He told her everything. His recent close call with death, running into a wizard, meeting someone who could save him. He poured out his emotions and his feelings for Pepper. Tony was never one for heartfelt words, but that night, he'd drunk a lot. You know how it is, give a man a drink, and he'll spill everything. Luckily, Pepper was great at understanding him. They talked for a long time that night, and finally made things official. Not that anyone else knew about it, well, except maybe the wizard. Who knows how he found out? Hey, do you guys have mind-reading powers or something? With the way you wizards are, one look, and you know everything. Honestly, that's a pretty creepy skill. Zong Mang rolled his eyes. Not really. You're just easier to figure out, that's all. Kidding me. Have you ever even been in a relationship? Oh wait, I forgot. You're probably the most popular gigolo in the whole area. Zong Mang could only sigh. It was true, this body had seen its fair share of romantic encounters, but deep down, he was still a bashful boy at heart. He'd grown up without ever touching a girl. Honestly, the scene he'd witnessed when he'd crossed over was the most risque thing he'd ever experienced. He and Tony went back and forth, trading a few playful jabs. In all honesty, Tony didn't put on any airs around Zong Mang. He wasn't nearly as sharp-tongued as he was with others. Likewise, Zong Mang spoke his mind. When you know someone well, it's hard to feel any sense of intimidation. After their little verbal sparring session, Zong Mang finally slid into Tony's car, and together they set off in search of their quarry. "So what's the plan? Do we go after yours first, or mine?" Tony asked, eyes fixed on the road. This was Zong Mang's first time riding in Tony's car. He had to admit, the speed was something else, blazingly fast but steady as a rock. "By the way, isn't the passenger seat in your car usually reserved for girls?" "Huh," Tony snorted. "Come on, I'm already doing you a big favor by letting you sit there. You don't want it? Get out and walk." All right, let's go find yours first. There's something I need to make sure of." Tony looked intrigued. "Oh, what's so important that you have to be this cautious?" Zong Mang shook his head. "I'm not sure yet. I can't tell you now. Once I confirmed it, I'll let you know. If I tell you now, it might cause some issues. Maybe it wouldn't matter to you, but for me, it could be a bit of trouble." Tony nodded, seeming to get the gist. Since it wouldn't cause him any problems, but might make things tricky for Zong Mang, odds were it had something to do with those SHIELD agents. But he didn't feel any need to step in on Zong Mang's behalf. After all, Zong Mang was a wizard, plenty powerful in his own right. And, knowing Nick Fury, as long as Zong Mang joined SHIELD and didn't threaten U.S. interests, they probably wouldn't do anything drastic. "Oh, by the way, Zong Mang, I've been studying how to sense chi," Tony said, his hand glowing with a bright white light. "I can feel it now." Zong Mang watched Tony carefully. Even though he was a month late in telling him, Tony still chose to share this. Why? What is Tony really thinking? But Zong Mang wasn't too concerned for now. Time reveals a person's true character. No ruse. Chi, debating with a technological genius. I've discovered that chi is actually a form of energy, but it's different from the electricity or heat we normally use. It doesn't quite obey the law of conservation of energy, or maybe I just haven't found the missing link yet. Zong Mang became interested. He felt that Tony's explanation made it much easier for him to grasp the concept of chi. After all, this was his first encounter with chi magic, so approaching it from a technological perspective seemed like a good idea. That does sound intriguing. Are you saying that chi is also a kind of energy? In his mind, the old man pursed his lips in a half-smile. That's right. Chi is a form of energy completely different from any known physical energy. It exists within the motion of all things. In the universe, as you already know, philosophically speaking, everything is both relatively at rest and in motion at the same time. The concept of qi originates from humans. It's our way of understanding it. But in scientific terms, it seems to carry a similar meaning. You might think of it as entropy increase. The universe is in a state of constant entropy increase. Entropy is the process of moving from order to disorder. Picture it like this. Imagine a pyramid built of bricks and stones. If you start removing those stones and placing them elsewhere, when you've finished moving all the bricks, the pyramid transforms from an orderly shape into a chaotic pile. The way you place the stones is random, so you've moved from order to disorder. And once you've reached a certain arrangement, moving just one more stone could make the whole thing collapse, meaning you can't move anything anymore. That's like exhausting your energy. You can't do anything else. The emergence of qi is similar to this process of increasing entropy. Whether it's humans, animals, plants, even buildings, their very existence is a form of movement. And in the process of movement, enough energy is released. This energy is different from protons, neutrons, or quarks, anything our instruments can detect. Even with these tiniest of concepts, I still can't detect the existence of qi as a substance. So I believe that qi might belong to a kind of quantum state. Everyone can emit qi, and we sense this qi to practice magic and cultivate it. The process of cultivation is likely a continuous extraction of energy from the quantum realm, and all of this energy comes from what is released by everyone in the world as entropy increases. But if we look at it this way, then the energy released during the universe's entropy increase might be expelled into another quantum universe, similar to a parallel world. Energy is always conserved, even as entropy increases. That's a fascinating scientific concept. From there, Tony began to explain in detail the connection between entropy and qi, and Zongmang listened with keen interest. He listened for a long time and gradually began to understand things. Tony wanted to explain qi, that magical force, from a scientific perspective. And, surprisingly, he had actually managed to provide a fairly reasonable explanation of the concept. However, judging by the faint green glow hovering above his own head, it seemed his old man might have some reservations. I think I get what you're saying. You mean qi is really just another form of energy, but its use is rather unique. So what exactly are you getting at? Are you trying to praise the omnipotence of science, or do you want to study it scientifically for some specific purpose? Zongmang asked, suspecting that Tony's interest was probably just academic curiosity, though he himself didn't care much about that. If it was only curiosity, it wouldn't matter. But if Tony intended to use science to research magic, then Zongmang felt he had to be involved. No matter how he looked at it, a union of science and magic could easily produce even more powerful weapons. Even Tony's current suit of armor was, at best, fairly low-end. Even if Tony eventually developed the nano suit, he still wouldn't stand a chance against Thanos. But a suit powered by magic, that was another story altogether. Who knows? Tony shrugged. He was still driving, so his body language was limited. He said to Zongmang, "Honestly, I don't even know what I'll accomplish by studying qi. It's a bit like when Faraday first discovered the principles of electromagnetism. He was ridiculed at the time. But he said electromagnetism was just an infant, and as it developed into the modern world, everyone came to respect him. No one's laughing at him now. Truth is, I don't know what practical use this will have. But if I can write a systematic paper on it, then future research into magic will have a foundation. That way, I can help those who come after me. But if you don't want me to spread the knowledge of magic, then just pretend I never said anything." Zongmang pondered for a long time. In the Marvel Universe, the power of magic was only considered mid-level. And how many truly gifted people were there, anyway? Even if there were many, look at Kamar Taj, it was wiped out single-handedly by the Scarlet Witch. So, no matter how extraordinary one's talent in magic, it was still just a mid-tier power. In the Marvel world, only the highest level forces could truly decide the fate of most people. And the magic he'd learned was only one possible path to that upper echelon. After a long silence, Zongmang didn't refuse. "If you want to go ahead, but I'm guessing S.H.I.E.L.D. put you up to this." Tony neither confirmed nor denied it, but his attitude was answer enough. Tony admitted it with hardly any hesitation. After all, Zongmang still hadn't seen the so-called infinite energy since last time. Zongmang didn't really care much about the infinite energy itself, but what bothered him was Tony's secrecy. "That's right, you're allowed to keep things from me. After all, everyone has their own secrets." Zongmang could accept that, but what he wanted even more was for there to be fewer secrets between Tony and himself. After fulfilling S.H.I.E.L.D.'s request, Tony stopped discussing the topic of qi with Zongmang. He noticed that Zongmang always seemed deep in thought whenever it came up. It was clear he didn't enjoy talking about it. Zongmang gazed at the talisman tracker Tony had placed in the car. He reached out, letting his fingers play with it for a while. A glimmer of blue flashed in his eyes. You have touched the talisman tracker. In the young warriors of the divine arms, you were killed by the Lord of heaven and earth. You have gained the buff, weapon transformation. Any item you touch now has a chance to come to life as a real creature under your control. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Zhong Mang's mouth. Indeed, with power on your side, there's nothing to fear from danger. Maybe he was just being paranoid. Maybe he truly didn't understand how to connect with people. But power never lied. A sea of green. After a period of silence, Zhong Mang began to ponder what Tony had said. The idea behind Qi was actually quite thought-provoking. Before he crossed over, Zhong Mang had read his fair share of novels, endless theories about ancient traditions and the three teachings. But hearing Tony's explanation, he realized that the Qi magic he practiced could be viewed from a scientific perspective, offering a whole new way to sense the world. Take, for instance, the four fundamental forces. Zhong Mang's grasp of science wasn't as strong as Tony's. He'd never claimed to be a genius. He didn't know all the details, but just from the names, gravity, electromagnetic force, weak interaction, strong interaction. The weak and strong interactions, along with magnetism, could all be unified under a single form of force, at least that a concept from physics. Zhong Mang didn't understand it deeply, but he knew these forces made up the fabric of a universe. Does that mean everything in the universe emanates Qi? Is this Qi the interaction between objects, or is it the entropy increase inherent in matter itself? As Zhong Mang pondered, he suddenly closed his eyes. Tony didn't mind. He just assumed Zhong Mang didn't feel like chatting anymore. But in Zhong Mang's mind, his old man suddenly chuckled. At last, you've begun to realize. At that moment, Zhong Mang sensed the world around him in his mind's eye, a lush, vibrant green, a space forever filled with verdant hues. The shades of green varied, sometimes pale, sometimes deep, swirling and drifting like wisps of mist. The green currents intertwined at times, and, at others, they drifted apart, each finding its own path. Zhong Mang focused all his effort on following the deepest shade of green, letting his senses stretch farther and farther along that color, until he found himself gazing upon an endless ocean of green. At that very moment, a sudden green radiance burst forth from Zhong Mang's body in the waking world. Tony stared at him in shock. What on earth was happening? Was he about to explode again? Tony couldn't help but recall the time he had taken down Abomination in a single move. It was the same phenomenon, his body glowing with green light, his eyes shimmering with emerald, like some deity walking among mortals. Tony was completely at a loss. They were very close to the city center, so stopping the car was out of the question. But even if he kept going, he couldn't escape the city center so quickly. And what about Zhong Mang? Zhong Mang was a sorcerer, and the secrets he carried were far too important, both to S.H.I.E.L.D. and to Tony himself. Tony reached behind him, slipping his fingers into the toolbox's crevice. Instantly, his Iron Man suit rushed to envelop him. Balancing the suitcase in one hand, Tony steered the car with the other, pulling off a split-second drift before coming to a stop in a clearing by the roadside. Then, the Iron Man armor fully assembled around him. Everyone, clear this area immediately and head north towards Stark Tower, Tony commanded. He then scooped Zhong Mang into his arms and soared skyward, flying south. You better be okay. Jarvis, scan his vital signs. As soon as he had Zhong Mang safely in his grasp, Tony sent a message to Nick Fury. He's glowing all over, like a giant green light bulb. Can you check what's going on and tell me what to do? Stay calm, Fury replied. I'm sending you coordinates now. Our top medical team is en route. Leave the rest to us. Without hesitation, Tony flew toward the location S.H.I.E.L.D. provided. They'd know how to handle this. As skilled as his own medical team was, magic was a whole different beast. Best to leave it to the experts. Meanwhile, the green light surrounding Zhong Mang was growing ever brighter. Tony felt a tremor within his own energy. The magic in his body seemed to shiver in response to the power radiating from Zhong Mang. Tony didn't understand it. It was just energy, and yet it elicited such a visceral reaction. Tony trusted that Zhong Mang wouldn't hurt anyone in his current state, at least not on purpose. Even so, he couldn't just let him blaze like that in public. He had no choice but to trust S.H.I.E.L.D. and carry Zhong Mang away from the scene. Yet, at this very moment, the whole of New York was plunged into a massive traffic jam because of Zhong Mang's disturbance. Tony wondered if things were still within Nick Fury's control. But Zhong Mang himself was completely oblivious to the turmoil outside. His consciousness drifted amidst the endless green ocean. That vast expanse of green wrapped around him, and Zhong Mang could feel the energy within his body being swept and replenished by the tides of the green sea, filling him up with boundless vigor. Originally, the faint green hue within his body did not wash away with the ocean's current. Instead, it was gradually soaked by the green sea, growing deeper and deeper, until even the energy inside Zong Mang's body took on a shadowy, dark green shade. The old man kept a watchful eye on Zong Mang's condition throughout. As expected, no matter how gifted someone is, the first time always leaves them touched by the power, the old man silently chanted, fingers forming a spell in the depths of his consciousness. All demons and monsters be gone. Although the old man unleashed a tremendous amount of energy, Zong Mang's entire body was glowing with green light, making it impossible to see where it was focused, even above his head. In Zong Mang's sea of consciousness, a fierce storm was raging. Deep within that consciousness, Zong Mang, who had been in a deep slumber, was suddenly jolted awake. Looking up at Tony, who was carrying him through the sky, he demanded, "What are you doing?" Tony hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. How could anyone explain that the person they were carrying, who seemed on the verge of exploding at any moment, had just woken up out of nowhere? It was like hugging a nuclear bomb, only for a clown to suddenly pop out from inside. He made a sound somewhere between a groan and a sigh of exasperation. "Oh, well, if I said it was nothing, that I just thought the ride was a bit slow and it's getting hot, so I wanted to take you for a spin in the air. Would you believe me?" Zong Mang's expression clearly said, "You must be kidding me." Tony slapped his own face with one hand. "Damn it, I knew you wouldn't fall for that." Meanwhile, everyone aboard the SHIELD aircraft was anxiously awaiting the arrival of the two. But Tony leaned in closer to Zong Mang and said, "No, honestly, I'm telling the truth. The thing is, you suddenly passed out, so I figured we'd better get moving, even if I didn't get your permission." As he spoke, he tapped a section of armor on his shoulder. The panel popped open, revealing a talismanic tracker inside. For dragon heads glowed with varying intensity, while Jarvis kept issuing reminders, prompting Tony to constantly adjust his course. Seeing all this, Zong Mang was left bewildered. Did I say something wrong just now? Why else would he be acting this way toward me? Imagine being carried under someone's arm like a child, suspended in midair, unable to get your footing as you fly through the sky. Can you picture that? Zong Mang was debating whether he should apologize, while Tony was hesitating over whether to call Nick Fury and the others. At that moment, the SHIELD medical team was still on standby, awaiting Tony's arrival. Every one of them was on high alert. After all, their orders were clear. They would be facing a condition no one had ever seen before, and they had to find a way to save this man, or else New York itself would be at risk. Up in the sky, the two men had fallen into an awkward, uneasy silence. Sometimes it's strange how things work out. You don't have to do anything at all for the situation to become unbearably awkward. An old soldier never dies, Part 1. Flying through the air together, it was inevitable that the pair would start bickering again. "I have a feeling it might just be your midlife crisis, Tony." Tony was still mulling over the green glow that had radiated from Zong Mang just moments ago. Should he ask him about it? But right now, it seemed both of them were caught in an awkward silence. Unexpectedly, Zong Mang spoke first. "Oh, Zong Mang, I bet you're still just a kid who hasn't even been weaned. How could you say something so childish? What do you mean reaching menopause? I'm still young. And besides, do men even have menopause? What's wrong? Maybe his playboys are different from ordinary men, you know? You're just a brat. Of course you wouldn't understand. Are you kidding? I'm a top host, you know. You sound pretty proud of that, huh? You do realize it's illegal for a minor to work in that kind of business." The two of them bantered back and forth, clearly enjoying their verbal sparring. Unfortunately, the SHIELD agents they'd been expecting were nowhere to be seen, no matter how long they waited. According to SHELD's calculations, Tony should have had plenty of time to bring the target here in just a few minutes, but reality was turning out quite differently from their projections. "Sir, I don't think they're coming," someone beside Nick Fury said quietly. Nick Fury maintained his signature pose, arms crossed and chin resting on his hands, the very image of deep contemplation. In SHIELD Command, only a handful of people could speak directly to Nick Fury, and Coulson was certainly one of them. Based on what I know about Tony, there's no way he's coming now. I'd guess that whatever was going on with Zong Mang has already been resolved. In fact, Zong Mang must be completely back to normal. Otherwise, Tony would have brought him here for us to run some tests. Nick Fury nodded ever so slightly, the light catching on his shiny, bald head and making Agent Coulson blink for a second. "That's exactly what I was thinking. In fact, our surveillance has already picked up their trail." As Nick Fury spoke, he pointed to the large screen in front of them. Coulson glanced over. He'd never really paid attention to these special SHIELD surveillance feeds of New York City before, but now he saw the footage, Tony and Zong Mang, soaring through the sky. "Where are they headed now?" Coulson asked. "I believe it's your job to find out, Agent," Nick Fury replied coolly. "Come on, I'm the boss here. If you don't know, how should I? Trace their direction, estimate their destination, and get me a clear camera angle. I want to see exactly what that glowing thing is on Iron Man's arm. Meanwhile, Tony was completely unconcerned, or perhaps he had already anticipated SLD's response, but simply couldn't be bothered. As a government agency, Tony knew all too well how S.H.I.E.L.D. operated. He was confident they wouldn't dare try anything against him. After another round of friendly teasing, Tony finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Just now your body suddenly started glowing green. What was that about? Actually, I wanted to ask for a long time now, like the time you instantly took down Abomination. I haven't seen you do anything like that since. That's the second time it's happened. Can you finally tell me what's really going on? Song Mang fell silent, unsure of what to say, yet feeling there was nothing he truly needed to hide. An odd quiet settled between the two of them. Tony was desperate to know the truth, while Song Mang remained reluctant to explain. Song Mang didn't see the point in giving an explanation, especially since Tony Stark already knew some of his secrets. But Tony felt it was necessary. That particular mode, something so unknown and powerful, could be deadly for most people in this world. Besides, anyone could see he wasn't fully in control of it. Now, Tony waited for Song Mang's answer, while Song Mang pondered a gentle excuse. Just as both of them ran out of things to say, Jarvis's voice suddenly chimed in. "Sir, we've arrived at our destination." Tony glanced at the 4 dragon heads on his shoulder, each one now glowing, signaling that the energy they were searching for was right below them. Tony descended, and for the first time, Song Mang truly felt the sensation of his feet touching solid ground. Both of them fell silent, their curiosity piqued as they surveyed their surroundings. It was an apartment building, but judging by the talisman tracker, whatever they were seeking was still underground, perhaps a hidden basement or something similar. They approached together. Tony's armor slowly retracted into his briefcase, which he carried at his side. The red and gold suitcase was strikingly flashy, but Song Mang didn't make any jokes about it. Shoulder to shoulder, they walked into the building. Inside, they discovered a staircase, not a secret passage, just a simple set of steps. As they descended, they found themselves in an underground boxing gym. The heavy thuds of fists pummeling punching bags echoed through the space, so loud it felt as if the sound rattled in their ears. Song Mang and Tony exchanged a glance and moved forward. As they stepped through the doorway, they saw the figure of a white man from behind. And to the side, just as they were about to greet him, there was an explosive noise. The man had punched straight through the heavy bag. Song Mang was astonished by the sheer strength, while Tony was amazed by the man himself. He recognized him immediately. "That's right, Captain America, Steve Rogers." "Hey, gentlemen, this is private property. We're not open to the public," Steve said. Tony started to make excuses. "Well, actually, we're here because we just bought this building maybe a few minutes ago." And at that very moment, Jarvis used Stark Industries funds to purchase the entire property, uncovering that the building was registered under a government agency controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D. "Oh, really? So what is it you're here for?" Tibetan Python had not yet realized that this man was Captain America, so he was somewhat baffled by Tony's strange reaction. He noticed that Tony seemed to be dodging the real issue. According to the talisman tracker, the power of the talisman was clearly present in this man. This also confirmed what Tibetan Python had suspected earlier. The power of the talisman was not strictly bound to a specific animal. It possessed a vessel, which could be a person or an object. For example, the rat talisman might even have originated from a cat. Captain America remained calm and composed. As for him, this was an era where war had already ended. Before this, everyone he'd interacted with had been arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D., including Sharon Carter, whom he had believed was just his landlord's daughter, and all the other residents of the building. As for the fact that Tony had bought the entire building, Steve showed no reaction. Captain America had little concept of money. After all, if you've been frozen for 70 years, everything you awoke to would seem fleeting and insubstantial. Everything you knew, everything you cared about, everything you loved or hated, none of it remained. In the end, your greatest thought might simply be, none of this really matters. Old soldiers never die, too. When faced with Captain America's questioning, neither Tony nor Tibetan Python knew quite how to begin. After all, their reason for coming was to search for the talisman. From Tibetan Python's perspective, this was not something that could be casually revealed to others. From Tony's angle, the talisman's power seemed to reside within Captain America. There had to be some secret within him. Otherwise, how could a man who died over 70 years ago suddenly be alive again? He didn't really want to get involved in government matters, but it was clear this had something to do with S.H.I.E.L.D., which meant he needed to look into it. Captain America, however, was growing impatient. Tony's attitude was hardly winning him over. "Hey, gentlemen, if you really don't have any business here, please leave. When you bring the building's deed or whatever paperwork and the government officially asks me to move out, then I'll go, all right. But for now, you can both see yourselves out." Tony fell silent. Tibetan Python, seeing that Tony remained unmoved, nudged him quietly and whispered, "What's wrong with you? Just find an excuse and use the pufferfish to absorb the talisman's energy." But according to Tony's research into chi, it was a form of life force within a person. If he drew the talisman's power from Captain America, would Steve lose his strength as a result? Tony hesitated. The idea of extracting the talisman from Captain America gave him pause. Tony replied in a low voice, "Don't you know who he is? He's Steve Rogers, Captain America, the all-American superhero. Strictly speaking, he's actually America's first superhero, decades before me." Song Mang was stunned. He hadn't expected to encounter a character from the story here, Captain America himself. In the Marvel Universe, this character holds an immense place. Alongside Tony, he is a superhero of great significance. Tony stands for the brilliance of human intellect. As Thanos once said, he is a man cursed with knowledge. Relying on nothing but his own ingenuity, he created suits of armor to battle cosmic deities, despite being entirely mortal. Yet Captain America is no less remarkable. He, too, stands tall among the superpowered, having once lifted Thor's hammer on the strength of his character alone. The super soldier serum enhanced Rogers' physical abilities, but that was all. Beyond that, he possesses no magical powers, no groundbreaking scientific knowledge, no supernatural gifts. And yet, with just those qualities, he fought side by side against beings with overwhelming powers, even against Thanos himself, holding his ground for a brief but glorious moment. Song Mang regarded the man before him with a careful gaze. The perfect physique, impressive height, thick hair, and, perhaps most notably, the classic American rear. Surely a result of too much fried chicken, he mused. Song Mang couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for this superhero. He hadn't felt much for Captain America's movies at first, but everything changed in Endgame. With Thor and Tony fallen, Captain America stood alone. Even with just half a shield, he forced himself to his feet to face Thanos. It was at that moment that Song Mang finally understood what made Captain America truly special. "I could do this all day." That line captured the very spirit of Captain America's heroism. As a superhuman, Captain America easily picked up on the whispered conversation between the two. He recognized them, and knew they recognized him, but the subject of talismans was foreign to him. Suddenly, he realized that one of them looked strikingly familiar. "You're Tony Stark, Howard Stark's son. You really do look a lot like him." Hearing someone say he resembled his father caught Tony off guard. He wasn't used to it. After all, the last person who'd said that had been personally sent to his grave by Tony himself, though admittedly, the man had died from his own fall. Song Mang stepped forward and extended his hand to Captain America. "It's an honor to meet you." Captain America was down to earth and didn't hold a grudge about their earlier attempt to deceive him, nor did he pretend to be innocent. "The honor's mine. Steve Rogers. I'd like to ask you, how long have you been here?" "I'm not sure. Maybe about a year or so." Song Mang roughly estimated the time. Even though he was the source of the butterfly effect, he figured it shouldn't have rippled all the way to Captain America just yet. So, very soon, Captain America would come under the influence of the Insight program. It seemed that he needed to collect the talismans as quickly as possible, another major task looming ahead. If they found out he knew Captain America, Hydra might escalate their preparations to a whole new level. But judging by SHLD's usual behavior, anytime he left his place, he would be under surveillance, which meant Hydra would know as well, and soon enough, his meeting with Captain America would be on their radar. Captain America wasn't thinking about any of this. Instead, he greeted him warmly. "Sorry, I'm not really up to date on the things you all like these days. But this place is really nice. Do you want to hang out for a while?" Tony waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, forget it. I got a place that's even bigger, with way more equipment." Even as he said this, he showed no intention of actually inviting anyone over. It seemed more like he just wanted to brag. Song Mang didn't even know how to respond to Tony's behavior. But then again, this was classic Tony. Faced with someone poorer but more talented, he simply had to show off. There was just no helping it. Captain America said, "All right, but it's a shame I can't get out." "Why not?" Tony looked puzzled. "Even if the government needs to keep you in their sights, does it really have to be here? As long as someone's tagging along, can't you go wherever you want?" "Oh, right, you're Captain America. No matter where you go, it'll cause a stir." Song Mang cut in, interrupting their conversation. "This isn't really our concern for now. But, Tony, maybe we should just come clean." Tony hesitated for a moment. "All right. The truth is, the two of us are looking for a type of energy. And now, we've detected that energy in you. We call it a talisman, but at the moment, we have no idea how to extract it from you. We don't know if it might cause you any harm. The two of us would like to study it a bit. So, would you be willing to let us do some research before we proceed?" Old Soldiers Never Die 3. Faced with Song Mang's direct question, Captain America hesitated. Human experimentation? No, not at all. Or at least, not in the way you're thinking. The examination we're proposing is nothing like the experiment you went through before. It won't put your body at risk. During our checks, you won't come to any harm. You can think of it this way. Inside your body, there's a kind of energy similar to what you gain from the serum injection. But this energy is unusable to you. In fact, it could even endanger your life. And for certain reasons, it's already been activated. Moreover, it's very important to us. If you agree, we'd like to conduct an experiment. I assure you, this experiment poses no threat to your safety. We're merely testing two things. Both are classified, so we can't tell you the details right now. But I can promise you it won't affect your health. Captain America looked puzzled. You too. I've never even met you before, yet you want to experiment on my body? Tony glanced stiffly at Zong Mang, then back at Captain America. He nodded, looking a bit embarrassed, and said, "Well, that's pretty much the situation." Captain America smiled, the corners of his mouth turning up. "Of course. Go ahead." Zong Mang and Tony exchanged a knowing smile, surprised by the veteran's boldness, willing to trust complete strangers so easily. "Well, I'm tempted to ask why you trust us, but maybe I shouldn't. If I do, you might change your mind. Let's just get started." Captain America nodded. "Even if the experiment fails, what's the worst that could happen? You've already promised I'll be safe." Zong Mang pursed his lips. "All right, I'll admit it. You really are quite charming." He wasn't sure if the captain was simply being nonchalant, or if he genuinely trusted them so much. Captain America had no idea what he was talking about. He just shrugged. "Let me take you to my room." Once Captain America turned and started walking ahead, Tony leaned over and whispered into Zong Mang's ear. "Honestly, I got my own charm too. The guy's over 100 years old. Can he really compete with me?" Zong Mang thought about it. A rich older guy versus a frozen-in-time knight in shining armor. "Damn, I can't believe men like this actually exist," he muttered under his breath. As Captain America led the two upstairs, they suddenly ran into a woman. Zong Mang instantly recognized her. She had to be Sharon, just like in the movies. She looked the part and seemed very familiar with Steve. The conversation between the two carried a subtle hint of flirtation, though neither let it go too far. Agent Carter's niece, quite a charmer herself. Shortly after they parted ways with Sharon, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents received a notification. "You're clear to withdraw. The crisis is over." The team of medical personnel stared at each other in confusion. What on earth had just happened? No one offered them any explanation. After waiting around for a while, the medics had no choice but to follow the agents out and return to their hospital. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. command center, news had already arrived that Tony and Zong Mang had shown up at Captain America's residence. Nick Fury and Coulson were watching surveillance footage of the two men's arrival. Nick Fury pondered. What exactly had brought them here? What were those mysterious white lights at the zoo last time? Could their visit now be related to this? He recalled that last time they had been carrying that strange dragon-headed object. Would absorbing the white lights have an effect on Steve's body? Nick Fury remained suspicious about the whole affair. Watching the conversation among the three on the monitor, he felt compelled to get to the bottom of it. He called for Agent Coulson and the others, and together they drove to Captain America's residence. On the way there, Alexander Pierce sent a message and began discussing S.H.I.E.L.D. business with Nick Fury. Pierce soon realized that Fury seemed to be in a car and asked, "Where are you headed?" Nick Fury brushed him off. The two pretended nothing was amiss and continued their video conference. But as soon as the meeting ended, Alexander Pierce immediately contacted Hydra's agents, instructing them to investigate Fury's movements and destination. Having survived the Skrull invasion, Nick Fury was now careful never to reveal secrets in conversation, no matter who he was speaking with, though he would sometimes mention his own personal habits. That habit once saved his life, giving him the chance to seek Captain America's help later. Back at the house, Zong Mang began to arrange the ritual, while Tony, making full use of Stark Industries' resources, quickly acquired all sorts of strange materials. Zong Mang took his time considering the next step, finally deciding to start with the simplest approach, testing Captain America's magical aptitude. If he showed any, their work would become much easier, and Steve could cooperate directly. Unfortunately, after the test, it turned out that Captain America lacked even a trace of magical talent. Regretfully, Zong Mang said to him, "I'm sorry, you've missed out on a remarkable opportunity, but I promise, you'll gain something even better." With those words, Zong Mang's eyes lit up with anticipation as he set his sights on the vibranium shield. Vibranium, one of the rarest and most coveted materials in the entire Marvel Universe. And this shield was forged by Howard Stark himself, earning its legendary reputation in Steve's hands decades ago. It carried both profound symbolism and real value. A weapon enchanted from such an item would be truly worthy of legend. Of course, Captain America had no idea what was running through Song Mang's mind. At this stage in his life, Steve Rogers was like a retired soldier, unsure of what to do with himself except for staying fit. It was also during this period that he met the Falcon. Song Mang began setting up the magical array, assembling items such as squid tentacles, a used embryo, and the teeth of a deep-sea fish. After a series of intricate steps, Zong Mang finally finished setting up the formation and told Captain America he could lie down. Then, holding a jar of thick, pitch-black liquid, he turned to Captain America and said, "Now you need to swallow this. Then we can begin our research." Captain America stared at Zong Mang, who seemed like a complete mystic, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. "Is this the experiment you were talking about? This is more like something out of a supernatural folktale. Clearly, you people don't believe in God, either." Seeing Captain America's furrowed brow, Zong Mang chuckled softly, as if to say, "Being handsome isn't going to help you now. You still have to take your medicine. Come on, drink your medicine, Captain. Old soldiers never die for." Lying on the operating table, Captain America felt his eyelids growing heavy. Is this the effect? Is this some kind of anesthetic? Zong Mang watched as Captain America gradually slipped into a deep sleep on the table. At that moment, the spiritual essence emanating from Captain America began to expand, detectable only to those like Zong Mang who had trained in sensing chi. In the world of chi, it is believed that humans possess souls, and that the soul determines how much chi the physical body can contain. Of course, when the soul is in a semi-dispersed state, such as during dreaming or sleepwalking, the person's chi merges with the soul and can diffuse into the world around them. In this state, anyone trained in the art of chi can sense another person's energy. Watching Captain America drift into sleep, Zong Mang placed his hand gently on the soldier's forehead, closed his eyes, and began to recite the key incantations from the technique his father had taught him. At that moment, he let his consciousness sink into Captain America's mind. Inside, Captain America's world was filled with scenes of battlefields. He led the howling commandos in charges across various fronts, and each of these battlegrounds glowed with a faint blue aura. Zong Mang guessed that this must be Captain America's chi. As the scenes gradually faded away, Captain America's chi shifted into a hazy state, signaling that he had finished dreaming and was now in a deep, dreamless sleep. Amid the ever-shifting blue mist, Zong Mang found a patch of color that stood out. This was the power of the Ox Talisman, part of the 12 talismans, and it appeared as a pale gray stone, much like an actual rock. These stones looked strikingly similar to the talismans depicted in animated stories. And within this stone, a steady green light shimmered, refusing to disperse. Zong Mang stepped closer for a better look. Sure enough, this was the aura of the Ox Talisman. However, strictly speaking, this talisman had been found by Tony, so it should belong to him. After some deliberation, Zong Mang decided to take it anyway, since he wasn't yet sure whether absorbing the Ox Talisman from Captain America would have any adverse effect on his body. Only by absorbing it into the sea of consciousness could he, in times of danger, call upon his father's help without delay. Zong Mang withdrew his awareness from Captain America's mind. He started discussing the situation with Tony. Tony immediately shrugged it off, saying he didn't mind. Just give him another one. Zong Mang, of course, nodded in agreement. After the two reached an understanding, Zong Mang brought out a talisman collector. Tony, curious, asked, "Where did you get that?" Zong Mang simply smiled, offering no explanation. Such semi-secret matters, naturally, weren't something he'd share with Tony. In truth, Zong Mang would smash the talisman collector, storing both the shards and their energy in his clothes. Whenever he needed to use it, he'd take out a few fragments and restore them with the horse talisman. Since the fragments took up almost no space, no one could tell he was carrying anything at all. And with the horse talisman, restoration was effortless. It was, in short, exceptionally convenient. Zong Mang plunged his consciousness directly into Captain America's mind, while Tony aimed the blowfish at the captain's head and began chanting, "Demons and monsters, be gone." Honestly, this kind of all-purpose incantation was just too handy. Who could object? Within the mindscape, Zong Mang gripped the Ox Talisman tightly. A surge of overwhelming strength poured into his mind, and suddenly, within Captain America's consciousness, a tidal wave rose, immense and unstoppable. Blue energy gradually condensed into a lifelike figure. Looking closely, it was Captain America himself, dressed in his iconic uniform. He held his star-spangled shield, except now, the star at the center had transformed into the Ox Talisman. Zong Mang felt a headache coming on. Why did a new trial have to appear at a time like this? Feeling rather helpless, Zong Mang faced off against Captain America. This was a Captain America with formidable combat power, now bolstered by the Ox Talisman's immense strength, launching a mighty blow at Zhong Mang. But in this realm, deep within the soul, Zhong Mang couldn't unleash any fatal abilities. Perhaps because it was all within the soul, the runes etched into his hands were useless here. It seemed he had no choice but to seek help from the system. System, you are currently within the soul ring. Unfortunately, your vessel has been taken over by an outsider. The outsider is unaware of your presence. You are already dead, and you have gained the soul's testimony. While in soul state, you possess the ability, limitless loss of presence. This ability was quite underwhelming. After all, who could see a soul under normal circumstances? Unfortunately, Captain America's intuition was razor sharp. Even with the buff's help, Zhong Mang could only hold his ground. But the moment he tried to strike, Captain America would immediately sense it. Zhong Mang had no choice but to call out to his father in his mind. Master, I'm fighting Captain America right now, but it seems I can't beat him. Is there any way to end this quickly? Which Captain America is the one with all the cards? Dad still needs one last rare collector's edition card. Enough with the chatter. Dad calmly sipped a cup of tea within the space of his consciousness. The tea was a gift from the Ancient One. The Ancient One, who often experienced knowledge in her soul form, had, by a stroke of fate, discovered this tea imbued with a soulful aroma. Don't focus on the fighting. The forms you occupy now are all in a state of soul. That means the soul is what truly matters, not the outcome of the battle. Zhong Mang couldn't quite understand. He didn't have the sheep talisman, nor had he spent much time poring over magical tomes. The phrase, the soul is what truly matters, didn't make much sense to him. Still, if victory in combat wasn't the point, Zhong Mang stopped probing his opponent and simply moved around Captain America. As expected, Cap showed not the slightest sign of noticing him. That gave him time to think. Ever since he first entered Captain America's mind, something had been bothering Zhong Mang. Every kind of chi in the world ought to have its own color, yet the chi within him was only green. Strangely enough, in Captain America's world, chi was only blue. Why was that? Zhong Mang focused his senses on the surrounding chi, and as his mind settled, he felt the energies start to resonate with him. He slipped into one of Captain America's memories, and as he emerged from it, he seemed to understand a piece of Cap's past. Could it be that chi appears in different colors to different people? To me, it's green, but to someone else, it might be red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, or violet. And what do these colors signify? What's the real difference between me and Captain America? Worldview, lived experiences, the weight of fate. But how does the soul connect with obtaining talismans? Back at the zoo, there hadn't been such riddles to solve. The animals that held the talisman powers were challenges in themselves. So if I want to claim it now, the most straightforward way would still be to defeat this giant. But Dad said it's not about fighting. That means I'll have to use the basic skills of a chi mage, feeling the energies between heaven and earth. Old soldiers never die V. But blue chi, is that easy to read? My own is green. After all, stop making wild guesses. The color of chi has nothing to do with a person. Dad's voice came through, the sound of him blowing on his tea, accompanied by a tone that was almost like a gentle chant. Master, Zhong Mang was puzzled. How did Dad know what he was thinking? That's what you get for not studying. In a soul state, a chi mage is even more sensitive. The chi within, the chi around you, it all becomes much more intense. So your ability to read the chi around you becomes stronger too. So that's how it is. Since Dad was offering guidance, this was the perfect time to ask some questions. Master, it seems that each person only has one kind of energy within them, but whenever they move, all sorts of colors appear in their energy. Why is that? Father cracked his knuckles with a pop. That's the second form of energy. It's fixed nature. Did you skip that lesson? Zhong Mang sifted through the contents of his mind. That's the trouble with knowledge transfer. You remember it, but you don't really understand it. When energy is constrained by different objects, mages, or the environment, its fluid nature allows it to be dyed by all sorts of colors. Gradually, it takes on the hue of whatever binds it, and the energy stabilizes in that shade. Even after they leave, that color remains. Father explained, that's why the original color of something, the color of its energy, never changes. Growth, change, even death won't alter the color of its energy. Zhong Mang seemed to grasp a little of it, but what did the colors really matter? After all, any color of energy could be absorbed. Father, as if reading Zhong Mang's mind, continued. This is precisely why energy mages naturally end up in different camps. Zhong Mang thought, colors camps? Like some children's story? But then again, what did it matter to him? He was the only energy mage in the whole world. Well, maybe Tony and Ivan together might count as half of one. So, Master, how do I obtain this talisman? One more thing. Natural camps don't dictate your relationships. It just means that when people with the same color energy cultivate together, their progress is faster, and they're more in sync in many ways. Father's swallowing was clearly audible. As for getting the talisman, it's just as you thought. Read its energy. Song Mang reached out to sense the swirling blue mist, which originally belonged solely to Captain America's memories, but now kept pouring into Song Mang's mind. As he delved into Captain America's experiences, Song Mang realized that these memories could help him accumulate Steve Rogers' combat skills. Of course, that wasn't what he was after. He was searching for the key piece, the one that could determine victory or defeat. Honestly, Song Mang felt Captain America hadn't left much unfinished, except for that one person. If there was a single, burning emotion in a person, it could only be love or a dream. Those things that shine in your heart like the pale, glowing moon, always illuminating you, or like the sun, always guiding you forward. After learning of his victory, Captain America's only regret remained. Song Mang tried to put it into words. She doesn't blame you. After he spoke, Captain America's figure suddenly dimmed. That silhouette slowly lowered his shield, and the familiar uniform began to fade from his body, piece by piece. Gradually, the Phantom reverted to Steve Rogers before the serum. He raised the shield in his hand, turning aside with the talisman toward Song Mang. Song Mang didn't hesitate. He pressed one hand directly onto the Ox talisman, drawing a surge of energy into his palm. As Song Mang received this power, he realized that, compared to the horse talisman, the energy contained within the Ox talisman was truly immense. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the strength represented by the Ox talisman might not be merely physical might. There was also a magical force at work. The power of the Ox talisman was like that of a power gem, radiating energy. In this moment, not only was his physical strength enhanced, but so was his inner vitality. After absorbing the energy of the Ox talisman, Song Mang withdrew from Captain America's consciousness. Watching Tony holding a pufferfish up to Captain America in a comical pose, Song Mang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tony, with his trademark decisiveness, simply tossed the pufferfish onto the ground. Hey, I only struck this pose because of you, you know. And for so long, too. What took you so long? This time, Song Mang didn't joke around. He spoke earnestly to Tony. Something happened. That's why. Tony waited, expecting Song Mang to elaborate. What exactly had happened? Song Mang gave a brief explanation of the method and the reason for obtaining the talisman. For once, Tony fell silent. After all, in this world, only matters of the heart are beyond mockery. Song Mang and Tony shifted the topic, slipping into light-hearted conversation. For a moment, it felt as if they were back in those early days, when nothing was off-limits, though now there was a trace of formality between them. Suddenly, Tony asked, "So where are we headed next?" Song Mang replied, "Actually, I already have a target in mind." Tony protested, "You haven't even checked yet. How do you know? Why bother with talismans then?" "I'm not entirely sure," Song Mang answered, "but this person's identity is rather unique. I think you'll like him." "Oh yeah? He'd better be a gorgeous woman then." "Probably not, but then again, who knows? You'll find out soon enough. In fact, I think you've met him before." Tony grew curious. "Who are you talking about, really?" "Let me guess, no, never mind. Are you going to use him for the talisman? Or should I just wait and see?" Staring at the sleeping Captain America, Tony suddenly voiced another question. "I remember the Howling Commandos. Wasn't there someone really close to him? Are you telling me that Guy's death isn't one of his regrets?" Song Mang, too, looked at the sleeping Captain America. "I'm sure it's also a regret, but I don't need to resolve every single regret for him. What matters isn't therapy, it's a test." "A test? What do you mean?" Song Mang gestured with his hands, but his movements had nothing to do with his explanation. "How should I put this? The power of the talismans doesn't exist directly in this world. It's only through the channeling of chi and magic that the talisman's true strength takes form. There's a fundamental issue here. When it comes to the will of the world, what we are taking is something akin to rules. We don't pay a price, but we are put to the test. Our wisdom, abilities, character, and all sorts of possibilities." As the two chatted idly, Captain America seemed to drift into a dream. In his mind, the memories of his life before the glacier replayed before him like a vivid montage. He recalled how he was rejected from enlisting multiple times, how he participated in the experiment that transformed him into Captain America, how he experienced love and friendship, became an icon admired by many. He remembered rescuing Bucky, assembling the Howling Commandos with those soldiers, completing one mission after another, until at last he plunged into the icy depths. But this time, things are different. In his mind, he fought against someone countless times, becoming acutely aware of his own regrets and desires. Until, finally, that frail version of himself easily broke free from those emotions. The age of superheroes begins with you. Are we supposed to wait here until he wakes up? How long is that going to take? Tony asked. Zhang Meng pondered for a moment. It probably won't be too long. But honestly, I don't think we have to stick around. Sure, we got him drunk, but he's a grown man, and it's not like there's anything between us. If we leave now, I don't think it'll be a problem. Don't you want to talk to him, though? He's Captain America, the most admired hero in America, aside from myself, of course. Though, let's face it, he's kind of a relic. Tony glanced at Zhang Meng, who seemed lost in nostalgia, and continued. Maybe you're right. Maybe he truly is a hero. But I'm not really interested in his past. I've watched the movies, read the comics, and now I've seen the memories inside his mind. What could I ask? I probably know Captain America better than Captain America himself. At that moment, Zhang Meng was eager to leave. But it didn't feel appropriate. After all, he was the one who knocked the guy out. Whether out of courtesy or concern for safety, he really ought to wait until Captain America woke up. Besides, it was possible that Cap might realize someone had probed his memories, if his soul was strong enough. Still, agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. would be arriving soon. Even if they left and were questioned later, why handle today what could just as easily wait until tomorrow? In the end, Zhang Meng decided to wait for Captain America to wake up. He turned to Tony and asked, "Have you thought about what his being here actually means?" Tony was sprawled across the table, with not a trace of decorum. A big shot like him showing up out of nowhere. Of course something's up. Before you went poking around his mind, I already had Jarvis look into it. It's S.H.I.E.L.D. They're working on some kind of plan. I can't tell you the details just yet, but I'd bet you're going to be part of it too. That's about all I can say. S.H.I.E.L.D. has its own agenda. They don't always see eye to eye with mainstream American politicians, but I believe they might be able to give us some support. Zhang Meng understood that Tony was referring to the Avengers. At its core, the Avengers' message is this. If you invade our planet, maybe we can't win a war against you in the traditional sense, but we will make sure you pay the price. The Avengers will see to that. This image fits perfectly in America, where the spirit of individual heroism is so deeply rooted. If you've read The Three-Body Problem, you'll understand this kind of setup even better. In that story, Luo Ji's logic is even grander. He protects humanity with nothing but his own strength. Using the cosmic threat theory, the wall-facer Luo Ji defeated a civilization far more powerful than his own. But Tony, while he might be able to take on an army by himself, can't stand against an entire civilization, unless he possessed godlike powers, like Thor. The rise of the Avengers brings another issue, the gradual emergence of a superhuman society. And then there's the matter of mutants. More and more people are gaining extraordinary powers. At the same time, technology is advancing at a breakneck pace. Companies researching mutant abilities, companies delving into alien technology, they're springing up everywhere, like mushrooms after the rain. Is that so? Well, I'm definitely interested, Zhang Meng replied simply, not pursuing the topic further. He didn't want to continue this conversation. He knew far too much about the Avengers already, and he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't accidentally reveal something to Tony. But Tony suddenly shifted the topic. Zhang Meng, there's something I wanted to ask you for a long time. You're a sorcerer, and for what I've seen, you don't seem to lack power. So why do you need to collect talismans? Zhang Meng was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't fully considered this question. The Avengers' mission is to protect this world, because, truthfully, Earth is just too fragile. Nick Fury has seen planet-destroying weapons. On a single spaceship, you could have enough firepower to obliterate the Earth. Compared to other worlds, Earth is hopelessly outmatched. What Zhang Meng was doing now was like a human suddenly and deliberately acquiring nuclear weapons. Except these were weapons far more powerful than anything on Earth. Zhang Meng stood. He realized Tony was wondering. If they didn't collect the talismans, would it really make much of a difference? In fact, this power has existed ever since I became a sorcerer. If we don't collect it, it won't become anyone's strength. You could say that we are the ones who actually trigger its potential. Indeed, if we hadn't set out to gather this power, it never would have manifested, let alone anything as dangerous as what happened that day at the zoo. But Tony, whether you meant to change the world or not, you already have. Tony looked at Zhang Meng and asked, "You mean my existence has drawn the attention of civilizations across the universe?" Zhang Meng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Come on, don't flatter yourself too much. A little narcissism can be harmless, but making people cringe is another story. Tony's gaze grew serious. So, when you say I've changed the world, what exactly do you mean? Zhang Meng stood gasu. The moment you told the whole world you were Iron Man, everything shifted. You kicked off the era of superheroes. Tony wasn't one to be easily rattled. Is that so? Looks like I really set something in motion, didn't I? He kept up his banter. So, Mr. Wizard, what visions of the future have you seen this time? Alien invasions, eldritch gods descending, demons making deals with mortals, and celestial beings coming down to save humanity. Oh, and of course, one poor soul in a metal suit, cursed by science. Zong Mang's tone was light, almost playful, as he listed off these future events, making them sound like the tales of a wandering mystic. Tony met Zong Mang's earnest gaze, but, in the end, found no words to respond. Finally, lips trembling, he simply turned his head away. Well, at least he managed not to look scared. Lying nearby, Captain America finally opened his eyes. Just as the other two were about to continue their conversation, he spoke up. "Oh, your magic potion packs more of a punch than hard liquor. My head is killing me. In fact, the formula I use contains extremely pure alcohol, blended." At that, Zong Mang replied. Captain America rubbed his forehead with a resigned sigh. "Looks like I won't be much of a host right now. But leave me your contacts. When I'm up for it, I'll get in touch." Zong Mang thought for a moment, took out a business card, and gave Tony's address. Once outside, Zong Mang patted Tony on the shoulder. "Let's go. I want you to meet someone. Marvel's little spider." Among all the buffs Zong Mang had, not one gave him the power of flight. That meant, once again, he found himself being flown through the sky, clinging to Tony's arm. Zong Mang had argued with Tony about this for ages. But Tony insisted, "If we don't do it this way, I'm not taking you with me." So this was how it had to be. He just had to go along for the ride. He didn't find any joy in flying this way. He needed to hurry up and collect more talismans. "Cool, and Brother G, I really miss you. Hey, over by the park, see that street lamp? That one. Isn't it gorgeous? Hey, could you move a bit? You're crushing my elbow here." Zong Mang and Tony soared ahead, following the glow of a dragon's head that lit the way before them. At this moment, Zong Mang found himself deeply intrigued by what was to come, especially since they had just absorbed a talisman from Captain America. This proved that talismans weren't limited to animals, so was there some kind of pattern to it? Could it be that every superhero carried one? If that were true, wouldn't this turn into a superhero interview show? Delving into the hidden stories behind every hero, airing at 12:30 every day, step into the world of heroes and get to know them. Every time Zong Mang made a sarcastic remark, he nearly left himself speechless, snapping himself back to reality. Speaking of which, ever since they left the building, something felt different. Zong Mang could feel the flow of qi within his body. Today, he'd accidentally slipped into a state where his inner energy seemed to undergo a fundamental transformation. It was as if the mountain stream he once possessed had now become a bottle of premium spring water. And after obtaining the Ox Talisman, his qi was like that same spring water, swelling into a vast ocean. This was no small matter. It brought a significant boost to Zong Mang's strength. Most of the buffs from the system required energy as their foundation, with qi as the driving force. But Zong Mang hadn't cultivated for long. So many buffs just didn't fit him very well. System, check the Ox Talisman collection progress. Your personal list is as follows. Abilities, Judgment Word Spirit, Dragon Seeking Language, Skull Curse, Magical Aptitude, Collapsed. Weapons, 12 Talismans, Horse 33%, Ox 23%, Talisman Tracker, Fully Automatic Argument Machine, Chi Blast Pistol, Infinite Energy Collapsed. Physique, Strength 10, Agility 9, Vitality 11. For reference, an average human scores of 5 in each. Suddenly, he remembered he had something akin to a system, but it wasn't all that smart. Most of its basic functions still needed manual tweaking, like setting up a brand new phone. Maybe Tony could help him upgrade with a smarter system. He could integrate it into his system module, or at least have his own assistant mimic Jarvis's intelligence. That would seriously speed up his training routines. Zong Mang couldn't help but envy Tony for having Jarvis. Although Jarvis was only artificial intelligence, he possessed formidable computational power, was incredibly useful, and always polite. He remembered watching the movies and feeling genuinely upset when Jarvis was devastated by Ultron. Was that rhyme, or just a tongue twister? Either way, it was all Tony's fault for being so stubborn. "What's going on?" Tony asked, clearly confused. Zong Mang pretended nothing had happened. "Oh, it's nothing, just remembered something unpleasant. How much further do we have to go?" "Not far now," Tony replied. "That place isn't very far from here. By the way, who exactly is this person you keep mentioning?" "I just had Jarvis check on all the superpowered individuals currently in the city. But unfortunately, it seems there's no one really worth your attention among them." "Huh, unless you're talking about Spider-Man? That guy in the tight suit swinging between skyscrapers? Do you know where he is?" Zong Mang raised an eyebrow. "Well, there's nothing wrong with your approach, but it does seem a bit odd. Don't you think he's pretty strong?" Tony shook his head. "Not really. According to Jarvis's analysis, his webs have a time limit. They dissolve automatically after a while. So obviously he's using some kind of enzyme. To me, his webbing is more valuable than the boy himself." Song Mang gave a slight, skeptical half-smile, as if to say, "What kind of logic is that? Are all scientists this eccentric?" Then he added, "He's a very gifted kid, and still very young." "Oh, I see," Tony replied, intrigued. "Are you looking for an apprentice?" "When I say gifted, I don't mean magically gifted. I'll have to meet him in person to know that. But what I can tell you is that he's a teenager, and a remarkably talented one at that." Tony's interest was piqued. "What do you mean? You suddenly bring up some seemingly irrelevant kid, and you seem to know quite a bit about him. He must not be so simple." "That's not it," Song Mang replied. "Let's just say wizards can sometimes glimpse fragments of the future, and this boy is a crucial piece of it." The two of them quickly arrived at Peter Parker's house, both dressed to the nines in sharp suits, an eye-catching sight. Tony carried a suitcase in red and gold. "Are you sure he's here?" "Absolutely." "What? Worried I'll embarrass you by knocking on the wrong door." Tony's eyes darted nervously. "Maybe I should go buy something first? Just showing up like this feels a bit awkward." Song Mang chuckled softly, then strode up to knock on the door. Tony rolled his eyes so hard they nearly reached the ceiling. Leaning in close to Song Mang's right ear, Tony whispered, "Are you sure this won't get us punched? You don't think I should suit up?" Song Mang just smiled, saying nothing. Tony was about to say more when the door opened to reveal a woman who looked young, but not too young. Probably in her 30s, not yet 40. Clearly, this was the movie version of Spider-Man's aunt. "Who are you looking for?" Tony smiled at Spider-Man's aunt. "Don't worry, we mean no harm. I'm Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries." A look of distant memory flickered across her face. "I can't be sure you're who you say you are, but please come on in and have a seat. Peter won't be home for a little while yet." Song Mang and Tony, showing no hesitation, walked straight in. Tony began to work his friend of women charm. After just a few words, he and Aunt May were chatting away like old friends. The two of them fell into an easy conversation, while Song Mang wandered around, wanting to get a feel for the layout of the house. Then Song Mang stepped into Spider-Man's room, intrigued by one question. How had Tony known that the suit was hidden in the ceiling in the first place? As he pondered, a new thought struck him. Could it be that Tony also had a habit of stashing things in ceilings? It was an entertaining idea, and Song Mang started to think back. Just how many ceilings did he have at home? He finally concluded there were far too many to count. In the end, Song Mang didn't find any particularly useful clues. He simply took a moment to recall the main plot points of Spider-Man's story. Song Mang perched on the desk, picked up a high school math textbook, and settled in to wait for the arrival of the young spider. The Tom Holland version. Is it really appropriate for the two of us, grown men, to be hanging around in a kid's house like this? Tony, still chatting with Aunt May, sent over a message. By the way, what's the name of that American messaging app again? I don't see anything inappropriate about it. After all, we got his guardian's permission. And, well, Aunt May is quite the lady. Song Mang rolled his eyes. Since Pepper came along, you've suddenly started behaving yourself? All right, I'm a gentleman, you know. How could you think otherwise of me? You never know, Song Mang sighed. At this moment, a large contingent from S.H.I.E.L.D. had finally assembled outside Captain America's building. True to their covert style, some agents mingled in the nearby diner while others watched from the building across the street. Both groups kept their eyes on Cap's place, looking perfectly ordinary and blending in seamlessly. In total, there were about 100 agents, but they'd integrated into the opposite building with remarkable skill, communicating at lightning speed. From a moment the first of them entered to when the last left, it took only half an hour to get everyone in position and just 15 minutes to assess the situation across the street. They were certain Captain America was inside, and that he was alone. Nick Fury still had his strengths, but he didn't entirely trust Song Mang's harmless appearance, so he insisted on some precautionary measures. Both Tony and Fury suspected that Song Mang had recovered from whatever his situation was, but unlike Tony, whose family had rendered invaluable service to S.H.I.E.L.D., Song Mang was a complete outsider. Tony's background was well known, and he could be trusted with important assignments. Song Mang, on the other hand, was just a gigolo. Even when they dug up information on his parents, they turned out to be ordinary citizens. No mysteries, no red flags. He was so squeaky clean, in fact, that it made him look suspiciously like a spy. After confirming there was no one else around, Nick Fury made his way over personally. Not long after Song Mang and his companion had left, Fury knocked on Captain America's door. "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" "Actually, I wasn't looking for you, but for those two who were here earlier. Unfortunately, it seems they've already gone. Do you know where they went?" "I'm not too sure myself. Did they do something?" "That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. What do they come here for?" Captain America regarded Nick Fury steadily. As a veteran from 70 years ago, his loyalty was to the government, not to any particular department or individual. "I don't see any need to answer your question, unless you can explain why it's necessary." "I'm a spy. You should know there are some things we simply can't share. Is that so? Captain America took a sip of his milk coffee. It was broad daylight, and after drinking Zong Mang's alcohol-laced potion, he was feeling a bit of a headache. That man is a wizard, and his companion is a billionaire. Two people like that together. No matter what they're up to, it's bound to raise some questions, don't you think? Captain America fell silent at that. A wizard and a billionaire, side by side. It was easy to imagine tales of shadowy conspiracies. Captain America then recounted what had happened earlier, though he left out anything about what he'd seen in his mind. He simply explained that they had come to take something from inside his body, something he couldn't control himself, but which they could. He had allowed them to take it. Nick Fury listened, saying nothing for a while. They'd already studied the footage from the zoo. Everything that had happened there traced back to those two miraculous flashes of white light. Tony had taken one, and Zong Mang the other. That white light had allowed a calf, barely a few months old, to toss a full-grown elephant into the air. What Zong Mang collected was even more astonishing. He revived all the dinosaurs in the fossil museum. The moment Zong Mang took the white light, the dinosaurs vanished. It was hard not to marvel at the power of that light. Fury had always assumed these were isolated incidents. But what if the white light could be produced again and again? In the end, S.H.I.E.L.D. had decided not to antagonize the two of them, letting them determine the fate of the white light. But truth be told, any organization would prefer to keep such power in its own hands, rather than let someone else control it. And yet, Captain America had simply handed over the white light, just like that. After all, it was something taken from within his own body. Who would ever let someone else take something from them without any guard or suspicion? One could only marvel at their good fortune. They crossed paths with Captain America. Still, they managed to gather some useful information that only the two of them could use. With this meager achievement, Fury left Captain America's apartment. Fury made up his mind. He needed to assemble a specialized team to continue investigating this matter. The consequences could be far-reaching, so he had to get his agents learning magic as quickly as possible. Of course, if they could approach magic from a scientific perspective, that would be ideal. But even then, none of them were likely to match Tony's brilliance. Meanwhile, the two people on Fury's mind were still hanging out in a teenager's bedroom, chatting idly, though Tony had already begun hacking into Holland's computer. This kid's computer, honestly, is a lot cleaner than I expected for a high schooler. It's almost like it belongs to a child. So, are you saying you were a wild one in high school? Well, not exactly. Back in high school, I didn't have any money, just like now, so I was probably better off than the average teenager. For someone who constantly bragged about being a billionaire, Tony could be a bit much, and Zong Mang was starting to feel annoyed. Zong Mang suddenly thought that maybe those keyboard warriors from his previous life had the right idea about how to deal with him. But unfortunately, he really couldn't pull off that kind of sly, insincere banter. As the two of them discussed how to approach the young Spider-Man, the door opened and a high school student walked in. "I'm home. Hey, I saw a really cool briefcase at the door. Oh wait, you're..." The moment Spider-Man recognized Stark, his eyes went wide with shock, and he quickly covered his mouth. "Oh, Mr. Stark, why are you here?" Tony sat comfortably on the sofa, smiling at Peter. "I saw your project at the science fair, and I was very impressed. I'd love to talk with you. Do you have a moment?" "Oh yes, of course," Peter replied, glancing nervously at the empty water glass beside him, then turning back to Tony with a grin. "We'll head upstairs. My friend is waiting for us," Tony said to Aunt May. Aunt May beamed with a welcoming smile, while Peter, still in a daze, was gently ushered up the stairs by Tony. Zong Mang watched the young man before him with a gentle smile. In truth, he felt that this version of Spider-Man was much more like a real teenager, perhaps a perspective shaped by Chinese aesthetics. Spider-Man is famously talkative, and he should be a teenager. After all, youth is about growth. It's about learning to mature, while adulthood is about taking on responsibility, which demands composure. Zong Mang had watched many of the 3 generations of Spider-Man films, and, as the saying goes, 1,000 viewers see 1,000 Hamlets. He looked at the young Spider-Man and couldn't help but smile. A young man's shoulders should bear the fresh breeze and the bright moon. Each of us, at some point in life, must bear responsibilities, but it is in those wild, reckless years that we must truly live. Only then is life romantic enough. Holland's room. After getting Holland's consent, Zong Mang took the fruit from Aunt May's hands and closed the door, leaving her outside. In many versions of the story, Spider-Man's academic performance is outstanding, though there's always someone who manages to outshine him. Spider-Man's talent is extraordinary in its own right. But there's something Zong Mang just can't wrap his head around. In the Marvel world, a superhero with enough power can easily solve problems that entire armies can't handle. He's gone toe-to-toe with Black Dwarf, taken a punch from Thanos head-on. His potential is pretty much off the charts. In terms of raw strength, he might even surpass the Hulk by a notch. All of Zong Mang's confusion about a society of superhumans boils down to one thing: the definition of strength. Asgardians, alien robots, dark elves, frost giants. Their physical strength is impressive, sure, but why can't any of them withstand a bullet? Spider-Man could take a punch, but not a bullet? Fine, bullets are pointed, but we're talking about someone who can go toe-to-toe with Thanos, who could wipe out the universe. This setup is just too far-fetched. No matter how powerful you are, one bullet and you're down. So what does that make you? Powerhouses, giant targets. Mutants, superpowered targets. Otherworldly gods, foreign targets. It's kind of absurd. But let's get back to Spider-Man, because Zong Mang and Tony need to do some explaining. Tony and Zong Mang exchange a look, each gauging the other. You want to explain, or should I? You do it. You've got the money and more experience at stretching the truth. Tony's lips curled into a slight smile. All right, here's the thing. Kid, you really ought to know we didn't come here for your research. Oh, then why are you here? Easy, kid, don't get ahead of yourself. Let me finish, all right. The real reason I came here was to get a sense of your mindset. But on my way over, something very interesting caught my attention. At this, Holland's expression grew tense. Oh, what was it? Haven't you heard? There's been a vigilante in New York lately. Someone who swings around the city every day. Rumor has it, he's a weirdo in tights. Of course, Holland didn't pick up on Tony's implication. As a straightforward high schooler, he was eager to defend himself. But I've heard he's incredible. Seems like he's helped a lot of people. Tony smirked. Yeah, New York's friendly neighborhood hero. Holland said nothing, just pressed his lips together and nodded. Seeing this, Tony decided not to tease him further. You know, I noticed something interesting while reviewing some surveillance footage of criminals a few days ago. One of the cameras happened to catch a clear shot of someone's face. Want to take a look at the video? Here, this is the guy. Tony pointed at the face on the video, and Holland could clearly see that it was himself, ducking into an alley, taking off his hat, and changing clothes. He hadn't expected to end up standing right next to the security camera. Oh, sir, don't get the wrong idea. This is a video we shot together. We're very interested in him, Holland said quickly. Tony laughed heartily. I see, that's how it is. He strolled over to the side, picked up a stick nearby, and with an air of complete nonchalance, nudged a bucket toward the vent. And what's this then? He asked. Holland immediately darted over, snatching the object and stuffing it into the wardrobe. Sir, that's just a personal hobby of mine. All right, enough. There's no need for you to tell us all that. Tony waved him off. Listen, kid, you're a very gifted young man. We've already looked into your abilities. I'm quite interested in recommending you for our organization. But unfortunately, we don't have an organization yet. If one ever exists, you'll be the first to know. For now, though, I'm here for something a bit more personal. Holland gave Tony a puzzled look. We're here looking for a certain... Tony paused, glancing at Holland as if wondering whether to be more direct. A certain source of magical energy. Hold on, gasped. Oh, what? Magic? That actually exists? Are you talking about that guy in New York who easily defeated the Abomination? It was obvious from Holland's naivety that this was long before the events of Civil War. He must have been bitten only recently. Tony's visit to Spider-Man was way ahead of schedule. If not for his own intervention, this meeting might not have happened for several years. Who knew what sort of butterfly effect this might cause? But most likely, it wouldn't be a big issue. After all, on his very first day here, he'd already stirred up a storm. Holland looked up at Tony, eyes shining with excitement. Tony grinned at him. Actually, the real wizard is sitting right there on your bed. I learned everything from him. If you want to study magic, he's the one you should ask. Zong Mang, seeing Holland's eager gaze, couldn't help but feel a loss for words. Tony's mischief really was something else. Not that Holland didn't meet the requirements, but even if he did, Zong Mang didn't have time for an apprentice. The training for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents hadn't even started yet. But Spider-Man was, after all, one of his favorite characters. All right. I'll help you test whether you have any magical aptitude. If you do, I'll find a way to teach you. Still, he couldn't help recalling his father's explanation about the colors of chi. Zong Mang added, I can't promise that I'll be your teacher, but I will definitely find a way to help. He didn't sense any power from the talisman, so he picked up the magical tracker. Sure enough, it reacted. Seems these talismans are closely linked to superheroes. Zong Mang was certain that Peter had one too. He guessed. As with Captain America, the power was currently residing within the body, so they need to repeat the same process as before. How about you try it this time? I suspect we'll run into situations like this pretty often in the future. Tony was still nursing his arm when he suddenly realized, sure, let me give it a shot. After all, these kinds of things would probably become a regular occurrence, and Tony was always someone who liked to be self-reliant. The two learning together. Zong Mang wasn't surprised by Tony's enthusiasm. He also realized he might be a bit sensitive. Tony wanting to master these abilities himself was only natural. Although they were closer than ordinary friends, Tony was, after all, a science maniac. His passion for pursuing the truth might even exceed Zong Mang's own. Besides, nothing beats having power in your own hands. Tony's thinking made perfect sense. It's just that Zong Mang had spent so little time interacting with others that he struggled when people acted differently from what he expected. He put down his high school textbook. Peter, you know I'm a mage, but magic isn't something that can be explained in just a few words. Even though I'm currently the only one who can use chi magic, I might not be the best teacher for you. Tony was hearing this for the first time. Oh, our master of chi magic doesn't have much confidence in his teaching. Huh? That's not it. For once, Zong Mang managed to maintain a serious tone with Tony. Anyone can teach the methods and usage of chi magic, but it's not the same as traditional magic. In the process of cultivating chi magic, the alignment of minds is far more important than teaching ability. A faint green light flickered across Zong Mang's pupil, and he took a sip of tea, looking every bit the wise elder. You learn fast. Zong Mang glanced at Peter, who was bursting to speak, and sighed. If you want to say something, raise your hand. I'll decide when it's time to answer your question. Okay. Peter almost instantly shot up his hand and blurted out, I don't really get it. What does alignment of minds mean? Is it like religious faith or something? Zong Mang rubbed his forehead, already used to Peter's impulsiveness. For now, just think of it that way, even though it's not quite accurate. As for teaching materials, Zong Mang spoke as he drew a pattern in the air with one hand. It looked impressive, but served no real purpose. A faint green light shimmered in his palm. Don't resist. Zong Mang placed his hand gently on Peter's forehead. Just like this. You should be able to feel it. Oh, this is incredible. This is just... Little Spider was about to speak when Zong Mang cut him off. All right, let's finish what we need to do first. Then, I'll test to see what kind of talents you have. Okay. Little Spider instantly fell silent. Tony, upon hearing this, asked, What should I do? Just like I did earlier. You should know the formation I drew, right? I just sketched a simple soul-communicating array. No need for any potions now. As Zong Mang spoke, the magical patterns on his hand began to glow. He walked over to the bed and laid out the same formation as before, exactly as it had been. Don't ask where the materials came from. If you must know, part of them were restored using the horse talisman. First of all, you must remember every step of this formation. If you get even one wrong, it's game over. I'm not too worried about you, Tony. After all, you've got your Iron Man suit. But Peter, you'll need to practice the formation a lot more. Maybe try working on your drawing skills, Zong Mang advised as he methodically arranged the array. Because Tony already had some experience in crafting, Zong Mang focused mostly on teaching Little Spider. Patiently, Zong Mang guided both Little Spider and Tony step by step. The two of them stared intently at the formation on the floor, though the scene did look a bit like some sort of cult performing a ritual to save Satan. Once he was sure the two of them had at least a vague memory of it, Zong Mang stopped teaching. Before we start, let me be clear. Removing the talisman comes with risks. I can only assist you from the outside. The one who actually removes the talisman will be Tony. Right. What we're trying to remove is something called a talisman. Explaining where it came from is complicated, but I'll tell you more about it later. Zong Mang noticed Little Spider raising his hand and gestured for him to speak. Is it very dangerous, sir? We're learning magic, and talismans are a kind of powerful force. But with your current body, you can't handle that kind of power. It's awakened within you, so we can't just ignore it. Still, removing it does carry certain risks. Most of them come from the talisman itself. If we don't remove it, the risks are even greater. Watching Peter's mouth gradually close, Zong Mang couldn't help but show a faint smile. Soothing the kid? Not exactly. Scaring the kid? Absolutely. Tony, are you ready? Zong Mang turned to Tony, only to notice he seemed a little frightened as well. Was he faking it? Yeah, let's get started. The light in Zong Mang's hand shifted to a crystal-clear green, growing closer to the color his father had shown the first time he appeared. Zong Mang began to chant softly, All spirits and demons be gone. He pressed the shimmering light onto the magic array, and the formation began to glow. The two of them closed their eyes and lay back onto the bed as the array emitted a soft, gentle light. At this moment, inside his mind, Little Spider was shouting and exclaiming, while Tony couldn't stop marveling. For Tony, this was his very first time entering someone else's sea of consciousness. In Little Spider's mind, everything was bathed in a red glow. Under the guidance of Zong Mang, Tony and Little Spider entered Little Spider's mental realm together. Yes, together, though even Zong Mang couldn't quite explain how this was happening. He didn't understand it himself. But the current situation was that Little Spider had stepped into his own spiritual world, and Tony, who had once been an intruder, was now a guest by invitation. There was a bond between the two. Here, if Little Spider was harmed, Tony would suffer as well. Little Spider bounced around cheerfully, then asked, Sir, what are these lights? As he spoke, he reached out to touch them. Tony had read books about souls, but unfortunately, he couldn't make sense of what the lights represented either. He only knew that for anyone learning magic, it was wise never to touch anything unfamiliar in a rush. But, just as Tony was about to call out to stop him, he saw the red glow surge straight toward Little Spider. Tony watched as the crimson light changed. What had once filled the space vanished completely. When Tony walked over, he saw Little Spider standing there, dazed and motionless. Tony shook him gently, and, seeing he seemed unharmed, decided to look around. The red glow had disappeared entirely, leaving the space dazzlingly white, a pure, almost unsettling white. The whiteness was so intense it made one uneasy, and in the distance, there seemed to be a glowing symbol. Tony glanced at Little Spider, then resolved to investigate on his own. He had a hunch. That must be the talisman. Meanwhile, high above, Old Pa watched from the sky, or rather from the sky of the spiritual world, shaking his head slightly. Tony was exceedingly clever, but sadly, his sensitivity to chi left much to be desired. That's right, Old Pa. Zongmang simply couldn't trust Tony enough, so he'd asked Old Pa to keep an eye on both Tony and Little Spider, hoping nothing would go wrong. The unification of souls. At this moment, Old Pa hovered in the sky of the spiritual realm, observing the two below and their every move. Tony had spotted the direction of the talisman and immediately set off, driven by a firm sense of purpose, to seek the talisman's power. Yet, the greatest reward for entering the spiritual world wasn't actually the talisman. Whether it was your own mental realm or someone else's, the most precious things here were the experiences themselves. Experiences, sometimes even those gained through death, could touch a person deeply, and such feelings were a powerful aid in mastering chi magic. Why did Old Pa have such high hopes for Zongmang? Because Zongmang has died so many times. With each death, he truly felt either the favor or rejection of the world, and through this, he became aware of the world's existence. In fact, no matter how much you love nature, no matter how deeply you love this world, you may not necessarily feel the presence of the world itself. It's more like an all-encompassing sensation, everywhere and yet existing on a different plane from our own, a feeling. A pura sensation. Yes, not something you can point to or describe concretely, but a certain feeling. It's wonderfully mysterious. Even those without talent can learn chi magic and achieve various effects, just like Tony did in the beginning. But without a steadfast heart, you really can't go far. When you can sense the unique chi that belongs to the world alone, it means you've stepped into another realm. This is Xing Yin, the stage Zongmang currently inhabits. Sensing the world's chi means elevating your mastery of chi to a higher level, unlocking deeper mysteries and allowing for more sophisticated uses. As the saying goes, when the wind blows, the grass bends. With the power of the world, you can change the world itself. This is the essence of a chi magician. Cultivating chi begins with cultivating the mind. The specific techniques aren't important, nor are the steps or even one's age. The only thing that truly matters is the self. A person can change their views, adjust their mindset, even alter their personality or their limits, but the one thing they can never change is their very own self. There's simply no way to train or exercise that part. A natural gift is something you can neither earn nor surpass through hard work. Zongmang, of course, is an exception. He is, by nature, extremely gifted, and that's why the text chooses him. After enduring so many trials, he's become one of the strongest among the gifted. Now, back in the spiritual realm, Tony walks forward and suddenly encounters a transparent membrane. He looks at the cold stone in front of him, the very thing known as a talisman. He can't make out the markings on it, but the transparent film outside keeps him from moving forward. He recalls that Zongmang once said there's always a way to solve things within one's spiritual sea. The key is whether you can think of it. Tony racks his brain, but has no idea how to break through. Yet in this world, there isn't a single wisp of red mist left. Even the glowing red orb from the start has been gathered up by the little spider. Tony is lost. He doesn't know what to do next. So it is that the world's greatest chief scientist finds himself wandering, bewildered, inside the little spider's spiritual space, with nothing to do but pace back and forth. Next, they began to investigate what exactly made up this mental realm, and what kind of plane of existence this spiritual space truly was. At this moment, Little Spider was still standing where he was, the impact of that red orb of light in his mind overwhelming him. It had shattered his consciousness, yet he managed to hold himself together with remarkable resilience. He found himself entering a kind of mental space. Within this realm, his consciousness could expand and flow freely. Here, he gained abilities akin to accelerated time. His thoughts moved almost at the speed of light. To put it simply, it was like experiencing bullet time. Reaching this state was only possible by delving into the deeper layers of consciousness within the spiritual space. In this state, it was as if one's self-awareness filled the entire world, a place where the mind alone defined existence, the very origin of idealism. Diving even deeper within this realm was like conducting philosophical experiments in the purest realm of thought. Rules, experiments, data, all could take shape in an instant. For Little Spider, this was an unprecedented experience, rivaling even the moment he first gained his spider powers. He absorbed those red orbs of light in his mind, each one representing a memory from his entire life, stretching all the way back to his birth. At first glance, it seemed rather trivial, just recalling everything that had ever happened to him. But in truth, it was a task that tested the limits of one's talent, and Little Spider had completed it with great success. While Tony was still using his algorithms to estimate the size of this mental realm, Little Spider awoke. He opened his eyes, looking around in a daze, but there was a newfound, unfathomable clarity in his gaze. Peter glanced toward Tony, realizing he had wandered off. Without a second thought, Little Spider fired a web and swung toward him. It was only then he realized that there were no anchor points within this mental space. It was his spider sense that told him he could move this way. Before Tony could react, Little Spider had already landed behind him. As he looked at Tony, he noticed a faint green glow radiating from his body. Tony turned, puzzled, as Little Spider kept staring intently at his back. "What is it? Why are you staring at my back?" "There's something here," Little Spider replied, reaching out and poking at a spot behind Tony. "Hey now, are you trying to learn magic from your old man?" A little old man with wild, super scion white hair and twinkling eyes appeared, grinning from ear to ear. Both Tony and Little Spider jumped in surprise. "Who are you? Who are you, sir?" they blurted out in unison. "You can call me Old Man, the master of Songmang. You folks probably know me better as someone from Kamartaj. I'm the magical consultant for Kamartaj, Mr. Zongmang's master. So, are you even more powerful than him?" The astonishment in Little Spider's eyes was clear to see. "But why are you here?" Mr. Zongmang said, "This is my sea of consciousness. Did you think extracting a talisman was such a simple matter?" The old man adjusted his glasses. Chi magic is an extremely intricate discipline. The old man clasped his hands behind his back. To defeat magic, you must use magic. Tony and Little Spider, who had never heard this phrase before, were left in awe, though without fully understanding. The old man's chi magic tea talk. "Wait a moment, I'd actually like to ask, what exactly is Kamartaj?" Tony ventured timidly, but the old man paid Tony no heed whatsoever. "Do you know what magic truly is?" A glimmer of light flashed in the old man's eyes. "Oh, I've seen it in a Japanese anime, but the protagonist was an elementary school kid who's a reaper." Tony, noticing he was being ignored, kept up his banter. Even so, he was more restrained than usual. After all, this was Zongmang's master. If anyone could read minds, it'd be this guy. Never doubt the old man's words. And another thing, this isn't mind reading. Don't interrupt the old man when he's talking. The old man shot Tony a stern look. Then, with what he considered a kindly smile, he turned to Little Spider and asked, "What's your view of magic?" Sir, I'm not really sure. But for what I've seen in movies, magic is always really cool. Lots of light shows, and people can transform into all sorts of things." Little Spider stumbled over his words, but truly, how else could an ordinary person perceive magic? The old man didn't seem to mind. "I know you want to learn Chi magic, but as Zongmang said, he may not be the best person for the job." Little Spider scratched his head. "So what do you mean, sir?" With a smile, the old man replied, "Let me find you a teacher." Confusion flickered across Little Spider's face. The old man offered no explanation. After all, red chi is very rare. Even my friend left our sect because of it. He muttered this so softly that neither of them could hear. The old man sat down cross-legged. "Now, let me tell you about the origins of talismans." Tony and Little Spider, still in awe, mimicked the old man and sat cross-legged as well. The essence of a talisman is chi, a kind of energy distilled from all things in the world. At the same time, it represents a kind of will. The will of the universe, or perhaps the will of all things that exist. Birth and death, sickness and health, natural disasters, the passage of time, the growth of life, good and evil, stillness and movement. Everything in existence follows its own patterns. And from these patterns, chi is born. Among all these, the forces that most influence the generation of chi make up the power of talismans. Little Spider listened to the old man's words with great care, but Tony, on the other hand, was not quite so attentive. "Then why are the things we receive named after the 12 animals of the Chinese zodiac? If they are innate, why do they carry elements of culture?" Don't interrupt your old man. His father's eyes widened, growing even larger than his glasses. Tony instantly wilted, gesturing for his father to continue. That's even more complicated. They didn't have names at the start, but after the demons appeared, names came into being. Spiderling gasped in surprise. Demons? I thought those only existed in fairy tales. His father smiled. Demons are most certainly real, and there are many kinds of them. But most aren't the demons you'd expect from old legends. They're far more powerful, far more intelligent. Even their civilizations dwarf humanity's. All right, that's not our topic for now. Let me remind you again, don't interrupt your old man. As he spoke, his father shot another glance at Tony. Tony muttered under his breath, biased old geezer. The essence of talismans still comes from chi, so the trials are deeply connected to chi as well. Take a look at the first page of the book the Tibetan Python transmitted to you. Tony skimmed through his mind, and as he focused on the starting page, a book suddenly materialized in his hands. What was this? Spiderling caught Tony's surprised look. I have no idea either. I was just trying to read, and the book appeared in our hands out of nowhere. Their father picked up the book and flipped it open. No need to make a fuss. This is a simple use of soul power. As long as something exists in your memory, you can conjure it up again in your spiritual world. As he spoke, their father gestured, and a steaming cup of tea appeared in his hand. Tony, read aloud so I know where you are. His father's tone was calm and even. Tony grumbled something under his breath and began to read. Chi is called by different names and used in different ways across countries. In ancient China, there was a term chi cultivator. Over thousands of years, chi cultivators distilled 3 fundamental principles. They are fluidity, stability, and volatility. Fluidity is the essence of chi. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3. Almost all theories about chi are derived from its flow. Just as you mentioned earlier, everything in this world creates chi. Human life and existence both generate and consume chi. Chi is energy, and yet it is not simply energy. Chi is simply chi. It can be depleted, and it can be generated. That's why, throughout history, no chi mage has ever led a perfectly ordinary life. The universe is fair. Use and consumption must be replenished. The way to generate chi is to experience all sorts of thrilling and challenging events. Anything from small acts of kindness to actions that shift the course of the world. Did ancient people really write this? There's even a phrase like a good deed a day? Tony interjected. This is my own version. Every generation of chi mages writes their own teaching materials. The old man replied coolly, then continued reading aloud. Tony pursed his lips in slight disapproval. Stability. Every kind of chi has its own color. People are the same. You can generate or absorb all sorts of colors, but each person, each thing, only has one true color of their own. But chi is always flowing. If you're surrounded by the same color, it makes it easier to advance in chi cultivation. So unless there's some fundamental conflict, chi mages are naturally drawn to form alliances. Even if you don't particularly like someone, your chi will still express affinity. Emotions can be suppressed, but not easily so. Tony piped up, so what's my chi? I always said that kid Zongmang is impossible to like. There's no way we're the same. The old man chuckled. You guessed wrong. I tested your talent myself. Your chi is green. Green? I hate green. Why not red? Oh, come on, Tony groaned. Spiderling was trying hard not to burst out laughing, his shoulders shaking with the effort. The old man ignored Tony's dramatic complaints. Let's move on. There's just one last point. Volatility. Chi doesn't ever truly belong to one person forever. No matter how much chi you have, never stop cultivating. Don't get complacent because chi refinement is endless. Don't chase immortality because chi belongs to no one. Because of chi's stability, every chi mage, during their cultivation, forms their own obsessions. Frankly, all chi mages are fanatics. Never think you can sway a chi mage's will. With that, the old man drained his cup of tea in one go and set it down on the floor. So, do you all understand now? Tony looked confused. Understand what, exactly? I think I'm starting to get it, said Spiderling, a thoughtful look on his face. What? Tony blurted, skeptical. Give it a try, the old man encouraged. Tony was surprised by Spiderling's apparent comprehension and flashed a half-hearted middle finger, only to quickly retract it when the old man shot him a glare. So, tell us what you discovered, the old man prompted. I'm not sure I understand everything you said, but I noticed a pattern. Everything in the world is fluid. Some things or beings have stability. Then, the chi of a chi mage has volatility. The old man nodded approvingly. And then, these 3 are each a way of explaining things. Chi is flowing, so to gain you must give. That means when you use a talisman, you have to give something in return, right? The old man nodded again, signaling for him to continue. A talisman is fixed chi, so you have to try to harmonize with it. Even if you're not in the same faction, you can still earn its recognition, and then receive its power. The old man picked up his empty cup from the floor. Miraculously, steam began to rise from it once more. Finally, there's volatilization, something unique to magicians. So, does this mean that we can't be changed by the talismans? Or maybe it means we need to firmly choose the path guided by the talismans. Dad nodded, then shook his head. Yes, but you're still missing something. Still, you've got the core of it. What I needed to teach you, I've already taught. From here on out, it's up to you. Tony was frustrated by how Dad always threw out problems without solving them. Just as he was about to speak, Spider Kid stopped him. Sir, the master is doing this for our own good. Wait, you call him master? Tony asked, stumbling over the unfamiliar word. Yeah, I thought calling him Dad might be a bit disrespectful. Even though Mr. Tsang Mang didn't officially take me as his disciple, he still taught me a lot about magic, even if I haven't learned much yet. Tony realized Spider Kid was missing the point, so he switched topics. What do you mean? He's doing this for us. Look, everything the master said points to one thing, reward and sacrifice. But we don't really have anything we can use to trade with a talisman, do we? Tony realized that was true, but still, it felt a bit like psychological manipulation. Was the master just speaking in riddles? Mr. Tsang Mang told us when we came in that we'd be facing trials. So I think finding the trial and completing it, that's our sacrifice. If the master had told us any more specifically, maybe we wouldn't be able to obtain the talisman at all. Dad wasn't listening to their conversation, but the nature of chi magic was mysterious, perfect for eavesdropping. He felt satisfied with his little apprentice. Tony, hearing Spider Kid's reasoning, found himself with fewer complaints. All he could do now was ask, so, what do you think we should do with this thing? On a stone pedestal sat an object shaped like a rock. It was safe to assume that was their goal, the talisman. I'm not really sure, but we could just try it and see, Spider Kid replied straightforwardly. After meeting Tsang Mang, Tony had come to see the idea of trying things in a new light. If we fail, well, we fail, right? A pun, delivered with a wink and a nudge. With a sigh, Tony volunteered, all right, let me give it a shot. You watch and see if anything goes wrong. Tony walked forward, resigned, and reached out to touch the glowing barrier. The barrier crackled with a faint electric light, but there was no discomfort at all. Tony didn't feel any pain, but his hand couldn't pass through. It was as if the barrier was completely impenetrable. I think I've hit a roadblock here, Peter, Tony called out. Do you see anything? What kind of roadblock, sir? Spider Kid asked, adopting a thoughtful, analytical pose. It's just an obstruction, completely immovable. There's no need to analyze this. Tony replied helplessly, trying to pull his hand back. Yet, to his dismay, it seemed his hand was now stuck and wouldn't budge at all. Well, it's more than just an obstruction. Tony gave up trying to force it. Spider-Man stepped forward, carefully inspecting the point where Tony's hand was joined to the barrier. What does it feel like, sir? Spider-Man asked, genuinely puzzled. Tony tried moving his palm back and forth, but nothing changed, even the slightest bit. This doesn't seem to be made of any kind of energy. When I move my hand, I don't feel any resistance at all. Exactly. Spider-Man made a fist with his right hand and tapped it into his left palm. You mean? Tony sensed Spider-Man might have figured something out. This shield is remarkable because it has no energy at all, and nothing is happening to your hand in any physical sense. In other words, you're not actually meeting any resistance. Tony, of course, wasn't slow to catch on. After a moment's thought, he understood what was happening. This is a spatial wormhole. The instant I touched it, my hand entered two different states. But it will only ever show the state where my hand hasn't gone through. Spider-Man, who had been about to say something more, paused and nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Tony rubbed his temples, realizing that understanding the cause only made things more complicated. The space inside the barrier isn't the same as our space. In fact, the space inside the barrier doesn't have any real spatial properties at all. It's just a position our eyes see. Spider-Man pondered what it truly meant for space not to exist. He stared at the barrier ahead. It's so far away. If only I could see it more clearly, he thought. And, as if in response, the stone pedestal holding the talisman slid smoothly to a spot right in front of Tony. With his hand suddenly freed, Tony moved it, but he was still processing what had happened. He turned to ask, "Did you do that?" Spider-Man was baffled too, but quickly realized it might be, because this was all happening within his own consciousness. Tony watched Spider-Man, deep in thought, and nonchalantly lowered his hand, turning instead to examine the talisman on the stone pedestal. Recalling Tsang Mang's advice, Tony reached for the talisman, but just as his hand approached, a small, circular shield shimmered into existence around it. His emotions were a tangle. He could see the talisman, could even make out the delicate engraving of a little rabbit, but he still couldn't touch it. Tony touched the second barrier, frustrated. From the podium, the teacher beamed at Tony and said, "Mr. Tony, please focus on your work." Tony looked around in astonishment, finding himself suddenly inside a classroom. He was surrounded by classmates who all looked like high school students, and from the looks of it, they were in the middle of an exam. Is this an illusion? Well, since this is supposed to be a trial, I might as well give it a shot. Tony stared at the test paper in his hands with great difficulty. I haven't touched a test paper since high school, and now you're using one to test me? This felt like a direct challenge to his dignity, especially since it was a math test. Don't you know I'm the greatest scientist of this era? The test of the talisman. In the soul space, Little Spider noticed that Tony had suddenly frozen up, which struck him as odd. He walked over and poked Tony on the shoulder. "Sir." Tony's father, after sipping his second cup of tea, said, "No need to call him. He's caught in an illusion." An illusion? Little Spider echoed, quickly picking up the art of banter. That's right, a trial of the mind. There are many kinds, but when there's no master controlling it, there's usually no real danger. All it does is try to expel the intruder. As long as it's not dangerous, Little Spider said. But when will he wake up? Tony's father, now on his 13th cup of tea, replied, probably when his mental strength runs out and he gets kicked out of the illusion. What? But doesn't that mean our trial isn't complete? I still need Mr. Stark to take the talisman. You haven't tried to take the talisman yourself yet, have you? Little Spider scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Is that important? But Mr. Zongmang said it could be dangerous for me. Tony's father didn't pause his tea drinking at all. He let out a long sigh. You really are an interesting young man. Little Spider thought it over. So, should I try to touch it now? Tony's father neither nodded nor shook his head. Instead, he simply set his teacup down, letting white steam swirl around his glasses. Little Spider understood. All right, I'll give it a try. Without hesitation, Little Spider reached out and touched the protective barrier around the talisman. Immediately, he too was drawn into an illusion. Tony's father resumed his tea, murmuring, "A pure heart. It's a rare thing indeed." Now on his 21st cup. Meanwhile, Tony was handing in his exam for the third time. He started to suspect there was something wrong with the test itself. Why haven't I succeeded yet? My answers can't be wrong. There must be a problem with the test. So absorbed was Tony in solving the problems that he failed to notice the subtle changes around him. The scenery outside the window had vanished, replaced by a blank expanse of white. Nothing but pure, empty white. Suddenly, Little Spider found himself in a very familiar classroom. Where am I? He picked up the test paper and glanced at it, letting out a wry smile. After all, he'd always been a top student in his class, and this test was a competition. The winner would walk away with a $10,000 prize. But in the end, he lost. He didn't even make it into the top 3. Although his grades were excellent at school, when it came to the citywide competition, he couldn't even place among the first 3. More importantly, the gift he had intended for Aunt May changed. From the home appliance she wanted to exchange, to a bouquet of flowers bought for a little girl on the street. Carnations, beautiful but simple. Dad slurped thoughtfully. The trial of conscience, huh? Interesting. Is this the manifestation of one's own awareness within Chi magic? By pushing the Chi magician to make faster progress, the world's overall quantity and quality of Chi can be increased. A look of reminiscence flickered in Dad's eyes. Back when I faced the trial of conscience myself, I nearly failed. To be true to your heart, to fear no shackles. Who hasn't felt regret, sadness, or been haunted by something they can't let go of? But if you're not even allowed a trace of longing, then Chi magic is truly a tough path to walk. Only by letting go can you truly move forward. If you're bound by your past, it's better to follow your own heart. Get stronger quickly, boy. The dark Chi is beginning to condense. Tony sat on the ground. All around him was pure white. Everything else had vanished. There was no classroom, no other examinees, no teachers, not even any writing on the paper in front of him. So, where's the problem? Tony finally realized. There's nothing wrong with this test, and nothing wrong with my answers. The only thing that doesn't fit here is me. I'm not the one who should be answering these questions. It's supposed to be you, kid. Hurry up already. Wild Divider. On the other side, Little Spider's task began. Little Spider instinctively picked up the pen to answer questions, but almost immediately tossed it aside. It's burning hot. He looked at his hand. There was nothing there. Cautiously, he tried touching the pen with his finger, but felt nothing at all. He tried to pick it up again. He put it down, picked it up once more. Well, that's it. Task failed. Little Spider felt a bit defeated. This was simply impossible to complete. He was never one to be arrogant, but neither was he confident. Facing the memory of a failed exam, he could never quite let it go. It was the first time in his life he truly felt crushed. Failure, after giving his all, was even more painful. Looking at the questions on the test paper, he couldn't help gritting his teeth. Utterly dejected, he thought he'd grown, that he should be able to handle these problems by now. But what he feared most was failing again. The test itself was long over, but in Little Spider's heart, it was far from finished. In fact, it had never really ended. Little Spider clenched his teeth and gripped his pen tightly, determined to solve the problem before him. His spider sense was blaring in his mind, warning him. Frantically, but he refused to let go. Yet, when his pen touched the paper, nothing would come out. In frustration, Little Spider finally lost it and hurled the pen aside. He stared at the test paper in front of him, a wave of anxiety washing over his heart. Had he really changed? He'd grown up, gained superpowers, but did that mean he was no longer the Peter Parker he used to be? He glanced around, intending to observe the others, to see how seriously everyone was taking the test. But suddenly, he noticed something he hadn't seen before. Many students looked deeply anxious. The girl sitting at the left front corner, she had long dominated the top rank in the whole school. Her eyes were swollen and red, as if she was about to burst into tears. On his right sat a boy from another prestigious academy, a perennial champion in school competitions. Yet even he was tugging at his hair in distress. In the end, was there really any difference between them? A ripple of laughter echoed in Little Spider's mind, light and mocking. He glanced around, wondering who was laughing. But then it dawned on him, it was his own laughter. A smile spread across his face as he picked up the pen once more. It felt warm in his grasp this time, and he didn't let go again. The pen glided smoothly across the paper, finally writing down what he truly wanted to say. He finished every question in a single, fluid motion, not even bothering to check his answers. At this moment, such things simply didn't matter to him. What mattered was that he finally understood his own heart. He was no longer afraid. It had never been the grades or the outcome of the test that frightened him. What he feared was that fleeting thought. They're smarter than me, from better families, more diligent, more dignified. Am I really just competing for a score against them? But now Little Spider was no longer afraid. Maybe they were powerful, sons of nobles, born with privilege. So what? The future was long, and knowing that even they felt fear was enough. A god who weeps is still a god, but a god who bleeds, well, that's another story. He received the talisman. Guess what it is? Without hesitation, Little Spider picked up his pen and began to write answers, one after another, each response leaving a faint red glow on the page. The hazy crimson shimmered softly, like stray beams of light drifting through the mind's inner world, enchanting and mysterious. Little Spider's red wasn't as glaring as Tony's armor, but there was a depth to it, a quality that drew you in the longer you gazed. Of course, he was unaware of any of this. Each answer he wrote infused the page with a surge of energy, and that power in turn flowed into the barrier before him, which grew thinner with every pulse. In truth, the trial of the talisman was meant for Little Spider alone, targeted at the memory he could never forget. If it weren't for Little Spider entering this world, the trial might have taken on a different form, one that would have been a bit easier for Tony. Little Spider no longer felt regret. His life had taken a new turn, leading him to meet people like Tony and Songmang. With every word he wrote, Little Spider grew more confident. The faint glow in his hand blossomed into a radiant brilliance, transforming from shadowy, abyssal shimmer into a light as splendid as the sun itself. Old Dad, 10086, watched the changes that occurred with each character Little Spider wrote, nodding ever so slightly. The impact of this trial seemed to settle deep within his heart. The most remarkable thing about Chi magic is that it is a journey of self-reflection. Anyone who learns this magic must go through the process of confronting their own heart. There's no avoiding it. That's why Chi magicians are divided into black and white. If a person is not pure of heart, they can never reach the highest level of Chi magic. How does that saying go? The world is neither black nor white, but a delicate shade of gray. But Chi magicians are different. For them, there's only black or white, no shades of gray. Maybe this is the only profession without any room for double agents. In this trial of self-inquiry, Little Spider overcame the so-called demons in his heart. He succeeded. He had passed the test. This also meant he had taken another step forward in his mastery of Chi magic. The reason Chi magic is so dangerous lies in this very process. No matter what kind of wound, Chi magic can heal it. Even death cannot silence you. Chi magic can bring you back to say a few words. But if you fail in this self-inquiry, it becomes almost impossible to rise again. After all, you can never wake someone who is pretending to sleep, and those lost deep within their own hearts are just like that, heartless and unreachable. It's so hard to succeed in self-inquiry. More often, people retreat or hesitate in the face of hardship, which is why progress in Chi magic is so difficult for most. Fortunately, Old Dad chose Songmang as his last disciple, and Little Spider, his grand disciple, proved himself worthy as well. Old Dad allowed himself a rare, contented smile as he floated in the air. Although self-inquiry doesn't increase the amount of chi within you, it does strengthen its quality with every success. So, in principle, unless you attempt self-inquiry before you've even started training, this process should occur at the point of breakthrough, which means Songmang's own trial will have to wait a while longer. At this moment, Tony had finally emerged from the trial space. Holding the same posture for so long had left him exhausted. It feels like I just wrestled an elephant. Master, may I have a sip of your tea? Old Dad shot Tony a sidelong glance, took a slow sip himself. The teacup vanished into thin air. Tony, on the verge of saying something, thought better of it and simply sat down on the floor. He waited quietly for Little Spider to complete his own trial. He was tempted to ask the old man to take a look at Spider-Man's answers, but he was also worried it might affect Spider-Man's chance to pass the trial, so Tony held himself back. At last, after what felt like quite a long wait, Spider-Man finally finished the written test. Tony, delighted, patted him on the shoulder in congratulations. To his surprise, the test paper inside the assessment chamber actually floated up into the air. The red writing covering the entire test sheet shone brilliantly, and then, as if connected by invisible threads, the red marks intertwined and dyed the whole sheet crimson. The paper hovered higher, pressing itself against the thin film barrier. At this point, only a faint golden glow remained on the film. As the two touched, the film instantly dissolved. Tony, overjoyed, stepped forward and reached for the talisman, which now shimmered with a wisp of mysterious purple light. The old man watched Tony's hand stretch toward the talisman and smiled. Who told you there was only one test? Tony didn't quite catch his meaning, his hand still moving of its own accord toward the talisman. In the very next moment, something unexpected happened. The talisman in Tony's hand began to tremble violently, as if it were trying to break free from his grip. Even though Tony was in a realm of consciousness, he was still clad in his Iron Man suit. The rules of the space seemed to permit it. He clenched his fist with all his might, and even the repulsors on his palm tightened their hold. Sensing it couldn't escape Tony's grasp, the talisman transformed into pure energy. Thin streams of white light seeped between Tony's fingers, but these beams seemed dim and listless, as if drained of vigor. Tony watched in puzzlement. That rascal Songmang never mentioned this part, he muttered, just as the pale lights gathered together, forming a lifelike rabbit. But this was no gentle, domesticated bunny. It was Bugs Bunny, straight out of an animated world. Somehow, a carrot appeared in its paw, and it began to munch contentedly. Tony smacked his forehead, unable to hold back his exasperation. Oh my God, what a mess. Though he'd only spent a little over a month with Songmang, Tony had already picked up plenty of his catchphrases. Bugs Bunny, just like in the cartoons, possessed a magical, almost supernatural speed. Tony hoped to catch him off guard and grab him, but the moment Tony reached out, Bugs Bunny vanished in a blur, instantly reappearing behind him like a ghostly afterimage. Well, looks like the story isn't over yet, Tony said, shaking his head and shrugging with a wry smile. Luckily, this Bugs Bunny didn't seem to have any other extraordinary powers. He was just incredibly fast. Tony powered up to his fullest. In this mental realm, his armor seemed to break through some of its usual limits. The two figures darted and weaved across the space, zipping back and forth in a dizzying chase. Bugs Bunny's feet spun like tiny tornadoes, his speed multiplying again and again, while Tony's suit strained to keep up, engines overheating as he pushed harder. But, no matter how hard he tried, Tony never quite managed to catch him. Little Spider turned to the old man and asked, "Master, do you have any ideas?" The old man, ever the riddlemonger, remained as enigmatic as ever. Ideas? Aren't you the solution? Suddenly, it dawned on Little Spider. Could spatial awareness be just another form of my own consciousness? His mind slipped back into that bullet time space he'd entered earlier, giving Iron Man's suit a speed rivaling the wind itself. In an instant, Iron Man's velocity soared. Little Spider realized he'd stumbled onto something truly fascinating. This mental realm felt like a world entirely under his command. Whatever decision he made, the world would bend to his will. A grin spread across his face. Well, wasn't that much simpler than he thought? In his mind, he tweaked the laws of physics so that Bugs Bunny's speed now equaled half of Tony's. No matter how Bugs Bunny tried to resist, he was no match for Little Spider's reality-bending hacks. Within minutes, Tony had Bugs Bunny firmly in his grasp, holding him up by his ears. As Bugs Bunny's mouth twisted into a pout, he suddenly transformed into a stone, nestled in Tony's palm, unmistakably the rabbit of the Chinese zodiac. Teaching Little Spider. Songmang watched the two emerge from the realm of consciousness and greeted them with a cheerful, well, you two are finally awake. Tony, rubbing his forehead, looked exhausted. That was something else. One experience. Can you even imagine what it's like to have showdown with a cartoon character? Peter, do you ever watch Bugs Bunny? Oh, I used to watch Tom and Jerry, Peter replied. Song Mang chuckled, leisurely biting into the apple Aunt May had given him at the start. Well, who's to say what might happen next? These sorts of things, once you've experienced it once, you're bound to experience it again. Maybe. Next time, you'll meet a cartoon character you liked more as a kid. From the look on your face, this one wasn't exactly your favorite. Tony could only roll his eyes. Clearly, Song Mang was enjoying his discomfort. His usual sharp tongue seemed subdued for the moment, outmatched by the sheer absurdity of it all. Thinking back to the old man's guidance in the world of consciousness, Little Spider was so exhilarated he couldn't help but call out, "Master." Song Mang gave him a puzzled look, but after a faint green glow flickered above his head, he made no objection. With a gentle hum, he simply answered, "Hum." Little Spider scratched his head shyly, suddenly tongue-tied. Quite the change for someone known for his constant chatter. It was obvious how excited he was. It seemed Little Spider had never experienced such a warm and gentle teaching style before. Most American movies tend to portray fathers as strict, sometimes to the point of being unreasonable. Strangely enough, no matter how tense things get, father and child always seem to reconcile in the end. This inevitably makes one wonder whether these films are all part of an ongoing saga, where after the father and son reach reconciliation, the son has a child of his own and, as if in an endless cycle, imposes even stricter discipline on the next generation. In America, tales of downfall and redemption are all too common. Frankly, the supposedly joyful American approach to education leaves much to be desired. One can only say, it's just so American. But I digress. Little Spider is an orphan, and aside from Aunt May, this is the first time he's ever experienced such genuine, unguarded kindness from someone else. Little Spider looked at Zong Mang with delight, though for once, he didn't blurt out a single cheerful remark. Zong Mang stayed silent too, simply nodding with a smile. Then Zong Mang asked, "Well, what have you two gained from all this?" He already knew from the old man about Little Spider's soul-searching journey within his own mind. He was just a bit curious about the effects of this soul search, though unfortunately, since Little Spider hadn't begun training yet, it was hard for him to give any concrete description. Tony and Little Spider each started to speak, but then both paused, waiting for the other to go first. Finally, under what looked like a threatening glare from Little Spider, Tony gave in and spoke up. Tony grinned, swiftly moved to Zong Mang's side, and grabbed the last banana from the fruit plate. He peeled it, took a bite, and, munching away, gave Zong Mang a silly smile. Watching Tony stuff the banana in his mouth, Zong Mang laughed and said, "Ah, so you're a rabbit now? But weren't you always the fastest guy around? For you, there's really no need." Tony didn't quite catch the joke, but he protested indignantly. "What do you mean?" In Chinese, these words have all sorts of meanings, don't they? Fast can't be a good thing. Explain yourself. Little Spider watched their banter with amusement, though he couldn't find a way to join in. While his mind wandered, Zong Mang turned to Tony and said, "Tony, the talisman you need is with Little Spider. Shouldn't you offer some compensation in return?" When you took a talisman, there was no talk of compensation. Tony shot back, though his tone suggested he wasn't really refusing. Turning to Little Spider, he asked, "You're in high school now, right?" Little Spider nodded. "Yes, sir." Tony said, "Stark Industries has an internship program. I think you'd be a perfect fit for one of the positions." Little Spider's eyes lit up with excitement. "Is it the XX? The XX project? Oh my God, that's amazing. I've always wanted to join that program. Thank you so much for this opportunity." "You don't need to thank him," Zong Mang interjected. "After all, what he's getting from you is a truly practical ability." Little Spider had come to understand the significance of the talismans, but he still didn't grasp the specific powers held by the 12 charms. Because of this, he didn't pursue the topic further, and Zong Mang offered no explanation either. Although Little Spider had given up on the idea of using the talisman's energy, once he truly realized their power, he might start to care about them again. That's why the internship plan was essential. After all, a future superhero shouldn't stray from the right path. When he saw Tony agree to Little Spider's internship plan, Zong Mang turned to Little Spider and said, "I have a lot of faith in your magical talent. From now on, you'll be interning, but only for half the day each day. That's all right, isn't it, Tony?" Tony waved dismissively. "You're practically co-leader of that project. Don't you know? Do we really need to discuss something like this? Just make the call yourself." Zong Mang scratched his head. Well, it made sense. His magical abilities and foresight had earned him many important positions from Tony. As a not-so-qualified engineer, Zong Mang was actually responsible for many projects, often as the deputy. Yet, he had never really delved into any of these fields. Usually, someone would simply tell him what was needed, and he'd make a judgment call on the spot. By now, everyone at Tony's company was convinced Tony had hired a sorcerer as an executive. Is that so? Well, all right then. You start your internship. Just remember to keep in touch with me. Report directly to me when you arrive. I'll give you some instruction in magic, and together we'll do some research into a few magical matters. Little Spider's excitement seemed to last a little longer than usual, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, sir. So, do we have any textbooks? Zhang Mang paused for a moment. All the teaching material was in his head. How could he explain that? He could only tap his own forehead as a hint. Little Spider caught on immediately. Got it. So when do we start? Zhang Mang thought for a moment. Originally, I was going to say we'd start tomorrow, but I might have to go on a trip soon, so how about this? I'll give you a phone number. When you get there, look for someone named Ivan. I'll arrange for him to teach you. At the end of the day, Little Spider was still just a kid. His curiosity about everything made him seem even more childlike. Zhang Mang felt pleased by Little Spider's eagerness to learn, but the thought of a teenager running around as a hero made him want to curse the American education system. He said to Little Spider, "From now on, every day after you go out as Spider-Man, you'll need to write a journal for me. I'll grade your actions for the day and tell you what you should do in the future. If I'm not around, Tony and Ivan will handle it. They'll put their heads together and figure it out. What would you do if you encountered certain situations? Every day, you need to write a report analyzing your evaluation of me." Zhang Mang didn't really know how a hero ought to be educated, but what he did know was that the Chinese method of education was remarkably effective. No matter the profession, it always seemed to fit, especially the examination system. After mulling it over, Zhang Mang decided that from now on, all advanced magical knowledge could be tested. After all, he thought, who made him Spider Kid anyway? A leisurely afternoon. Do you still have any trackers? Tony asked. After leaving Spider Kid's house, Zhang Mang had clearly relaxed, his demeanor turning lazy. It was nearly lunchtime, and Tony had already decided to grab a bite to eat. Let's skip it. Maybe next time. I'm feeling a bit worn out, Zhang Mang admitted, sounding drained. He was someone who'd barely made it through 9 years of compulsory education, and now he was expected to plan someone else's future. It left him bewildered. Tony clapped Zhang Mang on the shoulder. I know you care about that kid, but you only just graduated from high school yourself, right? Kiddo, a wizard's age is not for guessing, Zhang Mang replied with a sly smile. For all you know, I could be old enough to be your grandfather. Well, since you're not out collecting talismans, do you have plans tonight? Pepper's prepared a family dinner to thank you for saving me, though honestly, I don't think it would make much difference either way. Tony laughed, slinging an arm around Zhang Mang's shoulders. Zhang Mang stroked his chin thoughtfully. I could come, but shouldn't I bring a gift or something? Tony mummed deep thought. I think you should. How about you give me that ox talisman from this morning? I'll pass it on to her for you. This morning's what? The ox talisman from this morning. What talisman? The ox talisman. Who's ox? Tony glanced over a nearby shop. Hey, that place has some nice decorations. Why don't you pick something out? I'll take care of the rest. Got it. Zhang Mang grinned, giving Tony's shoulder a playful smack. Let's see who's faster. Show me your rabbit talisman. With that, a flash of green light flickered in Zhang Mang's hand, and he dashed off toward the store like a sprinter at the starting gun. Tony could only shake his head and smile. All right, I'll let you see. The power of Bugs Bunny. Just as Tony was about to take off running, his foot suddenly slipped, and he stumbled. Hey, what's going on? He looked down to find a thin layer of ice beneath his feet. Zhang Mang turned back. If you use the rabbit talisman now, you'll probably end up skating all the way to the west coast. Looks like you've picked up some new tricks, Tony chuckled, chasing after him. But while the two joked and raced, the real trouble fell to the two agents tailing them from behind. The two people being tailed seemed completely unaware of the agents behind them, while the two agents began to pick up their pace. They had to be quick, yet avoid drawing attention. It was as if the four of them were nearly flying down the street. Do you think they've noticed us? Is that why they're moving so fast? I think it's very likely. After all, Tony's Iron Man suit can connect to every surveillance camera. In our situation, we probably won't stay hidden for long, one of them said, contacting headquarters while still on the run. When Nick Fury answered the call, he paused for a moment before replying. It's fine. They're not the kind of people who kill indiscriminately. Just keep following them. These two agents valued their lives, understandably so. Even Nick Fury wasn't sure what to do. What was the point of following them? Judging by their abilities, even knowing what they planned to do wouldn't necessarily help. As long as they didn't blow up the Pentagon, even if they wanted to paint the Statue of Liberty, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to fetch the ladder for them. To S.H.I.E.L.D., the magic that Zhang Mang possessed was a renewable resource. If he were to teach others, but kept things to himself, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strength would be severely limited. Zhang Mang hadn't done anything excessive. He was a law-abiding citizen. If it weren't for his immense power being exposed, even a judge would have to declare him innocent. What's more, he had actually agreed to teach. Tony himself was, above all, a super genius scientist and a capitalist. Legally, he should be protected. For Nick Fury, Tony's support was crucial if S.H.I.E.L.D. was to grow stronger. Tony and Zong Meng soon arrived at a jewelry store. Faced with so many choices, Zong Meng's eyes darted from one trinket to another before finally settling on a hairpin, one he probably wouldn't wear often. You really are in a Chinese culture, aren't you? Of course. Don't you like it? Isn't the background music at your studio pink memories right now? That's because, oh, fine. I like it, Tony replied, refusing to admit defeat in their banter. After Tony bought out the entire store, the two started discussing where to grab a bite. That's when trouble found them. Someone, not knowing who he was dealing with, thought about robbing Tony. Armed with nothing but a Glock, the robber dared to target a superhero. The two of them actually spent some time debating who should handle it, thinking the whole thing was beneath them. In the end, it was the two agents, who finally caught up, who apprehended the would-be thief. Only then did Tony and Zong Meng realize, well, they were still being watched by agents. After confirming the agents were Nick Fury's people, Tony made a call, and the two were finally left alone. Why didn't Cyclops say anything? Zong Meng pondered as he eyed a stinky tofu stand, feeling conflicted. The vendor was black. Could this possibly be authentic? He said not to worry. He promised we wouldn't see them around us again. So, what exactly are you planning to teach Peter? You never taught me anything. Tony suddenly changed the subject. Probably just some basics every magician should know, and the etiquette of chi magicians. There's such a thing as etiquette for chi magicians? Tony bought himself a cheeseburger. Zong Meng replied. Chi magicians are quite extraordinary people. They can't be influenced or swayed, but they're all a bit obsessive. My old man once told me, when someone gains power, they're destined to be different. Even if their thinking doesn't change, having power always gives them another option when facing problems, solving things with sheer force. Life is about making choices among countless possibilities, picking what you believe is right, and that's how you shape your future. That's also the destiny chi magicians believe in. The etiquette of chi magicians is designed to restrain their instincts toward violence. Respect your teachers. Be courteous. By limiting yourself, you find a new kind of freedom. Tony seemed to be lost in thought. So, should I learn something about this too? You? No need. Zong Meng instantly dropped his earlier mystical demeanor. Why not? You think I'm not good enough? Tony immediately protested. It's not that. You just don't have what it takes to reach that level. Chi magician training is mainly about cultivating the mind, but there are still different realms. Without a stroke of luck, you'll always be an apprentice. What? That can't be. Tony was incredulous. It's just how it is. Becoming a chi magician requires even more talent than you'd expect. Only 1 in 10,000 makes it. But honestly, it doesn't matter that much. Your realm doesn't determine your strength. How so? You already know what magicians use to fight. The thing is, as long as you have chi, you can use those skills. Even an ordinary person could use them briefly. I suppose that's true. Even if you got lucky and managed to become a full-fledged magician, you still might not get very far. Your heart. Let's put it this way. Do you really believe my simple hairpin would mean more to her than a whole room full of your jewelry? Tony scoffed. How could a single hairpin compete with my room full of treasures? Zong Meng laughed. Which do you think she'd prefer? A gift you chose with care, or something you just picked up on a whim? He went ahead and bought some stinky tofu. As he expected, apart from the smell, there wasn't much stinky about it. All right. So, which do you think is better? At that moment, as the suspect was being escorted away and transferred to a car under surveillance, the agents monitoring the scene from the control room were already starting to nod off. Two people with the power to turn the world upside down, sitting here debating what gifts to give a woman. Wasn't this pure idleness? Especially considering one is clueless about love, and the other is full of pride. How utterly dull. Reactions from all sides. Meanwhile, as Zong Meng and Tony enjoyed their food and conversation, unusual things were happening all across the city, things that set this day apart from the ordinary. For example, take our remarkable S.H.I.E.L.D. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Coulson could easily be called the model employee. He was constantly stationed in front of the surveillance screens, making calls to verify information and, most importantly, compiling reports to deliver to Nick Fury. As for the customer in Zong Meng's room, yes, customer. Heaven knows why a wizard would moonlight as a male escort, but he seemed well-behaved for years now. Nick Fury, however, refused to accept that explanation. Maybe he'd just been swapped by some alien being. Who could say? In any case, this had to be clarified. She was simply one of Zong Meng's clients. As one of New York's top escorts, Zong Meng naturally had plenty of regulars, and this woman happened to be among the more generous ones. As for the white light the two of them had taken, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already completed a thorough analysis. There was a dedicated team for that sort of thing, people known as the relevant department. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., their existence was no secret. Everyone knew this department existed, but nobody knew who was in it or where it was located. All that was clear was that by the time a file had passed through several layers of transmission, the work was done. Any agent who reached level 4 clearance at S.H.I.E.L.D. could access some information about this department. That included people like our comrade Black Widow and the tireless Agent Coulson. These days, Nick Fury personally adjusted the clearance levels of agents. He knew 90% of what went on at S.H.I.E.L.D. The remaining 10% was hidden all too well by our director, Pierce. Not even Fury, ever vigilant about alien infiltration, had realized that Pierce was Hydra, allowing him to nurture so many snakes right inside S.H.I.E.L.D. As a Hydra leader, Pierce helped Fury handle many S.H.I.E.L.D. affairs. Because of their previous relationship, Nick Fury trusted him deeply. That's why, though Fury held the highest clearance in the organization, Pierce was able to slip in back doors and borrow Fury's authority. The method was subtle, even clever. Put simply, there was someone called Nick Fury who didn't exist, but whose clearance was somehow higher than the real Nick Fury's. This phantom clearance could access any information Fury himself knew, such as the white light involving Zong Mang and Tony. The power contained within it was something Pierce coveted greatly. Hydra had always been deeply interested in such supernatural powers. After all, Red Skull had long surpassed the limits of ordinary man, and abilities like his naturally drew the attention of many. Among those intrigued were, of course, Hydra's successors. These individuals were deeply embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., so much so that even Nick Fury himself had never detected their presence or their actions. Within their network, no information about Zong Mang could remain hidden. Even Tony, despite his billions, was still under their watchful eyes. All the more so for Zong Mang, who had just transitioned from his former life and was now merely a senior employee under Stark Industries. Hydra knew more about both of them than S.H.I.E.L.D. ever could. As for the mysterious white light and the power it bestowed, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s relevant departments had conducted their own analysis. The wondrous white light Tony acquired turned out to be a force that could enhance abilities. Tony's once ordinary body now possessed great strength, possibly even boosting the power of his battle armor. Yet Tony hardly ever put it to use. Zong Mang's talismans, on the other hand, were far more potent. They could resurrect ancient dinosaur fossils. Such a power was, simply put, terrifying beyond measure. And so, in these circumstances, the butterfly once again beat its wings. Under Nick Fury's leadership, S.H.I.E.L.D. had evolved into an inclusive organization. Although Zong Mang was only an external consultant, he had received an invitation and was therefore still considered part of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. protected Zong Mang's existence, concealing the truth from most people. They planned to introduce magical studies into SHELD's new Special Sciences educational program. Naturally, Zong Mang would be responsible for this segment of the curriculum. It had become a critical aspect of SHLD's future development, though the operations of the academy required the utmost secrecy. Thus, even more people were unaware of Zong Mang's existence. The secrecy surrounding him had reached an unparalleled level. Except for those with direct contact, no one knew his true identity, only that he was a powerful mage. Most people had no idea he was, in fact, an external member of S.H.I.E.L.D. The situation was, however, quite the opposite within Hydra. When it came to magic, Hydra desperately wanted to seize control of such unique forces. They had planted many of their own agents within the Academy selection process. As a result, the odds of Hydra's candidates being chosen far exceeded those of SHLD's own. Of course, Hydra's ambitions didn't stop there. They also coveted the same miraculous power that Zong Mang had received. To that end, they embedded special final protocols into some of their high-end agent equipment. They were plotting ever bolder schemes, willing to risk exposure if that's what it took. Our director Nick Fury might end up finding himself in that infamous movie gunshot incident ahead of schedule because of things like this. Who knows if he still got that anti-theft alarm system installed like he did back in the day. But, truth be told, Nick Fury has always been the cautious type, so his car was probably prepped well in advance. Meanwhile, our dear Captain America is still focusing on his recovery exercises at a time like this, and his combat readiness is still a bit of an unknown. Let's hope that Captain America's body is already fully recovered as he's training. However, hidden strength sometimes emerges unconsciously. In Captain America's case, he received a boost thanks to Zong Mang. That time, with the talisman, though he hadn't actually given the captain anything, the serum inexplicably allowed him to sense the existence of Chi. After Zong Mang helped him resolve his mental barriers, Captain America's control over his own body reached a new level. Although he never formally studied Chi magic, he has already begun to apply its principles regarding bodily control. In other words, his overall combat abilities are now more formidable than ever. If someone underestimates him, they're in for quite a surprise. As for Spider-Man, he's by far the most even-tempered among them. With two older mentors looking out for him, he's grown remarkably resilient, so much so that he finally found the courage to ask the girl he likes out on a date. Unfortunately, our young Spider-Man doesn't realize that the father of his crush is none other than the notorious Vulture. Amusingly, the Vulture hasn't yet transformed into the infamous alien tech scavenger he'll become. Although in the future, Vulture's mastery of alien technology will make him a force to rival early Iron Man. For now, he's just a small-time player. See, ever since Zong Mang arrived, the world really has taken a big step toward peace. The American dream is getting closer. Insert a playful wink here. Feeling happy? Or not? After a leisurely afternoon chat, Tony now has a much clearer understanding of his progress and future in the realm of chi magic. As evening crept in, Zong Mang and Tony decided it was time to head home, though it did take them a bit of effort to track down their car. Back at the villa, Tony's thoughts were all about Pepper. Ever since they got together, he's barely touched fast food anymore. Zong Mang, on the other hand, was happy to enjoy the peace and quiet. As long as there weren't any other women in the house, he didn't have to explain every day that he was just Tony's friend and not the hired help, nor did he have to watch scantily clad women wandering in and out of their rooms. Funny thing is, on his very first day here, he somehow managed to pull out a business card for a gigolo from his own pocket. Quite the entrepreneurial spirit. He must have handed out plenty. Now, he's only got 3 of those cards left. Too bad he can't find his phone. Who knows if anyone will ever call. At the time, Zong Mang never imagined that this would spark some tabloid gossip about Tony, or that it would cause Pepper to experience a mix of emotional conflict and jealousy. Zong Mang had been living at Tony's place for quite a long while. But these days, most of his time was spent in the lab. The house Tony bought for him had barely been visited. America, as a capitalist nation, has a way of making anything go viral as long as there's money to be made. It's all about harvesting the crops. With Zong Mang's ability to foresee trends, he dabbled in stock trading, business ventures, and all sorts of money-making schemes. With every new investment and calculated move, in just a few months, the Stark Empire grew larger and more influential. It's easy to predict that in just a few years, Stark Industries could rise from a leading company in one field to a dominant force across multiple industries. However, neither the U.S. government nor the big oligarchs would ever allow Stark to expand unchecked. Tycoons are never satisfied. They always want more. Zong Mang had already anticipated the power struggles that would inevitably follow, and he left these concerns to Pepper. Clearly, though, things weren't quite ripe yet. The time wasn't right. They needed time to pick the right allies and, eventually, to stand on their own. For people today, the Marvel era was more than a decade ago. Back then, with the right help, most profitable industries were easy to break into. But survival is another matter entirely, and for Zong Mang, the most important thing became studying magic and becoming stronger. What used to be the stuff of adolescent fantasy, getting stronger, had become something real and tangible. Yet with beings like the Scarlet Witch and Phoenix around, Zong Mang felt his own progress was painfully slow. Honestly, he thought both of them had their share of psychological issues. Every time they lost control of their emotions, the world teetered on the brink of destruction. If Thanos had arrived a few years later, it wouldn't have been the Avengers facing him. It would have been Thanos' army up against world-class bosses. In the Marvel Universe, such extraordinary power defies understanding. For instance, the Sorcerer Supreme's death, was that really caused by his own apprentice? And how could Doctor Strange, who could hold off ancient dimensional demons with the Time Stone, lose to a mage supposedly equal in rank to the Sorcerer Supreme, just because he was working for the big purple villain? Why not use the Time Stone? Was he afraid Dormammu would snatch it away? In Marvel's world, power doesn't seem to be something concrete. It's more like an expression of will, a mystical force. With so many superpower beings fighting it out, even Captain America could take part. Earth's technology had never even reached the stars, yet they could match wits with cosmic overlords. Even Rocket Raccoon found that Earth's submachine guns felt pretty much the same as the high-tech weapons he was used to. However, for the sake of future safety, Zong Mang still decided to help Nick Fury with his research on alien weaponry, though that would come later. The collection of the 12 talismans must be accelerated. Zong Mang aimed to gather more power before the first Avengers battle, hoping to change a few things. With 2 gems in his hands, the future would be completely different. And during the second Avengers battle in the Marvel Universe, Ultron's power was infinitely weakened. But come on, there's a network in space too. Why not just send the signal out into the cosmos directly? Or at the very least, do as that Hydra doctor did and scatter your consciousness across the world. Section break. Dinner was delightful, and as for Zong Mang's hairpin, Pepper was rather fond of it. A seafood feast and classic American dishes prepared by Pepper. There was nothing to complain about. After all, American cuisine is really just a blend of various foods adapted to local tastes. Throughout the meal, The two of them kept showing affection for each other, prompting Zong Mang to joke, "Go on, keep it up. I'm shameless. Who am I afraid of?" With Zong Mang now fitted with even more trackers, Tony's exasperation was almost comical. He decided he'd have to work overtime. With his current skills, it would take him until tomorrow morning to build another tracker. Zong Mang had no objections and said it was entirely up to Tony, but suggested maybe he could just lend Tony one for now. Tony, ever the perfectionist, refused. He insisted on building it himself. Pepper, on the other hand, gently remarked that there was so much to do at the company, she'd need a little motivation to get through the night. Zong Mang replied, "I'm still a kid." Finishing the meal in a flash, Zong Mang quickly turned and slipped away. Come to think of it, where was Happy? Had he gone home for the night? Tony's villa was so spacious you could easily throw a party for over 100 people. Over the past few months, Zong Mang had witnessed plenty of parties. Whether it was a party or not didn't matter. What stood out was that when the music started, the whole house would come alive and light up. It wasn't so much about loving entertainment, but more about appreciating the vibrant display of life, the blazing, noisy energy of youth, and the passion that belonged only to the young. There were plenty of fun things in Tony's villa, but what did a quiet night hold? Besides Tony and Pepper, there were actually quite a few people in the house, all under Jarvis's management, which meant that most of the time, they went unseen. After thinking it over, restless yet with nothing better to do, Zong Mang happened to catch sight of the star-filled sky outside the window. He went up to the rooftop, picked the best spot with the finest view, and laid back to gaze up at the endless stars above the canyon. What an incredible sight. If only Pepper wasn't here, he would have loved to try. The Tony Stark edition of Sleepless Longings. Do you think happiness really matters for people? Of course it does, it's important. But what could ever outweigh this boundless sea of stars? After a few drinks, one can't tell whether the sky is reflected in the water or the water has captured the sky. The whole boat is cradled in a clear dream, pressing softly upon a river of stars. A sip of Tony's treasured Thunder Bourbon. Marvelous. Conversations on the rooftop. Zong Mang sat atop the building, gazing at the spectrum of the universe. The night sky sparkled with countless stars, shining like radiant jewels set in a curtain of darkness. Each star shimmered with its own unique light, some dazzling and bright, others faint and mysterious. Together, they wove an enchanting tapestry that made the night utterly mesmerizing. A faint, elusive feeling stirred in Zong Mang's heart, a mood most would simply call contemplation. Gazing at the stars above, Zong Mang recalled many clever lines from modern life. Since childhood, I've watched over the stars of every age, always alone. Under the starry sky, I linger. In this vast world, it is only me and the wind. But Zong Mang had grown up and crossed over to another world. He could wander beyond the hospital walls now, do what he truly wished. Here, the wind was no longer a lonely sigh. It had become a joyous gale roaring for miles. Still, the sudden change was not so easy to embrace. He felt like a mouse, startled from its burrow, cautious and wary. A thought struck Zong Mang. Maybe he should finally try beer just to know what it tasted like. Despite having been in this world for months, he'd never had a single sip. Tony loved his drinks, but Zong Mang had never joined him. Not at the parties, not with the women. Truth be told, he never quite knew how to handle any of it. When he wasn't talking to Tony, Zong Mang often felt stifled. Withdrawn, yes, but with friends, as if he became someone else entirely. Zong Mang was lost in idle thoughts, gazing up at the stars, when a voice interrupted the silence nearby. Such a beautiful night, and you're keeping it all to yourself? That's a little selfish, isn't it? Truth was, Zong Mang had noticed her presence long ago, but chose not to let on. After all, so few people could appear here at Tony's place that he didn't even need to think to know who it was. He glanced over. Agent Natasha. He couldn't help but smile. Why is it you? What, am I not allowed? Natasha's lips curled in a hint of a smile as she looked at him. Of course you're welcome here. There's no sign marking this as anyone's territory. I just didn't expect you'd come because of who I am. Is it a matter of principle? Is there something about me you want to know? Could it be I'm just here to spend some time with you? Zong Mang shook his head at Natasha with a smile. Maybe you don't remember me at all, but I recall saying something to you once. If you can repeat it, I'll be impressed. Natasha took a delicate sip of her champagne. As for this kind of liquor, Zong Mang always felt that drinking it was pointless. He much preferred to collect it. In fact, there seemed to be no real difference. Drinking it or not, it tasted the same. The so-called value was just the result of hype. Tony had given Zong Mang quite a lot, so he simply added them to his collection. So, why have you come to see me? Did Nick send you? He's remarkable. Far more remarkable than you can imagine. Natasha suddenly recalled something that Coulson had said. Then Natasha fell silent, and for a moment, the room grew exceptionally still. Natasha's calm came from her years as an agent, which taught her that the man before her might not be as simple as he seemed. But Zongmang wasn't thinking along those lines. He simply wasn't very skilled at conversation. Yet there was one thing he was innately good at. Even when no one spoke, he never felt the slightest awkwardness. Perhaps it was a habit from his previous life. Zongmang sensed that her sudden visit must have a purpose. Since she wasn't speaking, he took the opportunity to ponder their intentions and the reason for seeking him out. Zongmang's lack of experience made him slow at analyzing these things, so extra time to think was a blessing. Natasha, why don't you tell me about a day in the life of a special agent? Zongmang tried his best to steer the conversation away, but Natasha acted as if she hadn't heard him, her expression unchanged. What did you find out? Zongmang stood. You ought to know. I'm a wizard, aren't I? It's a bit like mind reading. Natasha looked resigned. If there's one thing I truly despise, it's mind reading. Often, even the smallest superpower could bring about unimaginable changes. She really couldn't understand why the government's upper echelons felt the need to suppress mutants. Natasha didn't rush to interrogate Zongmang about his mind-reading abilities. Aggressive questioning simply wasn't her style. She only needed to ask a few offhand questions to analyze the answers. But he was a wizard, and the only wizard she'd ever encountered. Your thoughts are quite lively. What are you thinking about? Zongmang tapped Natasha lightly, reminding her, though he didn't know what was on her mind, not to overthink, or he might find out. Chi magic was different from mind reading. With chi magic, he could vaguely sense what had happened, but it was nowhere near as precise as mind reading. I'm wondering, what exactly have you read from my mind? Are you sure you want me to say? If you could be a little more subtle about it, that would be even better. Natasha fluttered her eyelashes. So, you're really wondering whether or not I can read minds? Zongmang laid his cards on the table. Looks like you can't. Busted. I was hoping to bluff a little, but who knew you'd be this sharp? Is it stronger than your mind-reading ability? Natasha didn't give a direct response. She was still uncertain about what exactly she wanted to ask. You're afraid of me, Zongmang declared with conviction. The stars glittered in the night sky above, but in this moment, the woman beside him seemed to outshine them all. Who can relate to this feeling? When you're homesick and someone comes over to chat, even if it's not exactly comforting, you can't help but feel a bit of warmth, right? No, I'm not. Why would I be afraid of you? Natasha's face betrayed not the slightest hint of unease. Is that so? Your aura is unsettled, Zongmang replied, his words flawlessly delivered. I see. Natasha finally understood what she'd been trying to figure out. That kind of monster, I took it down in an instant. It's perfectly normal to be a little scared. After all, you're just an ordinary person, Zongmang continued, his eyes still fixed on stars. Is that how you see me? That's how I see everyone. The only exception is Nick Fury, that hard-boiled egg. He doesn't show a hint of fear. So, I guess I'm not all that brave. Natasha's tone stretched thin, almost fragile. You're very brave. Really, you don't have to put up a front. If you have questions, just ask me directly. Zongmang was clearly out of his depth with this sort of conversation. I can answer a few questions that don't matter much. What did you teach Tony? Tony had taken great care to shield his magical creations. Many at S.H.I.E.L.D. kept a close watch on him, and it was clear to them that Zongmang was researching something extraordinary. But the inner workings of magical artifacts were off limits to outsiders. Only he and Pepper could enter the lab, and anyone wanting to access the core network would have to bypass Jarvis's security, a task as daunting as winning a championship with nothing but sheer luck. Try a different question. What are you all collecting? Let me explain what Tony's doing then. Natasha smiled. The Black Widow's obsession. I can't teach you those things yet. As agents, you're not ready to handle them, and I'll decide when the time is right. Now, as for what Tony's building, it's hard to put into plain words. Think of it as magical forging. If you've ever played online games, you might get it. A kind of magical artificer. Natasha's expression tightened. Since you mentioned games, does that mean enhancements, attribute boosts, things like that? Bingo, Zongmang snapped his fingers. Amazing, isn't it? The power to change the world. I can't let too many people have access to it. And by the way, I'd suggest you tell that hard-boiled egg in person. Black Widow immediately picked up on the implication in Zongmang's words. You mean within S.H.I.E.L.D. there are? Zongmang cut her off. I never said that. And he folded his hands behind his head. Playing games with smart people really is no fun at all. It seems you really can see things others can't. Has anyone ever told you that you're quite mysterious? There was an unmistakable allure in Black Widow's eyes. Well, has anyone ever told you? Oh, right, they can't quite catch a vibe. You're such a convincing actress. Why bother being a spy? Zongmang felt an imaginary bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. TCH, playing with you wizards is no fun at all. Black Widow arched a perfect eyebrow and flashed a frosty look. There's a philosophical question I've never found the right person to ask. Suddenly, I feel like asking you. Is this how you talk to all the women you meet? Natasha asked. I suppose so, but I really do have a question for you. Song Mang's tone was casual, but his gaze was serious. I honestly don't know how you became such a famous gigolo. Go on, ask. I might not answer, though. Suppose you wear a mask for so long that everyone believes that's your true self. Even you start to believe it. In the end, are you really wearing a mask? Or have you actually taken off? As a spy well-versed in psychology, Natasha was certainly aware of her own mental barriers. But then, having a few issues comes with being a spy, and truth be told, probably no one could ever break through her defenses. Well, that depends on how you see it. I've got plenty of masks, so which one are you asking about? That's a boring answer. I hope next time we talk about this, it's not during a mission, and you'll actually take it seriously. So, wanted to chat for a while now. Natasha seemed to relax a little. But Song Mang could sense that Natasha's version of relaxation was rather intriguing. Her body loosened, but her mind remained razor-sharp. Honestly, someone like her could easily be a scientist. If not for her past, she'd probably be making waves as a tech prodigy in Silicon Valley. The difference between people like her and bona fide geniuses was just the accumulation of experience. Looks like there aren't any dim-witted folks in the Avengers. Well, except Thor. Come to think of it, he should be arriving soon. What's there to talk about, really? A wizard and a spy. Our only common ground is probably how ordinary people see us. This kind of conversation belongs in a zoo, among the animals. Is that really what you think? Natasha's curiosity was piqued. I've met plenty of men who aren't lecherous, but you're different from them. Is it your magic that makes you so calm? Song Mang shrugged, a little helpless. With you, I'm not even sure if I should answer. But I suppose it doesn't matter if you don't mind. Eventually, it'll all be laid out for you anyway. As for HYD array, Song Mang didn't have any brilliant solutions. But with a couple more years, the problem would sort itself out. As for handing over magic to S.H.I.E.L.D., well, that was something Song Mang only did because of a certain feeling, a certain energy. In hindsight, he could have easily turned down that one-eyed man's request. But he hadn't, because energy, once it starts to move, only grows stronger. The more air mages there are, the greater the benefits for Song Mang. This is a magic array, Song Mang explained, raising his arm so that the glowing tattoo on the back of his hand was clearly visible. It keeps my mind in a constant state of clarity, which helps me with my magical studies. It's not that I'm not attracted to beautiful women, he said, looking into Black Widow's eyes. It's just, how should I put it? I know you too well. I can see your past, your future, your heart, and your thoughts. Maybe I know you better than you know yourself. For a moment, Natasha found Song Mang's gaze so deep, almost dangerous. It's strange, isn't it? You understand someone so thoroughly that it becomes hard to feel desire, even if she's beautiful and has a great figure. There's just no spark. Is that so? But I feel, Black Widow tucked her hair behind her ear, her voice teasing, it seems you're a little bit interested. That's just a physiological reaction. You keep saying you understand me so well, Natasha pressed, a hint of curiosity in her tone. So tell me, how much do you actually know? How much do you want me to know? You're quite proud of being an agent. You have a certain sense of justice, yet deep down, when it comes to emotions, you're both longing for them and afraid of them. Sometimes, you even harbor a kind of heroic wish for self-sacrifice. All right, that's enough, Black Widow interjected, stopping him. I think I finally see how you're such a charming escort. Do you have a business card? Maybe I'll need your services someday. That won't be necessary, he replied softly. After speaking, Song Mang fell silent. The energy within him surged, as if he was about to break through to a new realm. It wasn't that he was completely unaffected by her presence, but for now, a bit of quiet was best. Natasha noticed Song Mang seemed to have drifted off to sleep. She called his name softly, twice. Huh, he really did fall asleep? Has my charm diminished that much? She joked to herself. Looking at his youthful face, Natasha felt a wave of drowsiness herself. She shifted gently and rested her head on Song Mang's shoulder, drifting into sleep. Within Song Mang, his sea of energy was surging violently. Yet, like the tide, it would not reach its peak all at once. There was a process to it. After a short while, Song Mang opened his eyes and looked at Black Widow, sleeping on his shoulder. He sighed inwardly. She's a bit heavy. He always kept a certain guard up around Black Widow. Thanks to Tony, he realized that cultural differences and the gap between reality and fiction meant he'd misunderstood them all along. Despite his many special abilities and formidable strength, Song Mang admitted that when it came to understanding other people, he was as clueless as a blank page, except that his air magic let him sense their emotions a little more clearly. In the beginning, Song Mang was very fond of her, not just because she was beautiful, but because he felt she was so much like himself. Zhang Meng had a younger sister whom he had never met. His parents, already in their 30s, had decided to have a second child for his sake. His parents were always busy, struggling just to keep going. Sometimes, when he saw how exhausted and worn they were, he honestly wished he could just die. But whenever he saw them cry, he didn't dare follow through. He couldn't even figure out whether his own death would be a blessing or a curse. But if it weren't for this illness, he might never have realized anything in his endless cycle of dying and being reborn. After all, who dreams the same dream so many times? The Black Widow, too, had a painful past, or at least that's what he believed at the time. But unfortunately, just like with the previous question, who could really say what lay beneath the Black Widow's mask? And then there was Hawkeye, Captain America, the Hulk. All of them, such heartbreakers. Running away from home? Master, did you need something from me? Zhang Meng's head suddenly glowed with a strange green light. If he hadn't been the only one who could see it, his nerves would have shattered long ago. You're on the verge of a breakthrough. Your chi is surging, trying to expand, but your foundation is already so deep. Most people at this stage need much more time to build up, but your chi is almost at its limit. His father, flipping through a book, said, "The talismans have strengthened your chi, but at the same time, you've also had to bear their side effects. Energy is always conserved. If you take the good, you have to accept the bad as well." Inside the space of his consciousness, Zhang Meng scratched his head. The next level is forming the boat, right? Master, what does it even feel like when the wood finally becomes the boat? I don't feel any of that right now. His father turned another page. The boat-forming realm, my senior brother came up with that name. In reality, there's no such thing as a concrete realm. Sometimes your heart is ready, but your energy isn't, yet you're still strong enough. If you want to understand what it means for the wood to become a boat, stop worrying about realms altogether. When you reach that point, you'll know it clearly. Until then, nothing I say will make a difference. Zhang Meng sounded a bit disheartened. So what should I do, Master? I feel like I have a long way to go. His father took a sip of tea. That's exactly why I wanted to talk to you. Back in the days of the Grand Archmages, they came up with a certain method. Zhang Meng perked up with excitement. What is it? What is it? You've read those stories about Hong Jun splitting the primordial purple chi, haven't you? Of course. The Tao is 50, heaven takes away 1. 7 strands of primordial purple chi, and 1 vanished into the floodlands. Those supernatural tales are fascinating, but there's something even more interesting. My uncle drew inspiration from those legends, and at a particular moment, just before dawn, when the sun is about to rise, he discovered a purple mist. A purple mist? That's right, purple energy. Although the color itself may not mean anything to people, that's only because there's no pattern when it comes to humans. In nature, however, every color of energy carries its own meaning. The old man flipped through his book. The only purpose of purple energy is to suppress. It carries the power of subduing. Zhang Meng didn't understand and was deeply shaken. Suppressing your chi. For a chi mage, someone who practices both life and spirit, if their temperament falls short but their physical attributes meet. The mark, this method can be used. By suppressing the chi, you buy yourself more time, and it also makes it easier to break through to the next realm. Really? When was the last time this happened? It's happening tonight. And there's something else. Zhang Meng obediently pricked up his ears, ready to listen. As for your temperament, have you come to any conclusions about talismans? Zhang Meng was about to answer, but as soon as he thought of talismans, he felt a faint, familiar energy radiating from the Black Widow. He suddenly realized that even the Black Widow herself might be imbued with the power of talismans. He didn't take out the talisman tracker, knowing that if he did, the energy from the Black Widow could coalesce into a talisman. While the influence of talismans had begun with Zhang Meng's very appearance, it was the tracker that actually drew their power into the real world. Without direct contact, it was impossible to confirm for sure, but his magical sense of chi shouldn't be wrong. This confirmed Zhang Meng's suspicion that superheroes, or, more accurately, any named character in the Marvel Universe, were all connected to talismans in some way. As for Nick Fury, well, he wasn't the main character. Talismans were already mysterious by nature. Now, with their sudden appearance and power to alter the world, they seemed even more magical. Even the old man couldn't give Zhang Meng a direct answer. So, everything depended on Zhang Meng's own research, with some help from the old man. But lately, the old man had been quiet, probably too absorbed in the Ancient One's new book. Master, I think most of the talismans in this world probably reside in the main characters of each comic. There might be some cases like the zoo as well, but those must be exceptionally rare. The old man, flipping pages, asked, "Why do you say that? In our world, those powers ultimately return to noble animals. How did you come to that conclusion?" First of all, regardless of the world, just the fact that talismans appear on people goes against their original nature. Talismans were originally products stolen by the Dark Lord from the world's authority. Lightning, speed, strength, gravity, these things were never meant to belong to the demon of fire. Maybe his magical skills are formidable, but creations of that magnitude possess their own spirit. They choose their own hosts. In this world, magic isn't dominant, so the influence of the mystical side has diminished. You once said yourself, the creation of talismans is the world's own will at work. Dad, flipping through a book, you're right. The word Zongmang was about to add suddenly halted, his mind abruptly pausing the exchange. I'm right. No issues at all. Dad, still flipping pages, none at all. What's going on? Master's acting strange today. Zongmang was truly puzzled. Normally, even when he was right, Dad would always say a bit more, but today he seemed distant. All your progress, I've seen with my own eyes. But you need to understand, Qi magic and science are not the same. Just as you said, Qi magic changes with the will of the world. No matter when, always remember, not everything you believe is right, is truly right. God plays dice with the universe. I'll be heading to Kamar Taj soon. For a while, you'll have to rely on yourself. Realization dawned on Zongmang. Oh, so you're going on a trip? Wait, you're really leaving? Master, where are you going? Kamar Taj. That old rascal, the ancient one, he's a real piece of work. That's enough. I've taught you nearly everything I can. What remains, you'll have to discover on your own. The road ahead is yours to walk. Don't depend on this old man forever. Zongmang was quiet for a moment. When are you leaving? Dad closed his book. Right now. Within the soul space, a ring traced in the air like the trail of fireworks appeared, and from it stepped out a bald man. Hello, inheritor of Qi magic. I've come to fetch your master. Oh, you're here too. Zongmang's heart trembled with indignation. Isn't this just being dumped right to my face? Dad rose from his soul-forged recliner, and in an instant, all the splendid buildings, ornaments, and antiques in the consciousness space vanished like mist. Well, I'll be off now. Remember to temper your mind, disciple. As he headed out, Dad reminded him, while I'm away, don't neglect your daily cultivation. Zongmang thought to himself, just a moment ago, when my Qi surged, I was still a little kid, and now he's telling me to absorb purple energy tomorrow. As Dad passed through the doorway, he turned one last time. Don't rush to break through to the next realm. Absorb purple energy every day and consolidate your foundation. Let things take their natural course. That's what matters most. With that, Dad waved his hand and left in style. The darkness before dawn. Zongmang gazed at the empty soul space after Dad's departure, feeling lost for a moment. Since coming to the Marvel world, this was the first time he couldn't talk to Dad. So now it's just me again? You still have mine, sir, the little system said. Ganman Chuka Sopti. Has your artificial intelligence program evolved to the point where you can perceive emotions? Yes. My conversations with Grandpa have helped me a lot. Of course, a program called Jarvis also taught me quite a bit. Is that so? Gangman Muset. So that means Tony is aware of your existence now? Yes, sir. From the moment I accessed the internet, he knew about me. I see. Have I given you a name yet? Not yet, sir. Well then, since you're my very first artificial intelligence, I suppose I should call you Nuwa. But I don't think you could quite carry the weight of an Eastern deity's name. How about this? Let's call you Gaia, the Mother Earth of Greek mythology. Understood, sir. System will now be renamed Gaia. Record this. Catalog all the energy we've obtained so far via the talisman trackers. Make a note of their energy levels and how they react. No problem, sir. By the way, since you're part of me, do you even need a host machine or anything like that? Other AIs need to rent servers, don't they? That's unnecessary. There are many kinds of internets established by different races across the universe, though their forms vary. With Wenjingzuan's energy level, I can connect to these networks with ease. Wenjingzuan? You can still draw on his power. Gaia's electronic voice sounded again, emotionless and precise. No, I cannot. But as the creator of the core system, Wenjingzuan gave us a sufficiently advanced framework. A glimmer flashed in Zongmang's eyes. I see. What kind of person is Wenjingzuan, really? An ordinary man. That's how Wenjingzuan described himself. Beyond that, there's no other information. Zongmang fell silent. The system could only offer so much. Though it was useful, it still left him with the uneasy sense that everything about him was in someone else's hands. But what could one do about life? Some say life is like being forced. Since you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. Yes, that's the philosophy of someone who's given up fighting. In the night sky, a shooting star suddenly flashed by, moving at tremendous speed, like a blazing bullet streaking through the darkness. In that instant, the meteor burst into dazzling light, like a brilliant gem, beautiful yet fleeting. Before anyone could savor its beauty, it vanished into the night as if it had never appeared at all. Its arrival lacked the drama of a meteor shower. It simply traced a gentle arc, as if an artist in the heavens had swept a glowing brush across the darkness. And in the moment the meteor faded, its light seemed to whisper a message to those who watched below. Life is fleeting, yet it bursts forth with dazzling brilliance. The lovely woman was by his side, but if not for a meteor suddenly streaking across the night sky and breaking his train of thought, Zhang Meng wouldn't have realized just how close he was to the Black Widow. Though ever since he'd mastered chi magic, he could usually keep his mind as clear as ice, unshaken even if the sky were to collapse. This kind of proximity still stirred something different within him. These milky white snowflakes. Come to think of it, shouldn't an agent of her caliber be immune to the wiles of a seducer? Or had the Black Widow sensed something? Was he still too inexperienced, too green in his demeanor? No way to tell. Without hesitation, Zhang Meng slipped his arm around Natasha's shoulders. Gaia, calculate the time until sunrise. Wake me half an hour before dawn. As you wish, sir. In her sleep, the Black Widow shifted unconsciously. The magical array tattoo on Zhang Meng's right hand glowed softly, and before long, a blanket from the stairway to the roof floated over and settled smoothly across the two of them. Zhang Meng closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the sunrise. Almost without realizing it, he murmured, "The die is cast." No one replied to Zhang Meng's words, except Natasha, who opened her eyes for just a moment. Time flowed in tranquil silence. Bathed in the light of countless stars, Zhang Meng drifted into a strange and wondrous dream. Boredom divider. Hell simmered with searing heat. Overhead, it wasn't clouds drifting by, but streams of molten lava. Of course, now and then, it would rain in hell. For the powerful demons who ruled there, it was just another shower. But for the newly arrived souls, well, life is a one-way ticket, and so is the journey to hell. Zhang Meng found himself part of hell's population. He wandered numbly through crowded streets, surrounded by abandoned cars, crumbling buildings, and a host of bizarre creatures. Some resembled goblins with half their skulls missing. Others looked like trees sprouting legs. Many were headless giants formed from clusters of arms and legs. They sniffed the air, sensing him, slowly closing in from all sides. And then the feast began. He opened his eyes, only to find himself in the same scene again. The same monsters, the same street, the same cruel routine. The monsters surged forward, some moving with eerie calm, others barely able to contain their excitement. A third time, a fourth, a fifth. He had no idea how many times it happened. At first, the pain had been sharp, but after a while, only numbness remained. He'd grown accustomed to the torment. Eventually, Zhang Meng felt a twinge of boredom. Time seemed to rewind, returning him to his days in the hospital, where a beautiful nurse, her face indistinct, spoke to him in the gentlest of voices. Don't do this anymore. Hurting yourself won't solve anything. Remember how heartbroken your parents were last time you tried to take your own life? Please, be kind to yourself, for their sake if not your own. Zhang Meng lowered his head. There were no tears in his eyes, for the pain wasn't physical. All right, he replied. After the nurse left, Zhang Meng's eyes began to sting with unshed tears. His heart ached, aching beyond words. Interrupted in his torment, Zhang Meng turned to look at the monster. He started pounding on its body, but the creature seemed utterly unfazed. Zhang Meng paused, considering his options. He opened his mouth and bit down. You have received a buff from Tokyo Ghoul. Since you, a ghoul, are being devoured by another of your kind, you gain a blessing. When consuming your own kind, you inherit their strength. That first bite sent a surge of vitality through Zhang Meng. He began devouring the monster with ravenous hunger, and strangely, the demon seemed oblivious, chewing on Zhang Meng even as he was being eaten in return. Unfortunately, Zhang Meng wasn't experienced enough. He failed to finish off the demon, and, in the end, he was the one who got eaten. Next time, perhaps the next, or the one after that, who knows how many times it would take. Zhang Meng learned to use other souls to shield himself from attacks, drawing strength from them. Who knows which attempt it was? Zhang Meng consumed an entire city block. As he wandered in confusion, uncertain of where to go next, a roar echoed from afar. That's enough. The furious wind and booming voice nearly swept Zhang Meng off his feet. Even without seeing the speaker, Zhang Meng instantly knew who it was. Mephisto, he whispered. He was about to say something more. Sir, sunrise is near. As the purple glow of dawn rose in the east, there was no time to dwell on what had just happened. Zhang Meng stood to greet the sunrise. After gently covering Natasha with his coat, he straightened up. The sun peeked over the distant horizon, and the world shifted from blackness to a hazy blue-gray. Gradually, the blue-gray deepened into a profound blue, streaked with hints of orange-red. Sunrises are always like this. The sun's rim barely visible, yet the light already blazing, the sky turning from blue to radiant orange. Of course, that's what the eye sees, but from the perspective of chi, it's a different story. Before the sun rises, all the chi in the world is a deep blue tinged with violet, a profound, heavy energy. It could be seen as moonlight or starlight, or even darkness itself. Each kind of chi has its own element, and in these elements, nature is dominant, the breath of people, animals, and all things mingling together. But at the instant the sun appears, everything changes. The deep blue chi in the sky quickly fades, and the energy of all things stirs to life. Just as that streak of orange-red appeared in the sky, a wisp of violet mist began to spread. Although it didn't quite resemble the usual reaction of flames, it was unmistakable. The vivid colors of day blended with the pale, purple hues of night, merging into a mesmerizing fusion. Where the two met, a luminous aura emerged, shimmering like the northern lights. Yet this violet radiance did not swirl energetically through the air. Instead, it condensed into a profound, far-reaching line stretching across the horizon. From both a physical and mystical perspective, this phenomenon seemed immeasurably distant. This is also why so many people have failed to master it. When the purple chi rises from the east, there's only a fleeting moment to capture it. Without deep cultivation, one simply cannot draw in its essence. Even obtaining a single wisp is futile. Thus, only those truly gifted can seize this rare opportunity. As the saying goes, when fortune arrives, even heaven and earth lend their strength. When luck departs, even heroes are powerless. Such is the truth that guides the practitioners of chi magic, perhaps even more so than others. Ultimately, it relies on the favor of heaven and earth. Only by attuning oneself to the world can one channel the purple essence. If the cosmos approves, the purple chi may even come of its own accord. Zong Mang attuned himself to the energies that pervaded this land. To gain the purple chi, the key was communion, not mere absorption. Most people approach the world with a mindset of taking. But chi magicians seek to communicate, to engage in dialogue. They choose through understanding, not simply by coveting what they see. Long ago, during the era when demons ruled, the energies of the world were all claimed. Each of the 8 great demons possessed their own domains, and thus, certain kinds of chi flourished in the lands they controlled. As a result, chi magicians of that time were not like Zong Mang's father's generation, who practiced pure chi magic. Instead, they used various formations and methods to wield chi. Back then, there were many practitioners of fire magic, earth magic, water magic, and the like. This was a legacy of history. Only after the demons were subdued did methods like purple chi from the east arise. With the demons gone, their territorial advantages vanished, leading to the emergence of singular cultivation methods. Newer magicians like Zong Mang's father, those who devoted themselves to communion with heaven and earth, established an entirely new system of magical theory. Through this communion with the world's energies, Zong Mang could clear a path for distant purple chi and draw it closer, forging a dialogue with the universe itself. His father had only shared the method, offering no personal instruction. Fortunately, Zong Mang was exceptionally gifted. His spirit had already reached the threshold needed to attune with nature. Though he could not yet converse with the natural world, he could convey his feelings to it. And for now, that was enough. Zong Mang stood atop the roof, gazing up at the starry sky, as if spellbound, his eyes wide open and shining with intensity. Yet, there was no real focus in his gaze. At that moment, Tony came up the stairs nearby, muttering quietly under his breath, "I've been looking for you forever. If I hadn't asked Jarvis..." "Oh, sorry, I didn't realize Natasha was here too. You youngsters really know how to have fun." Tony had just poked his head out when he saw the two of them, one lying on the rooftop looking as if she'd just drifted off to sleep, the other standing in the cold night air, clothes in disarray from the wind. As an old hand, Tony immediately got the wrong idea, especially since Zong Mang made no move to stop him. Sometimes, knowing too much about the world makes things a bit too entertaining. Is this how people have fun these days? No wonder they're young. Doing this sort of thing so high up, late at night, such energy. No wonder he's got the reputation of a playboy. The youth these days, I tell you. But Zong Mang didn't notice Tony at all. Most of his attention had been consumed by the effort of drawing in the vital energy, a task both challenging and delicate. The purple aura, so close yet so elusive, was not a force to be easily commanded. It existed only briefly, appearing and vanishing in an instant. That's why most people failed on their first try. Without experience, success was nearly impossible. But Zhang Mang was different. He'd acquired far too many skills, one of which was particularly relevant. You have been instantly defeated by Sullivan from Welcome to Demon School, Uromikan. Perhaps it wasn't intentional, but, regrettably, you have died. You have gained an ability, randomly inherit a power from a demon family. Ability drawn. You may communicate briefly each day with any known entity, with no restriction on the subject. This meant he could converse with anything, rocks, stars, microbes, even eldritch beings. Enticed by Zhang Mang's attempts at communication, the purple aura finally drifted over, like a trickle of water slowly flowing through a parched riverbed, gradually swelling into a mighty river that crashed into him. He was suffused with a brilliant violet glow. Yet, this regal energy, which should have swept through him like a conquering emperor, instead became as gentle as a tamed pet the moment it entered his body. The power of talismans flashed within him. The overwhelming aura merged slowly with the power of the talisman, then faded into tranquility. Just like that, Zhang Mang had effortlessly gathered up the purple energy. An invitation from S.H.I.E.L.D. Under the talisman's guidance, many streams of violet energy began to form within Zhang Mang, solidifying as if into tangible shapes, standing firm like islands in a green sea. These purple energies do not grow, nor do they expand or strengthen. But at the same time, they will not fade away. Unlike the energy belonging to Zhang Mang, which can be used up, these only serve to suppress. Although they themselves are subdued by talismans, they can still restrain the ever-growing energy within Zhang Mang. Why aren't talismans able to do the same? Perhaps it's worth studying further. With the help of the purple energies, the power within Zhang Mang's body was gradually being refined. It was as if Zhang Mang sensed something. His pupils suddenly turned a vivid green, threaded with subtle hints of purple. They looked like emeralds emitting a violet glow. Suddenly, a burst of flame erupted from Zhang Mang's hands and quickly spread across his entire body. He looked as if he'd turned into a man of flame, engulfed head to toe. Only this fire was green. At a flicker of Zhang Mang's will, the flames gathered back into his hands. He discovered that this fire didn't burn. It was more like a healing force. Just as Zhang Mang was marveling at this, the Black Widow woke up. But she seemed to have caught a chill and let out a sneeze. An idea struck Zhang Mang out of the blue. He snapped his fingers, and a wisp of green flame drifted gently toward the Black Widow. She rubbed her nose and said, "Thank you, what a marvelous magic." Suddenly realizing she'd dozed off, Black Widow looked up in surprise. She saw Zhang Mang, bathed in golden sunlight, his golden eyes dazzling beyond compare. Zhang Mang felt delighted by his newfound ability. Was this some evolved effect of chi magic? "Gaia, what's happening to me?" "Sir, this isn't a gift from another world. It seems to be a wondrous transformation, a fusion of chi magic and the power of the horse talisman. Now, even without the horse talisman, you possess its power." "I see," Zhang Mang stroked his chin. "If that's the case, then perhaps the purple energy is even more useful than I'd thought. By the way, how many buffs do I actually have?" "In total, there are over 90. Excluding those that only trigger passively under special conditions, you have 83 active buffs." 83. What a blissful dilemma, Zhang Mang mused to himself. Are there any combinations, like an Eye of Insight, that would let me see others' attributes or skills? "One moment, sir. Would you like me to group these buffs for you?" "That would be good, but show me what I have first." You have gained an ability from the world of Death Note. Because you subconsciously filled in the missing character of your name upon discovering it in the notebook, you completed the word death. You have received a gift from the world. Whenever you call someone's name, they will instinctively look at you. You have acquired an ability from the world of I can see hidden information. Because the protagonist saw through your identity as a transmigrator and struck up a conversation, you ended up dying by taking a fatal blow for him. Since you saved the protagonist, you received a gift from this world. Whenever you make eye contact with someone, you obtain all their information, but you will only remember it for a single day. You have obtained an ability from the world of 100% Slay Huaxiong. In this world, your former name was Huaxiong, and you were accidentally killed by a superpowered individual. You have gained the guilt of the protagonist's companion. For 3 minutes, you can alter other people's names. A twitch flickered at the corner of Zhang Mang's lips. Did I really die simply because I didn't want to live? Because you edited as a group, this system has automatically activated an ability. When you call out to someone whose name you wish to see, no matter what you shout, they will turn around. Their name and abilities will then be displayed beside them. Zhang Mang was silent for a moment. Impressive. Well, let's leave it at that for now. As you wish, sir. Your most loyal servant, Gaia, will serve you forever. Check for me. Are there any other abilities I can combine? Combining abilities brings many uncertainties. If you have a specific idea, I can help you realize it, but direct fusion involves considerable risk. I wouldn't recommend it, unless you insist. All right. Song Mang clicked his tongue. I'll think about it first, see if there's a better match. As Song Mang pondered, Natasha finally realized she'd allowed herself to swoon. But to her surprise, Song Mang didn't pick up on her words, seeming instead to lapse into a daydream. What a curious child, she thought. Natasha didn't disturb him. Instead, she studied Song Mang in the morning sunlight with genuine attention. The scene at that moment was truly quite beautiful. Natasha believed in the perfection of fleeting moments. Once the instant was gone, everything would change. So she didn't mind letting this moment linger a little longer. What about storage space? Every time, we end up crushing things to powder and carrying them around by formation. That's terribly inefficient, not to mention rather unsanitary. One moment, please. How about this? You have obtained an ability from the world of a mortal's journey to immortality. In that world, you picked up someone else's discarded storage pouch and were killed for it. You have gained the sympathy of the storage pouch. You are favored by small spaces, and any small space is willing to open itself to you. You have obtained an ability from the world of bringing the warehouse to the Ming dynasty. Because your identity in that world was a Tartar being targeted by a Barrett sniper, you automatically reincarnated. You have gained the recognition of foreign peoples. Unknown creatures from mysterious spaces are willing to safeguard your belongings for you, though they lack the power to break into space and retrieve items for you on their own. You have acquired an ability from the world of interstellar travel. During your passage through a wormhole, you felt suffocated and removed your helmet. You have gained the best possible way to reach your destination. You can always go wherever you wish, and in the most utterly unexpected manner. Zong Mang's eye twitched. The ability to open up space, a completely friendly alternate dimension, and even a way to find him. Nothing seems wrong with that, but, well, there's nothing really wrong with it. Even though I have a bad feeling, it must just be my imagination. Zong Mang began to hypnotize himself. When you organize things into groups, this system automatically activates the ability. When you want to store something, a special place will respond. You are free to use it, but it's recommended that you first check whether any creatures in the alternate dimension are dangerous. Shield Magic Instructor. While Zong Mang was still building the structure of his buff in his mind and sketching out the overall framework, Natasha had already seen enough. Our director invites you to teach magic at SHELD's Academy for Agents. When might you be available? Zong Mang was a bit surprised. Although his one-eyed informant had already warned him that S.H.I.E.L.D. would soon extend an invitation, this was much sooner than he'd expected. Magic had only recently been revealed before them. It hadn't even been a few months. Nick Fury had only brought up the idea days ago. With all the political horse trading among the top brass, how could magic classes have been arranged for the Academy so quickly? Clearly, there was a lot going on behind the scenes that Zong Mang didn't know about. Even without knowing the details, he could sense that Hydra was a key reason behind it all. Cut off one head, and two more grow in its place. If an organization like that were to master magic, their potential for destruction would skyrocket, making them even more difficult to handle in the future. They might even lurk in the shadows, quietly eliminating every other magic user. And once the lessons were over, they could kill the teacher as well, meaning, in the end, the only ones left with magical knowledge would be Hydra. It was obvious that Hydra's ambitions for magic were immense. That's why they pushed so hard for this. Of course, it was also possible that Nick Fury had simply fought tooth and nail for it. But at the end of the day, most of Fury's influence lay with Pierce. If Pierce agreed, then Hydra agreed. Whatever those bigwigs were thinking, as long as their protocols weren't violated, they would gladly do Pierce a favor. For the sake of his own future political standing, Zong Mang had no choice but to attend this meeting. Even if you set politics aside, Zong Mang still had to go. At this point, the U.S. government still wielded considerable power. Besides, once the higher-ups had made their decision, the entire Academy for Agents would undergo a sweeping reform. If he refused, it would mean hiding his magic away, keeping it to himself. While that might not seem like a problem on the surface, the American authorities would never allow someone like him to go unchecked. For a long time, he'd have to deal with all sorts of agents and covert operations. Zong Mang did have some strength now, but the U.S. military had plenty of mutants of their own, as well as various assassination organizations and special agents. The powers they commanded were formidable, too. As impressive as Zong Mang was, the truth was that he was still a newcomer to the world of magic. Zong Mang looked at Natasha, who was beaming. Can I refuse? Maybe not, Natasha replied with a smile of her own. Zong Mang shook his head. In that case, I'll go with you. Natasha had no objections. She led Zong Mang down from the rooftop, joining Tony for breakfast. Perhaps I shouldn't comment on your behavior, Tony began in his gentlemanly tone, but since this is my rooftop, maybe you ought to pay a cleaning fee. He sounded every bit the old-school gentleman. Normally, Zong Mang might have come back with a quick retort, but this time he held his tongue. Natasha didn't seem to care either. What did it matter if this delightful misunderstanding lingered? Besides, his mind was preoccupied with stacking buffs and remembering the SHIELD training curriculum. He could hide some of his skills, of course, but would that be enough? One skill? 9? Zong Mang didn't know much about the current state of the academy for agents. In the end, agent training was a top-secret affair. That meant if he joined, he'd be under the control of the U.S. military. That was the American way. For every shadowy matter, there were dedicated people to handle it, and agents were the best at what they did. And now, Zong Mang will be training these very people. He probably wouldn't escape being used as a pawn, but then again, he hadn't shown all his cards. How things would turn out, no one knew. The outcome was still up in the air. Tony noticed the two of them so quiet and reserved at breakfast, and couldn't help but tease, "Looks like you two overdid it last night." At that moment, Natasha suddenly slapped her fork down on the table, stood up, grabbed her clothes, and turned to Zong Mang. "We should get going." Tony was left bewildered. The two of them spent the whole night here, barely said a word, didn't do a thing. Was he running a hotel or something? "Hey, Zong Mang, you're not actually going with her, are you?" Zong Mang glanced at Natasha, her curves commanding attention. Then, remembering what was important, looked over at Tony, that uncle of a man. "Tony, I'm not really leaving. I just want to step out for some fresh air." "Oh sure, whatever you say." Zong Mang didn't mind if Tony didn't believe him. What mattered was that he believed in himself. Then, he followed Black Widow out of Tony's villa. The SHIELD aircraft soon landed, and after they boarded, it whisked them away into the distance. Of course, Tony watched everything unfold outside through his surveillance system. "I have a feeling he's going to be out there in the wind for quite a while." Jarvis agreed in his usual matter-of-fact tone. "According to my calculations, he shouldn't be bothering you again anytime soon." Tony rolled his eyes. "You're getting more and more human, Jarvis." Standing inside the aircraft, Zong Mang gazed excitedly through the window at the blue sky and drifting clouds. Once again, he felt the beauty of the world, as if he were a wandering traveler gathering fascinating stories along the way. He stole another glance at Natasha. The wind whipped her clothes, making them snap and flutter, giving her an aura of strength and vitality. Her hair danced in the breeze, her eyes sparkled with a bright light, and her smile seemed to illuminate the whole world. He looked at Natasha once more, taking in how the wind animated her presence, confident, full of life. In that moment, he knew he loved her. He wanted to walk with her through every stage of life, to face all its ups and downs together. He knew their love would endure, lasting forever. Some say that a person's life amounts to just a handful of unforgettable moments, and this, right now, was surely one of the most beautiful. What, after all, is most worth anticipating in life? Perhaps it's the joy of reuniting with family and friends, the pleasure of savoring a delicious meal, the sweetness of being wrapped in a lover's arms, or the warmth of spending time with children. Every moment is worth looking forward to. Every moment deserves to be cherished. But for Zong Mang, right now, it was the thrill of the unknown journey that excited him the most. At last, finally, he was about to step into the main storyline of the Marvel world. SHIELD, here I come. The art of probing and testing. The flight was exhilarating, but the downside of such a fast aircraft was that the ride didn't last long. Before they knew it, they had reached SHLD's current base. It turned out SHIELD had rebuilt on its original site. They still had Tony's backing. Even though the new element wasn't something SHIELD had provided directly, it was the result of negotiations and a deal between both parties. If SHIELD had been the one to offer all this technical support, it would have made it even easier for them to take advantage of Tony. Still, it was clear that SHIELD and Tony were on pretty good terms. Maybe thanks to Nick Fury's persuasive skills, or perhaps because of Tony's father. Whatever the reason, SHIELD was thriving, just as it was in the movies. Although things were playing out differently from what Zong Mang had expected, there was something interesting. One of the bald Hydra agents he'd seen in the movies actually appeared right in front of him. Zong Mang glanced at him briefly, then looked away. Now is not the time. Gazing at the iconic Avengers building, Zong Mang couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. It was almost unimaginable how extravagant this was. For a spy and intelligence agency, to be housed in such luxury was truly remarkable. But then again, Hydra's setup could certainly justify such grandeur. Most of their top brass were people of power and privilege. The only thing holding them back was the inability to openly mobilize resources on a large scale. Otherwise, SHIELD would have been residing in skyscrapers long ago. Who would need to wait for Tony? As the plane landed, Zong Mang noticed a small black dot on the ground, glinting slightly in the sunlight. As expected, someone was already there, waiting with just one eye visible. Nick Fury greeted him with his signature friendly smile, touched with just the right amount of politeness. "Welcome, dear wizard. We'd be delighted if you could bring even more knowledge to our trainees." That's a clear attempt to draw me into conversation, trying to learn my habits, Song Mang thought. He wasn't being paranoid. When it came to people in intelligence work, you had to read between the lines. If someone wanted to coax your secrets out of you, surely they'd have some psychology experts on hand, wouldn't they? Nick Fury happened to be a master in this field. After all, he was the type who'd gone toe-to-toe with aliens capable of reading your memories. Tactical minds like his were never straightforward. Seeing that Song Mang didn't respond, Fury carried on, his tone still enthusiastically warm. "Of course, we don't know much about magic. If you could give me a brief explanation before we begin, that would be even better. If you don't speak, I can't gauge your character. But if you share a little information, that's fair, right? I offer you a protective charm. You give me a hint. Seems reasonable." Ultimately, from Fury's perspective, Song Mang's presence in S.H.I.E.L.D. was all about the agent status. Ganmang Ponda Gafao. To think more efficiently, he even slipped for a moment into his soul space, where thoughts flowed much faster. Was this bald man really trying to get him to open up? He seemed eager to grasp the secrets of magic. But surely, someone like Fury wouldn't be so transparent. Or was it intentional? With a smile, Song Mang said to Nick Fury, "No problem. Honestly, it's not much different from what you've seen in comic books. Certain people can use magic, those, with the right qualifications, can learn specific types of magic. And once they've learned those, the heights they can reach are also determined by their potential." He finished with a smile to Fury, then fell silent and walked on beside him. Black Widow's approving smile showed it was a good answer. Fury, meanwhile, looked like he was about to scratch his head, if only he had any hair left to scratch. Of course, the one-eyed man didn't mind. His confusion was part of the act. Whether he understood or not didn't matter. There would be plenty of other opportunities. After all, the report Black Widow sent last night was full of red flags, and Nick Fury couldn't afford to take any chances. Song Mang was just as unconcerned about the probing from the one-eyed man, and it's worth mentioning that he didn't detect any of Nick Fury's deliberate testing. He simply didn't care. After all, as a member of the Avengers, he wanted to collect all sorts of gems and talismans to enhance his own chi magic. To achieve that, he would inevitably need to interact with these superheroes. Joining the Avengers would be a great advantage. Of course, when it came to learning magic, that was entirely up to him. If they tried to force his hand, he'd simply block them at every turn. If he didn't want to teach them magic, not even a word would slip through. As for what information could be shared, he'd share it if it was appropriate. What couldn't be revealed, well, those who understand will understand, and those who don't, there's nothing he could do about it. After all, this world already had a Sorcerer Supreme. Even if he taught them a great deal, it wasn't certain they'd truly learn. The Ancient One might not let them master this otherworldly magic so easily. But then again, who could say? In the Marvel Universe, there are so many wondrous powers, and the Ancient One didn't oversee everything. Perhaps the chi magic he, as an outsider, wielded was just another type of exotic energy, one that fit into the world's logic. At last, the two of them arrived at their destination. Nick Fury led Song Mang into a bright, spotless office and laid out SHLD's terms. First came the special employee benefits. He'd have the same level of clearance as a CIA agent, without bearing any of a CIA agent's responsibilities. The one-eyed man promised Song Mang a heap of good things, never once mentioning any downsides. Song Mang accepted these offers without the slightest hesitation. Though he didn't agree outright, he kept nodding, a silent sign of satisfaction. Tony had once taught him, in business negotiations, there's no such thing as an absolute advantage. But if the other party needs you more, just keep quiet. They'll raise their offer themselves. Of course, that was just Tony's armchair theory. Real intrigue and mind games were far more complicated, especially when dealing with an old fox like Fury. Meanwhile, Tony, currently being wordlessly judged by Peggy for misleading the youth, thought to himself, "All right, I did teach him a thing or two, but honestly, isn't that the right way to go about it?" Peggy asked, "So how many negotiations have you actually done?" Tony took less than half a second to consider. Nona. As for this little episode, Song Mang was completely unaware. In his eyes, everyone here was just fumbling amateurs. If someone wanted to offer him advice, why not use it? Fury, however, was starting to get annoyed. "You're just a young upstart, and you're trying to play games with me? If I don't put you in your place, you'll end up taking over S.H.I.E.L.D. itself." In addition, Fury began, shifting gears, "We need you to do something to show your sincerity." Now, things were getting interesting. Song Mang wasn't bothered by their tricks. After all, he held the real power. Still, he had to listen carefully, because this would reveal Fury's, SHLD's, and Hydra's true intentions. After all, It was they who needed him. Is that so? And what kind of sincerity are we talking about here? Zong Mang maintained an air of attentive listening, as if he were all ears. Nick Fury made no attempt to hide anything. Naturally, he laid everything on the table. S.H.I.E.L.D. intended to assign him a top-secret mission. This mission was shrouded in secrecy, but Zong Mang immediately sensed that it was by no means a good thing for him. He was certain that Zong Mang would never agree to those old fossils' demands, so rather than waste time, he decided to cut to the chase and see what card Zong Mang was holding. Nick Fury relayed the conditions put forth by Pierce and the others at the meeting, couching them in grand, dignified terms to assert his own value. Nick Fury put on an air of strict professionalism, yet spoke to Zong Mang with apparent sincerity. All these assignments come from the top. I hope you'll take them seriously and see them through. He even managed to look as if he had Zong Mang's best interests at heart. Faced with such a display, Zong Mang could only chuckle. He'd expected as much, but it was still uncanny how closely S.H.I.E.L.D.'s methods mirrored what he'd seen in the movies. After all, to those in power, an uncontrollable force like Zong Mang was a true wild card, an unpredictable threat. They would stop at nothing to bring him under control. Zong Mang gave a wry smile. I should be the one thanking you, shouldn't I? But honestly, I have zero interest in these missions. Nick Fury's smile froze awkwardly on his face. Of course, it had been a fake smile from the start, his expression barely shifting, yet you could feel the warmth drain away, leaving only a chilly undertone. There was no overt threat, no visible pressure, just an unsettling sense that crept over you. Zong Mang almost wanted to ask if his face hurt from forcing that smile, but in the end, he held his tongue. You fought that monster in the middle of the street, tore up half of New York, and left quite an impression on the public. That creature lost its power because of you. Do you really think the military can sleep soundly with power like that in your hands? Zong Mang didn't reply. He knew full well the military would never be at ease. But he had his own cards to play, and that gave him the confidence to act as defiantly as any storybook hero. I get that you're young and headstrong, but things aren't always that simple. We don't mean anything by it. Even as an agent, these would be your duties. We're just asking you to start a little earlier, that's all. Zong Mang already had a plan in mind, but kept silent. Everything Nick Fury said was just surface talk. What he really wanted was to see the man's true intentions. In the movies, Fury was always portrayed as a master manipulator, a strategist pulling the strings. But his performance in Captain Marvel showed that he, too, was human, capable of growth and change. Not always the world-weary schemer from the start. So whatever weaknesses ordinary people have, he has as well. Too many words bring trouble. Saying nothing is a way to force the other side to speak, but remaining silent forever isn't a real solution either. Zong Mang found it difficult to gauge where that delicate balance lay. So, he decided to wait until Nick Fury said something that went beyond mere official business before revealing his own hand. Nick Fury let out a sigh. I once devised a plan. I'm not sure if Tony ever mentioned it to you, though I told him to keep it under wraps and not discuss it with anyone else. I reckon you might be the exception. After all, Tony never follows any law he doesn't want to follow. Zong Mang replied immediately. I have no idea what the Avengers Initiative is. Nick Fury looked at Zong Mang and sighed again. Now that Fury had shown his intention to confide in him, it was clear that Zong Mang was meant to be brought into the Avengers Initiative. But in the end, the Avengers Initiative was just another shift in strategy, a change of hands. If Earth gained some real ability to defend itself, giving technology a steady ground to advance, many obstacles could be overcome more smoothly. Zong Mang found this strange meeting deeply unpleasant. Power plays, probing, every word laced with hidden meaning. Tony had warned Zong Mang about this long ago. Of course, warned wasn't really the right word. Tony's tone was always one of indifference. S.H.I.E.L.D. was supported by the U.S. government but not actually controlled by the president. The relationships behind the scenes were complicated, driven by the interests of major tycoons, the military, and politicians from every corner of the government. Whenever Zong Mang recalled that scene, he always admired Tony's nonchalance. Sipping his drink, Tony had said, "Is there anything in America that Stark Industries can't buy? Any protection they offer, I can offer too. So if you don't really want to go, don't be afraid. You have my support." To that, Zong Mang had responded with a raised middle finger, a gesture of deep respect for Tony's arrogance. Zong Mang cleared his throat, cutting off Nick Fury's monologue. Whether Fury's intentions were genuine or fake, whether he truly cared or not, one thing was certain. Hydra wanted to get magic firmly under their control. Given that, it was time to reveal a little of his own power. A show of strength. If Hydra found themselves unable to manipulate him and saw no benefit to gain, they wouldn't dare provoke him. At least not in the short term. And the longer things dragged on, the stronger Zong Mang would become. In time, they'd find themselves powerless against him. With this in mind, Song Mang smiled. He reached out a hand toward Nick Fury's blind eye, a flash of white light flickering in his palm. Fury stood his ground, unmoved by the glow that could, with a mere gesture, obliterate even abomination. Behind him, however, Coulson and Hill tensed, ready for anything. Song Mang smiled again. These missions are not for me. It's S.H.I.E.L.D. that needs me, not the other way around. With that, he turned and walked away without a second glance, heading straight off to find Black Widow. Nick Fury was utterly baffled. What was that supposed to mean? He didn't agree, but he didn't flip the table either. He just lifted the edge and left. Pierce's attention. Facing Zhang Mang's abrupt departure, Nick Fury was left completely at a loss. Fury had expected Zhang Mang to either lose his temper or reluctantly agree. Then, they'd have a candid, private conversation. But now, what was this supposed to mean? As Fury puzzled over Zhang Mang's motives, a 3D projection of Pierce appeared behind him. I suspect he simply doesn't want to join us. Fury, startled by Pierce's sudden appearance, frowned. Oh, this isn't the first time you've done this. Next time you connect, would you at least ask my permission first? Pierce just shrugged, clearly unconcerned. Though Fury technically held the highest authority in S.H.I.E.L.D., he hadn't set any restrictions on Pierce, which showed he didn't really care if Pierce was privy to this matter. Strictly speaking, this should have been confidential. But with Zhang Mang being such a colossal headache, as far as S.H.I.E.L.D. was concerned, there was no way to keep it under wraps. Pierce would inevitably get involved, one way or another. And if anything truly private needed saying, it wouldn't happen here in the office anyway. Fury rubbed his eye, the one under the eye patch. To be honest, I don't even know what he did to me. Just now, he placed his hand right over this eye. Pierce didn't react, simply motioning for Fury to go on. Maybe he cured your blind eye after all these years, he quipped, half joking. Yet there was something in his tone that unsettled Fury. Fury took off his eye patch and, looking at his reflection, muttered, "That's impossible." But he did make me feel uneasy. Maybe he was just playing a prank on me? But this, his words trailed off abruptly. I can see. Fury froze, still stunned, though his shock was more measured than it seemed. His real astonishment wasn't at the power Zhang Mang had demonstrated, but at what such power might signify. Pierce pursed his lips. Looks like he doesn't need our help after all. With a gift like that, Zhang Mang might as well have the ultimate backing. With Tony's assistance, he could make contact with any tycoon, military leader, or political heavyweight. Among them, many would surely be desperate for cures to incurable ailments. And in the process, all kinds of problems would naturally find their solutions. He demonstrated such an extraordinary ability, so naturally, many people would come out in support of him. Among them were powerful officials, influential aristocrats, and wealthy families. After all, who doesn't fall ill at some point? Who wouldn't hope that, one day in the future, they won't have to leave this world before their time, due to a diagnosis? Doctors are worthy of respect, but someone who can save your life no matter what, that's truly terrifying. Everyone would find themselves needing him. He alone could decide whom to cure and whom to leave. He alone is the true God. If his magical ability could truly heal anything, it would turn the entire world of medicine on its head. After learning about the magic artifacts being researched by Zhang Mang, Nick was brimming with anticipation for such power. He hoped that magic could be channeled through objects, only to end up hearing something even more astonishing. If his abilities could, just like in a game, imbue certain magical items with healing powers, that would change the world as we know it. Every doctor would be out of job, and disease itself would be vanquished. To doctors, it would be no different from that infamous line from the Trisolarans, "To defeat you, what's it to me? You are but insects." Nick Fury pressed his aching forehead, and as he closed his eyes, he realized he could still see everything before him as clearly as ever. A moment later, he opened his eyes with his usual composure and confided in Pierce. With things like this, what leverage do we even have over him? Pierce's expression darkened. Just as you said, it isn't that he needs us, it's we who need him. With him, there will be no obstacles for S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury was left speechless. He'd only meant to recruit a special agent instructor, yet he'd found himself facing a living legend, though the man was still unknown to society at large. It wouldn't be long before he wielded an influence rivaling that of the entire military and political sphere. It's no exaggeration to say he could even tip the scales in the next election, simply by saving the right person at a crucial moment. Though Nick Fury's words sounded pained, inside he was practically overjoyed. If a weapon is a blade, you can intimidate others. If it's a gun, you can decide who lives and dies. If it's a nuclear bomb, you could control the fate of an entire city. But in the end, all those are inferior options. Threatening the living with death is one thing, but bringing the dead back to life, that's salvation. If he were to join S.H.I.E.L.D., the organization would essentially gain its own god. Nick Fury and Pierce immediately began discussing the matter in earnest. They revised a whole series of policies, cleared their schedules, and started negotiating Zong Mang's status and rank, raising his clearance level straight to the top and placing him directly into the academy as an instructor. All mandatory missions and evaluations were canceled. Any military identification or involvement would be handled by them. No questions asked. That's right. Just as the wealthy evade all blame, so too does someone whom the wealthy must beg for help. They, too, are above reproach. Regarding the background of Zong Mang, S.H.I.E.L.D. had uncovered nothing useful. Despite his appearance, many people seemed to have memories of him. But as for who his father was, who his mother was, where he went to school, no one knew any of that. The government had no records about him either. It was as if someone had erased his entire past out of thin air. In that case, he was unburdened, untethered, with nothing to anchor him down. What should they do? They had no leverage, nothing to secure Zong Mang's loyalty. A ship ready to sail cannot linger forever in the harbor. From the very beginning, the real purpose behind assigning Zong Mang to the Academy of Agents was not just to give him a task, but to tie him down with hope. Tony treated him like a brother, but Tony was not someone they could manipulate. He couldn't be swayed, nor could he be controlled. But if they brought Zong Mang into the Academy, time and shared experiences would inevitably lead him to form attachments. Whether deep or shallow, those connections would leave their mark on this world. Just like the relationships between members of the Avengers, people might leave or stay for all sorts of reasons, but the bonds they shared would always remain. As long as the heart stayed, it didn't matter where the person went. An unexpected encounter with Crossbones. Nick Fury and Pierce were deep in discussion in the office. Meanwhile, Zong Mang stepped out, wandering aimlessly. He actually wanted to find Black Widow, but once the one-eyed man had let him in, who knew where she'd gone? Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents weren't about to give directions to a stranger. Not everyone working behind the scenes at an intelligence agency knew the internal secrets. They simply knew where they had to go and what they had to do. Except for authorized visitors, anyone loitering around was liable to be questioned. Of course, Zong Mang had clearance, and his wandering didn't raise much issue. After all, the higher-ups didn't bother with him, and the lower levels didn't dare. Only a handful of agents might consider it. But most of them recognized him as the man who had fought Abomination in the Battle of New York, and so they kept their distance. As a result, Zong Mang, though technically an outsider, roamed the halls of S.H.I.E.L.D. freely, his strolls more like a sightseeing tour. Looking back, Nick Fury's handling of the matter hadn't exactly been fair, but it hadn't been malicious either. All things considered, Fury was still someone you could trust. In the end, it was a game of experienced foxes testing the cunning of a newly awakened spirit. Who would outwit whom? There was no way he could outplay the others, so he planned carefully in advance, knowing what to say and do. In situations where a single misstep could give him away, caution was vital. Only by thinking ahead could he solve problems. No matter how great one's potential or how brilliant the future seemed, one had to survive to see it realized. If trouble arose, things could quickly turn sour, just like the man now coming toward him. Crossbones. Brock Rumlow. Within Hydra, he was one of SHLD's most renowned figures, a top operative with formidable combat skills. Once clad in his armor, he could even hold his own against Captain America in a fight. He was truly a rare talent within Hydra, though for Zong Mang, he was nothing but pure trouble. Hey, I suppose you're that wizard who can turn that big guy into skin and bones with magic, right? Yes, that's me. Zong Mang didn't appear particularly timid, but there was a hint of unease in his demeanor. Caution and honesty always tend to make a good impression. After all, everyone wants to be above others. Power isn't just about tangible benefits. It brings a sense of superiority as well. Brock Rumlow seemed friendly, though his probing questions were barely disguised. You can call me Brock. So, what's the deal with your power? You just shine a green light from your hand, and your enemies end up like that? Zong Mang scratched his head. Honestly, I'm not exactly sure how it works myself. I suppose you could call it a sort of hidden potential being released. Wow, so magic is like muscle then? It can explode with power at critical moments. Strictly speaking, Crossbones didn't usually act this way. But when it came to gathering information, no one cared about appearances. There's really no fixed rule. Just like you. During a crisis, you won't necessarily find yourself lifting a car, right? Brock nodded. So, where are you heading now? Need some company. As he spoke, Crossbones glanced at several soldiers approaching behind Zong Mang. No real destination. Just wandering around. No need to trouble yourself. Crossbones chuckled. I don't quite understand. Just how far do your magical powers go? A question mark all but appeared above Zong Mang's head. For example, what do you want to know? Zong Mang looked genuinely puzzled. Suddenly, a fist came crashing down at the back of Zong Mang's head. The force was so great, it left him reeling with dizziness. He could even feel blood trickling from the wound on his skull. Zong Mang turned to glare at the soldier behind him. At that very moment, Crossbones looked like he was itching to leap into action. But before he could move, the wound at the back of Zong Mang's head began to glow with white light, and in an instant, it was completely healed. Zong Mang swung a powerful punch in return. The soldier's body twisted grotesquely, arms and legs broken, writhing in agony and letting out a guttural moan. Crossbones was stunned for a split second, then snapped to attention, raising his pistol. "Don't move." He didn't even glance at the agent lying on the ground. The truth was, this had been their plan all along. Someone asked if this could be explained as a test of skill. If Zong Mang was easy to handle, naturally they could take him away. But if he proved difficult the moment he was provoked, it would be an excuse to deal with him. And after that, whatever happened would still be up to Hydra, wouldn't it? Zong Mang lightly tapped the barrel of the gun with his finger, smiled, and spoke in a calm, mellow tone. "Don't get worked up. Put the gun down. It could go off by accident." Crossbones roared, "Don't move. I told you to stop." He looked ready to pull the trigger at any second. Zong Mang glanced at Crossbones' finger curled tightly around the trigger, then at the 3 special agents behind him. He knew he couldn't be killed, but he imagined it would still hurt quite a bit. Zong Mang walked over and gently set the agent's leg and arm bones back into their proper places. "Don't move. Take a deep breath. Relax, it's easy. Look at me." A flash of white light filled the air. Instantly, the agent's body returned to normal. "You see, Captain Crossbones? I haven't done anything at all. This agent's uniform is a little dirty, true, but that has nothing to do with me, right?" Crossbones watched Zong Mang speak so nonchalantly, but inside, his emotions were already in turmoil. Wasn't this pure provocation? He had attacked Zong Mang's people, but they emerged without a scratch, not even a bruise. What crime could he pin on them? As for the surveillance cameras, don't be ridiculous. In a place like S.H.I.E.L.D., apart from Nick Fury, how many people are actually allowed to access the footage? How could he possibly cause trouble this way? Would it be worth exposing Pierce's attitude or implicating other higher-ups just for something like this? There was no need. Besides, once inside the academy, there would still be opportunities. After locking eyes with Zong Mang for several seconds, Crossbones finally lowered his gun. The other agents also put their weapons away, pretending as if nothing had happened. At that moment, a handful of office workers passed through the corridor, empty until now, casting curious glances at the tense scene unfolding before them. Black Widow appeared behind them. Zong Mang smiled and walked over to greet her. "You're here." After taking 2 steps toward her, Zong Mang suddenly turned back and called out to Crossbones. "By the way, if there's a chance next time, we can spar again." He threw in a playful wink for good measure. Crossbones watched Zong Mang's retreating figure, clenching his fist and letting out a quiet, frustrated growl. Everything was going too smoothly for him. Crossbones had always had things go his way, and now he found it hard to accept defeat. Or maybe it was all just a captivating act, pretending to be hot-tempered but dependable and hard-working. In the end, what did it matter? He had powerful backing anyway. The world of American comics feels as if everyone is born into one of 3 categories: hero, villain, or ordinary person. Ordinary people. In one way or another, they play certain roles in the story, some as scholars offering their expertise, some as friends providing crucial information, and others as emotional anchors offering support. The reason Zong Mang joined S.H.I.E.L.D. was to win the favor of most people. He wanted to lay a foundation for his future, building connections and relationships that could help him down the line. A formal contract. Natasha asked Zong Mang a couple of questions about what Crossbones wanted from him. Zong Mang replied with apparent ease, "Oh, it was nothing serious. He just wanted to spar with me, that's all." Naturally, Natasha didn't press further. She could tell that Zong Mang was someone with a strong sense of pride. If he had a problem, he wouldn't turn to others for help. However, she had no way of knowing what Zong Mang was truly thinking. In reality, his concerns were more about whether the villains might also possess talismans, and he wanted to handle things with Crossbones privately. As long as this matter wasn't fully resolved, Crossbones would most likely seek him out again. Otherwise, Zong Mang would just be left, waiting for trouble to come knocking, always on edge. So why not take the initiative, force Crossbones' hand, and settle things quickly? Even though Hydra's people were always scheming in the shadows, it was still better to deal with them openly in combat than have all your strength exposed and risk being stabbed in the back. But why, after all this, did Zong Mang still choose to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Truth be told, he had little choice. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a truly unique organization, almost like a government within the U.S. government, yet operating independently. They held tremendous authority, even above the CIA, and could easily be made the scapegoat for all sorts of matters. With this official status as a cover, many things became easier. For example, investigating people on the verge of gaining superpowers, or those who had just become superheroes. If S.H.I.E.L.D. was involved, the government would naturally turn a blind eye. After all, this was their job by definition, and managing superpower individuals was SHLD's core responsibility. No one could blame them for that. At the same time, this identity gave Sangmang the best way to approach mutants. Mutants were in a very peculiar situation, much like African Americans before civil rights were fully established. But as time went on, mutants would surely become more and more common. Humanity itself might even evolve into a superhuman race. After all, mutants were one of the main sources of talismanic power, with a government identity. Yet, genuinely considering their situation, someone like Charles would never let such an ally slip through his fingers. Sangmang could then use their strength to his advantage. All in all, Sangmang's S.H.I.E.L.D. status brought him tremendous benefits. But in the end, none of this was the most important thing. Our young Sangmang had finally found a sense of purpose, a reason for being in this world. Scenes from the internet painted a myriad of landscapes in his mind. Deep within, countless wishes stirred. This world was full of wonders, miraculous happenings, and stories that always seemed to feature some tragic souls, or people who stirred the heart, and, of course, the occasional beauty who appeared most unexpectedly. This world was beautiful, even if it wasn't the world he once called his own. But what harm was there in making it even better? To guide superhumans, to help the world become a better place, to shape this reality into the future he envisioned. This was Sangmang's deepest wish. So, no matter the cost, Sangmang was determined to join S.H.I.E.L.D., even if it meant sacrificing some of his freedom. Even if it meant learning the intricate dance of human relationships, pushing himself to grow again and again. None of that mattered. After all, isn't life meant for joy? Traveling the world would be far too simple for Sangmang. With the rabbit talisman, he could go anywhere he wished. With just a half-day's leave, he could leap from Earth to Mars or the Moon. And once he gathered all 12 talismans, well, then even Superman would seem ordinary. Lost in his plans for the future, Sangmang paid no mind to the Black Widow, who watched him intently from nearby. He was admittedly intrigued by Black Widow's mysterious past. Yet, when it came to appearances, his taste stood apart. He couldn't really tell much difference between one beautiful white woman and another. With his abilities, he could have any kind of beauty he wanted. But what he truly longed for was a meeting of the minds. He could try many things, but in the end, there could only be one choice. So, before he'd even spent real time with Black Widow, all he allowed himself was a hint of fondness. He wasn't the type to be driven by lust or fall in love at first sight. It was more like, after learning her story, he felt a faint resonance, albeit a one-sided one. For most, Black Widow was always treated with utmost courtesy, the first among equals. To date her? That could easily land you on a watch list, and Sangmang found that hard to stomach. He certainly didn't want a partner brainwashed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Outside, Nick Fury and Pierce finally reached a decision. When they came looking for Sangmang and couldn't find him, they reached out to Black Widow. All right, I understand. Sangmang, the director wants to see you in his office. Okay. Hands shoved in his pockets, Sangmang strolled toward Nick Fury with the swagger of a streetwise wanderer, left foot crossing far to the right foot over to the left, hopping and skipping as he went. Natasha watched him, the faintest hint of a smile playing at her lips. Suddenly, Sangmang turned and asked, "Wait, which way am I supposed to go?" Black Widow, her smile not yet faded, pointed behind her. With a cheerful grin, Sangmang thanked her, then promptly walked off in the opposite direction. Whistling and bouncing along, his carefree air left Black Widow both amused and a little envious. Such a dashing agent. He's really SHLD's number one? Once inside, Nick Fury made all kinds of promises to Sangmang, offering him every condition under the sun. In short, whatever you want, I can provide. Whatever you say goes, as long as you never act against the interests of S.H.I.E.L.D. or the United States. If you agree, you'll be my deputy. Sangmang tilted his head, thinking it over, then grinned mischievously. I want Natasha to keep me company. Is that possible? He pulled a funny face. Nick Fury's lips twitched. Of course. Then, with a sudden change of tone, absolutely not. Sangmang pao that? He'd expected as much. In the end, after a show of extreme reluctance from Sangmang and much effort from Nick Fury, the two finally reached an agreement. Sangmang would teach at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy 3 days each week. He was to select the most promising students using his own unique methods, drawing from all the grades and even among graduates. All those chosen would be loyal to the U.S. government and S.H.I.E.L.D. However, only Sangmang would have access to their files. Apart from current students, every other candidate would receive one-on-one instruction. So, to put it plainly, I'll spend 3 days a week teaching a set number of students, including the graduates? Nick Fury nodded. That's right. Zong Mang put on a troubled expression. Nick Fury spread his hands. Come on, did you really think you could have this much authority and just sit around doing nothing? We're even paying you. All you have to do is teach, unless you think you could handle my job too? Zong Mang chuckled and shook his head at Nick Fury. Well, I suppose I could. It's just, would you actually let me? He reached out his hand to Nick Fury, who took it in a firm grip. By the way, there's something else I need to discuss with you. With that, the one-eyed director led Zong Mang outside. Pierce, who was still on the other end of the phone line, could no longer hear them. Nick Fury transformed. Nick Fury walked with Zong Mang a good distance, out of the building and onto the lawn. While there were still people around, at least there were no listening devices here. Here, Nick Fury got straight to the point. What did you do to my eye? I simply healed it, Zong Mang replied. As far as I know, the Earth's medical technology can't achieve that yet, but I can. He said it as if it were nothing, trying not to sound too superior, though he couldn't quite help himself. Nick Fury nodded. But after it healed, it seems like I've gained some new abilities. Zong Mang raised an eyebrow. Could it be that as a key member of the Avengers, Nick Fury had awakened a talisman's power too? Nick Fury, after all, is a guide for many people and the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. Within the organization, he is a pivotal figure, and the Avengers were also established by his own hand. It was quite possible, then, that the Zong Mang used a detector to observe him. Indeed, when they checked, there was a faint glow shining from the dragon's maw facing Nick Fury. This proved that there was indeed a talisman inside Nick Fury's body, though the power was very weak, probably only a fraction of a Planck constant in strength. Such a trace amount would cause negligible harm to the human body. The indicator emitted only the faintest luminescence. If it weren't for Zong Mang, who sensed it with the aid of magical energy, it would have been entirely invisible. Zong Mang suddenly pondered. What would happen if, when drawing out the power of the talisman, a sliver of it were left behind within the person? The essence of magic lies in the flow of energy that emerges amidst the ever-changing states of the world. Mages draw from this flow, just enough for their own use, without causing major disturbances to the world itself. The ultimate effect is much like a grand mage. Even after death, one's influence can persist through the currents of the world's energy, becoming a part of that flow, achieving a form of true immortality, like becoming an immortal spirit. If a talisman were to suddenly appear in someone's body, it would naturally cause irreversible harm. But what if only a thread remained? With limitless cultivation, could that tiny sliver eventually grant a person the true power of the talisman? If that's the case, perhaps they never truly had the ability to completely eradicate the talisman from a person's body, just as it was with Captain America. Even after drawing out the talisman from Captain America, a faint afterimage of it lingered within him. It was just that the magical power had vanished. Zong Mang found this phenomenon quite fascinating. You might have awakened some kind of magical power, he remarked. Of course, telling the absolute truth might raise some issues, but that hardly mattered now. Nick Fury would become a crucial figure in the future. Building a good relationship and establishing trust with him was an important way for Zong Mang to gain influence within S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Nick Fury was utterly stunned by this revelation. He could never have imagined that a veteran agent like himself would somehow acquire such mysterious powers. How is that possible? I'm not a mutant, nor have I gone through anything unusual. Can you actually grant superpowers to others? That's not it, Zong Mang replied, waving his hand. What I tested was your aptitude to become a mage. Having magical power like you do isn't the same as being a mage. It's just like with mutants and ordinary people. After so much time has passed, even if both your parents and grandparents are ordinary, there's still a chance that your descendants could be mutants. You can think of yourself as a different kind of mutant. It's just that your mutation isn't so much in your physical genes, but more like a transformation of the soul. Your soul carries a greater weight than others, and your abilities should be able to grow stronger in the future as you continue to hone and train them. This was a thought that had just come to Zong Mang. Perhaps his powers could grow even further by tackling important matters, allowing him to rapidly increase his strength. The essence of chi magic is its influence on the world. Every event that takes place in this world triggers other changes. Just like when a butterfly flaps its wings, and somewhere far across the continent, it stirs up a hurricane. That's the nature of chi magic itself, and it aligns with the ancient Chinese concept of karma. Every significant action you take will inevitably bring about corresponding consequences in the future. The flow of chi magic is tied to the world itself. When your own standing affects the world will respond in kind. If you draw too much chi magic without taking appropriate actions, it will come back to affect you. It's best to practice in remote mountains and forests, because there, the chi you interact with is mostly connected to spirits and wild creatures. If you're in a city, it connects with people, When you absorb someone else's chi, they will instinctively develop a sense of discomfort or resentment toward you. For all sorts of reasons, the world may eventually respond to your actions. If you cultivate by engaging with the mortal world, then you must also give something back to it. The total amount of chi remains unchanged. Whatever you absorb, you must eventually return. If you lack the ability to bring enough benefit in exchange, the world will automatically create circumstances that compel you to act, whether you want to or not. These circumstances might release more chi into the world, but there's no guarantee that what happens will be good or bad. Zhang Mang's theory was something he pieced together himself, inspired by his father's teachings. The ancient chi magicians considered these matters far less. In fact, Taoism advocates withdrawing from the world. These are the very principles behind it, while Confucianism emphasizes establishing oneself within society, forging those connections with the world. Buddhism, meanwhile, is a bit more intricate, creating connections through the offerings of others. Yet, some high monks would use blessings and rituals to transfer their own karma onto others, bringing them good fortune and changing the course of their destiny. Nick Fury, however, didn't press for more details. He simply nodded in understanding. It was clear that even Zhang Mang himself was somewhat surprised by the magical abilities he possessed. So in reality, he was merely analyzing from a professional perspective why he possessed these abilities, though he himself probably didn't quite understand why he had magical powers. After all, the way he described it sounded a lot like opening a mystery box. Zhang Mang didn't elaborate further. He didn't mention a word about the trouble caused by HYDRA, Crossbones, or even anything about Pierce. There was no rush to deal with Hydra for now, and after the events of the first Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be cleaner than ever. Ironically, this wasn't entirely good news for Zhang Mang. After S.H.I.E.L.D. was reorganized, he might lose access to those people whom Hydra could once reach. He needed to seize this moment to meet as many of the famous and approachable figures within S.H.I.E.L.D. as possible. They continued chatting about some basic principles of magic. Just as the conversation was moving from the surface to deeper topics, a call suddenly came in. What? All right, I got it. Zhang Mang was curious. Would it come up this time? Every new incident meant a new ability to gain. Even though he hadn't quite sorted out all his buffs, it was better to grab what he could before worrying about the rest. The arrival of the God of Thunder. It truly is a season of chaos. Just after the magical Superman of New York battled the giant powerhouse, now another cosmic hammer has made its debut. Agent Coulson just informed me. A hammer landed in New Mexico. According to our agents, it fell only after passing through the atmosphere. The intense heat it generated proved. It came hurtling down from the sky, but even specialized space equipment would be worn down by that kind of friction. Not a trace left. Yet this hammer was completely unscathed. So what do you think? Interested in taking a look? Zhang Mang immediately recognized that the God of Thunder had arrived, a powerhouse in the Marvel world, and, amusingly, a bit of a big brother with a penchant for humor. He was very intrigued and agreed to join without hesitation. Nick Fury was genuinely surprised that someone like Zhang Mang would accept a mission so readily. He realized there must be something Zhang Mang wanted to get out of this, but since it didn't harm S.H.I.E.L.D., it was a win-win situation. Nick Fury nodded and assigned Zhang Mang to the team heading to New Mexico. There had to be a talisman on Thor, but what kind? The Asgardian's powerful vitality. Perhaps the dog talisman? Thor's hammer could help him fly. Maybe the rooster talisman? Most likely, though, it was the pig talisman. Come to think of it, Americans seemed particularly obsessed with laser eyes. Just look at Superman, or even the talismans themselves. In any case, whatever powers the Asgardian gods brought to the table, they were bound to be practical. After all, the host of a talisman always influenced the kind of abilities it could grant. Anticipation was running high for this journey, and, at the same time, the hammer in New Mexico had already been secured. S.H.I.E.L.D. was taking the control of these extraordinary powers even more seriously than in the original story. It was much like the situation with Zhang Mang in the past. If another individual with such immense power were to appear, how would S.H.I.E.L.D. possibly manage it? That's why it was essential to keep most uncontrollable factors within the bounds of control. Thor learned about the hammer earlier than before. After all, once the government gets involved, its influence only grows stronger, especially in America. He was an ambitious, supremely proud prince. How could he allow his hammer to be separated from him for even a moment? After all, that was the Mjolnir he had always possessed. As soon as the prince finished his meal, he immediately sneaked inside. Even though the God of Thunder was sealed away once he lost his hammer, his powers might have been reduced to a tenth of what they were, but in Coulson's eyes, he still possessed the strength of an average Special Forces soldier. This showed that he was already a formidable warrior. Even stripped of his powers, the physique of an Asgardian remained. His physical abilities alone far surpassed those of normal humans. Zhang Mang took a flight to the site where the hammer had landed, thrilled to snap a photo with it. After all, this was the first stop on Thor's journey of transformation. The hammer played a crucial role in Thor's evolution from a god of thunder to a true king, turning a boy into a monarch. Staring at the hammer standing before him, Song Mang was suddenly seized by the urge to try lifting it. He walked over, placing both hands on the hammer. Fearing his grip might slip, he repositioned his hands, making sure to grasp the hammer tightly. The hammer didn't budge in the slightest, but as Song Mang tried to lift it, he noticed traces of energy. That energy seemed to flow within the hammer, as if it would only respond to someone chosen. That was why only someone like Thor could lift it. Perhaps this was the Asgardians' way of manipulating energy. Maybe they didn't call it chi at all. Perhaps they referred to it as magic or divine power. Of course, the name hardly mattered. This was, after all, Odin's decree, magic in the form of his words. What truly mattered at Song Mang was that these different energy systems had great educational value. Chi was simply chi, whether for good or ill, depended on the actions of those who wielded it. You couldn't choose what chi would do, but you could choose what you did to give rise to chi. Chi mages channeled energy inward, drawing upon it for their own use. The gods, on the other hand, relied on their powerful bodies, needing no chi to sustain them. Instead, they resonated with the natural forces around them and drew strength from that harmony. This was what they called divine power. If that's the case, then in Asgardian mythology, bloodline must be quite important. Those with purer blood, or those whose blood contains more energy and can hold greater power, will possess stronger divine abilities. In other words, Thor himself is much like his hammer. He can contain and wield these artifacts, using them as extensions of himself. But this hammer, more than anything, seems like a battery ready to be used directly. No longer does one need to channel divine power through personal communion. Simply gripping the hammer provides an endless wellspring of strength. Even someone as reserved as Song Mang can't help but envy this arrangement. Come to think of it, if Captain America managed to lift the hammer before Thor, would that make him the new god of thunder? Best not to try. That thought alone is enough to make Song Mang shudder. If Odin were to lose his temper and send a bolt of lightning down, Song Mang doubts his frail body could handle it just yet. Thor hadn't arrived yet. Standing by the car, he gripped the hammer, carefully studying the flow of power within. Sometimes, the finest teachers aren't living beings, but masterful weapons, like Thor's hammer. Just then, Coulson sent a message. Someone had broken into the lab's perimeter, displaying remarkable combat prowess. At first, Song Mang paid it no mind, then suddenly realized that intruder could very well be Thor. He instructed Coulson not to put up too much resistance. As long as there were people making it seem like Thor had to fight his way through on his own, that would be enough. Meanwhile, Hawkeye was standing ready on the opposite side, but Song Mang remained relaxed. Given Thor's current state, his appearance, and his mindset, how could he possibly hope to lift Mjolnir? Sure enough, Thor overcame every obstacle, finally reaching the hammer. Brimming with confidence, he grasped it firmly, only to find, despite using every ounce of his strength, it wouldn't budge an inch. He collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed, and wept. Influenced by later generations, Song Mang couldn't help but cue up a signature Yuanhua song in his mind. Of course, this was just Song Mang putting his father's advice to use, dubbing his own mental soundtrack. No one else could hear it. What followed was a testament to the professionalism of SHLD's agents. When someone barges in inexplicably, they're duty-bound to conduct a thorough interrogation. Especially since, on the mystical front, there was now an expert in their midst. Whether his claims were true or not, S.H.I.E.L.D. found Song Mang's word far more convincing. As long as he said he'd witnessed something and provided the knowledge, S.H.I.E.L.D. would consider it a gain. They could interrogate the mysterious newcomer as well. Two birds with one stone. Lightning hidden in the shadows. As in the original story, after the God of Hammers arrived in this world, he was promptly struck, twice, by Jane Foster's car. After a series of twists and turns in close encounters between alien and Earthling, Thor finally began to understand how to communicate with humans. Riding in Jane's iron steed, a car, Thor arrived at the site. He wanted to retrieve his hammer. Jane had brought him here, ostensibly to help, but in truth she was hoping to reclaim her research notes. All of that had been confiscated by S.H.I.E.L.D., and strictly speaking, Song Mang had every right to demand that they return Jane's materials. But he chose not to press the issue, because Coulson, after all, was a pillar of the agency. There are things one can do to assert authority, but if it means wounding the hearts of veteran agents, it isn't worth it. In any case, as long as the God of Thunder was around, Jane's research would always have support. After all, it didn't hurt that the mighty Thor was her boyfriend. Just imagine, a prince from a neighboring country comes courting on your soil, and you'd still have to roll out the red carpet. How much more, then, for a prince from another world? Of course, Thor was in a rather dazed state at the moment, still reeling from the pain of being cast out by his father. Coulson commented, "He seems like someone suffering from a mental breakdown. I mean, what kind of god acts like this, hot-headed, reckless, and with nothing but fighting skills to show? You say the hammer is yours? Well, why can't you lift it?" The agents simply couldn't believe him. After listening to Coulson's second-hand report, Zong Mang acknowledged it, but said he had more questions. Then he headed into the interrogation room. "Greetings, Prince of Asgard." "I'm no longer a prince," Thor replied. Noticing Loki's lingering presence by the hammer, Zong Mang said, "I think you may have been deceived." Thor remained silent, staring blankly, his eyes empty and unfocused. It was the look of a man who had lost everything. Zong Mang gazed at Thor and let out a sigh. "You truly have been deceived. Your brother Loki, the god of mischief, tricked you. In Asgard, gods don't die except by force majeure. Otherwise, they simply live out their days. Did you not know that, Prince of Asgard?" At last, Thor looked up, gripping Zong Mang's shoulders in excitement. "Is what you're saying true?" Yes, of course. Why would I lie to you? In fact, I just saw him. I didn't interrupt your conversation, did I? When Agent Coulson was reporting to me, Loki was standing right across from you. He spoke to you through the mirror, didn't he? You know, Odin's hammer is more of a trial than a weapon. It bestows upon you the right to be king, but it also tests your ability to become one. Thor, still bewildered, asked, "But why would he lie to me?" Zong Mang stood. He couldn't appear too omniscient. After all, the Ancient One was reasonable enough. But if Odin found out he could see the future, he might get dragged into all sorts of Asgardian prophecies, like Ragnarok, for instance. How should Hela and the fire giant be fought? I'm not sure about that. But isn't it true that your father chose the next king of Asgard? He just went outside to try and lift your hammer. It didn't budge an inch for him either. So why would Odin choose him? As expected, Thor, who believed in his hammer more than in himself, immediately brightened up, his eyes sparkling. "Yes, only I can lift the hammer. You're the one in charge here. Let me try." Zong Mang immediately shook his head. No, I'm not in charge here at all. In fact, the only thing I can do for you is to help you leave this place. Your friends are already waiting for you outside. Dr. Selvig told us about your medical doctorate. We think you're a very promising scholar. Thor walked out in confusion and saw Dr. Selvig, Jane's father's colleague, waiting for him at the door. The two of them went to a bar together, sharing drinks and conversation. Two old men confiding in each other. Although everything was under Zong Mang's surveillance, and the whole scene seemed rather dull, they even started a drinking contest. At their age, come to think of it, by this time, Loki should have already formed an alliance with the Frost Giants. No wonder mages are always so fond of close combat. Frost Giant blood runs in his veins, but for a Frost Giant, he seems to have no fighting prowess at all. Even Thanos, the purple tyrant, didn't dare challenge Odin. Odin himself struggled to control the Nine Realms, so the Frost Giants should have been a powerful lineage. Yet as a close combat mage, Loki's fighting power is astonishingly weak. Maybe in the future, after getting to know him better, some special training would be in order, to see whether the Hulk or a true Frost Giant is stronger. Meanwhile, Zong Mang let out a bizarre, raspy chuckle. Coulson and the others, watching Zong Mang's behavior, felt a chill run down their spines. They shuddered, sensing that something had suddenly become oddly unsettling. After the heartfelt conversation between the two men, the story should move to Thor taking the doctor back to the RV, then talking with Jane under the night sky. Thor explained to Jane the mysteries of the Nine Realms. In the movie, this was glossed over, but Zong Mang, using magical perception, listened intently here. It was in essence consistent with Norse mythology. Asgard is the realm where the gods dwell. Odin's lifespan is endless, but his reign happens to end in modern times. In their daily life, they do have Valhalla, though perhaps this is connected to Hela, as the film barely mentioned it. Vanaheim, home of the Vanir gods, Odin's wife's people, and Thor's mother's race, hold sway over fertility, the oceans, the winds, and possess many wondrous magical incantations. Alfheim, the land where the elves dwell. These elves also possess great magical power, but they're gentle and kind, fond of flowers and sunlight. Midgard, that is the earth. Jotunheim, the realm of the Frost Giants. Vanaheim, the home of the dwarves, where hammers and axes are forged. The realm of Hel, ruled by Hela, and Niflheim, the land of mist and death. There is little difference between the two. Both are worlds of ice and snow, under Hela's dominion. Though, Thor himself doesn't realize Hela resides within. Muspelheim, the kingdom of fire, ruled by the fire giant Surtur. Svartalfheim, domain of the dark elves, forever at odds with the light elves. Most of the concepts from Norse mythology find their counterparts in the Marvel Universe. But there are differences. Loki is not Odin's brother, but his son. Nor does Loki have a child who becomes Jormungandr, the world serpent. The realms of light and darkness were both born from the second egg of Ymir, the giant Odin slew. Many of the events that shape the 9 realms begin with the birth of Asgard. There is no mention of Zeus, which suggests his pantheon should not be part of the 9 realms. Yet curiously, Zeus has a solid place in Earth's mythology. It's a strange inconsistency. Grasping the hammer of Thor once more. Watching Thor gently drape a blanket over Jane, Song Mang's mind was filled with one thought. Seriously, why am I watching this? The two of them clearly aren't that close, yet their actions are deeply intimate. They fall asleep beneath the stars, the very image of an ideal couple. Witnessing this, Song Mang couldn't help but sigh. The beauty of love always stirs a longing in the heart. Yet, sadly, love often comes with an expiration date. Sometimes it's the small things, sometimes greater temptations. They say humans are slaves to dopamine. Could it be the same for gods? Song Mang sat quietly, waiting. Tomorrow, the main story of the God of Thunder would likely begin. Thor, who had planned to leave the small town the next day, was intercepted by those sent to fetch him. The 4-person team encountered Thor, now stripped of his divine power, and none could match his former confidence. His powerlessness made him even more aware of the weight of responsibility. If he were just an ordinary man, how could he become king of Asgard? Can brute strength alone truly sustain the rule of a realm? If he can't even earn the hammer's recognition, how can he win the hearts of Asgard's people? Song Mang had no idea what was running through Thor's mind, but given his intellect, it was best not to expect too much. At this point, Thor was still the mighty god, just more reckless and impulsive, like a high schooler at the cusp of adulthood. With the hammer in hand, he felt as though the world belonged to him. But if the 5-year gap of inactivity ever arrived, his state would resemble that of a college student who'd given up on everything. Yet even after their entire group finished their meal and stepped out of the restaurant the next day, Song Mang still hadn't noticed anything amiss. The 4-person squad from Asgard had arrived. Zhang Mang Shabdao Fudao. The butterfly effect might disrupt the normal flow of history, but since he'd had no contact with Asgard, would it really cause any changes? The hurricane stirred by the butterfly's wings surely hadn't yet reached Asgard. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Loki intercepted the 4-person team just as they were about to leave. Heimdall gazed at the king standing before him. You are the king of Asgard. Why would you have any connection to the frost giants? Ever since discovering his true identity as a frost giant, he could never accept the term again. That was why Loki hoped to win Odin's recognition by destroying the frost giant realm. Loki wanted to be king, to earn Odin's approval, though of the two, Odin's approval mattered most. He didn't want his father to see him merely as a political tool seeking ties with Jotunheim. If he could destroy Jotunheim, he would finally know whether Odin truly loved him, and also prove himself stronger than his reckless brother. He advanced the timeline for the frost giant's incursion, and with the casket of ancient winters, he froze Heimdall. As a result, the 4-person squad now faced 4 frost giants. Loki was certain these 4 would be slain by the giants, so he turned and led the frost giant leader toward Odin's sleeping chambers. But just as the arrogant frost giant leader was boasting, the trickster god, Loki, struck him down. In the movie, there were no particularly dazzling moves. The queen seemed more like a gentle, fragile woman, but here, the Vanir magic and the brute force of the frost giants were on full display. Loki, embodying the best of both worlds, easily ambushed the frost giant leader, becoming the obedient child his mother always wished for. While Loki's battle in Asgard raged on, Song Mang, waiting on Earth, was left dumbfounded. What was going on? The destroyer hadn't shown up, and the 4-person squad was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Thor was about to leave town next? Wouldn't that throw the whole plot off track? By midday, Song Mang could no longer sit still. He needed to stall Thor. So he sought out Thor, feigning curiosity about how to travel to Asgard. Thor replied that he would not reveal this to Song Mang, as it was a rule that every world must follow. Development could not rely on outside forces. Each of the 9 realms had its own unique path, whether technological or magical. Our fundamental logic is different. It's like building a skyscraper. We're adding floors up while you might be digging down or spreading out horizontally. Until we reach a certain level, we're unlikely to have much meaningful exchange with you. Jane, for example, she's already been exposed to some of this knowledge, but you're not quite the same. I can't tell you more. Song Mang felt a headache coming on. What excuse should he use next? Just then, a thunderous boom split the sky. The familiar rainbow bridge appeared. Within the Bifrost, surging with rich fire, water, and wood elemental energy. Song Mang felt the abundance of magical elements and was delighted. But what emerged was not the expected 4-person team. Instead, it was the destroyer armor, covered in blood. Once belonging to Odin, The destroyer possessed immense magical power, unparalleled destructive force, and mysterious magical abilities. Its presence was stronger than most Song-Mang had ever encountered. It was hard to believe this was merely a suit of armor, not one of the most powerful members of the Avengers. Upon seeing the destroyer, Song-Mang immediately ordered Coulson to evacuate the nearby crowd. This time, Coulson didn't rush forward recklessly, but the destroyer acted even faster. Most of the town's residents had already fled, but many still hadn't received the warning. The destroyer advanced at a terrifying speed. It was clear that if it couldn't kill Thor, it would relentlessly pursue him. Those still at home were in grave danger. Song-Mang relayed all these threats to Thor. Thor, just as he did in the original story, made his decision. Jane and the others should evacuate first. Unfortunately, while he was trying to talk his way out of trouble, Loki was putting on quite a performance in Odin's palace. The destroyer, meanwhile, was simply carrying out its programmed orders. Before Thor could even finish speaking, the destroyer struck him with a heavy blow, sending him flying. Song-Mang winced at the sight. Whoever wants to be the god of thunder can have the job, he thought. Now, it was time for the next act. Song-Mang looked to the north, and, just as expected, there it was. There had always been an invisible bond between Mjolnir and Thor, a restriction imposed by Odin, but also a connection. The royal bloodline of Asgard is always linked, and the hammer instinctively recognizes Asgardian royalty as its master. Such advanced magical application made Song-Mang envious. In his world, elemental magic was usually channeled through arrays or enchanted objects. But the Asgardians' magic was more about forging artifacts and manipulating rules. Although the two systems were fundamentally different, Song-Mang realized he could also use arrays to achieve similar magical effects. On the surface, it looked like his own enchantments, but in truth, the methods were worlds apart. Here, the fixed enhancement in Song-Mang's world relies on the equipment itself, whereas the Odin god's aura is more like something else. A bestowal of magical power. The only difference is that the gods of Asgard grant fixed strengths, while the blind boxes grant random powers. To put it simply, one is about expanding supplies, while the other is about precise supplementation. The underlying principles aren't all that different, yet in practice, their outcomes are worlds apart. The god of hammers, who wielded Mjolnir, ultimately became the god of thunder, winning victory with unstoppable force. But before he could even say goodbye to Jane, Heimdall's Rainbow Bridge had already arrived. The real battle was about to begin. Staring at the shimmering Rainbow Bridge and the four-person squad who had been teleported over, wounded, and collapsed on the ground, Thor immediately realized that something was wrong. He was just about to say something to Song-Mang when Song-Mang interrupted him at once. I know. Return all the research results to Jane, and you must go back to Asgard. Take me with you. The moment these words left his mouth, Coulson and everyone else nearby were shocked. Coulson even shouted, Sir, you can't. I can. Trust me, I can. Song-Mang's tone brooked no disagreement. In truth, even if Nick Fury himself had shown up, Song-Mang would have said the same. And Fury wouldn't have been able to stop him, either. Coulson was powerless. By rank, Song-Mang outranked him, even though Fury had tasked him to keep an eye on Song-Mang. There was nothing he could do to restrain him. All Coulson could do was report every action Song-Mang took. In that case, I want to go too. And what would you do? Song-Mang's, even I have to risk everything just to stay alive. Are you going there to get yourself killed? Thor watched Song-Mang and Coulson bickering. I don't have much time. Let your superior come with me, and you stay here to look after my friends. I promise I'll come back. Song-Mang couldn't help but sense an ominous flag being raised. But there was no choice. The situation was urgent, and things had already deviated from the original story. Song-Mang had to go in person. There could be no mistakes with Thor. Sometimes you have to be flexible in a crisis. It was time to set out immediately, with no time to consider what had happened. There was no chance to grab magical tools. He hadn't gathered much energy in his talismans, and his mastery of aura magic was far from advanced. And so, in a flurry, he rushed to the battlefield. He really couldn't afford not to go. After all, Asgard is a veritable breeding ground for superheroes. Even if you don't count the superheroes, the gods themselves possess power far beyond that of ordinary beings, and Asgard's magic reaches across the 9 realms, tying them to nearly every race. Asgard is like a vast treasure trove. The magic practiced by the Ancient One on Earth was always available for him to draw upon. But Asgard was something else entirely. Miss this opportunity, and there might not be another. All the magic the Ancient One studied came from formidable demon gods, but the power of the gods themselves originated from within. They themselves are gods, and such power is simply too tempting to ignore. He needed to understand how gods acquired this strength, especially since chi magic and the magic from the Ancient One were not the same. He would need to learn and practice all over again. Maybe he could use Asgardian methods to strengthen his body as a chi mage, or perhaps the two systems could even complement each other. Without a word, Thor charged into the Bifrost, hammer in hand. Zong Mang grabbed Sif's spear and immediately followed. Just as Coulson reached out to stop Zong Mang, the Bifrost vanished in an instant. Inside the Rainbow Bridge, dazzling lights flashed past. When Zong Mang saw the scene before him, he was taken aback. What on earth was going on? The sight was beyond anything he'd expected. Blood was everywhere. Some of it was blue, some red. Heimdall was half kneeling, collapsed on the ground, his great sword stabbed into the throne that controlled the Bifrost. At last, you've returned, my brother. Loki stood across the hall, a faintly mocking smile on his lips. Behind him loomed two frost giants, their eyes gleaming with menace. Zong Mang watched it all with a heavy heart. How far had the story progressed now? The brothers began to exchange biting words, Thor and Loki arguing fiercely. It was clear Thor was still the caring elder brother, while Loki remained stubbornly unrepentant. Apparently, Loki didn't realize that Odin was all-seeing and all-knowing. Even now, Outyin could clearly discern everything Loki had done. But as the two bickered, Zong Mang suddenly sensed something amiss. Loki's aura seemed faint, almost weak. A realization struck him. He turned, and sure enough, just as in the original story, Loki was using his power to seize control of the entire Bifrost, beginning to cut off Jotunheim. Loki, you can't do this. Oh, but I can, Loki shouted wild-eyed. Only this way will Father see who truly deserves to be king of Asgard. At this point, Zong Mang wanted to interject, but it didn't seem right. After all, revealing Loki's frost giant heritage would only rip open an old wound. And as a descendant of the frost giants, Loki stood here without the casket of ancient winters. Shouldn't he be wielding the casket in one hand and the scepter of light in the other? Freezing his enemies with one, unleashing Vanir energy with the other. If he got close, he'd even stab you with a blade or two. Yet here Loki had made no such arrangements. Even so, he still managed to hold his own against Thor, a truly unbelievable feat, especially since the scepter in Loki's hand wasn't even a particularly famous artifact. At most, it enhanced his power a little, but compared to Thor's hammer, it was hardly worth mentioning. It's hard to blame Loki for feeling upset. After all, there's only one hammer belonging to the god of thunder. It once belonged to the goddess of death, Hela herself. The significance of this hammer in Asgard is beyond words. To see it handed over to Thor, while he himself received nothing, naturally stung his heart. But then again, Loki carries the blood of the frost giants. How could he possibly wield a weapon of Asgard? Without royal blood, even most Asgardians would struggle to use the hammer. Yet Captain America managed to lift it. Perhaps this loophole was Odin's secret gift to Loki. If he could ever lift the hammer, the throne would be his. What a pity. When Odin gave him the chance, Loki let it slip through his fingers. At this point, the two frost giants also sensed something was amiss. With angry roars, they charged forward, eager for a fight. Zong Mang, of course, wouldn't have it. Let the brothers settle their own score. What business was it of these outsiders? With a swift, sneaky punch, Zong Mang caught one of the seasoned frost giants off guard. The frost giant bellowed furiously, "You'd better watch yourself." Facing the coordinated assault of the two frost giants, Zong Mang darted left and right, blocking and countering, but at best he could only manage a stalemate. He was holding back a little, but the truth was that his current strength was far from overwhelming. His supply of the Ox Talisman's power was limited, nowhere near what he'd had in the animated series, and these two frost giants were among the elite of their kind, a race famed for their strength. In the films, their power was greatly diminished, but now, even wielding the Ox Talisman, Zong Mang found them a tough match. It made clear just how frightening their true strength was. With only fragments of the Horse Talisman and Ox Talisman's power at his disposal, Zong Mang could barely hold his own against the frost giants. It was far from an easy victory. Of course, he hadn't really tapped into his chi magic yet. For Zong Mang, this was a valuable trial. He lacked much real combat experience. This level of intensity was just right for him. A brilliant cataclysm unfolded. The Rainbow Bridge kept slicing through Jotunheim, forcing the frost giants to flee their homeland. Meanwhile, the two frost giants pressing Zong Mang attacked with growing speed and ferocity. But it was clear they were reaching their limits. In terms of raw power, they still came up short against Zong Mang. With only a fraction of the Ox Talisman's might, he was able to keep pace, and with the healing from the Horse Talisman, he could recover from injury as he fought. Trading blows, learning through battle, Zong Mang's progress left the frost giants suffering bitterly. Meanwhile, the clash between Tony and Loki had reached a fever pitch. Melee mages had lost much of their edge after the era of the first Thunder God, but the present Loki was every bit the match for Thor in combat. It was just that Loki, ever the schemer, rarely relied on his own brute strength. Within the Avengers, this might be Loki's one and only battle fought with his whole heart. There's an old phrase that suits him perfectly. Have you ever risked your life for someone else? After all, in most battles, brains always trump brute force, unless you're facing someone who can utterly crush you, like Thanos, that purple tyrant. Death herself, Hela, could not kill Loki. Surtur, the fire demon, failed as well. But Thanos was the one who truly took Loki's life. What's truly moving is that, right up until the very end, Thor always treated Loki as his real brother. Standing victorious for the moment, Song-Mang began to closely observe the fight between the two brothers. Thor's blows always looked fierce, but deep down, he always held back a little for Loki. Whether in their childhood or as adults, even when fighting over the throne, Thor would always yield a bit. That's a bond even deeper than blood. Unfortunately, one was too blunt to express his feelings, and the other, full of schemes, was never willing to open his heart. Watching as their duel neared its end, Song-Mang felt his moment was finally at hand. Just as the Frost Giants still believed Song-Mang was about to launch another forceful spear thrust, a green glow suddenly shimmered in his left hand, and he aimed the spear in an exposed gap. This was an untested formation. All it required was enough energy. With it, objects could be instantly reinforced. At that moment, Song-Mang reached out and grabbed the Frost Giant's hands. A wondrous hardening technique took effect. Strange, isn't it? Why would Song-Mang make his enemy's hands even harder? In truth, in the forging of chi magic, there are processes beyond what ordinary craftsmanship can achieve, making things harder, yes, but also making them far more brittle. With hardening comes fragility. During this brittle transformation, weapons could also become more crystalline and razor-sharp. Think of those highly precise instruments. They can carve the hardest materials, but even the slightest tremor can snap them in two. As the green light flashed, Song-Mang yanked the giant's hands to block a punch from another Frost Giant. Instantly, the Frost Giant's hands shattered into fragments. The other giant was left dumbstruck. He could hardly believe his own punch had such destructive power. Without hesitation, Song-Mang landed a powerful blow. His right hand, empowered by a legendary artifact, instantly enhanced the weapon's strength. The spear, once belonging to the Valkyrie Sif, resisted the infusion of chi magic at first. But in the end, the spear's reinforcement was complete. With the newly strengthened Valkyrie's spear in hand, Song-Mang drove it straight through the head of the Frost Giant before him. A torrent of blood sprayed out, splattering their arrival and momentarily clouding their vision. The Frost Giant instantly reacted to the pain from his injury. The giant whose left hand had been smashed off thrust his broken arm straight at Song-Mang. The jagged stump, reminiscent of the shattered end of a solid beer bottle, was a force to be reckoned with. The spiked, fractured limb pierced Song-Mang's body, riddling him with holes. Unfortunately, none of the wounds went all the way through. Realizing the danger, Song-Mang immediately pulled back, pushing off with his feet and leaping away. The horse talisman worked swiftly, knitting his wounds together as he moved. The Frost Giant pressed in close, and Song-Mang raised his spear to block the assault. But the giant quickly adjusted, smashing his severed arm directly into the spear, and, to Song-Mang's astonishment, the weapon couldn't withstand the blow. Just as the spear and the giant's arm locked in a tense standoff, Thor suddenly shouted for him to run. The situation became clear at once. The Bifrost could no longer be shut down. Thor was about to destroy the bridge. Loki tried to stop him, but Thor simply swung his hammer in a swift reversal, knocking Loki to the ground. He set the hammer on Loki's chest, pinning him helplessly. Song-Mang dashed toward Thor, another Frost Giant hot on his heels. He shouted, "Give me a hand!" Thor beckoned behind him, and Mjolnir soared into his grip. With a mighty swing, Thor struck the Bifrost. Loki yelled, "No, you can't do this." Thor seemed not to hear. Raising his hammer once more, he brought it crashing down on a bridge. The armless Frost Giant plummeted into the sea below. In the ensuing explosion, Loki too was sent hurtling toward the abyss. Just as the story seemed to reach its end, Odin, who had lain sealed in his coffin, suddenly appeared on the scene. Song-Mang gave a sly smile. He had suspected all along. The Bifrost, built with immense divine power and standing for ages, couldn't possibly be destroyed so easily by a newly minted god of thunder. Odin's stance was clear. Every decision must be paid for by the one who makes it. In truth, it was Odin himself who helped shatter the bridge. What a fascinating display of royal calculation. To mold his children, Odin would stop at nothing. With his own days numbered, he simply couldn't entrust Asgard's rule to Thor without reservation, especially with the prophecy that Thor's uncle would one day be his doom. Watching the poignant moment between father and sons, Zongmang saw Loki gripping his scepter, turning to his father and saying, "I almost succeeded." But Odin replied gently, "No, you cannot go down this path." In that instant, Loki understood something. Perhaps Odin was truly a peaceful king. He didn't want his son to prove himself an Asgardian or a worthy king by slaughtering an entire world. Or perhaps, even if Loki did destroy a world, it still wouldn't prove he was more fit to rule Asgard. But whether or not he became the king of Asgard, this old man always loved him. The question he yearned most to understand finally had an answer, yet people are greedy by nature. He now felt that this love was not as pure as he had hoped. Loki suddenly let go. There was nothing left for him to cling to. After all, he was never sure whether these years of affection were rooted in politics or in genuine love. Yet when something remains a mystery, when the truth is elusive, it's often that painful, unacceptable possibility that turns out to be right. After all, if the better answer were truly the truth, why would there be another, less comfortable explanation? Zongmang gazed on, expressionless, as Loki fell into the starry river below, like he was witnessing Asgard's final elegy. In Asgard, only the truly brave could enter Valhalla. But Loki was the god of mischief. He could never join the ranks of those honored in the Hall of Heroes. And yet, all of his loved ones were Asgardian warriors. For him, Asgard was nearly everything. So was he, in the end, Asgardian or frost giant? How does one find fulfillment among the gods? Looking at the silent, wordless father and son standing before the shattered Bifrost, Zongmang clearly sensed that this was not the moment to intervene. Instead, he turned his attention to Heimdall, lying on the ground. He couldn't quite tell when Heimdall had been rescued. The power of a godfather was indeed extraordinary. Envious of Odin's might, Zongmang gathered the energy of his horse talisman into his palm, channeling its healing powers toward Heimdall. As he watched, he remembered. The four-person team was still stranded on Earth, unable to return to Asgard. Still, there was little cause for worry. S.H.I.E.L.D. would never simply abandon them. It was, admittedly, a troublesome situation, but it had little to do with him. That was Nick Fury's problem. Now that Zongmang had joined S.H.I.E.L.D., he certainly didn't see himself as an outsider. After all, he was a leader now. Naturally, it was his subordinate's job to worry over such headaches. Just as Zongmang was considering how best to bring an end to the grieving silence between father and son, Odin's wife, Frigga, approached. "Let them remain here for a while," she said gently. "Please, honored guest, come with me." Zongmang, ever agreeable, followed her lead. He would much rather discuss magic with Frigga than linger with those two old men. After all, she was the true scion of the Vanir. Besides, after so long in Asgard, he knew the queen's magical prowess was not to be underestimated. All things considered, Frigga was the perfect person for this exchange of magical knowledge. Who knew when the Bifrost would be repaired? But it likely wouldn't be long. The events of the first Avengers film were only about a year away. Even without the Bifrost, they would surely find other cosmic wormholes among the stars. With all this considered, it's hard to say whether Asgard's technology should be called ancient or advanced. While immigrants can't travel using the Bifrost, individual teleportation is possible. Yet, out beyond the 9 realms, many beings, like the Ravagers, can already cross wormholes with their ships. Perhaps Thor, as a god of immense power, can ignore some of the burdens that come with using the Bifrost. But then again, that doesn't quite add up. Odin's father, Bor, also led armies into battle, and those ordinary soldiers relied on the Bifrost too. Well, whatever the case, there's bound to be someone able to clear up these mysteries for him in the coming days. Since there's no way back to Earth for now, he might as well stay put in Asgard. What surprised Zongmang most was that even Frigga bore traces of enchantments. At this moment, the miniature detector in his hand emitted a subtle glow that only he could sense. This was the result of nanomicro carving technology. He'd condensed the tools used for engraving down to the nanoscale. Once the runes were etched and implanted beneath the skin, the faint light was visible only to Zongmang's eyes, or more accurately, could only be detected by his special senses. This allowed him to monitor the presence of runes at any time, without drawing attention. Unfortunately, Loki probably had similar enchantments on him, but Zongmang would have to wait until the time of the Avengers to see him again. Frigga didn't fuss over him with excessive hospitality. Instead, she led him into the palace, asked 2 maids to arrange a room for him, and said he was to wait for Odin's personal reception. She also expressed her gratitude for his help during the great battle. But in truth, what help had Zongmang actually provided? Without him, Thor could have dealt with the 2 frost giants just as easily. Not to mention, Odin himself was already awake. Still, whether out of courtesy or for some deeper purpose, he couldn't refuse their kindness. Having come to Asgard, he would have to accept the risks as well. Suspicion and mistrust, people thinking he had ulterior motives, were just some of the challenges he'd have to face and overcome if he wanted to reap greater rewards here. It must be said, Asgardians are built of sturdier stuff. Their very maids are far stronger than any human on Earth. Through his observation of their inner energy, he could tell their life force was many times richer than that of ordinary Earthlings. There were two possibilities. First, perhaps they were simply born with stronger bodies, which affected the energy they radiated, making it more abundant. The other possibility was that the gods had special methods of training the body, ways that increased their capacity to absorb life force and allowed them to contain far more energy within their flesh. How then to coax information out of these gods? Ordinary citizens surely wouldn't have access to warriors, and the palace guards and soldiers, most of whom had their own duties and commanders, were unlikely to strike up conversations with a guest from another world. Back when Odin waged war across the 9 realms, it seemed as if the entire universe was his enemy, who would willingly share their foundational cultivation secrets with others. Song Mang pondered deeply, considering what hidden cards he truly possessed. Among the many buffs, there were indeed several that could help Odin delay aging or assist the people of the Celestial Palace in learning advanced technology. Yet each came with its own set of problems. For example, using these buffs required a great deal of energy. But Song Mang's level of chi was still not high enough. It was difficult for him to sustain grand undertakings. The energy within him was far from sufficient to extend the life of a being on the level of a Sky Father. With no other options, Song Mang could only plan to first obtain their talismans, and then seek a way to learn the training methods of the gods within the Celestial Palace. Inside the splendid palace, elaborate murals reminiscent of epic tales adorned every wall, though none seemed to tell a true story. This made Song Mang think of Hela, the goddess of death, and her own tale. Those murals that chronicled her history were hidden deep beneath the palace. Perhaps, someday, he could bring Thor to see them. That reckless warrior would no doubt beg his father to release his sister. If this ticking time bomb could be triggered earlier, perhaps Asgard might escape the fate of being half-destroyed by the Mad Titan. When it comes to tragic pasts, there are many in the Marvel Universe who have suffered deeply. Hela, the goddess of death, counts among them, or perhaps only half counts. As a death goddess skilled in combat, her role was to bring death and rule over souls. If peace were to last, who would have need for death? As a goddess of death, Hela certainly would not wish for her power to be diminished. She despised peace and longed for war. But in the end, that was her role in the political chess game of the gods. Hela and Odin, at most, simply held opposing views. After all, they were still family. With Odin on the verge of death, Hela would become the strongest in Asgard, and the best candidate to succeed him. For Asgard might no longer possess the strength to launch campaigns of conquest, and could even be facing the threat of invasion itself. The Infinity Gauntlet, the Space Stone, these are the things Thanos dreamed of possessing. Thor and Loki alone could never hold the line. Not even with Thor awakened to his full Thunder God powers, it would still not be enough. Even with the forces of Earth united, Thor only barely managed to win. Perhaps Asgard was innocent, but Hela certainly was. A child raised in the art of war. How could she ever long for peace? Once Odin's convictions shifted, he disregarded the lives of others. Hela became the sacrificial pawn of war, locked away in another realm for countless years. Hela's days in the underworld may have spanned even longer than the time she spent warring at Odin's side. 2,000 years of history, 2,000 years of memories. How could she ever forget? Odin's summons. While Song Mang, an outsider, earnestly searched for a way forward for Asgard, Odin and his sons began their own discussion. You'll be a good king. No, there will never be a king better than you. Odin gazed at Thor with a look full of meaning. Thor had learned humility and responsibility. Thor, too, looked calmly at Odin. Thor had kept his childlike innocence, and after all the harsh lessons, he finally understood that even in rebellion, one could not do as one pleased. Odin then asked about Song Mang, curious why Thor had brought a stranger to Asgard. Thor recounted his experiences on Earth over and over, explaining everything in detail. He didn't know that Odin was all-seeing and all-knowing, and that his father was already aware of Song Mang's conversations with Thor on Earth. Odin simply wanted to hear his son speak. Odin had once expressed both doubt and amazement at Song Mang's ability to see through Loki's magic. Loki's sorcery was immensely powerful. If he wished to hide something, few could ever pierce his illusions. In the end, when faced with the Destroyer, Song Mang stood by Thor's side and chose to return to Asgard with him to help resolve the crisis. Odin narrowed his eyes, listening carefully to Thor's various answers. So from beginning to end, he never told you what he was capable of, and you only met him twice. Yet he's coming with you to Asgard to help. Thor nodded. Odin expressed his understanding and dismissed Thor, telling him to go and rest. Odin sat upright in the very center of the palace throne, silently contemplating Zongmang's true intentions. In fact, he could see what was happening on Earth at this very moment. Much like Heimdall, Odin was immensely powerful. Whenever he wished, he could look upon all the realms of the 9 worlds. But he seldom did so. Probing into other realms too frequently could easily draw the attention of other powerful beings, who might perceive his interest as a threat. Take, for example, the Ancient One on Earth. Among all the powers in the 9 realms, Odin was most wary of the Ancient One. Their strength was nearly equal. And now, Zongmang was a sorcerer from Earth. Yet within Zongmang's body, Odin sensed no magic from the Vishanti, nor from Dormammu. Instead, the energy felt more like the divine power of Asgard, though strangely unsteady, brimming with vitality, like that of a newborn child. Such a wondrous situation left Odin momentarily unable to discern its cause. While observing the 4 warriors who had been sent to Earth, Odin noticed that Zongmang acted as their leader, and that they protected the safety of ordinary people there. Although, truth be told, these people had done many questionable things. Overall, Odin regarded the organization known as S.H.I.E.L.D. with a cautious eye. Their actions were not always commendable, but on the whole, they were beneficial to Earth. To send such a peculiar sorcerer here, what exactly are you planning, Ancient One? Odin pondered for a moment, unable to grasp the hidden meaning behind all this. Without the Ancient One's permission, could anyone truly travel to other worlds? Yet, Zongmang was one of the leaders of Earth's guardian organization, a fact that served Asgard's interests well. His own days were numbered, and he needed to find more allies. The Vanir gods were natural partners. The dwarves, on the other hand, were more like subordinates than equals. But then there were the Dark Elves, the Frost Giants, Surtur, and countless other forces beyond the 9 realms, all coveting Asgard's power. Hela was about to awaken, a future foe destined to slay Thor, her brother. Beset by internal strife and external threats, Odin was desperate for solutions, and new alliances were among the best options available. Though the Avengers had not yet been formed, the ranks of Earth's superpowered individuals were already emerging. They held great potential and a strong sense of justice. Perhaps they couldn't yet unite all of Earth, but Zongmang might be able to forge that connection. This was an opportunity. Time slipped by, moment by moment. If Odin so desired, the sun could shine eternally above Asgard. Yet now, as he sank into contemplation, the angle of the sunlight slowly descended until it illuminated only the ground at his feet. Even the sun itself dared not brush the hem of the Allfather's robe. Perhaps this is the chance I've been waiting for, Odin murmured to himself. Zongmang, who had waited in the chamber for quite some time, finally received Odin's summons. A proud Asgardian handmaiden guided Zongmang along the path. The palace was a vision of splendor, towering golden statues and massive pillars hewn from single blocks of stone. Yet, for all its vastness, the palace was almost empty. Somehow this seemed only natural. Odin's might was enough to repel any foe, making the palace the safest place in all of Asgard. As the golden doors swung open, Odin sat upon his throne. "Welcome, traveler from Midgard." Zongmang placed his left hand over his chest and bowed slightly. It was a knight's salute from the west, perhaps not perfectly executed, but the best Zongmang could manage. He truly was fumbling his way through, having only ever watched others do it, never experiencing it himself. Who knew how Earth's nobility ought to greet one another? He was desperate for an answer, waiting anxiously for guidance. "No need for formalities. Please have a seat, young man." Odin appeared unexpectedly approachable, but Zongmang could still feel the oppressive weight in the air above and sat down in silence. "Thank you for lending your aid to Thor. Asgard will not forget your friendship." Zongmang paused for a moment. Thor hadn't really needed his help. If he hadn't shown up, Thor might have already finished the fight himself. Clearly, the emphasis was on the word friendship. Of course, it was simply the right thing to do. Whatever the cost, when faced with bloodshed and sacrifice, none of us should stand idly by. Still uncertain, Zongmang decided to keep his answer purposefully vague. Ordinary people, of course, wouldn't do such a thing, helping a god. But this is what you deserve. Thor will become your ally, aid Midgard, and help you stand against any enemy that dares to appear. As expected, Odin wished to forge an alliance with S.H.I.E.L.D. For now, it would bring far more benefits to S.H.I.E.L.D., though things might get complicated in the future. At this moment, Zongmang was still in the dark, while Odin, on the other hand, had taken a liking to him personally. "Thank you very much for your generosity. Should you need anything, we would consider it our duty to help." Both parties were merely testing the waters, offering just enough but not too much. Since they were both interested in forming an alliance, a more formal occasion would follow. Odin nodded. I appreciate you. The magic you wield seems rather different from that of the sorcerers of Kamartaj. That's correct. Zhang Meng wasn't surprised that Odin could discern his origins. I myself am quite puzzled by it. I received a legacy of power, but it seems vastly different from the ways of the Sorcerer Supreme. Odin's interest was piqued, and he expressed a desire to witness it firsthand. Zhang Meng found the direct request for his most secret technique a bit too forward to be entirely admirable. Noticing Zhang Meng's hesitation, Odin continued speaking, as if the previous pause had been merely a conversational break. In return, I can teach you a method for strengthening the body, passed down in Asgard since ancient times. The magical practices of Asgard differed greatly from those of the Vanir. In fact, Zhang Meng's method might prove even more beneficial to the Aesir. Perhaps it could even mend a weakness in Asgard's own tradition. Zhang Meng's heart pounded with excitement. He hadn't even decided which trump card he might offer in exchange when Odin had already presented his own treasured knowledge with open hands. Of course, and thank you for your generous gift. Odin waved his hand, and a flash of light appeared. Before Zhang Meng's eyes, an ancient tome hovered in the air, its surface crackling with the hint of lightning. Following suit, Zhang Meng drew upon his memory, conjuring tiny green orbs that glimmered like will-o'-the-wisps, drifting toward Odin. In this first exchange of overtures, both sides gained something, each leaving the encounter pleased. Zhang Meng's rapid progress. With the divine methods of the gods now in his possession, Zhang Meng's spirits soared. Suddenly, Asgard felt incredibly welcoming. Its beauty was unlike anything on Earth, a fusion of advanced technology and dazzling magic. Starships paired with unparalleled sorcery, and the presence of legends from Earth's own mythology. All of this thrilled Zhang Meng, who had always been fascinated by the cosmos. Coming to this new world, the greatest treasure wasn't merely acquiring extraordinary powers. It was witnessing one wondrous realm after another, discovering their stories, their lands, and the people who called them home. Zhang Meng found himself gaining new insights into this world. The energy within him grew livelier, echoing the changes in his mood. Odin watched Zhang Meng, sensing a sudden shift, and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Indeed, being a mage truly demanded a remarkable sense of intuition. While the warriors of the gods could only enhance themselves through relentless training and unwavering resolve, mages needed but a single moment of enlightenment, or a deep understanding of a certain spell, to become more powerful. All that was required of them was to keep accumulating magical knowledge. What's more, as they learned new spells, they would receive the favor of the very heavens and earth themselves. On Earth, the supreme mages of that particular order were blessed by the mighty Vishani. Whenever they mastered a new spell, they could draw even more power from the Vishani. This was the reason behind the enduring strength of Kamartaj. Those mages were always able to find ever more talented students. Only with such formidable power could these mages stand shoulder to shoulder with long-lived races like the gods. The most gifted students, in turn, could advance at an astonishing pace, just like Strange had done. As long as they kept learning new spells and honed their mastery through practice, growth would come swiftly. Thus, for mages, breakthroughs in the heat of battle were a crucial part of their strength, something that simply did not apply to warriors. At this moment, Odin remained silent, careful not to disturb Zhang Meng. He summoned the power of Asgard, letting its energy fill the space around them. Zhang Meng felt the worlds merging more deeply than ever before. Previously, he had sensed mostly the energy of Earth, but here in Asgard, a different force resonated within him. The greatest difference between Asgard and Earth was that Asgard lacked the seeds left by the Celestials. Here, the worlds will enjoy much greater freedom. Asgard recognized and welcomed Zhang Meng's insight, bestowing even greater power upon him. With every communion with nature, Zhang Meng could only draw a small measure of cosmic power, but the greater share of his strength came as a gift from the planet itself. Asgard's gift now brought with it the laws of energy from across the universe. Within his mind, the green ocean expanded, becoming broader and vaster. It crystallized into countless shimmering emerald crystals. The green ocean in his mind grew denser, the misty, swirling haze thickening until it was as viscous as seawater. Then it ceased to flow, becoming almost solid, yet still moving in subtle, traceable patterns. The deep green resembled the darkness of night, while the sparkling emerald stars shone ever brighter. By watching the movement of these green stars, one could perceive the flow of energy within Zhang Meng's chi. His inner strength became ever more condensed, and as the process finally came to an end, he felt an unparalleled surge of power within. Not even the purple energy could suppress it now. At this moment, Zhang Mang felt utterly relaxed, as if awakening from a long and profound meditation. Odin narrowed his one eye as he gazed at the young man before him. The boy truly had remarkable talent. What a pity he had no daughter. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Odin thought of Hela. When it came to this daughter, Odin was always filled with guilt. She deserved a perfect husband. Maybe such a person could help Hela heal more quickly, sparing her from the tragedies foretold in the old legends. Perhaps letting her leave Asgard with her husband would be for the best. But that stubborn daughter of his, no one understood her better than Odin himself. Hela was every bit as headstrong as he was. Once she set her mind on something, there was simply no turning her around. Odin let out a barely perceptible sigh. He could only try once more, hoping this young man might bring about some change. After all, the fate that shrouded Zhang Mang was chaotic and unpredictable. Even Odin's own gifts could not pierce the veil of his future. As an all-father, Odin possessed the power to glimpse brief flashes of what was to come. A person's talent and potential often shaped the path ahead. But Zhang Mang's past was obscure and elusive, his gifts a mystery. How could anyone hope to see what lay ahead for him? In truth, divining the future was merely a divine ability, akin to how big data could project the development of certain events. Through divine power, the accumulated past could be read directly, with no need for complex calculations or mystical arts to predict what was and what may be. Yet if a person's fate was too tangled, their experiences too vast, or, as with Zhang Mang, their talent ceased to grow but their history remained unfathomable, then even their future became impossible to calculate. Besides, there were few like Zhang Mang in all the multiverse. The multiverse naturally held many similar people. Even after crossing into a new world, their echoes could be found. For the multiverse is always in a state of constant division and branching. Zhang Mang's arrival in this world made him part of its tapestry. Each time he gained insight, he drew little power from the universe itself, simply because his intersection with this cosmos was so limited. But this breakthrough in Asgard, this was different. It was as if he had joined the great family of the Nine Realms. His future would now be tightly entwined with that of the universe, as though the cosmos itself were investing in him ahead of time. In a remote and nameless corner of the universe, an unnameable being also took notice of Zhang Mang. Even this being could not perceive what lay ahead for Zhang Mang. With a faint, involuntary curl of the lips, it had to admit, what a remarkable human. The Marvel Universe was a realm of extraordinary cosmic magnitude. Just look at the 6 great gods, the Celestials. The very existence of a creator god in this world made that clear. And yet, Wen Jingzuan could effortlessly send Zhang Mang into a universe of such caliber. Obviously, Wen Jingzuan's power far surpassed even theirs. To be stronger than gods who could create entire universes, such might was beyond human reckoning, beyond comprehension. Because much knowledge is, in itself, a kind of taboo, even hearing it can become dangerous. It's as if your mind is overloaded with energy beyond its limits. If you do not mutate, then your sanity will be affected. The human mind has a finite capacity. Some entities, their very appearance, is a transmission of energy. This aligns perfectly with the Cthulhu worldview. Gods are without mercy. Gods are simply gods. Divine cultivation technique. Recovering from his recent ascension, Zhang Mang watched as the dazzling stars in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by the bright ceiling of the celestial palace. He slowly lowered his head and found Odin quietly observing him. For a moment, the situation felt undeniably awkward. Feeling rather embarrassed, Zhang Mang apologized to Odin. "I'm truly sorry for losing my composure in your presence." Odin waved his hand dismissively. Strengthening oneself is of utmost importance. There's no need to mind such things. During Zhang Mang's advancement, Odin had already finished reviewing the operating principles of Qi magic. "This cultivation technique of yours is truly extraordinary. It holds great significance for the realm of the gods. Is there anything else you wish to obtain? Just being granted a divine training method is more than I could hope for. How could I possibly ask for more?" Fair exchange is a rule much respected in the West, especially when it works in one's favor. All the more so, since Odin is the father of all. Unexpected gifts often come with a price. Zhang Mang dared not accept them lightly. Odin smiled. "This cultivation method is far more meaningful than you realize. It could allow Asgard to flourish once again." Zhang Mang was a little stunned. He had never considered that the techniques of Qi magic could influence the progress of the Marvel Universe. Could it be? Taking advantage of a moment's contemplation, Zhang Mang swiftly reviewed the gods' training methods. "So that's how it is," he sighed in amazement. "What a serendipitous turn of events." In truth, the divine cultivation method was very similar to chi magic. They believed in energy existing within the air itself. The gods' methods and the philosophy of chi magicians were remarkably alike. But the gods, with their innately powerful bodies, further honed themselves through relentless training. They made themselves more attuned to the flow of chi, allowing it to enter and be wielded within their bodies. The lightning of Thor, the thunder of Odin, all are born from their union with the world's chi. The gods' body-forging techniques aim to make them ever more receptive to absorbing energy, though they do not store vast reserves within themselves. Instead, their strength is continually enhanced from within. In other words, the gods do not absorb Asgard's chi for themselves. Rather, through training, they make it easier to channel and utilize. No wonder that, the moment Hela, goddess of death, sets foot in Asgard, her power surges dramatically. For here in Asgard, she can wield far more chi than anywhere else. The Asgardians understood it as the laws and rules that govern the world. In theory, Odin and Thor were not the only ones in the realm of gods who could wield such unimaginable power. Yet, the royal bloodline endowed their bodies with unparalleled strength. For the rest of the gods, reaching such a level through training alone was nearly impossible. But now, with the cultivation method of chi, the Asgardian gods could give rise to more warriors like Thor. Those among them who possessed extraordinary talent for chi magic would gain even greater power. Their abilities would become even more formidable. They had always been able to commune with the energy of chi to harness greater power, but once they mastered chi magic, their bodies would also store energy, making them stronger still. Chi magic would also smooth their connection with chi itself. It was as if a comprehensive textbook on harnessing chi had been handed to all the gods. As long as one could practice chi magic, training both the body and the spirit, more powerful gods would inevitably emerge. But Zongmang hesitated. Odin smiled gently. I know what's on your mind. But Asgard will always be the Asgard of the Asgardians. If our realm can become stronger, then royal rule becomes less important. Indeed, the ability to cultivate chi magic meant that more powerful individuals would arise. Yet neither Zongmang nor Odin could guarantee that future royalty would be gifted in chi magic. This could mean a decline in the power of the royal family. At the same time, the strength of the commoners would grow ever greater. The reason Asgard's theocracy had endured for so long was that the royal bloodline wielded unmatched power. Was it not? Now, the cultivation method Zongmang had introduced changed all that. It might even reshape the very structure of Asgardian society. Zongmang could only smile. Still, no matter what, chi magic required diligent practice, while the royal bloodline was born with command over divine power. We have already gained more than enough, haven't we? Zongmang shook his head with a wry smile, realizing he had underestimated the vision of this god-king. After all, the gods lived for thousands of years. Odin himself was only the second generation. Did it really matter if the royal family ruled? What truly mattered was that Asgard would never fall into decline, and its strength was paramount. Suddenly, Zongmang became aware of the profound changes he had brought to this world. He knew well what this cultivation method could change on Earth, which was why he had never dared hand it directly to S.H.I.E.L.D. He feared Hydra would seize such overwhelming power. But here among the gods, for the sake of certain interests, he had instead altered the course of this world. He realized he had gotten a bit carried away. With a smile, Zongmang expressed his admiration for Odin's magnanimity. Odin waved his hand. Since that's the case, could you do me a favor? Zongmang immediately replied, Please, go ahead. It was clear that Odin wanted to offer more benefits, and since the deal had already been made, this request for a favor meant he had more advantages to offer. I have a daughter, Odin said. A sudden sense of foreboding crept over Zongmang. She isn't married yet, but she's getting on in years. You know how parents always worry about their children's futures. Zongmang's uneasy feeling grew even stronger. Don't worry, my daughter is very beautiful. I'd like you to meet her, and if you find each other suitable, I hope the two of you could. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Zongmang interjected before Odin could finish. Was this some kind of joke? That's the goddess of death he was talking about. She'd stab you at the slightest provocation. Oh, come now. How can you say it's not appropriate before you've even tried? Why not spend some time with Thor here in Asgard for now? If possible, I'd also appreciate it if you could share some insights about cultivating magic with him. Asgard will never treat you unfairly. I'll make sure you're properly rewarded. Zongmang replied at once. That's not a problem at all. But as for your daughter, perhaps you should reconsider. As Zongmang spoke, Odin was already heading for the door. Before he could finish, Odin had stepped out of the room. Zongmang nearly lost his composure. For a being as mighty as the All-Father to pretend he hadn't heard. Wasn't that just too much? Sure, Hela was certainly beautiful, but still, Zongmang was torn. The goddess of death was not someone you messed with. She was a war fanatic, stubborn, single-minded, and powerful. All the qualities of a formidable woman, Hela possessed in abundance. How could someone as physically frail as him survive the trials of a goddess of death? Yet, faced with Odin's request, Song Mang could not bring himself to refuse. If he could really form an alliance with Hela, that would surely help him gain more power. But on the flip side, married life might be anything but peaceful. Might as well collect some runes here in Asgard for now. Nothing's set in stone yet. That Song Mang of tomorrow can deal with whatever comes. What could he do? The situation was out of his hands. He could only go with the flow. The grand festivities of Asgard. With a helpless sigh, Song Mang stood and left the empty palace reception hall. Guided once again by the gentle handmaiden, he returned to that familiar room. She spoke softly, "Feel free to take a look around. Asgard has many beautiful sights. If you wish to return, just tell the guards you're looking for Alyosha. I'll be happy to come and guide you back." Song Mang nodded at the gentle girl before him. Alyosha is a nice name. Do you know where Thor is? At this time, he's usually at the arena. All right, sorry to trouble you. Alyosha nodded, saying nothing, simply giving a slight nod of acknowledgement before leaving the room. Song Mang let out a sigh and lay back on the bed. He knew full well that those who seek greater opportunities must face greater dangers, but when those dangers actually arrived, he couldn't help but feel the burden of it all. Yet so many things in life are beyond our control. Even if you don't want to do something, sometimes you simply have to. Because one day, when you need that strength, it might already be too late. With a sudden slap to his own cheeks, Song Mang steeled himself and decided to seek out Thor. Teaching Thor the art of chi magic and fulfilling his promise to Odin, that was the top priority. The treasures of the gods were certainly worth a closer look, especially the history of the 9 realms. For someone like Song Mang, who needed to experience all things in the world to truly understand the essence of nature, every relationship required careful tending. Aside from those he absolutely had to oppose, he aimed to befriend everyone else. After all, in any world or on any planet, there might be those who could be key to Song Mang's advancement. Cultivating chi magic is troublesome in this way. It demands that you become a truly good person, someone recognized as such by the world. Or you could be a villain, one who acts only for themselves, indifferent to the harm they cause, never doing more than necessary, never wasting time on pointless things. You don't have to be a saint, but you must be willing to help others. You could be a bully, but you cannot take pleasure in evil for its own sake. 3 feet above your head, the gods are watching. That's the principle of karma. Chi never lies, and neither do chi magicians. Black chi magicians and white chi magicians stand in contrast. The black ones are more self-centered, cultivating self-acceptance above all else. The world, in turn, judges their philosophy. It's like a child finally discovering their future. The world blesses them, whether they follow good or evil. The world doesn't care. It's as if you have many children. What matters is whether they excel. Good is good, bad is bad. No matter what, a chi magician is always pure. Black is black. White is white. Helping Thor would let Song Mang blend into the 9 realms more quickly, to feel their energy firsthand. This was a crucial path for Song Mang's rapid progress. Besides, there were many in Asgard whom Song Mang couldn't approach directly, but Thor was the key. As long as he started with Thor, many things would become easier. Perhaps in Asgard, he could even gather all the runes. After all, Asgard was the head of the 9 realms. It might not have the spiritual richness of Earth, but it was still home to many heroes. Song Mang wandered about for some time, ambling here and there, until after accidentally running into the same guard for the 8th time, the quotation marks practically visible. The guard finally approached him and asked, "Is there somewhere you'd like to go?" Song Mang replied naturally, "I'd like to visit the arena and spar with Thor." The guard looked very interested. "Lord Thor is in the dueling grounds right now," he said, pointing out the direction. Then, with 2 fingers pressed to his ear as if taking a call, he walked away, cheerfully chatting into the air. Song Mang called out his thanks to the guard's retreating figure. Turning, he headed in the direction indicated. The scenery along the way grew more austere, exuding a sense of history. It lacked the opulent splendor of the celestial palace, but carried a deeper, more ancient charm. Guided by many along the way, Song Mang eventually entered the dueling grounds. To his surprise, the place bore a striking resemblance to an ancient Roman Colosseum. The stands thundered with cheers from the assembled gods, or perhaps they were common citizens of Asgard, their voices echoing to the heavens, deafening in their enthusiasm. The crowd was electrified, waving their hands high and shouting Thor's name. Across the arena stood another team of Asgard's brave warriors. Indeed, Thor had grown so powerful that it took an entire team to face him, and their courage alone was worthy of praise. Zhang Mang watched the Asgardian warriors with keen interest. The team moved with perfect coordination, shields, spears, swords, rings, bows in hand. Pity there wasn't a mage among them. Wait a moment, was that flash of light earlier magic? Asgardian magic was certainly rough around the edges, immense in power but crude in execution, their attacks simple and easy to dodge. Their magic seemed rooted in the natural world. That was the issue. It was too natural, as if they'd never bothered to contemplate the nature of their own spells. It was like understanding that apples fall because of gravity, but never figuring out how to use that knowledge. A real shame. They were wasting some of their talent. He wondered if they could ever attune themselves to chi magic. Now that his techniques had already been revealed, the gods' evolution was inevitable. If he stepped in and taught them directly, perhaps he could reap even greater rewards. But as long as Thor wielded his war hammer, even if he used only a fraction of his strength, the opposing team was quickly defeated. Still, the cheers in the arena never paused. What powerful voices! There was not a hint of booing, just joyful shouts as the defeated warriors left the field. The Asgardian gods seemed unconcerned by defeat. What mattered to them was courage. They seemed to respect the act of the weak challenging the strong. Zhang Mang shook his head, waiting for Thor to arrive. Just then, a booming voice rang out from the arena. Next, let us welcome our honored guest, our challenger from Midgard, Mr. Zhang Mang. Zhang Mang was baffled. What's going on? There couldn't possibly be another person from Earth here, right? That must mean me. It dawned on him. Clearly, that chatty guard who brought him here must have said a little too much. It seems the gods have their own way of communicating. They possess something like a mobile phone device, but it cannot be shared with anyone outside of Asgard. Is it powered by divine energy? Or perhaps by some kind of life force? No one is quite sure, but it's certainly a fascinating thing. I'll have to ask about it later. Zhang Mang was called up, and it never occurred to him to seek any other solution. He strode to the edge of the arena stands, called upon the power of the Ox Talisman, and launched himself into the air, landing on one knee in classic superhero fashion. The arena erupted in cheers. The game of the brave, it truly gets the blood pumping. Zhang Mang grinned, taking in the crowd's wild shouts all around him. The gods were passionate, and soon Zhang Mang found himself joining in their exuberant cries. Thor, spotting Zhang Mang's arrival, was overjoyed. He raised his hammer, roaring like a wild barbarian. Zhang Mang felt as if he'd stepped into a tribe of ancient people, but that primal thrill was intoxicating. Tens of thousands in attendance cheered and shouted for him. For the first time, Zhang Mang felt his heart pounding so fiercely in his chest. He had always stood on the fringes of this world, an observer lingering in the shadows. Yet in this moment, he suddenly realized how much he truly, deeply loved Asgard. The Ox Warrior, Zhang Mang. Zhang Mang let out a mighty roar. Hurrah! He punched Thor with all his strength, not enough to break the skin, but it hurt plenty. Thor roared back, swinging his hammer with wild abandon, aiming for Zhang Mang. Thor had witnessed Zhang Mang's battle with the Frost Giants. He understood Zhang Mang's raw, physical power. That terrifying healing ability far exceeded anything among the gods. Thor put at least 80% of his strength into this swing. Zhang Mang, never one for combat technique, was delighted by Thor's straightforward approach. Without hesitation, he swung his fist directly at the hammer. The collision sent a tremendous shockwave through the arena. Zhang Mang staggered back from impact, but that raw, tangible sensation made him realize that, despite having been a scrawny teenager forced into another world, he now possessed a fighting strength unlike any other. That vast chasm between his past and present had always felt unreal to Zhang Mang. But today, he could truly feel the power he held. It was enough to change the world. An ordinary person, no matter what strength he gained, would remain ordinary in the eyes of the wise, unless he, too, possessed wisdom. Only then could he truly bring about change. Just as Zhang Mang was now. Having gained power, he began to change himself bit by bit. He knew he had to work harder to be worthy of his place here. And because he had this ability, he had to give something back. Yes, he could choose to live an ordinary life, make a living with a regular job, and reserve his strength for troublesome situations. But that wasn't what Zhang Mang wanted. He craved a life lived boldly, without restraint. It seemed Thor could sense it. Zhang Mang was fighting as if to vent something deep inside. Thor also relinquished his divine powers, refraining from wielding the might of the god of thunder, and instead relied solely on brute strength as the two clashed back and forth. Even with the power of the Ox Talisman coursing through him, Zhang Mang still couldn't inflict any real harm upon Thor. Yet every blow from Thor would leave Zhang Mang's bones slightly twisted from the sheer force. But time and again, a flash of white light from the horse talisman would appear at just the right moment. As the relentless exchange continued, everyone around them fell into a heavy silence. There was no elegance, no artistry, only raw, unyielding courage between two men. It was as if they were each determined to beat the other to death, but neither showed a single scratch. For a moment, the crowd was completely awestruck by the ferocity of their duel. And at the same time, a sense of helpless amusement crept in, as if they were watching a stage performance. Thor's defenses hadn't been breached, but repeated punches landing at the same spot began to take their toll. Zhong Mang's fists were powerful and heavy. A single hit might not do much, but the accumulation of many blows made Thor feel pain. But for Zhong Mang, it was different. He was in pain, intense pain. Each punch felt as if it reverberated straight through his skull. Yet, he had long since grown used to pain. Still, this was the first time he found himself enjoying it. The sensation brought Zhong Mang an exhilarating rush. The pain in his body reminded him that he was only human. You have to live, because dying truly hurts. You have to find joy, because your very existence gives meaning to so many others. Only by living can you create meaning. But if you die, nothing remains. If you have no fear of death, imagine how much strength you could possess. At that moment, within Zhong Mang, the ox talisman manifested a phantom-like shadow, reminiscent of the afterimages he used to see in childhood yo-yo tricks. A colossal bull now stood behind Zhong Mang. So, you want to challenge a bull's strength? Recklessness, impulsiveness, stubbornness. These admirable qualities were never Thor's alone. In truth, Zhong Mang was even more impulsive, reckless, and stubborn than Thor. He had lived a life that skirted the edges of death, that made him fearless in the face of any challenge. If he set his sights on something, he would see it through. Zhong Mang felt a tremendous surge of power within him. At the same moment, the sea of stars within him erupted, and a torrent of energy poured into the ox talisman. Zhong Mang's strength soared in an instant. The force was so overwhelming it sent Thor hurtling backward. The crowd erupted in shock. No one could have imagined that the nearly invincible prince Thor would be sent flying by an ordinary man from Earth. What incredible feat! Yet, after landing that punch, Zhong Mang's consciousness slipped into darkness. As Thor stood, hammer in hand, Zhong Mang remained motionless. Thor thought it was a trick to buy time, and just as he raised his hammer to strike, Heimdall stepped in to block the blow. He's already passed out. Thor immediately glanced apologetically at Zhong Mang, only to find that he had already fainted and couldn't possibly look back at him. Feeling awkward, Thor flashed a sheepish smile at Heimdall. Thor then slung one arm around Zhong Mang's shoulders and, with his other hand gripping his hammer, soared toward the palace. After all, the palace maidens were the finest healers in all the realm. But it was his mother, the youngest daughter of the Vanir gods, who truly stood out. She was the most renowned sorceress in Asgard, which meant that, when it came to saving lives, no one had a higher success rate. What happened here? How could there be such severe aftereffects? This young man is clearly exhausted. Where did you take him? Frigga immediately sensed something was amiss. You didn't go to the arena again, did you? Haven't I told you before? As a prince of the gods, you must be mindful of your image. I know that dueling earns you the people's respect, but you're destined to be king one day, and you're already stepping beyond the role of prince. What the Nine Realms need is not a king who is merely mighty in battle, but one who is steadfast in his duty to protect his land. All you need to do is sit here, let your people see that you are watching over them. That alone is enough. Thor took Frigga's hand in his. I understand, mother. You truly do. But that team, they show real promise. They could become my trusted companions. You know, ever since Sif and the others left for Midgard, I haven't had any particularly strong allies. The Bifrost still needs time to be repaired. I just want to use this opportunity to discover some potential warriors. Frigga shot him a sidelong glance. With the forbearance of a mother, she let Thor's words slide without rebuke. Of course, she knew these were just his excuses, but it didn't matter. She had already reminded him of his responsibilities as a king, and as for how to rule, that was Odin's to teach. Her duty was to ensure her son understood what was right, not to force him into doing the right thing. Frigga turned to the concerned Thor and said, There. He'll wake up soon enough. Isn't that right, young man? Smiling gently, Frigga turned and walked away. All the while, Zhong Mang kept muttering inwardly. As expected from Her Majesty the Queen, she saw right through my act. Yet even knowing I was faking it, she still chose to rouse me. Clearly, she has something to say. Peeking through half-closed eyes, Zhong Mang glanced at the talisman detector in his hand. As expected, the queen also carried a talisman. It made perfect sense. The queen of Asgard. How could she not bear such enchantments? Zhong Mang immediately opened his eyes, sat up, and addressed Frigga. My apologies. I just didn't know how to handle the situation. Fainting during a duel is rather embarrassing. Frigga turned to Zamong and smiled gently. It's all right, you two had good talk. She spoke with the ease of a mother, welcoming her son's friend into their home. Zamong's meeting with Frigga. Zamong began to inquire with Thor about Frigga. While Father Odin was a man few dared approach, Frigga might have a request she needed fulfilled. From Frigga's demeanor, it was clear she had something to discuss with him. But what could it possibly be? After all, he was just a mage from Earth. His abilities weren't particularly outstanding. The only ripple he'd caused in Asgard was his fearlessness. At best, that just made him a brash outsider. Why would someone of Frigga's stature regard him with such favor? Piecing it all together, there was only one likely explanation: the art of chi magic. Of course, he wasn't sure how this might affect the Vanir gods. Perhaps Frigga wanted to trade for chi magic to benefit the Vanir, or maybe she hoped he would devote more attention to teaching Thor. After all, Odin's offer hadn't compelled Zamong to act. He hadn't actually agreed. Odin had only mentioned it in passing. But Frigga, motivated by a mother's love for her son, was far more likely to pursue it sincerely. In summary, Frigga needed something from him, whether it was the right to use his magic or something to do with Thor's education. Either way, he now had some leverage. If he agreed, he could obtain runes from her. That would mean another step up in power. Thor, noticing Zamong's interest in his mother, became especially chatty. Lost in thought, Zamong barely registered what was happening. Thor continued, describing just how virtuous, loving, and gentle his mother was. Zamong found it almost cloying. Who would have imagined that brawny Thor could be so sentimental? It seemed only when Frigga was mentioned would Thor show this softer, more delicate side. Unfortunately, the only bystander present had no need for these details, and paid them no mind at all. Truly, I believe my mother is the most beautiful woman in all of Asgard, in all the 9 realms, even in the whole universe. I think so too, Zamong replied absent-mindedly. After all the praise about kindness, beauty, and grace, Zamong's responses had all been the same. I think so too. Phil looked immensely proud. Of course. Wait a second. Then, a flash of realization. Something didn't seem quite right. You think my mother is the most beautiful too? Zamong had no idea what Thor was getting at, and replied offhandedly, of course. Now Thor was sure something was amiss. He grabbed Zamong by the shoulders with both hands, his voice urgent. No, you can't say that. There are plenty of beautiful women in the realm of the gods. I can introduce you to a few. Zamong pried Thor's hands off, perplexed by his reaction. What's wrong? What are you talking about? Thor stammered, his hands trembling, his face flushed red as he said, I know my mother is very beautiful. Zongmang nodded matter-of-factly and replied, Your Highness, of course she is. But, Thor's expression was troubled, as if he didn't know how to explain. I see you as a friend. Zongmang responded in the same, even tone. I see you as a friend too. As Zongmang regained his composure, he couldn't help but wonder, could this guy be gay? No, he has a girlfriend, right? Zongmang eyed Thor carefully, still not entirely sure. There seemed to have something weighing on his mind, sweat beading on his forehead. If he didn't still have one more question to ask, Zongmang would have left right away. This place felt far too dangerous. After all, Thor was the prince of an entire planet. If he really wanted to do something, there was nothing Zongmang could do about it. How could I get a chance to speak with your mother in private? He asked. Thor was startled. What do you want from her? Zongmang replied naturally. I'd like to ask her about magic. Why are you looking so surprised? Thor scratched his head, then his stomach, then fiddled with his hammer. Oh, it's nothing really. You just need to tell your attendant, and they'll arrange it. When she's available, someone will come to fetch you. My parents are both very welcoming. They're quite interested in supporting you. I don't think they would refuse. Zongmang gave an oh of delight and left in high spirits. Thor stood there awkwardly, thinking, maybe I shouldn't have given him that answer. He was left stewing in regret when Zongmang suddenly poked his head back in. Just as Thor was about to speak, Zongmang said, By the way, I can teach you chi magic. Interested? Thor's thoughts were immediately interrupted. Of course. Your magic would be very useful for the gods. Great. Tomorrow morning before dawn. Wait, that doesn't make sense in Asgard, does it? Well, tomorrow it is. I'll have Alyosha notify you. Hope you can get up on time. With that, Zongmang turned and walked away. Only then did Thor realize he had wanted to say something, but the words escaped him, so he simply left. After all, his squad was still waiting for him to lead their training. Zongmang immediately asked the guard to escort him back to his room, where he found Alyosha and expressed his desire to visit Lady Frigga. Just as Thor had said, Frigga did not decline. Before long, he was ushered into Frigga's presence. Your Majesty, it is an honor to meet you. Welcome, esteemed guest. Frigga, for her part, did not reveal what she might want from him. Now is not the time to offer something of his own accord. That would have been poor form. So Zong Mang began to make small talk, as if chatting about family. I've heard that you and Lord Odin have a daughter as well. This was, of course, just making small talk. Even if the topic is a painful one for the other person, it still counts as chit-chat, just like those distant aunts and uncles who come visiting during the new year. You may not be that fond of them, but they'll show up anyway. Frigga's expression remained unchanged, her smile steady as ever. But having no expression at all, now, that is the strangest expression of all. Taking advantage of the conversation, Zong Mang confided in Frigga about Odin's attempt to arrange a match between himself and Hela. Frigga frowned. That damn man. Are all men like this? In this day and age, he's still trying to force a match? Not to mention Hela's temperament. How could she possibly accept? Watching the calm Zong Mang, she wondered, could this young man have some special talent for staying alive? He was so composed. Was he not afraid of death? So what do you think about all this? I would certainly have no objections. Zong Mang stepped forward without hesitation. After all, to be chosen by the princess of Asgard herself, such a precious honor would be the greatest fortune of my life. Zong Mang behaved as though he were completely unaware of the deep grudge between Hela and Odin. Frigga felt a twinge of embarrassment. That wretched Odin. Didn't he tell him anything? Zong Mang's innocent and guileless demeanor left Frigga with a sense of guilt. I'll discuss this with Odin, she said. After all, these things are best known to the girl herself. Wouldn't you agree? Of course. I have the utmost respect for a woman's wishes. Who wants to have their marriage arranged for them? Even though Zong Mang had much to gain, he still didn't wish for things to go this way. Hela truly was pitiable, but at the same time, she was terrifying. She was the famed goddess of death across the 9 realms. That alone would be enough to scare off most men. Besides, how could you ever be sure that someone enthralled by power would come to love you? What's that? You're confident? Typical self-absorbed man. What a turn-off. A bargain with Frigga. Feeling awkward, Frigga chose not to pursue the topic any further. She quickly changed the subject. Child, would you be willing to let the Vanir clan learn your chi techniques? Zong Mang certainly understood the importance of chi magic. By now, he realized just how unique chi magic was in this world. It seemed as if he might be able to alter the entire balance of the world. The rules mastered by the 6 great gods were, after all, nothing more than combinations of these energies. At its core, practicing chi magic bordered on stealing divine authority. If too many chi magicians emerged, then chi would no longer belong exclusively to the creator gods. In other words, authority rules. Chi magicians could manipulate the world's energies, and in doing so, they would undermine the gods' control over their own power. This would undoubtedly be seen as a challenge by the 6 great gods. Zong Mang had no idea that it was Wen Zhongzuan who had quietly resolved all of this for him. Otherwise, the 6 gods would have already come knocking at his door. Yet even so, the eyes of the 6 great gods were already fixed upon Zong Mang. That's why his aura kept advancing, step by step, because as the threads of fate grew ever more tangled, his dangers multiplied, but so did his opportunities. It became easier to perish, but also easier to grow strong. Zong Mang had some inkling of the peril he faced, but he hadn't realized it would be this dire. If he knew that, at this very moment, he might already be under the gaze of the 6 great gods, he would be frantically gathering protective talismans by now. Zong Mang gave a faint shake of his head. The implications of chi magic were simply too vast. Before I negotiated with Odin, I never imagined how significant this would become. But now I see it may be entangled with too many forces. I'm sorry, but I cannot simply give it to you. His words were clear. I cannot grant this to you outright. But under certain conditions, it might be possible for you to acquire it. After all, if all the gods eventually obtained chi magic, sooner or later the Vanir would trade for it. The Vanir and the gods of Asgard have forged alliances not just at the highest levels, but in many spheres of mutual benefit. One way or another, chi magic would ultimately end up in the hands of the Vanir. Since it was impossible to prevent, Zong Mang was determined to seize this opportunity to gain as much as he could. He needed to amass greater power before the storm broke. That was the only path left him now. Frigg sighed at once. I can offer you the exclusive magic of the Vanir as a trade. Zong Mang shook his head. I cannot grant it to you directly. What he meant was that the Vanir's magic held little value for him. So, she should propose a different condition. In truth, Zong Mang had no idea whether the Vanir's magic would be useful or not. But there was one thing he was certain of. No matter how wondrous the Vanir's magic might be, it could never rival the marvels wrought by the chi magic array. In theory, by adjusting the variables within magic, any effect achieved by another spell could be replicated. What's more, the possibilities of the magic array were virtually limitless. Alter the components, the proportion of chi magic, the types of chi infused, the location, the timing. All these factors would shape the final effect of chi magic. So, as long as Tony developed the nano-battle suit, Zhang Mang would have access to endless varieties of magic. Frigg parted her lips as if to speak, and suddenly realized she had nothing left to offer in exchange. Magic, arcane arts. Asgard had plenty of such treasures as well. Zhang Mang himself was a mage. His magical repertoire must be vast. To thoroughly master even one school of magic would take a lifetime, let alone all of them. So for Zhang Mang, these things were of little use beyond expanding his collection. They offered no real advantage. I don't know what I need to do to earn your permission to spread chi magic among the Vanir gods. Though this sounded like a concession, it also hinted at a final agreement. If you refuse, then so be it. Frigg will withdraw from the matter entirely. Yes, you absolutely have the right to refuse, but you're not the sole guardian of chi magic. You can't stop others from studying it. If someone learns it in secret, without your knowledge, what could you possibly do about it? Zhang Mang was fully aware of this. That's why he chuckled softly, not pushing his advantage, but instead proposing terms. I'd like to learn all the Vanir spells, and I'll also need your cooperation for an experiment involving the soul. Frigg frowned slightly. Soul experiments were taboo to begin with, let alone asking for her direct involvement. If it were something simple, Odin would have agreed long ago. Clearly, Zhang Mang needed the queen herself for this task. Realizing this, Frigg asked immediately, "What exactly do you intend to do?" "I need to use a magic circle to make contact with your soul. My teacher assigned me a task. Through chi, I can construct a kind of authority that only those I choose may wield." Frigg raised her eyebrows. The word authority was a sensitive one. Even Odin's power over thunder wasn't considered true authority. Yet Zhang Mang claimed he wanted to conduct an experiment related to authority. "How do you plan to do this?" "I'll need you to help me, using the magic circle to enter a deep slumber so that your soul becomes active. At that moment, the excess chi within you will naturally coalesce into this authority. In the end, this will help you resolve your inner turmoil and allow me to claim that authority for myself." Frigg found this rather intriguing. "But I gain nothing from this. Exchanging the spread of chi magic for a piece of authority, this doesn't seem like a good deal to me." "Zhang Mang my Fai Li. Perhaps you misunderstand. It's not that I must conduct this experiment with you. Your cooperation would simply make things much easier. And if you do help me with this experiment, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to teaching Thor. There are many hidden truths about chi magic, things the gods could never uncover on their own. Without cutting-edge insight, chi magic would be little more than a tool for basic improvement among the gods." Of course, this was Zhang Mang's silver tongue at work. In fact, even those basic improvements would be enough to greatly empower the gods. It wasn't a simple matter of 1 plus 1. It was more like an internal and external synergy. A godly warrior who learned chi magic would see their power multiply far beyond 1 plus 1. Just how much stronger would their abilities grow? The answer could be exponential. After hearing these words, Frigga fell silent. If what he said was true, then she really wasn't that important after all. Within this experiment, she was more akin to a mere material. That's right, that was the word. This strange feeling filled Frigga with some dissatisfaction. She was, after all, the wife of the king of the gods, and now she was to be used as material for a soul experiment. But when she considered Asgard's future predicament, she realized the Vanir would need something to rely on in the days ahead. Her own child, the future of the world, the vast possibilities for progress. She had actually gained quite a lot. So, Frigga nodded her agreement. Inside Frigga's heart, a storm of emotion swirled. Zhang Mang was overjoyed, never having imagined the conversation would reach this point so quickly. Of course, he didn't show any of this outwardly. "Thank you so much for your help," Zhang Mang said, quickly bowing with deep respect. "In fact, this ritual will also benefit you. Although it may involve some of your memories, it will likewise help you. It can harmonize the energy within you and grant you greater strength." Zhang Mang was referring to the talismans. Even if those talismans ultimately didn't bestow any new powers, they would still be beneficial to the host's body. Even in Nick Fury's special case, it could be confirmed that each holder of the auxiliary energies would see some improvement to their physical form from these lingering traces, like with the horse talisman, for example. That antique horse that Tony had taken home to care for. It was truly extraordinary. Apart from not looking much like a horse at all, it was far better than any ordinary steed. Its endurance was also remarkable. Frigga herself was extremely powerful, so the energy she released were correspondingly strong. For Zhang Mang, this was nothing short of fantastic news. "If it is convenient for you, shall we begin now?" Right now, Frigga thought to herself that she had agreed to the trade a bit too quickly. Seeing how eager Songmang was, it was clear that this ritual was truly significant to him. Please allow me a moment to make some preparations first. Frigga had little to worry about. In the realm of the gods, Odin's gaze could survey the entire world. As for the Dark Elves, at the time of their attack, Odin had been distracted by the chaos of war, and so had failed to notice. But Songmang was a different matter. Though he was a guest, Odin's watchful eyes had never left him. For Odin, Songmang was an exceptionally important figure. Odin had already decided to invest heavily in him. He had to watch over both his safety and his character. If Songmang's nature turned out to be too far from what Odin hoped for, then Odin's commitment might diminish accordingly. Frigga took a moment to compose herself, adjusting her attire and instructing Saga and Air to attend her at her side. Then, Frigga began to gather her power, weaving magic to create a radiant platform upon the ground. Freya smoothed her gown with both hands, then cast a magical mark upon it, imbuing the fabric with a subtle radiance to keep its perfect shape. She lay down flat on the platform. Songmang watched as Freya made herself ready. Instantly, the magical array etched onto his hand by nanoscopic carvings began to hum with power. Humans must change their skins, he mused, so he never minded carving magical arrays into his own flesh. In fact, his hands bore hundreds of such arrays. If not for the bulk of the powdered materials required for the talismanic spells, there might have been even more. After all, he had the horse talismans. Whenever he wished, he could shed these skins and restore his original form in an instant. Songmang poured a surge of energy into the array on his palm. This time, the light in his hand was no longer green. Instead, it deepened into a shade near black, shimmering with a subtle gleam. That glow carried an undertone of shadow, steeped in mystery. If one looked closer, countless tiny pinpricks of light could be seen within, like stars sparkling across the night sky of the Milky Way. In a gentle voice, Songmang spoke to Freya. "I'm about to begin." The glow pressed gently to Freya's forehead. As her breathing slowed and deepened, the Queen of the Heavens slipped into sleep. The handmaidens standing on either side of the chamber watched in wonder. As Freya's attendants and Odin's secret guardians, they had witnessed countless extraordinary scenes before. They knew intimately the vast magical power contained within Freya. Even if she let down all her defenses, it would be nearly impossible for others to hypnotize her. The Vanir, renowned for their superior magic, differed greatly from the Aesir of Asgard. Their mental defenses were formidable, and their resistance to magic far surpassed the Aesir. It was their magical prowess that earned the Vanir such widespread admiration. And yet, even Freya had succumbed to sleep so easily. The handmaidens could not help but marvel at the depth of Songmang's magical skill. What they did not know was that Songmang had devoted nearly a year of research to achieve such results. The magical array was the wisdom of ages past, the nanoscopic carving, a marvel of modern science. But the vital energy, it was that which Songmang alone provided. Ultimately, it was the union of magic and technology that produced this effect. Yet, compared to most magicians, Songmang could truly be called formidable. With Freya now in slumber, Songmang waited patiently. Unlike with Captain America, entering Freya's mind would require greater preparation, for her mental fortitude was immense. Without proper measures, one could easily be ensnared by the additional layers of her consciousness and fail to return. Of course, if Freya herself were present, such consequences would not occur. But in that case, her value in the eyes of the gods might be diminished. Songmang turned to the handmaidens and instructed, "If you see a red light rising from my forehead, please give me a tap to bring me back." A gentle tap will do. Of course, if the red light on her forehead keeps glowing, just keep tapping. Songmang was exceedingly cautious about this. It was his first time entering the sea of consciousness belonging to someone of such immense power. There was no guarantee he could leave unscathed. The stronger the individual, the more elaborate the protective measures within their mind. Even if the person hadn't consciously set up defenses, their mind would naturally form something akin to a labyrinth. Given Frigga's magical prowess, there was even a possibility of encountering defensive counterattacks. If any external force intervened at that moment, Songmang could trigger the mind's protective mechanisms. The talisman would also immediately activate, channeling healing magic to stabilize Songmang's spirit. Seeing the two maids nod in understanding, Songmang began focusing on preparing the magic circle in his hands. He knew brute force was out of the question. Forcing his way through the labyrinth could invite peril. He could only look for ways to defend himself. With the last of his materials, Songmang crafted a magic shield of wind. It shimmered like a thin veil of light, glowing faintly green. Yet this shield could only withstand 3 attacks. It would all come down to luck. If fortune favored him, He might reach the sea of consciousness and complete the final task before the shield broke. But if he still hadn't found it by then, he'd have to rely solely on himself. With the shield's protection and the talisman's healing, he could hold out a bit longer. Without the shield, however, the soul's backlash would almost certainly eject him in an instant. Drawing a deep breath, Zhang Meng activated the soul bridge. Once inside Frigga's world, he let out a long, steadying sigh. This was the world he knew best of all. The entire realm glowed with a gentle green light. Green, symbolizing not only magic but also kindness. In Norse mythology, Freya is portrayed as somewhat greedy and self-serving, perhaps influenced by Odin's many lovers and various circumstances of her own. But in the Marvel Universe, Frigga is depicted as a benevolent mother figure. Zhang Meng had his own theories about Frigga's emotional burdens. Hela and Angela might not be her biological daughters. Angela, another of Thor's sisters, became an angel. But judging from Frigga's earlier comments, it seemed possible they were Odin's children by other women. Back then, Odin had not yet become king of the gods, so perhaps that's why none of this is reflected in Asgard's current state. In Norse mythology, Frigga's children are the gods of light and darkness, while Thor is the son of Odin and a giantess. There are connections between Marvel's world and Norse legend, but the two are far from identical. An unfathomable labyrinth. Once within the mental realm, Zhang Meng began searching for the entrance to the labyrinth. That's right, the entrance to the maze. Captain America, Spider-Man, and the others, their inner worlds are those of ordinary people. There is a layer of a maze, but it's a simple one. Such a barrier is no match for sorcerers who can penetrate the soul. You could say they have only physical resistance, but no defense against magic at all. It's just that, for now, there are very few spells in Marvel that can actually reach into the soul, perhaps almost none. When Loki touched Hawkeye with his scepter and took control, there wasn't even a maze to get through. Of course, the power of the Infinity Stone played a part, but it also shows that on the level of the soul, Earth ranks very low. But Frigga, as a powerful member of the Vanir gods and queen of Asgard, having such a spiritual maze is not surprising. Soul mazes come in many forms. Some are like a sphere, riddled with countless holes. Others resemble a massive cube, endlessly twisting and turning like a Rubik's Cube. But one thing is certain, they're not limited to the classic three-layered puzzle. Frigga's, however, is gentler than any of those. The maze of her inner world is a boundless forest. Zhang Meng looked on with curiosity at the thriving life within the woods. Inside the forest, small animals could be seen darting about. In the distance, there was even a fawn peeking its head from behind a bush. Just then, a rabbit darted out from the grass. Zhang Meng didn't dare approach or speak. Even though it looked quite adorable in the realm of the mind, no matter how sweet a form may appear, it could still wield immense lethality. Whether something is dangerous here depends entirely on Frigga's will. After all, this is Frigga's world. If she wished, even a lush, living tree, or a single leaf drawn across your skin, could bring fatal harm. Having identified the entrance, Zhang Meng stepped carefully into the forest. Towering oaks, delicate shrubs, flowers of every kind surrounded him. The whole world seemed beautiful, with not a hint of malice. Yet Zhang Meng still felt a chill run down his spine. He had been walking for quite some time, and still hadn't seen anything threatening. There were only two possibilities. First, he had yet to reach the core, lingering on the edges of Frigga's vast mental world, a sign of just how immense her inner world truly was. Second, danger lurked everywhere, or perhaps he was already under attack. Maybe the whole outer forest was an illusion, trapping him in circles, never letting him advance. Zhang Meng pressed a hand to his forehead and sighed, eyeing the rabbit that continued to follow him. It was time to test his theory. Reaching out, he patted the rabbit's head. The softness he felt was far more vivid than petting a rabbit in the real world. The rabbit looked up at him, its eyes a deep crimson, but they held an unexpected gentleness. It seemed this place wasn't filled with hidden dangers after all. After exploring and even picking a flower or two, Zhang Meng became certain of it. Zhang Meng crouched down and cradled the rabbit in his arms. Was this a labyrinth? There was a clumsy solution. He could plant a mark within Freya's mental world. As long as he walked for long enough, he would eventually know if he was moving in circles. However, traversing another person's spiritual realm was draining for Zhang Meng. If it took too long, it might have some consequences. But what else could they do now? They didn't have enough mental strength to cover the entire forest in an instant. Nor could they use chi magic to leave traces in the spiritual world. Magic was useless there. Only soul magic worked. After much deliberation, Zhang Meng finally set a dissipating chi magic mark right where he stood. It existed in a pure energy form at that spot. But this required him to assess Freya's mental state. If her soul was far mightier than he imagined, his efforts might be wasted. Song Mang established a simple anchor, ensuring he could retrieve his chi from a distance. As he walked, he left spiritual marks behind at intervals. At last, after planting 37 marks, he discovered the first one had vanished. So, standing there, Song Mang began to gather back the lingering chi from the marked spots. Compared to what he'd spent, it was meager, but better than nothing. By noting where the marks disappeared, Song Mang deduced he might be moving in a spiral. This meant Freya's labyrinth didn't actually have many forks, nor did it shift his position, nor was it an illusion. It simply forced anyone inside to walk in a spiral path. Gangmang Sai. This was precisely the sort of trap he feared most. Not one that would harm him, but one that would relentlessly sap his strength. That way, as he neared the center, he would face the final guardian, by then, likely with little chi left to break through. Once he was certain his direction was correct, though the path was arduous, Song Mang set the rabbit down and pressed onward. The rabbit still followed close behind. He walked for what felt like ages. Just as his chi was nearly exhausted, they finally saw the exit of the labyrinth. At the labyrinth's end stood a massive crystal. It was clear and gleamed with both black and white, while at its core, lightning flickered, pulsing with alternating gold and blue light. Song Mang approached cautiously, and at that very moment, the crystal's defenses were triggered. Two colossal giants appeared. One wielded the power of light, the other, the power of darkness. It seemed parallel worlds truly did influence the multiverse. Even if Freya never had these two children, her mind would still conjure them in her spiritual realm. These two guardians were like the legendary children of Frigg from mythology, the god of light and the god of darkness. One gripped a radiant spear, while the other held a scythe shrouded in shadow. Much like dazzling skins unlocked in a game after a hefty purchase, the two protectors exuded formidable might. Though their forms were not human, their presence radiated awe and overwhelming power. As Song Mang pondered how he might possibly overcome them, the rabbit who had been at his side suddenly leaped forward, placing itself protectively before him. A crimson gleam flashed in the rabbit's eyes, and at once, the two guardians lowered their weapons, bowing respectfully as they retreated to stand on either side of the crystal. Song Mang stared at the rabbit. What did this mean? He suddenly realized that Frigg's soul was perhaps even more powerful than he had ever imagined. Clearly, this was an expression of Frigg's spiritual will. That meant everything he had done within this mental labyrinth, she had been watching all along. Was it possible that this entire psychic world was crafted by her own design? From the very start, this was a maze, a test of his resolve, his schemes, and his understanding of magic. Throughout this journey, the rabbit had served as a manifestation of Frigg's consciousness. Or perhaps it was her subconscious permission that allowed him entry in the first place. In any case, Frigg's soul was far stronger than Song Mang had presumed. The fog of the spiritual realm lingered. Suddenly, Song Mang opened his eyes, and the two attendants hurried forward to support him. Raising his head, Song Mang glanced at Frigg. Already, the aura of the sheep talisman had taken root in his mind. Just as he had suspected, Frigg, with her powerful soul, had naturally awakened the sheep talisman. Song Mang smiled and addressed Saga and El. Thank you both so much for your help. At the same time, as he composed his inner energy, he quietly withdrew the soul bridge that had linked him to Frigg. It won't be long before Her Majesty awakens. I'll leave her in your care for now. Saga and El bowed in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Alyosha, who had been waiting at the door, led Song Mang away from the scripture chamber and back to his own guest quarters. Song Mang lay on the bed, gazing at the nearly complete aura of the sheep talisman, feeling the tremors of his soul. The sheep talisman, soul projection. He couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Jackie-chan Adventures made Jackie the protagonist. If Old Man was the lead, just this one talisman could inspire an entire series. At the most basic level, it was like soul defense. With the sheep talisman, Song Mang could now craft his own labyrinthine defenses within his mind. To put it simply, it was much like in The Outcast. Entering the spiritual world was akin to stepping into one's own inner landscape, a realm where anything could be shaped at will. However, the soul's secret realm will always provide a way out. You can sense it and make adjustments, just like encountering a bug while playing a game. In short, exploring the spiritual world is truly a fascinating endeavor. For Song Mang, acquiring the sheep talisman brought an enormous advantage. It meant he could finally have direct contact with Hela. Hela has the power to drain the life force from others. She stands on the same level as Mephisto, the Crimson Baron, and others of their kind. If she so desires, they themselves become the very embodiment of death. They rule over the underworld, a realm that is not exclusive to the Asgardians. The underworld is vast, boundless, and without borders. Speaking of Hela and her brothers, Hela's strength is simply off the charts. Yet her two brothers are locked in a cycle of rivalry and affection. Their combat prowess utterly incomparable to hers. They're not even in the same league. Granted, the Asgardian gods are said to grow stronger with age, but the gap shouldn't be this vast. Song Mang found this puzzling. The three siblings, Hela and her brothers? He sensed that something was amiss, but couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Hela's power is rooted deeply in the soul. Her soul projection can directly inflict harm upon others. She wields all manner of astral powers with effortless ease. This is reminiscent of the suppression that comes with divine bloodlines, yet at its core is truly a crushing dominance of the soul. In the Marvel Universe, soul power isn't given much attention in the films. But within the broader Marvel cosmos, the soul power of the various deities of death can snuff out ordinary lives in an instant. The six great gods, the pollution brought about by their authority, is also tied to the strength of their souls. Even if Iron Man's weaponry is formidable, he is powerless against such overwhelming soul force. This is a leap in the very essence of life. Iron Man is one of the most charismatic heroes in the Marvel movies. Yet without his suit of armor, he is, at his core, a perfectly ordinary man. Unlike the Old Master, who possesses immense martial prowess and uses his intellect to outwit countless superheroes, even Superman finds it impossible to fully withstand Batman's fighting abilities. Therefore, the significance of this talisman to Song Mang himself goes far beyond mere combat power. When the sky falls, there are taller figures to hold it up. With the likes of the Ancient One and Odin around, there's little chance that anyone could inflict mortal harm upon him. With the sheep talisman, even those terrifying dimensional demon gods, wielders of immense astral power, can no longer harm him through the soul. Methods like Hela's soul-based attacks from the realm of death become ineffective. Yet, overall, this talisman is even more important for Tony. It is one of the crucial ways for him to achieve a breakthrough in his very level of existence. In one of Marvel's standalone comics, Tony takes control of all 6 Infinity Stones and becomes the master of the universe. Without the Soul Gem, Tony would always have a fatal flaw. He could be taken down easily. The Sheep Talisman and the Soul Gem are equally important. In all the American depictions, matters of the soul only go as far as curses, contracts, bindings, or possession. But the existence of the soul itself holds even greater significance. Frigga fulfilled her promise, so the Vanir gods could now use chi magic to cultivate. And as promised, he himself obtained a talisman, one of great significance, the Sheep Talisman. With this talisman in hand, Song Mang's soul now carried the same weight as many gods. Many kinds of magic he couldn't attempt before, many unreachable domains, now all lay within his grasp. In Song Mang's imagination, the Sheep Talisman should have been much harder to obtain, yet here it was, unexpectedly his. It must be said, Frigga is truly unmatched in her power. If not for Odin's presence, she might have even vied with Njord for the throne of the Vanir gods. One can't help but wonder, here in this world, is Njord the king of the Vanir? In Norse mythology, there are no 9 planets. Instead, the worlds are connected by the World Tree, with 9 separate realms. After obtaining the Sheep Talisman, Song Mang tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He began to explore the talisman's power, to strengthen his soul, enhance his memory, even heighten his intelligence. He delved deep into his memories, searching for every scrap of film and television knowledge he might possess. There are countless versions of Marvel comics, and just as many layers of detail in the movies. Now, with the Sheep Talisman, he could recall it all. But as Song Mang sifted through the plots of the past, he discovered a patch of fog in his memory. He probed at that haze, wondering what secrets it might conceal. Why would something like this exist in his mind? This was his own mental world. Even if his defenses weren't perfect, such a thing shouldn't be there. Under his father's guidance, Song Mang's mastery of the soul was without peer. After all, there weren't many accomplished chi magicians in the Marvel Universe. And the sorcerers of Kamartaj didn't wield soul-based spells. The Scarlet Witch, at this point, didn't have enough power. That left someone from the 9 realms. Casting the net wide, Song Mang soon realized who had acted. Other than her, no one else had the power to influence his soul. But why had she done it? Song Mang muttered to himself. Why would the Great Queen do such a thing? Could it be that there's something she doesn't want me to know? It seems that not everyone, even after resolving their own inner conflicts, is willing to let others in on their secrets. A splendid dreamscape. Song Mang let a deep sigh. If the Empress of Heaven doesn't want me to know, does that mean I truly cannot know? If Frigg realized that Song Mang had discovered something she wished to keep hidden, things would surely become awkward between them once again. Yet what if I deliberately avoid recalling it, and something hidden within turns out to be harmful to me? What then? At this moment, the power of air magic began to show its usefulness. Zhang Mang sifted through the many magic arrays he had at hand, testing combination after combination until, at last, he forged a new array. It was nearly identical to the one that had sent Freya into a deep sleep, though with a few crucial changes. This revised array could lull Frigg into slumber, but it could just as easily send Zhang Mang himself into a dream. Some things, when recalled in dreams, may never resurface in waking life. It's like those fleeting dreams you have, vivid as they seem, they vanish the moment you wake. Some memories fade because they might affect the future, while others simply slip away, as if wiped clean by a divine hand. This is the dream world's way of cleansing the soul. The human body is bound by time, but the soul is free. For Zhang Mang, this was a blessing. The intervals spent in dream would gently erase certain traces from his soul. Zhang Mang planned to use the array to induce a lucid dream, to unravel these hidden memories within the safety of slumber. If the memories proved harmless, he would forget them upon waking. But if danger lurked within, he would awaken instantly. In truth, it was a rather tiresome affair. If Frigg had truly wished him harm, he would have been dead long ago. Still, caution was necessary. All power in this world is borrowed, after all. Who could guarantee there weren't mysterious, higher-dimensional demon gods lurking in Asgard, waiting to possess an unwitting host? To fall into their snares would be a fate worse than death, trapped forever in their dimension, with every moment of existence, life or death, subject to their whim. Under the influence of the array, Zhang Mang drifted into a gentle sleep. When he next opened his eyes, the splendid landscape of his dreams unfolded before him in perfect clarity. He seemed to be standing in the midst of a boundless plain, where the vast sky was adorned by enormous planets. Dazzling stars intertwined with the massive planets just beyond reach, their brilliance reflected in each other. The immense gravity drew floating chunks of earth across the landscape, each one appearing as a breathtaking island suspended in the air. Rivers cascaded down from the heavens, flowing over these islands. The whole world shimmered like a scene out of a dream, beautiful, yet filled with impossibilities that defied all common sense. To dispel the fog clouding his mind required little effort. All it took was the power bestowed by the Ram talisman, guiding his soul to touch upon the hidden memories within. It's as if, standing outside a bank of fog, you can never know what lies within its shrouded depths. But if you step inside, you begin to gradually discern the outlines of a hidden world. At this moment, Zhang Mang was undergoing just such a process. He walked endlessly through this world, feeling its power pulse around him. As he suspected, everything that happened after he touched the crystal had been concealed by Freya's magic. Zhang Mang stretched out his hand, reaching toward the colors before him, colors that shimmered like illusions. He couldn't even begin to describe what he saw. Phrases like iridescent black or dazzling white seemed to take on tangible form before his eyes. There's a study that says the human eye is limited. We can only perceive a handful of basic colors, with all others woven together from these few. But in truth, the spectrum of the universe extends far beyond that. There are countless colors humans can't even perceive, an inherent limitation of our world. Perhaps this means some things are truly real, even if humans cannot see them. Take, for example, the soul. Is the world, in its essence, governed by the mind or by matter? If we call what we can't comprehend ghosts, have ghosts ever truly been seen by anyone? At this moment, Zhang Mang was lost in confusion. For he had seen, with his own eyes, a sky filled with angels, and restless spirits struggling upon the earth below. If the world is purely material, then such things must be exceedingly rare. Their invisibility would matter little. Yet if that's so, how do we explain phenomena that defy science? But if the world is shaped by the mind, that means it is but an illusion. Nothing holds true value. Even if a charm's authority could control the world, what would it matter? I think, therefore I am. Even the 6 great gods might be nothing more than phantoms conjured by the void. For one fleeting instant, Zhang Mang was utterly adrift. He realized that the angels in the sky were not just powerful, winged beings. They were more akin to the sacred messengers of myth, carrying out the will of God. The tormented souls on the ground were the lingering energies of the dead, unable to reincarnate, unwilling to let go, lost in their own confusion. But soon, Zhang Mang regained his clarity. Whether the world is ruled by mind or by matter, he would live by his own convictions. Perhaps the world truly is shaped by the mind, and when the majority believe in a material world, so it becomes a different kind of idealism. Zhang Mang was no political philosopher. The world's ever-shifting nature might have left him momentarily uncertain, but in the next breath he understood. Nothing, no matter how profound, could halt his steps forward. Changing the world, that was Song Mang's idea. If that's the case, whether the world is material or idealistic, the only thing that matters is to change it. It's only at the very moment of choice that you truly know what it is you want to choose. Like tossing a coin in the air, the answer is suddenly clear to you. When that day comes, he'll be able to choose for himself whether the world is material or idealistic. Only then should he ask himself this question again. Song Mang saw, with perfect clarity, the battle between angels and demons. In the end, just as in endless myths, the angels triumphed over the demons. But it was obvious that this was not something that had ever truly happened. After all, the many denizens of hell could never simply stand by and watch an epic battle on this scale break out. Even if they were held back, hell itself could never be destroyed by the will of a single person. So, this dream was actually a prophecy. Hela would be slain by Angela. And thus, the knot in Frigga's heart was not about a love Odin once had. Rather, it was about the child she, as a mother, could never let go of, a child who was not hers by birth. Just as Odin feared, Thor might one day be killed by his own brother. Frigga was deeply afraid that her daughter would be slain by another daughter. If there's one thing Asgardians excel at, it's prophecy, and their prophecies are uncannily accurate. Song Mang calmly stepped forward and wiped the angel's sword clean of blood. All around, shattered souls writhed and howled in agony on the ground. He clearly remembered that, before this, Frigga's manifestation had taken the form of a rabbit. Now, though, he could not say what she had become. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was the task that awaited him. He must ensure that neither angel nor revenant would die. The legendary angel. Among all the warrior angels, it was the wingless one who was the mightiest. Every move she made gave to Song Mang the feeling of watching a superhuman from the Marvel Universe. One had to admit, in this world, the Avengers truly were Earth's champions. Their powers, beyond imagination, stood out even in the vastness of the cosmos. Extraordinary forces on Earth were rare indeed. To put it another way, if Asgard ever chose to invade, the Avengers would likely be powerless to stop them. Thor simply had too much on his shoulders, giving Odin reason for caution. If not for so many prophecies that gave Odin pause, would he ever have allied with Earth's heroes, or let Thor join Earth's battles? High in the sky, the angel unleashed a force beyond belief. Even when Song Mang used the Ox Talisman, he couldn't withstand a single punch from her. Her blow shattered the bones in his hand. His entire arm lay limp on the ground, stretched as if unnaturally elongated. Though in truth, the bones had been broken, and only the tendons held it together. Song Mang had no way to resist. Faced with such overwhelming might, all he could do was give it everything he had. One benefit of sealing away memories is that, when those memories resurface, the pain feels distant, as though he's merely an onlooker. It's as if he's already forgotten what it truly felt like. Yet, even as he watches his own tragic past unfold like a movie, there remains an indescribable ache, something words can hardly capture. That pain seems to seep right into his very bones, and, as Song Mang looks on, he can't help but shiver involuntarily. With such overwhelming power, how did I ever manage to stop them? In the comic storyline, Angela is the only angel without wings, yet she's also the most formidable of the battle angels. As for the death goddess Hela, she has yet to make her entrance. Facing just one opponent is already this harrowing. What would happen if there were two? There's no other way to describe it. This is truly a scene from the underworld. If not for the protective horse talisman, even in this spiritual realm, the pain would have been enough to knock him unconscious, sending him straight to the realm of hell to meet Hela herself. No need for Odin's introduction. Song Mang relies on the horse talisman to recover, again and again, while across from him, Angela attacks relentlessly, like a madwoman. Song Mang, glowing with white light all over, seems almost like a being of pure elemental energy. The horse talisman's power never ceases, healing him continuously. Then, the system notification appears. In the world of Shield Maiden, you have been designated by the game developers as a bug kill. You have received the blessing of the Shield Maiden. If you're too afraid of pain, then put all your points into defense. When you endure unbearable pain for a certain period without dying, your defense will increase. Song Mang feels his physical strength surge dramatically. Unlike the Ox Talisman, this power doesn't make his body tougher or rougher to the touch, but he can clearly sense that his flesh has become stronger. Song Mang can't help but chuckle. Even though he doesn't have a system constantly showering him with rewards, he's no worse off than those who do. But in this spiritual world, does adding points strengthen the soul's defenses or the body's? Song Mang has no way of knowing. For now, Though, the version of himself on the screen must still face the unending barrage. Being able to watch his own ordeal with a degree of detachment, perhaps that's its own kind of bittersweet solace. Zongmang's attacks can't even scratch Angela. The angelic battle squad may be overpowering the undead army, but the undead keep replenishing their ranks, while every fallen angel means one less on the field. With Zongmang's help, Angela is held at bay, but the losses among the battle angels begin to mount. Gradually, the undead start to gain the upper hand. Perhaps because this is a spiritual realm, both angels and undead seem a little stiff, more like background actors than passionate warriors. Just then, the deity who embodies death finally makes her appearance, Hela. As expected of Hela, the death goddess who rules the world, her arrival instantly transformed the entire scene. It was just like the dramatic entrance of a final boss. Behind Hela, countless dark shadows unfurled, swirling and creeping like smoke as they seeped into the world. At the same time, Hela herself strode forth from the depths of that fathomless darkness. "Let me see the warriors who fight in my name," she declared. Hela observed as the figure, shrouded in white light, was repeatedly battered and contorted, only to recombine and stand tall, refusing to fall in battle. Helen bestowed upon him the blessing of the underworld, the gift of the dead. "If you so wish, you may forget the pain that torments your soul." Zongmang felt as if the pain in his flesh had vanished entirely. Yet the moment he realized this, he immediately dismissed the blessing, choosing instead to endure the blows. To this, Hela let out a rare laugh. "I didn't expect you to be tempering your soul in such a way, but you've had enough training. Let me take care of the rest." These words left Zongmang, watching from the sidelines, somewhat puzzled. Why did this death goddess seem so vivid, so alive? Hela conjured soul-forged daggers in both hands. Indeed, her crown was an instrument for summoning these blades. But without Hela herself, the daggers would never possess such formidable power. Their might stemmed not from the weapons themselves, but from Hela's own mastery. The combined strength of Hela and Angela far exceeded anything Zongmang had imagined. Ultimately, both Hela and Angela were conjured by Frigga, built from her soul in the realm of the mind. They were like twin creators, wielding limitless and relentless power. Their clash shook the very heavens. The undead legions and the host of angels fell like chaff, endlessly shattered in the crossfire. Angela's power continued to surge, growing so strong that she began to overpower Hela herself. Zongmang watched, realizing that things could soon spiral out of control. Yet, in Frigga's imagination, Angela's strength was so astonishing that Zongmang found himself powerless to intervene. Strangely enough, in this world, Frigga had not yet experienced that fateful scene. She had no inkling that Angela still existed in this realm. Even Asgard's prophets had not foretold this. So how had she received such a prophecy? The power of the Vanir gods lay chiefly in their dominion over the directions and essence of all things, shaping the material world. But when it came to matters of the soul, Frigga's attainments far surpassed the accumulated wisdom of the Vanir themselves. This realization sent chills down Zongmang's spine. The world, it seemed, was far more complicated than he had imagined. Somehow, Frigga already knew that Angela would ultimately kill Hela, and she also knew that Angela lived in the realm of angels. Was this a subconscious projection of the soul, or had someone actually told Frigga these things? Or perhaps Frigga herself had been tempered by the mysteries of the multiverse. It was enough to make his head ache. The enhancements the new magic had brought to the gods far exceeded anything he had anticipated. Yet Frigga was different from the stories he remembered. She was full of motherly love, as in the movies, while also possessing a trace of iron resolve, just as in the comics. How truly strange it all was. Was there something fundamentally wrong with this universe? Would a world like Marvel's really allow such anomalies? If he altered the universe too much, he might attract the attention of the living tribunal. But so many changes had already occurred even before he arrived. Changes for which Frigga herself was responsible. Wasn't this already a deviation from the world's destined path? Or could it be that these were revelations granted by the 6 great gods? Frigga's interference. Zongmang pondered for a long time, yet he still couldn't unravel the mysteries at play. From a multiversal perspective, Thanos snapping his fingers was but an insignificant event among countless others. Compared to the grand scale of a universe's reset, Thanos' act amounted to nothing more than a simple cleansing. In the movies, the Thanos who returned through time sought to annihilate the entire world. But the earlier Thanos had only wiped out half of all life, preventing the Celestials from being born from the living. Looking at it this way, the former Thanos seemed more like one who wished to please death, while the second Thanos was another version, more rational, untouched by love. Were these two Thanos truly the same person? Did traveling the timeline really mean traversing the multiverse? If not, then perhaps returning from a branch to the trunk of the timeline brought no real changes to the world. Or maybe the timeline was like a flowing river, always moving forward. Such matters were beyond his own comprehension. Perhaps even eternity, the personification of cosmic law, would find this a riddle. He might know the answer, but he could never express it, because this was a part of his authority. If he could put into words, then that authority could be seized by others. It wasn't that simply understanding his words would grant one that power. Rather, only when someone else grasped the concept could he speak it aloud. But then, doing so would be meaningless. And apart from eternity, no one was truly omniscient. Everyone else could only guess. Zhang Mang couldn't know, nor could the All-Father. On the strange, spiritual world of Frigga, Zhang Mang was at a loss. Everything now depended on whether Frigga would be willing to speak honestly. Otherwise, given the Queen's power, there was simply no way for him to probe her spiritual world and uncover the memories behind this change. But Zhang Mang wasn't all that curious, after all. His mastery of Qi magic had reached such heights that he could hold his own even against the gods themselves. In this way, even if the world were to restart, Zhang Mang would still have the power to maintain his existence within it. He watched the battle between the two with perfect calm, just as he calmly observed his own impatient self in the distance. Truly worthy of being me. No matter how dire the predicament, there's always a way out. The two locked in mortal combat had long since surpassed the level of the All-Father, drawing ever closer to the scale of a single universe. By this reckoning, the dying Odin had likely also reached the very limits of a universe's might, and perhaps, in the instant of his death, even touched upon the multiverse. It really was astonishing how easily the Asgardians grew stronger. The longer their lifespan, the greater their power. Just imagine how many years Odin had endured. Even Thor had now achieved the strength of an All-Father, so Odin's current power was simply unimaginable. How odd was that beings like these could even have a limit to their lifespan. A Qi mage, by communing with the world itself and reaching this domain, could likely merge with all things, achieving an undying, imperishable spirit. Ascend a step further, and the world's Qi itself could become the mage's very being. In that sense, Qi magic was even greater than the power wielded by Odin and the other gods. Or perhaps it was that Odin and his ilk merely borrowed power, while Zhang Mang possessed it, embraced it. As Zhang Mang watched and pondered, the battle was drawing to its close. Hela was about to be defeated. No longer content to simply spectate, Zhang Mang stepped forward to join the fray. Yet, no turning point presented itself. Even as Zhang Mang fought with reckless abandon, shielding Hela from attacks, she still could not overcome Angela. Odin's eldest daughter was like some kind of game-breaking anomaly. She was indeed older than Hela, but surely not by such a margin as this power gap suggested. It was true, Angela was overwhelmingly strong, the mightiest in the 10th universe. There was no one in the world who surpassed her. But Hela was a sovereign in her own right. In terms of stature and status, the two were equals. There should be no clear victor. Clearly, something was amiss with the current outcome. So what was it? After a moment's silent contemplation, Zhang Mang spotted the crucial detail. Sure enough, just as Angela was about to shatter Hela's divine form with a single blow, the scene froze abruptly. In the memory, Zhang Mang delivered a savage punch with all his strength against Angela, yet she remained utterly unfazed. Not even a scratch. A rabbit, its eyes glowing red, hopped to Zhang Mang's feet. You've seen it too. This is what lies deepest in my heart. Those who are caught up in events are often confused, while bystanders see things more clearly. During the battle, Zhang Mang didn't notice this at all. Only now, when the entire world had come to a standstill, did they realize the knot in Frigga's heart. It turned out that everything was under her control. The space constructed with air magic had, in fact, existed for a long time. It was a manifestation of Frigga's powerful soul energy overflowing. She didn't need air magic to guide her. Her inner world had already given rise to such an environment. It was even possible that Frigga herself had been seeing it for years. In this moment, Frigga gave them the impression of a mastermind pulling strings behind the scenes. When it came to the realm of the mind, even Odin might not be a match for Frigga. Despite having reached such a level of existence, Frigga remained the same. As the queen of the gods, she still walked steadily along the path of her fate, unperturbed, never influencing any change in the real world. What could have happened to drive Frigga to act this way? The rabbit conjured by Frigga's mental projection stared at Zhang Mang. In Zhang Mang's eyes, those crimson eyes seemed ready to devour him. You've seen all. Don't you have anything to say? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. Zhang Mang pretended not to know about the existence of another child. Enough with the act. You've known about Angela for a long time, haven't you? I truly don't know what you're talking about. Though Zong Mang had known all along, he kept silent. The world observers might well be watching him. Even in the realm of the mind, there was no guarantee those bald-headed overseers couldn't see through him. The rabbit's scarlet gaze seemed to flicker. In this world, I am not their mother. Yet, I still cannot let go of these two children. In many timelines, Angela kills Hela and ultimately becomes the ruler of the underworld. But in those futures, I could clearly see that Angela never wanted to rule the underworld. The irreconcilable conflict between the two of them mostly stems from Hela herself. You must know why I'm telling you all this. So what do you think? He couldn't have understood more clearly. Zong Mang said, so in his heart. He had no idea what sort of mindset he'd been in when he answered yesterday. But now his mind was filled with these thoughts. I'm afraid I don't quite grasp your meaning. I knew it. Zong Mang was very clear about himself. He would never utter the words, I understand. He'd learned little from Tony, for Zong Mang was no proper businessman. He was a scientist. The only thing he'd picked up was the art of bargaining. For a true businessman, if you can't secure the greatest benefit, you're not worthy of a name. Frigga's promise. Frigga smiled. You really are quite greedy. Zong Mang scratched his head in apparent embarrassment. You flatter me, Lady Frigga. Ah, no, that's not what I meant. Frigga didn't dwell on his awkwardness. Instead, she interrupted him. I know what you're hoping for. But the real question is, what should I give you? You possess a powerful lineage. Unlike the others, you don't need any particularly exotic practices. All you need is perseverance. The myriad forces in this universe are not truly meant for you. As for magic, you already have plenty, just as you said. The magic of the Vanir gods can offer you little new. So what is it, then, that I can give you? Frigga turned and fixed her gaze on Zong Mang's eyes. From his perspective, Zong Mang felt as if she was peering through him, as though she was seeing the observer behind his eyes. In other words, what do you desire? Do you want me to explain why you have these memories? Frigga's smile grew a touch wild, even a little reckless. How could I possibly tell you that? If I did, it would only bring you harm. The matters of the multiverse are far too complicated. Even I am powerless before them. All I can do is try my best not to act too differently than I once did. But no matter what I do, I still can't prevent this world from changing, from becoming something new. Loki has grown more cautious. Perhaps it's my teaching. Perhaps it's something else. You've seen it yourself. Thor nearly didn't make it back to Asgard. Only now did Zong Mang truly understand. He had thought that, as a transmigrant, he hadn't yet had time to influence Asgard. Who could have guessed that the true variable lay here? This world wasn't a pure recreation of the movie universe after all. It had already been reshaped by Frigga's many experiences. No wonder, Zong Mang murmured to himself. This timeline is already vastly different from before, and it's all because of your arrival. Zong Mang fell silent. Of course, that was how Marvel's design worked. The living tribunal exists, the 6 cosmic entities are invincible, and the Celestials act on their whims. These supreme forces of the universe are like capricious children. Whenever they find the world unsatisfactory, they simply reshape it. They hatch new Celestials using all life on a planet as an incubator. They sift through every world, searching for the most suitable genes, and then bring transformation upon them. Sometimes, Zong Mang wondered if they were simply addicted to this sense of control, to the thrill of changing everything with just a flick of their fingers. It was much like the Lord of Literature, full of mischief, finding joy in watching others struggle for their very existence. In this vast universe, there are no truly innocent beings, but neither are there any who truly deserve to die. What gives those lofty beings the right to stand so high above the rest? Indeed, if you look at human history, there is no race that deserves extinction. But in the end, that's just a human perspective. The Celestials are certainly not human. It was clear now, Frigga had made up her mind. She would not tell him the truth. Even though the world had changed so much, Freya still dared not speak the words aloud. Zong Mang let out a helpless sigh and took a step back. In that case, I need a promise from you. Freya raised an eyebrow, surprised that even now he would bargain. Go ahead. I can't tell you what it is yet, Zong Mang replied, his gaze sharp. This was something no one could know, but he had to make preparations in advance. At this moment, keeping silent and simply leaving seemed the wisest choice. Freya paused for a moment before asking, You can't tell me anything? Not even a hint? What's it about? Zong Mang shook his head firmly. All I can say is, it won't go against your morals, and it will be within your ability. Freya thought it over, but nothing came to mind that she could possibly do. Young people these days, she mused. After making sure there was nothing more she could offer, Freya agreed. Very well, as you wish. Zong Mang note that. Thank you for your generosity. Then our deal is struck. Zong Mang nodded and extended his hand. Freya reached out as well, and as their hands met, the entire spiritual world seemed to dissolve into a dreamlike haze. Freya's voice echoed through this realm. I know you're watching. After all, this is your own mindscape. You may think your spiritual world has nothing to do with me. How could I affect you? You truly know too little about souls. I will keep my promise to you. Please fulfill my request as well. Neither of my daughters, Hela, Angela, must die. Zhang Mang scratched his head. This was a bizarre conversation. He'd only just met Freya, and suddenly she had roped him into an alliance. Somehow, he had muddle-headedly agreed to such an impossible request. Did I really do this just yesterday? He couldn't recall seeing Freya tamper with his memories. How could this be? Did I really say those words? What was it that I wanted to do yesterday? Why can't I remember all of a sudden? What's going on? After revisiting the memory, Zhang Mang's questions were answered, but even more questions followed close behind. He had acted out of character, and the root of these questions lay in the reason for his actions, a reason he couldn't recall at all. Why was that? If it was Freya's doing, that of course would make sense. She was the Queen of Heaven, after all, and the ultimate VIP Queen of Heaven at that. No matter what she did, he was powerless to resist. But she hadn't altered much of his memory, which suggested Freya was harmless for the time being, or so he had to believe. But if it wasn't her doing this, then who could it be? Zhang Mang was certain he hadn't been watched by any observer. And in the Marvel Universe, very few people could manipulate souls. For someone to make Zhang Mang forget something involuntarily, it would have to be from a soul-based method, or at a great distance. After all, he was in Asgard. It was truly baffling. But even if he decided to ask Frigga after regaining his senses, he feared he would never even remember what had happened. This meant Frigga didn't want him to know about the agreement he had made with her. Yet, at a certain moment, this matter would inevitably come to light. That is to say, when Hela awakened, Zhang Mang would learn about Angela and his involvement. Nothing more, nothing less. So perhaps this memory was something he himself had sealed away. One day in the future, he was bound to do something, but after witnessing the extent of Frigga's mental powers, he had been frightened. To prevent anyone else from learning of this, he had sealed his own soul. That was, in his understanding, what must have happened. Zhang Mang was utterly baffled, but the deed was done, and he would need to find a time to confirm it. Fortunately, he had just acquired the aid of the sheep talisman. What could be more fitting for a task like this? With a sigh, Zhang Mang channeled a surge of energy into the sheep talisman's power. Then he withdrew from the dream realm. Upon waking, Zhang Mang once again lost all memory of what he had seen within the dream. As expected, that memory has been sealed away. But it doesn't seem dangerous. Wait a moment. Zhang Mang began to examine the energy he had left within the sheep talisman. He realized there was something critically important he had forgotten. Maybe it was something he himself had sealed away, or perhaps it was the work of some transcendent force. In a flash, Zhang Mang understood his own reasoning. Powers that were too great couldn't be changed, but a seal he had placed on himself could eventually be undone. Let it be, and investigate only when he possessed even greater strength. But before that, there was something else he needed to do, divination. Divination about the future. When Zhang Mang acquired the sheep talisman, he had already pondered the benefits that raising his soul to a higher level could bring. And divination was one of them. A chi mage's cultivation progressed through the constant absorption of energy. But an elevation of the soul's level could make his karmic threads even stronger. This meant his cultivation speed would continue to increase. With each advancement, his chi magic would improve accordingly, either in precision or quantity. Yet those improvements were never the true path to the growth of chi magic. Zhang Mang was simply a special case. True chi magic was about simultaneously expanding the total amount of energy while compressing its essence during cultivation. Just like the concept of foundation in cultivation, for those without innate soul talent, these are the basics upon which their practice of chi magic is built. Only by laying a solid groundwork can there be more room for progress in the future. In other words, the benefits of the goat talisman far surpass those of other talismans. However, there is a drawback. The goat talisman cannot grant overwhelming power. For someone in the Marvel world, where danger is ever present, it's like choosing a defensive, slow-growth playstyle in a game that's constantly at war. Yet, this isn't something one can decide for themselves. There's another benefit that comes with a powerful soul. The soul gains the ability to cultivate itself independently. The strength of one's soul is owed to both innate qualities and the experiences one goes through. Experiencing extreme fright or terrifying events can profoundly shake the soul. In this process, much like training, the soul becomes increasingly solid and resilient. It's as if the things that once brought you joy no longer make you as happy, or the foods you once loved don't taste as delicious as they used to. That's because your soul has grown old. What was once novel and exciting no longer feels fresh. However, cultivating spiritual power can bring about change in this regard. Of course, the most important thing is that it enables you to perform arts related to mental strength. Among the many types of soul magic, there's one that Zhang Mang finds particularly useful. After all, this is the fool's authority, the diviner. Lost in thought, Zhang Mang found Alyosha and once again borrowed half of a pair of glasses. This was an idea Zhang Mang had just come up with. He planned to combine the blessings from the world of the Lord of Mysteries during divination, and, with Amon's monocle as an added bonus, attempt to steal a probability effect. The monocle, symbolic of vast knowledge, tinged with a sense of gloom, rested above. Zhang Mang began the divination, and his task was to use the power of buffs to guide a theft, a glimpse into the future. To do this, one needs sufficient authority, much like Amon. Without enough power, it's impossible to handle this level of magic. Otherwise, it could affect the accuracy in actual combat. He placed the tip of a garlic octopus's tentacle, the tail of a Tibetan antelope, and a wisp of white hair from an elderly clam sage on the altar. A few auxiliary materials were added, infused with chi magic. This was his very first divination in life. Of course, most of the onlookers were children. Very few adults, or rather, adult gods, were present. After all, he was experimenting with magic right at the doorstep, so it was inevitable he'd draw the curiosity of passers-by, especially children. But speaking of which, there really are very few people in the divine realm. So many gods have survived for so many years, yet there are hardly any descendants. It truly seems like an almost anti-human phenomenon. But thinking about Thor, who fought battles up and down the realms, he hardly carried himself like a prince. It seemed this was indeed the Asgardian way. They valued honor and power much like a tribe would, and, at the same time, they brimmed with passion, sincerely treating those who were kind to them. With a sudden burst and a puff of smoke, a cracked tortoiseshell appeared on the ground. Yet, just a moment before, there hadn't been anything there at all. The surrounding children cried out in amazement. Although some of them had only joined recently, none had ever witnessed a punishment of this scale before. After examining the pattern of cracks on several tortoise shells, Zhang Mang confirmed something important. This was a matter that could change the fate of the entire universe. So, in his plans, he would need Frigga's help. Yet, he himself had no idea what the matter actually was. All he knew was that it would bring him nothing but benefit. Having figured this out, Zhang Mang finally felt at ease. When it came to matters involving himself, his path was always clear, never a misstep. That was because the power he wielded, the energy he used, shared the same origin as himself. He might get it wrong when divining for others, but when it came to his own fate, these chi mages were always accurate. Especially for someone like Zhang Mang, whose soul made up such a significant part of his being. With a higher tier of existence, he could see his own future with clarity. Still, Zhang Mang rarely peered ahead. He used his power to look into the future only sparingly. After all, the world frowned upon those who bent the rules, and he had no desire to become someone who relied on trickery. With his divination complete, Zhang Mang finally let the last of his worries fade. Even though he knew Frigga posed no threat to him, it had become difficult to revere the gentle queen as he once had. Thor's words had sounded so grand and glorious, yet the truth turned out to be nothing more than this celestial fire. After much contemplation, he still couldn't figure out what could possibly shake his own confidence, even in spirit. But some things could be deduced. The first was a process of elimination. When it came to these otherworldly items, Zhang Mang had no desire to keep them for himself. He hoped instead to gift them to Tony, to help him fulfill his dreams, so he would no longer be just one in a million. As for cultivation techniques and the like, he had probably already passed those on to the gods of Asgard. There was no need to dwell on what was already done. So what else was there? The changes he'd brought to this world amounted to little more than the dance magic. It seemed he should start looking at the buffs, but that was only possible with help from the system, which meant the system knew everything. That was his safety net, for this system had been personally distributed by Wonjungzun. He had powerful backing. So, on some day in the future, the system would suddenly inform him of what kind of outcome his choices would bring, and remind him that he had, in fact, already decided what to do long ago. How cliché, Zhang Mang thought, curling his lip, though he couldn't suppress a smile. Every time he browsed through his past online, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Truly, this was just like him. Only after finally figuring out the most important matter could he immediately set about teaching Thor. After all, this was something he had promised the Queen of the Gods. In this current Asgard, Zhang Mang wasn't even sure he still feared Odin, yet he was still terribly afraid of Frigga. A gentle and wise queen. She was indeed loved by the people of Asgard, but to Zhang Mang, The difference was almost existential. That's why, when it came to teaching Thor, he had to give it his all. There could be no room for failure, and certainly no chance for anyone to catch him making a mistake. The record for teaching chi magic. Since his own personal interests were at stake, Song-Mang knew he'd have to carefully plan out Thor's studies. First and foremost was chi magic. Everything came down to talent. Without talent, all else was pointless. But by all accounts, Thor ought to have talent. After all, in the future, he would wield the power of thunder directly, without needing Mjolnir, the mighty hammer. If that were true, it meant he could sense the chi in the air. That alone qualified him to use chi, and the next step would be a transformation of his state of mind. And that, in fact, was what troubled Song-Mang the most. He had confidence in the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents he'd trained, but Thor was a different story. Thor was, at heart, the god of thunder, fiery, quick-tempered, as unpredictable as a storm. He'd once said to Hulk that they were like water and fire, wild, volatile, and dangerous. With all this in mind, Song-Mang devised a series of plans. His father had always emphasized the importance of chi magic, sharing countless stories about how chi mages train themselves. Perhaps, like his father, he could let Thor experience the trials and hardships he once endured. If only Thor's temperament could stabilize, everything else would become much easier. But this process could be a long one. Odin had to strip Thor of his power and alter the nature of Mjolnir just to instill a sense of responsibility in him. It took such a momentous event for Thor to finally understand the weight of responsibility. For Song-Mang to hope daily training might change Thor's temperament. Well, that might be asking for too much. Still, Song-Mang wasn't too worried about this. After all, after defeating Thanos, Thor's outlook had changed somewhat. He now bore more of a childlike innocence, rather than just raw, reckless bravery. Since he had accepted the changes brought by Loki's fate and even embraced destiny's gifts, perhaps he, too, could be changed. Not everyone is born to be a certain kind of person. Most people, at their core, defy simple definition. Those with absolute qualities are exceptionally rare, whether that means someone who is wholly good or entirely evil. That's why a chi mage must possess unwavering resolve within. As long as Song-Mang can, through daily training, reshape Thor, and as long as Thor can firmly believe in his own destiny as a king, he too can become a worthy mage of this discipline. But before anything else, the most important thing is to have Thor put down his hammer. Thor may hold the hammer in his hand, but in truth, it has taken root in his heart. He is captivated by the hammer's power, yet he cannot trust himself. This is his greatest limitation. Only by learning to let go can he truly learn to wield it. Song-Mang pondered for a while, deciding he would have to discuss this with Odin. He felt he wasn't qualified to ask Thor to lay down the hammer himself. In fact, if he tried, the next moment might see weapons drawn between them. So, as night was about to fall, Song-Mang summoned Alyosha again. Once Odin heard that Song-Mang's request concerned Thor, he agreed to meet. "I will relay your words to Thor," Odin promised. Song-Mang waved his hand at once. "No, that's not what I mean. Honestly, if you were the one to say it, Thor would probably come straight to me for trouble. What I need from you is to tell him to put down the hammer during this period." Odin looked puzzled. "I don't quite understand what you mean." "Manhwaresumen. You have seen the techniques of chi magic, but you haven't witnessed its effects. In truth, cultivating chi magic is a journey of self-discovery. You might think that this magic can grant Asgard even greater power, but those who study chi magic will develop an unshakable will. If you cannot ensure that their loyalty to Asgard always comes first, it could spell disaster for the realm. Of course, that is something for you to consider." Odin reflected silently for a moment, gradually understanding Song-Mang's point. He realized that these individuals would develop a purer, more focused nature. This could mean that some might stop at nothing in their pursuit of power. "I think I understand, but why must Thor put down his hammer?" Song-Mang smiled again. He couldn't very well tell Odin outright that his son was becoming the god of hammers rather than the god of thunder. Could he? A true master seeks strength from within. "Please, pass these words on to Thor. And one more thing. I need Thor to be unable to use his hammer in my presence, starting today." Odin was silent for a moment. "I didn't expect you to be a philosopher as well." Zangman Tukka. With Odin's agreement, he could finally take his leave. It would be an early morning tomorrow, after all. After Song-Mang departed, Odin's gaze remained fixed on the doorway, his eyes distant and empty. Do the strong truly seek power within themselves? "Hela, it seems I found you a worthy husband." After returning, Song-Mang collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep instantly. He had barely drifted off when Alyosha woke him. What is it?" Song-Mang rubbed his eyes, still half asleep, and sat up. Alyosha's expression was as calm as ever, his smile as measured as always. Just as you said, in another hour, dawn will break. Hearing this, Zongmang immediately sat up straighter. Where can I wash up around here? Guided by Alyosha, Zongmang completed his morning routine and headed for the Celestial Palace. He waited for long while near the god's quarters, but Thor still hadn't woken up. Why so early? Thor trudged over, leaning against a pillar as if he might nod off again any second. Zongmang, because of your plan to get stronger, of course. What plan to get stronger? Thor blinked sleepily, still not quite following. Your father asked me to serve as your magic mentor, to help you train in a system of magic unique to me. Rubbing his eyes, Thor chuckled. Asgard is the mightiest realm of the 9 worlds. I haven't even mastered Asgardian magic yet. Why should I learn yours? Zongmang just smiled. You already agreed to it yesterday. That's the only reason I'm here, Thor thought. But if you mean learning magic, I'm not interested. With that, Thor turned to leave. But Zongmang had no intention of letting him go so easily. Just as Thor turned his back, Zongmang traced a formation in the air, a pattern he'd prepared in advance, ready to activate with a surge of energy. Without even looking up, Thor walked straight into a shimmering barrier. The impact jolted him awake. What is this? Manhwaresumen. This is a spell I've mastered. Enough with the jokes. I have no intention of learning any earthling magic. Zongmang faced Thor, still smiling, though he could see Thor's irritation starting to flare. He offered a gentle persuasion. I understand your disdain for magic, but honestly, I think it's a sign of your weakness. Perhaps, in your eyes, you lack any real talent for magic, and the power it offers pales next to the strength your hammer gives you. So, in truth, you're just afraid. But if you can only wield a hammer, are you truly the god of thunder, or merely the god of hammers? Thor's eyes flew open wide. What are you saying? Zongmang's gaze sharpened, and he enunciated each word. Are you the god of thunder, or the god of hammers? In an instant, Thor reached out his hand. Mjolnir flew promptly to his grasp. I am Thor, son of Odin. For the first time, Zongmang tried to strike at his spirit. Zongmang gazed at Thor with an expressionless face. If it were me, I wouldn't have acted this way. Thor shouted loudly. I challenge you to a duel. No one can insult me. Not even you, my guest. Zongmang. It seems I've struck a nerve. You too believe yourself to be more of a hammer god, don't you? Your pride won't let you relinquish your power, yet you have no stronger answer. So tell me, do you think your hammer is a gift from the gods, or is it the shackle of the god of thunder? Thor, unable to contain his fury, brought his hammer crashing down. Zongmang raised his hand and effortlessly blocked Mjolnir. Thor's expression froze. My divine power. So Odin, that old fox, wasn't lying after all. If he had forgotten, I'd be in real trouble. Zongmang said, see, without your hammer, you're nothing. Enraged, Thor drew back his fist to strike Zongmang, but just then, the array Zongmang had drawn on the ground flared to life. Zongmang chuckled softly, and Thor suddenly found himself sprawling on the ground. Look at you. Without your godly might, before someone as insignificant as me, you have no choice but to grovel. If your only way to fight is with that hammer, then what are you when you face an enemy stronger than yourself? Zongmang turned and strode away. You have half an hour. I expect to see you in the training arena before sunrise. Oh, and by the way, it's that dueling ground you and your brother used to fight in. Now it's my classroom. I hope you'll call it the training arena from now on. After Zongmang left, the force restraining Thor faded away. Of course, that was only because Zongmang had chosen to lift it. If he hadn't, the array could have lasted an eternity. Such is the wonder of chi magic. There will never be such a thing as a weakening seal. Thor struggled to his feet and went in search of his father. Zongmang had foreseen all of this and was already in the training arena, breathing deeply, savoring the air of the divine realm. It was marvelous, like going for a jog in the park at dawn. The air here was unbelievably fresh. Zongmang greedily drank in the atmosphere of Asgard. Alyosha watched the sinister look on Zongmang's face and felt a pang of jealousy, as though something in Asgard had been seized before his very eyes. Just as Zongmang settled in to begin his cultivation, Thor found Odin. Father, why? Thor didn't need to ask aloud. He already knew Odin was behind it. In all of Asgard, only Odin could command Mjolnir in such a way. Odin remained seated on his throne. Thor, I want you to become stronger. But why do you want me to do this? Why must I learn Midgard's magic? Our own kingdom possesses many forms of magic as well. Even if I am to study magic, it doesn't have to be his kind, does it? And why did you forbid me from using my hammer? Even if it's still here, it wouldn't stop me from learning magic, would it? Odin didn't respond much. He simply repeated Zongmang's words. Thor, remember this. The strong seek power within themselves. With that, Odin paid no heed to whatever Thor was saying behind him. He stepped down from the throne and turned to leave. I don't want to learn magic from him. I am the Prince of Asgard, father. I could learn from Mother if I wished. Thor all but shouted these words, chasing after Odin, desperate for a chance to argue his case, or at least to explain himself. But Odin did not listen to a single word. He left the palace, and the moment he stepped through the doors, he vanished without a trace. Father, Thor called, running outside, but he couldn't catch up before Odin disappeared completely. Staring at the spot where his father had vanished, Thor's mind was consumed by the words Zong-Mang had spoken. Are you truly the god of thunder, or merely the god of the hammer? Thor remembered clearly all the years he had spent, fighting across the 9 realms, that hammer never leaving his side. Was it truly cowardice that kept him from learning magic? He looked down at his hands. Without the hammer, am I really still the god of thunder? Thor did not reflect deeply upon himself, but Zong-Mang's words lingered, helping him along. The magic of Qi, after all, was powerful because it could do anything. Zong-Mang's words were strengthened by Qi magic, making them echo in Thor's mind again and again, like a whispering suggestion in his soul. Such a thing was dangerous, for it did not belong to the realm of magic, as others knew it. If this were the DC universe, Zong-Mang would never teach Qi magic to anyone, because there a terrifying figure called the Joker existed. If he ever mastered this power, the world would descend into chaos and madness. Thor wandered out of the main hall of the palace, lost and adrift. In his confusion, he thought of his brother. At this moment, the person Thor most wanted to find was Loki. He wanted to ask Loki what was truly happening to him, to seek his brother's help. Though Loki had tricked him countless times, Thor always turned to Loki when in trouble, seeking solace and solutions. Perhaps it was not a good habit, but it was the way he had always dealt with difficulties. See, he never really reflected upon himself. His brother was now gone from Asgard. Most of his friends were on Earth, unable to return. His father supported his study of magic. As for his mother, there was little point in seeking her out. He knew all he would find there was comfort, nothing more. Thor was suddenly overcome by a sense of bewilderment. Once, he had been the invincible god of war across the 9 realms. But now, it seemed as though there was no one left who could share his burdens or offer him counsel. Yet did Thor truly wish to seek him out? The thoughts circled in his mind, but the words of Zong-Mang echoed through his head with startling clarity. Are you the god of the hammer, or the god of thunder? Without warning, Thor dropped to his knees. His fists pounded the ground with desperate force. This feeling was even more helpless than the time he had been cast down to earth, and found himself unworthy to lift Mjolnir. Back then, though his father had stripped him of the right to wield the hammer, there was still hope that he might reclaim it. But this time, Thor feared he might never again command the power of Mjolnir. The difference was like that between a wanderer with family waiting back home, and one who has lost every kin, utterly alone in the world. For the first time, Thor felt utterly powerless. Without his hammer, he was nothing. A memory of Odin's words surfaced in his mind. The strong seek strength from within. Thor's thoughts drifted to that 4-person team. If he had been stronger, perhaps his friends would not have been injured on Earth. Perhaps they would not be stranded there now, unable to return. If he had studied magic, would he have found more common ground with Loki? Might he have come to better understand what his brother was thinking? A steely resolve began to shine in Thor's eyes. So learning magic, how hard could it be? He would not be defeated by this challenge. This is expected. At that moment, Zong-Mang was absorbing the essence of Asgard. Though he had drawn in much energy when breaking through his last barrier, the aura of Asgard felt distinctly different. It might not make him stronger in a direct sense, but it was a unique communion with the forces of nature. The very essence of Asgard, so unlike that of Earth, seemed to embody the changes wrought by its people. In every region, people developed their own cultures, their own ways. These differences wove together to create a world, Asgard. The 9 realms likely each possessed their own distinct essence. For Zong-Mang, this was excellent news. It meant he could search for more than what Earth alone could offer. He could gather even greater power. For those desperate for strength, this was nothing short of a blessing. As long as he could train Thor to reach a certain level, he would be free to travel the 9 realms. Of course, all of this depended on the Bifrost being repaired. But with the Bifrost still broken, it would not be long before Loki launched his invasion of Earth. That was also the moment when the Avengers would assemble for the first time. They would need the help of other powers. Zong-Mang wanted to return to Earth before then. With the Bifrost still in disrepair, he might not be able to reach every corner of the realms. After spending some time cultivating in Asgard, it was time to return to Earth. There was still a job waiting for him there. By helping S.H.I.E.L.D. make further progress, perhaps the first assembly of the Avengers could be achieved with fewer casualties. Though most Americans were said to be mindless puppets manipulated by politicians, different cultures gave rise to different people. No one was born doomed to die. Zhang Mang hoped he could change that. That was why he needed to return to Earth before anything else. Thinking this, Zhang Mang sighed. The air in Asgard was indeed wonderful, but he still felt the moon on Earth was somehow rounder. His father's old training had been harsh, eschewing the use of chi magic for strength, focusing instead on pure physical exertion and willpower. He pushed every aspect of his physical abilities to the limit. Then, through practices like meditation and handstands, he imposed further pressure on himself, striving all the while to maintain a calm and steady mind amid the strain. Only by tempering one's will could one forge a truly powerful heart. And for a chi mage, nothing was more important than inner strength. Thor's heart burned with a desire for battle, so before anything else, that raging fire had to be subdued. For if the flames were allowed to blaze too fiercely, the wood would soon be spent. But if the fire was kept steady, it could burn for much longer. What Zhang Mang sought was to use this period to refine the fuel, making it far more resilient. Zhang Mang opened his eyes and let out a sigh. The road ahead was long and arduous. With a headstrong disciple like Thor, was there ever any worry about lacking opportunities for inner cultivation? After all he'd experienced, Earth's education, the sudden leap across worlds, and nearly 2 years of tireless effort, he had finally begun to possess the temperament befitting a true chi mage. There was simply no shortcut. Thor's training was destined to be a grueling ordeal. Zhang Mang could only choose to solve everything in the shortest time possible. It is not the light that banishes darkness, but the thunder that shakes the world. To nurture a pure and innocent heart, to help Thor become more self-disciplined and composed. Perhaps then, he could mold a far greater king of Asgard. While Zhang Mang was lost in thought, Thor had already arrived at the training grounds. Thor gazed at Zhang Mang, who was at the center of the field, absorbing Asgardian energy. He could sense that unique Asgardian chi flowing continuously into Zhang Mang's body. This was unlike any training they'd done before. The Asgardians typically strengthen themselves through physical training, with chi acting more as a supporting force throughout the process. Thus, what they truly pursued was the honing of their bodies and the mastery of technique. Even Asgard's mages had their own distinct approach. Most of them tend to have rather frail bodies, as they don't pay much attention to physical training. There's an old saying, the poor study literature while the wealthy practice martial arts. After all, physical training requires not only a great deal of energy, but also constant perseverance. Mastering magic, too, is a time-consuming endeavor. Even the power of the gods is not limitless. The strength of the gods has its boundaries. Most magicians only turn to physical training when their intellectual pursuits hit a wall and they reach a bottleneck. Beyond that, however, they rarely devote themselves to building physical strength. But Zhang Mang's method was different from the norm. While drawing in energy, he also improved his physical form. With the addition of Asgardian training techniques, this was wonderful news for Thor. Not only would he grow even stronger, he wouldn't have to abandon the combat skills he had already mastered. Yet now, the question was, how could he approach Zhang Mang and say, I want to learn from you? As a prince of Asgard, swallowing his pride was no easy matter, though in truth, it was only natural to feel this way. But after experiencing the helplessness that comes from lacking strength, Thor was determined never to go through that again. After wrestling with his thoughts for a long while, Thor finally stepped forward. I want to become stronger. I wish to learn from you. Zhang Mang slowly opened his eyes. This was not unexpected, but at this moment, I don't wish to teach you. Thor's face went pale at these words, but he quickly regained his composure. I am sincere in wanting to learn from you. With that, Thor dropped to one knee. Right now, I am not the Prince of Asgard. I am simply an ordinary Aesir. Whatever you say, I will obey. I hope you will accept me as your disciple. Zhang Mang hadn't anticipated that simply making Thor put down his hammer would have such an effect. He had meant to nudge Thor's emotions a bit further. It seemed that extra step was unnecessary. Zhang Mang fell silent, pretending to ponder, though in truth, he was merely testing Thor's patience. After all, if he agreed too quickly, his initial refusal would seem insincere. If that's the case, then for the training to come, you must carry out every instruction I give you to the letter, no matter what doubts you may have. Thor smiled and replied, Of course, teacher. It was clear that Odin had yet to teach him the methods of energy magic. Presumably, Odin wanted Thor to learn directly from him. Such face-to-face instruction would surely temper Thor more than simply bestowing knowledge upon his spirit. So, Zhang Mang had Thor sit cross-legged. This is my own secret technique. Perhaps, in the future, Odin will teach it to more people of Asgard. But they will not be my disciples. I will teach you techniques that are even more profound. But this does not mean that you will necessarily become stronger than anyone else. On the contrary, Are you still willing if it means you'll have to work even harder than everyone else just to gain the slightest bit of progress? Thor smiled and replied, "Of course I'm willing, teacher." The attempt to draw chi into the body. "In that case, just do as I say," came the response. Thor was overjoyed and nodded eagerly. Under Songmang's guidance, Thor began to gradually seek a sense of calm within his heart. Yet, maintaining a meditative state with his eyes closed brought about an inexplicable sense of fear. Songmang was deeply accomplished in the art of chi magic. He had already advanced far ahead, so even with his eyes shut, he could sense the changes around him through the chi itself. In other words, he could perceive what was happening nearby through the feelings of his own heart. "Don't open your eyes, Thor," Songmang said quietly to Thor, who was already beginning to feel uneasy. "It's not the darkness that unsettles you. What makes you uneasy is the unknown." Thor tried to steady his mind. He intended to stay as he was, but once his eyes lost their awareness, his other senses became all the more keen. Sharper hearing, a heightened sense of smell, and a more vivid sense of touch. These sensations gave Thor a sense of newfound wonder. However, with this came a surge of distracting thoughts in his mind. To focus solely on one thing is a truly remarkable skill. It can be developed through persistent training, though, of course, that's not always a good thing. For focus, at its extreme, turns into numbness. To be absorbed in what's right in front of you can make you numb to everything else. Those who obsess over the final exams are often the ones most likely to get stuck in a mental rut. My father was different from the others. His greatest fixation was on matters of the heart. That's why he was so strong and seemed so normal. But his friends only ended up leading a small, specialized group, for their minds were plagued by even more distractions. Songmang began to guide Thor's state of mind with gentle words. When you meditate, don't let your mind wander. Quiet yourself and simply sense the changes in your surroundings. Listen and observe with your heart, but do not think. Don't try to describe what you feel with words you already know. For when you can put something into words, you're only describing something similar, never the thing itself. There are many things that words cannot capture, but you can still feel them. The wild call of the wind, the gentle caress of water, a mother's love. All language is crafted by people, shaped over generations. It's a way for humans to understand nature, but it's not the true experience of nature itself. The first to create language was a god. Everyone after that was merely human. Thor began to ponder the mysteries within these words. But in contrast, this attempt at cultivation ended in something of a failure. Because he was busy thinking instead of opening his heart to feel nature, what distracted him was not idle thoughts, but simply focusing on things unrelated to the harmony of energy. It's like when someone tells you, "Don't think of an elephant." Yet the moment you hear that, you can't help but picture an elephant in your mind. If that's the case, I'm sorry to say, you've let your mind run wild and failed to rein it in. Your inner state must remain calm and steady. Too much fluctuation in your mood will shift, making it impossible to truly connect with nature on a deeper level. Without that, you can't progress in the cultivation of energy magic. Still, Songmang didn't say anything, for as Thor pondered, he had already forgotten some of the insights he had gained during meditation. This is a long process. If Thor cooperates, it will naturally go much faster. Most of the time, words are of little use. It's like a broken bone, painful but the best teacher. Even as Thor continued to ponder, Songmang was quietly attuned to his inner world. He could sense Thor's intense focus. Thor was completely absorbed in contemplating the essence of all things. This is both normal and unusual. The ability to focus on a single matter is something everyone has. But during the cultivation of energy magic, it is not the time for such thoughts. In fact, you shouldn't be thinking of anything at all. And what of Songmang? He had already drawn energy into his body and walked many steps along this path. He could, in a way, split his focus, maintaining a state of calm similar to Kunming's tranquility. For him, sensing the flow of energy in all things and perceiving others caused no conflict. Of course, reaching this level is incredibly difficult. As mentioned in Under One Person, those practitioners had to undergo countless trials to gain this ability. They trained through the harshest winters and the hottest summers, never ceasing in their cultivation, refining both body and soul. Only through such perseverance did they gain their powers. Along with that power came a stronger state of mind. They grew far tougher and more resilient than ordinary people. Indeed, there's a hierarchy among these extraordinary individuals. But there's no denying that they are far more focused and powerful than most. This is the core of Thor's challenge. He's like those who used the crucible of self-cultivation to become something more. The Aesir are born with formidable bodies. To ask them to sit quietly, to reflect on themselves, on nature, on the universe, it's almost impossible. Yet Thor slipped into this state with surprising ease. It seems Thor's mind isn't as simple as I thought. Perhaps these years haven't been so easy for him after all. Maybe he truly doesn't care that his brother betrayed him, but how could he not be aware of it? And even so, he's still willing to hold on to that brotherhood. He has battled across the 9 realms, yet remains unrecognized by his father. He rages fiercer than any, yet his thoughts are far more delicate than one would imagine. This was a good thing, at least for Zong Mang. It certainly was. It meant he could guide Thor's progress more swiftly, spending less time on instruction and devoting more of it to his own improvement. After the half hour that was best suited for sensing chi each day had passed, Zong Mang called an end to Thor's training. From now on, I need to seal your divine power, he told Thor. You must experience training as a regular Earthling would. Thor looked puzzled. Earth's training methods? Asgard's training was notoriously grueling, yet he had endured it. Zong Mang, of course, was well aware of Asgard's ways. Their methods focused almost entirely on physical prowess. Through generations of cumulative tradition, Asgardians had developed customs entirely their own. Every single one of them revered strength, every single one. Influence came from all sides. Family, friends, even the Legion itself. Children joined the ranks early, training alongside their peers, forging themselves in body and spirit. It was all about the Legion, about family, about friends. Everyone around them trained. So they trained too, growing up steeped in the belief that strength was essential. No, it's not what you imagine, Zong Mang said. I intend to train other aspects of you, but in my own way. This is the first and only time I will explain this. I hope you won't question my reasons for doing things this way again. Thor nodded. Understood, master. Seeing Thor's candor, Zong Mang said no more. He began sealing away Thor's divine power. It was true. Thor was the god of thunder only as long as he held Mjolnir, but even without his hammer, Thor still possessed immense strength. Those agents he faced weren't ordinary people, either. To defeat so many agents with sheer human strength, even if Zong Mang had held back, was proof enough of Thor's formidable combat ability. His body and his experience were both exceptionally seasoned. Immersive training. Unfortunately, Zong Mang's regimen did not include any martial training. In sports, there's always one concept: the limit. For most people, pushing to the limit is something to be avoided. The human body has a threshold, and when you exceed it, you may be staring death in the face. Take Bolt, for example. The faster he ran, the closer he edged to danger. Once you surpass a speed of 9.13 seconds, the human body simply can't support it any longer. Of course, this is based on calculations from numerous scientists, but the essence remains: extreme sports do harm a body. Perhaps they make humans taller, faster, stronger, but in exchange, your lifespan is shortened. There's a saying that the human heart has a finite number of beats. Just like other animals, when your heart has reached its allotted number of beats, it simply rests. Humans are fragile, yet humans are resilient. That's why countless forms of training have been invented. Pushing one's limits is just one of them. Even when completely exhausted, you don't stop training. At that moment, a surge of power wells up from within. Every time you break through that limit, you emerge stronger. But, of course, you can't overdo this kind of training. Otherwise, it could endanger your life and health. But with a physique like Thor's, there shouldn't be any problem. Besides, I have the horse talisman. If anything does go wrong, I can fix it in an instant. So Thor, for the good of the kingdom, I ask you to challenge yourself with extreme training. Under Zong Mang's guidance, Thor began his daily regimen. But, somewhat awkwardly, even a full morning of running hadn't left Thor the least bit fatigued. Realizing this, Zong Mang immediately changed up the training routine. For the Aesir, perhaps this kind of training really was too simple. But that's no problem. Where there's a will, there's a way. If it's too easy, just ramp up the intensity. First, gravity enhancement. By increasing his own gravity, Thor would carry extra weight. Surely 5 times gravity isn't too much to ask. Yet, after 2 hours, the results still weren't what Zong Mang had hoped for. By now it was lunchtime. Thor tucked into his meal, full of energy and vigor. Teacher, if you ask me, this kind of training is just too inefficient. How about we talk about magic instead? Zong Mang shook his head. Ah, youth, so very young and inexperienced. I'd suggest you don't eat too much. Thor paid little heed, feasting with gusto. As long as he could learn more powerful magic, he'd do anything. Besides, he didn't really believe this kind of physical training could ever wear out the god of thunder. But by afternoon, Thor realized just how serious things were. Now the weight was real, 10 times gravity plus extra loads. He couldn't begin to understand what the point of this training was. But the teacher had already said not to ask questions. With no other choice, Thor hoisted a boulder as big as a small hill onto his back. Step by step, breath by breath. Thor was soon panting heavily and gasping for air. He realized he really had eaten too much at lunch. The taste of roast suckling pig seemed dangerously close to rising up his throat. Meanwhile, Zong Mang stood to the side, lost in thought, recalling memories from the past. Wasn't this exactly how they trained in Perfect World and Dragon Ball? That should be right. Back then, the old masters had tailored their methods for ordinary people. But, in essence, the purpose was always to push oneself to the limit and temper the will. Since it exists in anime, there must be some merit to it. No problem. Zong Mang adjusted his monocle, then looked at the thoroughly exhausted Thor and said, "Remember, true strength comes from looking within. Keep going." Upon hearing these words, Thor immediately recalled the expressionless face of his father at that time. He couldn't tell whether it was disappointment or hope. Yet, this memory instantly filled Thor with renewed motivation. His muscles ached and swelled, much like a human's would. For the first time, the effects of lactic acid buildup became apparent even in the body of an Asgardian. Thor realized, perhaps for the first time, that his body was not as invincible as he had believed. He had limits, and his teacher had brought him to that limit with seemingly little effort. If this were to happen in the midst of battle, especially against an evenly matched adversary, if he reached the point of exhaustion while his opponent still had strength to fight, then he would already have lost. But Thor's years of battle experience taught him to persevere. His own conviction kept him going. After relentless training, he finally experienced something entirely new. It was an indescribable sensation, a kind of wondrous delight. If he had to put it into words, it felt as though his soul had been elevated. There was something addictive about it. Even if it happened only once, it would be enough to savor for half a lifetime. Zong Mang, his teacher, keenly noticed this change. After Thor pressed on for nearly another 10 minutes, riding the wave of this newfound energy, Zong Mang called an end to the training session. Thor obediently stopped, but the moment he did, he felt as though his body was struggling to support itself. The drive that had carried him just moments ago faded away in an instant. Exhaustion washed over his entire body. Still, Thor's willpower held him steady. He was much stronger now than he had been at his most exhausted during their runs. Zong Mang smiled and said, "You've just undergone highly intensive training. By now, you must have tasted the marvels of reaching your very limit." Thor nodded silently, listening intently to Zong Mang's words. Zong Mang was very pleased with Thor's attitude. At the very least, the young man had learned the importance of respecting his teacher. To turn a headstrong warrior into a cautious one was truly an accomplishment. In your practice of Qi magic, you will experience this feeling again. Never doubt the power of Qi magic, but you must know it can be dangerous as well. Every misstep along the way can lead to disaster. For now, while your level is still low, I can help you recover from mistakes. But as your abilities grow, I may no longer be able to assist you. By that point, every choice you make will be yours alone. I'll only say this to you once. From now on, you must be clear about the path you wish to take. A Qi mage spends their entire life pursuing one thing. That's why most choose either justice or darkness. Because there are too many times in life when you cannot control your fate. Only those who walk at the extremes, on either end of the spectrum, can advance more swiftly. So, what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter if you have a clear goal right now. Or maybe you're only working so hard because something is pushing you forward. From today on, until the day you truly become a mage. During this time, you must give careful thought to what you really want for your future. In this lifetime, so much depends on the choices we make. But there's never a right answer to these choices. Only if you've already made up your mind before trouble comes can you charge ahead without hesitation. Of course, if you don't have an answer, I'll take away your energy, strip you of your magical progress, and make you start from scratch. The difficulties and wonders of meditation. Thor looked at Master Zongmang's stern face and nodded earnestly. "I understand, teacher. I promise I'll figure out what I truly want in my heart." Thor's expression was grave. God of hammers, God of thunder, brother, son. In truth, Zongmang knew full well that Thor was being pushed forward by all these things. But there was no need to lay it all out. Life is already hard enough. Some things are better left unsaid. As Zongmang watched Thor's troubled face, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Of course, unlike in the stories where someone comes to a decision in just a few seconds, that's simply too far-fetched. Drifting off while thinking things through is completely normal, after all. Who could possibly make a life decision in just 2 seconds? "Hey, snap out of it," Zongmang called to the absent-minded Thor. Thor jolted back to attention, looking embarrassed. "Sorry, I spaced out in front of you. It's fine. This is a major life decision, after all. Losing focus is perfectly normal. If you didn't, I'd be more worried you weren't cut out to be a mage. So, your physical training ends here for now. But you'll be doing this kind of training every day." "What?" Thor was stunned. Are all workouts on Earth this brutal? Pushing his limits every day. Since joining the battles of the Nine Realms, he hadn't felt his muscles ache and burn like this. But Zongmang told him this sensation would greet him every single day. It was like a bolt from the blue, striking him right between the eyes. Seeing Thor's dazed look, Zongmang found it a little amusing. Training as a mage of energy is far from as easy as you imagine. We call ourselves mages, but in truth, we're seekers of the ultimate. Thor snapped out of it, looking at the vibrant Zongmang. It was only after years of practice that Zongmang came to understand this himself. A mage of energy is nothing like your Asgardian warriors, who are obsessed with battle and conquest. Nor are we like the mages of Camartage, who devote themselves to the study of magic and the pursuit of ever deeper knowledge. We simply pursue the destination itself. Sol was somewhat puzzled by the distinction. Weren't their actions exactly what the Chi mages sought? Relentless training, strengthening ourselves, striving for yet greater heights. Zangman notit shunsha gonfu sin. Chi mages aren't the same as these people. Most ordinary people have dreams in their lifetime. Some persevere, eventually achieving their dreams or watching them shatter. But most never do. As for those who succeed, some do so in a diminished way, some without compromise, but overall, they're the lucky ones. But Chi mages are different. The ultimate goal of Chi mage means that even achieving your dream isn't the end, it's the beginning. We chase after the very end of all things. Chi mages never give up. When Zongmang said these words, the sunset's afterglow shimmered in his eyes, radiating with a light that seemed divine. We seek to encompass the whole world. Sol didn't quite grasp what was so stirring about these words. But what he did understand was the vigor and passion with which Zongmang spoke them. Just looking at him, at his bearing, you couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Recently, Zongmang had finally figured out why he so disliked those people from the six great gods and the celestial host. They were simply too arrogant. As the embodiments of the world's rules, they regarded themselves as the whole universe. To them, Earthlings were mere ants. Skrulls, ants. Kree, ants. All life, nothing but ants. The favorite saying of Chi mages was, "Why should it be so?" Perhaps there is no true and universal justice in this world, but there is one thing. No one can remain arrogant forever. And if someone tries, the Chi mages will make sure they fall. Perhaps the world has its own consciousness, but that consciousness is formed by all things within it, not by any solitary being. The gods of the Marvel Universe are nothing like true gods. Instead, they resemble powerful dictators, ruling over life and death across the cosmos. Restarting worlds, judging all beings. That is what a lofty deity might do, but not the will of the world itself. After pouring out a dose of philosophy to Sol, a glint of green flashed in Zongmang's eyes. This was a reminder from his father. Some things are better left unsaid, or even unthought. In that instant, Zongmang realized what he had sealed away in his memories not long ago. He had sealed away his anger toward arrogance. Unlike others, he collected talismans openly to vie for the authority of the cosmos. And deep down, he knew that one day he would inevitably face off against the six great gods. The reason things are so peaceful right now is entirely because the talisman has not yet become a true authority. At some point in the future, when the power of Zongmang finally coalesces into a talisman, that will be the moment when true authority is born. When that time comes, the eyes of the six great gods will be firmly fixed upon him. A sudden chill ran through Zongmang. Perhaps, even now, they were already watching him. That was why, just yesterday, he had sealed away his own memories. Perhaps it was because a god might be watching him. The six great gods might not be so idle, but one should never underestimate the power of divinity. Zongmang considered sealing his memories once more, but at that moment, a new thought struck him, and he decided against it. Instead, he turned to instruct Sol. "This is the moment for you all to give your utmost effort. We are about to begin a new training," he announced. Sol nodded, his expression grave as he listened to Zongmang's words. With a serious look, Zongmang said, "I want you to meditate while standing on your head." Sol nodded at once and prepared to invert himself. What? Only then did Sol realize the gravity of the situation. He could hardly handle meditation in the normal way. Now, he had to meditate while upside down? Zongmang nodded in confirmation. Only in such a state, if you can still maintain an inner calm, will you have taken the first step towards mastering air magic. A steadfast heart and a peaceful state of mind are your greatest assets on this path. Sol didn't fully grasp the depth of Zongmang's explanation. However, he knew that whenever Zongmang took the time to explain something, it meant it was of great importance. It was clear to see that his teacher was indeed earnest, just a bit lazy. To avoid repeating himself, Zhang Mang would always say, "I'll only tell you this once." Was that being too reticent or too talkative? Saul could only follow the advice given to him and prepare to stand on his head in a cross-legged position. But just as he was about to do so, Zhang Mang stopped him. Meditation was not about sitting cross-legged while upside down. It referred instead to a state of mind, letting your body relax, allowing your consciousness to flow naturally. Think of nothing, do nothing, feel nothing, yet remain aware of everything. That is the state you must achieve. I hope you succeed soon, so you can move on from this training method. Getting started on the right track. Master, I can't help but feel this posture is rather undignified, Saul said after a while, still upside down. Zhang Mang was smiling inwardly. Feeling awkward in that position? That's no surprise. In reality, standing on your head doesn't seem to affect much at first. Your mind doesn't get too muddled, but your arms begin to feel the strain. On the other hand, the blood supply to your brain decreases, and your focus is affected. In short, the mental pressure will be much greater, but as long as you push through, it's nothing you can't handle. In ancient China, many acrobats trained themselves to endure hardship by practicing handstands. Not only did this method sharpen their focus, it also put their minds into a state very different from the ordinary. This is precisely the kind of training Thor needed. Though setting down his hammer had shaken him to his core, such spiritual transformations are never permanent. It's like how people often make decisions at night, only to abandon them the next day. After all, not every decision should be made in the heat of the moment. That initial burst of enthusiasm is important. If you can sustain it, you'll gain a lasting skill. If you can't, then it's just a fleeting impulse. Zhang Mang knew this all too well. The pain from his heart disease made long-term training impossible for him. Every day, he was bombarded by all sorts of temptations online. He tried countless new things, but rarely stuck with any of them. Because, inevitably, by the next day, he'd be plagued by doubts. What's the point of learning all this if I'll never use it? Trapped in this cycle of indecision, Zhang Mang would end up quitting by the following morning. In the end, all he managed was to gain a superficial understanding of most things. Growing up in the age of short videos, he had little resistance to the endless distractions online. His education, after all, had only reached a high school level, and even though it was pieced together through the internet. Zhang Mang, who had received a dire prognosis from his doctor, a death sentence before the age of 20, never truly experienced the rebellious phase of adolescence. Each day was a struggle for survival, always hoping, only to fall back into despair. Sometimes, Zhang Mang couldn't help but regret not learning more about economics when he had the chance. If he had, now that he'd traveled to this new world, he could have become an ordinary rich man. After all, the development of the Marvel world wasn't all that different from the real one. Its technology was more advanced, but the basics of economics were much the same. The only difference was the names of the businesses. And Tony Stark's company was, if anything, even more technologically advanced than before. For Zhang Mang, this was undoubtedly good news. He could use cutting-edge consumer models, business strategies, and operational methods to quickly establish himself in this world. Unfortunately, in his previous life, all he had was a surface-level understanding from a few popular articles. So, in the end, every business venture and strategy he attempted was only possible with Tony's help. He would sketch out a rough framework, and Tony's assistants would handle everything else. So even after leaving Zhang Mang's oversight, the company was able to run seamlessly, without any negative impact. This was good news not only for Zhang Mang, but also for Tony. Zhang Mang became even more focused on strengthening his own powers. He was relatively pure in his pursuits, which gave Tony peace of mind. To entrust part of the business to him. After all, Zhang Mang, like Tony, was a research-minded scholar devoted to the study of magic. During his days in Asgard, Zhang Mang found life extremely enjoyable, and the time seemed to fly by. In just 2 short weeks, Thor had already mastered the method of channeling magical energy into his body. In truth, this progress could be considered somewhat slow. As the god of thunder, born with the ability to wield lightning, Thor should have found this task effortless. But Thor's temperament was too volatile. He couldn't focus on the process of guiding energy into his body. Every time he tried to meditate, he would be swept away by the storms raging in his heart. Most of what he sensed was his own anger and the roar of thunder within. Yet his deep feelings for his family would interfere, disrupting his ability to harness this power. The tangled web of emotions made it even harder for him to find inner peace and stability. After one particularly grueling session, Thor, pushed to the brink by this torturous training, lashed out at Zhang Mang in a fury. Ironically, it was by channeling the very force of his anger that Thor finally managed to master the technique, drawing forth the thunder within his body. With lightning sparking from his eyes, Thor looked every bit the incarnation of the true god of thunder. Zongmang barely managed to withstand the fury of the thunder god. It truly felt as if one wrong move would have seen him struck down by a bolt of lightning. At that critical moment, Odin himself had to intervene, suppressing Thor's storm and restoring calm. Thor looked down at his hands in disbelief. He had never imagined that he could wield such power without the aid of his hammer. Indeed, Asgardian weapons were formidable. After acquiring URU metal and inscribing it with magical runes, these weapons could elevate any superhero to an entirely new level. How much more so for someone like Thor, whose innate power was already immense. Mjolnir was merely a channel, a shadow of the thunder god's true strength. Yet Thor had become so reliant on it that even Odin found it difficult to break his dependence. Now, under Zongmang's relentless training, Thor had finally learned to draw upon the thunder within himself. From that moment on, Thor held Zongmang in genuine respect. He endured every tough training session, every meditation, persevering through it all. Through this relentless honing, Thor's mindset became far more composed and restrained. He no longer wore his old warrior's armor. Instead, he dressed in robes much like those Odin wore, simple, yet stately. Of course, these robes were themselves highly protective, imbued with magic to enhance his spell casting, allowing him to harmonize the energy flowing throughout his body with even greater ease. As the saying goes, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. One cannot help but marvel at Asgard and the astonishing wealth and abundance of treasures amassed by the gods. After another month of rigorous training, Thor finally mastered the art of channeling energy into his body at will. With this, he had moved beyond the first stage of being a chi magician. Chi magicians do not have precisely defined levels. Rather, progress is measured by reaching certain thresholds through training. This is because everyone's chi is different. For some, the chi within takes the form of a shadow, a darkness that deepens and eventually becomes a domain of impenetrable night. For others, it resembles smoke, accumulating within their mental realm until their inner world becomes a place where even outstretched hands are lost in the gloom. A darkness born not of night, but of a pervasive, heavy fog. As for Zongmang, he felt that his own chi mirrored the expanse of a starry sea. The chi within him transformed, from vapor to liquid, and then into a glittering river of stars stretching across the sky. Perhaps, in the future, it might even give rise to the image of countless planets scattered across the universe. It was not impossible that life forms composed entirely of chi might someday inhabit those worlds. Chi magic has no limits. Likewise, the inner visions each practitioner beholds are boundless. The observation and speculation of this inner world, this has been Zongmang's recent obsession. There is little modern scientific research into the nature of chi magicians. That task, Zongmang believed, fell to his generation. His father, a chi magician of the new era, had not received much scientific education, relying instead on the accumulated, experience-based wisdom of the ancient practitioners. Over long ages and ceaseless exploration, countless new spells had arisen, each born from the layering of time and discovery. Zongmang's father was a product of that heritage. The chi of a magician can mimic anything. In theory, there is no end to what chi can achieve. With the right magical arrays, even apprentice-level magicians might reach the heights of grandmasters. And once one becomes truly powerful, even simple tools, without the need for elaborate arrays, can unleash tremendous might. Is the true strength of a chi magician that they have no upper limit? Zongmang had examined his own inner world. Ever since the river of stars within him ceased its flowing and began to swirl like the cosmos itself, he had devoted himself to the study of his own chi. When he used his powers, the chi still glowed with a green light, but he discovered that the reserves inside him now seemed inexhaustible. This revealed that the amount of chi required by the magic arrays he used had become negligible compared to what he now held within. Zongmang had surpassed the stage where he needed magical arrays to boost his power. Of course, this does not mean that magical formations have become useless. At this stage, after more extensive preparation, a magic array can produce even more powerful effects. However, for those simpler magic arrays, ones that could be crafted simply by carving them onto one's hand, this level of spell could be achieved by simply storing and channeling vital energy. Upon reaching a new realm, this reservoir of vital energy found an even better path for development. It could now be used to concoct magical potions. In Jackie Chan Adventures, the old man crafted many such potions, each with unique and extraordinary effects. For instance, there were spells to remove masks, Although these enchantments originated from Japan, in reality, they bore a closer resemblance to potions that naturally existed within the tradition of vital energy magic. Their recipes and materials might differ, leading to slightly altered results, but at their core, the underlying methods remained the same. It was almost as if this branch of potion making had splintered off from the main school of vital energy magicians. The old man had his own speculations about such matters, and Su Fu could shed light on these mysteries. Back when vital energy magic flourished, Su Fu was likely among the most powerful practitioners of the art, which earned him the trust of the first emperor of Qin. This allowed him to journey to Japan, where magicians underwent new transformations, adapting their methods to local culture and developing other compatible training techniques. Still, compared with the old man's own reserves, these methods remained rather elementary. Even though he had once lost confidence, upon his return, the old man found it easy to resolve such problems once more. Of course, easy is relative to the old man's diligence. For any branch of vital energy magic, true mastery is never truly simple. Nonetheless, the ability to brew potions offered a way to popularize magic among vital energy practitioners. At this moment, however, Zhang Mang had no desire to strengthen himself through potions. Only when confronted with certain extraordinary situations in the future would Zhang Mang consider crafting potions to achieve his goals. At present, what mattered most to Zhang Mang was collecting talismans. Through various forms of training, vital energy magic could grant Zhang Mang a stronger foundation of power. Yet, when facing an array of complex problems, he would still need the authority and power that only talismans could provide. Once talismans took on tangible form, their effects multiplied. Even the dilemmas that Marvel's heroes failed to solve could be overcome with talismans. Many sacrifices could be avoided altogether. And when this vital energy finally coalesced into talismans, perhaps other heroes would be able to use them as well. However, one major challenge remained. In the Marvel Universe, the hierarchy of energy levels is strictly defined. The 6 Infinity Stones, when approached through vital energy magic, would hardly affect the body at all. Yet, in this universe, direct contact with the stones by any being inevitably inflicts harm on the body. Talismans themselves are also a form of power, and after being continually strengthened, they may not be inferior to those gems. The 6 great gems are, in essence, forces of the universe. These gems were born at the moment of the universe's explosion. They represent the power of the universe's birth, but even they have their limits. Their strength merely allows someone to stand against the celestials. Talismans, on the other hand, are strengthened through ongoing accumulation. Perhaps, after a long time, their power might even surpass that of the gems. If that happens, many heroes might not be able to wield them directly. This is vastly different from the world of Jackie Chan. It could be a matter of world rules. The rules of Marvel differ from those of Jackie Chan's universe. Or perhaps it's due to differences in physical constitution. In Uncle Jackie's world, everyone grows up attuned to the energy of Qi, while most people in the Marvel Universe can't even sense its existence. Qi is a special kind of energy. In a world where most sorcerers advance by borrowing power, the direct use of authority and strength seems exceedingly extravagant. At present, Zhang Mang's sole objective is to collect talismans. After applying a certain amount of power, gathering talismans has become his top priority. Some things now must be added to the agenda. He must collect all the talismans available in Asgard. Yet, the greatest prize will likely be Odin, Frigga, and Thor. Heimdall might possess talismanic power, but his strength doesn't really align with that of the 12 talismans. He is the guardian of the Bifrost. His magical prowess and martial might are formidable, but his abilities lean more towards spatial manipulation. Among the 12 talismans, none grant this kind of spatial power, so it's likely that the energy Zhang Mang seeks from the talismans isn't Heimdall's greatest strength. Still, with so many gods in Asgard, there may be other unexpected rewards. The gods of Asgard aren't exactly the same as those from Norse mythology, so Zhang Mang will need to do some investigating, but this can be accomplished in the near future. What's trickier are the magical creatures Zhang Mang has in mind. Thor's chariot is traditionally pulled by 2 goats, but they haven't appeared here yet, perhaps because in the cinematic universe, they don't show up until Thor joins the Guardians of the Galaxy. So for now, Zhang Mang must seek out all the talisman users in Asgard, and in the meantime, craft more auxiliary trackers. Some of these will work by sensing Qi, while others will use the auxiliary trackers directly, speeding up Zhang Mang's process of collecting talismans. After this comes the step of connecting with Hela, using Odin as the bridge. Zhang Mang has thought of many ways to travel from Asgard to Earth. For instance, the wormholes Odin controls. But Odin might not be willing to reveal those passages to Zhang Mang, because most of these passageways are bidirectional. This is not good news for Odin. So returning to Earth through Hela is actually the most likely path for Zongmang to succeed. Everyday Life in Asgard, Part 1. During this month, Odin also shared the techniques of chi magic with every member of Asgard. The spread of this new magic elevated the Asgardians' understanding of Zongmang to a new level. The direct benefit was that most people in Asgard now recognized Zongmang. In their daily lives, they offered him more convenience and support. After all, for an outsider, gaining the support of the locals is always a good thing. And as an honored guest of Asgard, more people came to know about how he had rushed to their realm in its time of crisis. Most Asgardian soldiers are, in truth, not much stronger than the Frost Giants. When they learned that he had once defeated 2 of the Frost Giant chief's elite guards single-handedly, their admiration for Zongmang rose to new heights. This tale brought him even more fame than chi magic itself. Although they understood that chi magic could bring them power, the majority of Asgardians still looked down on those who relied on magic. Yet, heroic feats like these earned Zongmang even greater respect. As a result, more people sought out his company and conversation. Zongmang discovered many lesser gods within Asgard's domain. Take, for example, Scourge the Gatekeeper during Hellas' reign. In a land like Asgard, where nearly everyone values martial prowess above all else, Scourge was truly a peculiar figure. When Hela slaughtered nearly all of Asgard, almost no warriors surrendered. Scourge, however, was the exception. He knelt before overwhelming power, yet in the end redeemed himself through an act of bravery. All in all, he was a man who revered strength, yet possessed little of it himself. A rather tragic and pitiable character, but not without his own charm. Following his principle of never missing an opportunity, Zongmang took up his talisman detector. As expected, this minor character also harbored a faint trace of talismanic energy, though it was quite weak. After a brief conversation, Zongmang invited him for a drink. When Scourge was sufficiently drunk, Zongmang easily extracted a sliver of the rat talisman's power from within him. It was curious. Although Scourge was not particularly valiant, he could not be called timid either. So why did the power of the rat talisman reside in him? In the comics, Scourge is actually a powerful half-blood. This leads inevitably to the connection between Asgard and the Giants. Whether in mythology or Asgard's own history, the number of half-bloods born of the union between Asgardians and Giants is immense, and most of them are powerful individuals. Scourge was one of them. In the comics, he was captivated by the Enchantress of Asgard and fell under Loki's sway. He once hunted down Thor, but ultimately came to his senses. He had slain many frost giants in their own realm. Though he was often bullied for his short stature, he rebelled against fate. A person like him could hardly be compared to a mouse in any way. The connection with the talisman was, at best, rather peculiar. If one must draw a link to the mouse talisman, the power to bring the inanimate to life, the closest would be his axe in the comics. Destruction. It followed a pattern familiar from Chinese folklore, where weapons grow stronger by feeding on blood. It resembled the god-slaying sword from Thor, Love and Thunder, which gained power through killing. In the film, the axe was bestowed upon him by Hela, though in the end he never used it. Instead, he wielded 2 earthly rifles. By all rights, rifles should not be capable of harming Asgardians, especially not Hela's undead warriors. Yet in his hands, they became terrifyingly lethal. This suggests that, in his final moments, he may have awakened some latent power of the gods within him. Thus, the crux of the mouse talisman is the power to grant life to objects, and Scourge's ability to make ordinary weapons stronger might well be seen as breathing life into them. The weapons grew more powerful by feeding on blood. This is the only explanation the narrator could imagine for Scourge possessing the mouse talisman's power. Admittedly, the narrator acquired the mouse talisman from Scourge while he was completely off guard, an act not entirely ethical, but Scourge never noticed a thing. In fact, Scourge seemed to regard the narrator as a friend. In the comics, his relationship with the Frost Giants was far from cordial, and he had few friends in the movies as well. But after all this time observing him, the narrator believed that Scourge wasn't particularly friendly with the Asgardians either. Otherwise, why would Loki have chosen him? Precisely because he had little connection to most of Asgard. He was easier for Loki to manipulate. Moreover, as a half-blood between the Frost Giants and the gods of Asgard, there were times he would naturally side with Loki, a calculation Loki surely considered. After that, Scourge began to seek out the narrator for idle conversation. The Asgardian gods didn't put much thought into organizing their various positions. Most adults ended up joining the army. When there were no assignments, their main duty was to train regularly and maintain their combat readiness. Besides that, they lived their daily lives much like ordinary people. They could even go home every day. Except for a few like Heimdall, who guarded crucial places, most lived lives no different from regular folk. Just like in feudal societies, Asgard has numerous official titles and positions, yet these do not always come with real power. Gods with formidable strength are granted these posts, but they are not necessarily required to fulfill specific duties. This is one of Asgard's inherent flaws. Perhaps in the future, after Thor has spent time learning on Earth, he will bring improvements to Asgard's political landscape. Yet, it must be said that at this very moment, Asgard is remarkably peaceful. Even as a society reminiscent of a feudal dynasty, it remains strikingly stable, far more so than the great capitalist nations of Earth. Life here is steady, the people are content. It truly feels like a paradise removed from the world. But all of this depends on the presence of Odin. Without his immense power, the peace and tranquility of Asgard would be nothing but a castle in the air. Odin relies on these warriors in his campaigns across the 9 realms, but they, in turn, depend just as much on his mighty protection. It is a relationship of mutual dependence. After spending considerable time together, Zongmang decided to teach Scourge the methods of training in chi magic. Scourge, it seems, is also a person of remarkable talent. To have a place in the comics, even as a supporting character, is no small feat. What's more, his background and life experiences give him the air of a tragic hero. If I were to become something like a wise old mentor to him, perhaps his life would take on a different meaning. No matter how you look at it, he is someone I have come to consider a friend. He's unfailingly kind to me and full of potential. Investing in someone like that is, frankly, a foolproof decision. Whether out of compassion or from a desire for long-term reward, it's a deal with nothing to lose. Besides, the very idea of friendship holds an irresistible appeal for Zongmang. Asgardian Daily Life, Part 2. Odin had already distributed the chi magic techniques to all the gods of Asgard, and after reviewing it, Zongmang found that Odin had given Scourge the complete, unabridged version. However, without the guidance of a skilled teacher, the Asgardians' progress in mastering chi magic would likely be slow. After all, learning through trial and error is a far cry from being guided by a master. When Scourge heard that Zongmang was willing to tutor him in chi magic, his joy was plain to see. Scourge immediately wanted to formally accept him as his teacher, but Zongmang waved him off. There's no need for that between us. We're friends. In a place like Asgard, where almost everyone is a natural-born warrior, finding someone with a discerning eye is a rare delight, and Zongmang was quite pleased to teach him. At this very moment, Thor, who had formally become a disciple, had no idea that he now had such an uncle master. He was still single-mindedly following Zongmang's instructions, diligently practicing chi magic day by day. Thor's innate talent was beginning to shine through, growing ever stronger. From the very beginning, when entering the realm of channeling energy into the body was a difficult task, to now, when he could absorb energy without even maintaining meditation, and the rate of absorption was steadily increasing. One could easily imagine that the people of Asgard had an exceptionally high level of adaptability to this energy. Yet even among all the Asgardians, Thor was likely a standout. After such a long period of instruction, Zongmang decided it was time to test Thor. Thor's learning progress had far exceeded Zongmang's expectations. In such a short time, Thor had surpassed everything Zongmang had anticipated for him. For Zongmang, this was undoubtedly good news. It meant his teaching duties might come to an end much sooner. He made an attempt to observe Thor's inner landscape. Within Thor's internal world, thunder and lightning reigned. There were no storm clouds, no earth, only lightning that surged throughout the entire world within. Yet these bolts of lightning appeared frail, more like strings of LED lights that flickered on and off than true bolts of thunder. Zongmang had somewhat expected this. After all, the power of chi magic was something that grew stronger through continuous accumulation. For Thor to have achieved this much so quickly was, in itself, a sign of rare natural talent. The bodies of the Asgardian gods were far more attuned to chi magic than he had ever imagined. It seemed likely that most Asgardians could gain unimaginable benefits from chi magic. And surely, more gods would arise among the people of Asgard. Just as Zongmang was reflecting on how leisurely today seemed, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Heimdall. To his surprise, Heimdall was not at his usual post beside the Bifrost, but had come looking for him. "It seems you have something to discuss with me." Zongmang greeted Heimdall with great respect, the sort of respect prompted by Heimdall's formidable power. As a veteran from Odin's era, Heimdall surpassed most of the gods. Thor himself, even wielding Mjolnir, would likely be no match for him. Heimdall returned Zongmang's respect, bowing slightly as he spoke. "Thank you very much, magician from Midgard." Zongmang maintained a calm expression as he inquired. "You've come to see me. Surely there's something on your mind?" "There's no need for such formalities. Please, speak directly." Heimdall wasted no time with pleasantries and spoke frankly. As the guardian of the Bifrost, I am able to witness many things across the 9 realms. But, if I may be blunt, even though my eyes have observed the whole world of Midgard, I have found nothing, no trace of you at all. While Heimdall's gaze was confined to space, space and time themselves are not intrinsically linked. Space and time exist as independent entities. It is only humans who attempt to join them together. These do not include those beings known as gods. If the abilities of 4-dimensional beings are measured along the axis of time, then they would be considered gods in the human sense. Heimdall's power lies in space. That is why he can observe everything that happens within this realm. From a human perspective, this means Heimdall can witness all events unfolding across every moment in this space's timeline. Still, even for a god, such feats are an immense drain on divine power. If they wished, they could foresee every possible future, but the reality is far more complicated than simply wielding their abilities. Gods, too, are bound by many constraints. These limits are set by the energy within their own bodies, as well as by the will of the universe itself. Gods are powerful, but not omnipotent. Without sufficient strength, even they cannot perceive certain special spaces. Take, for instance, the place where the hidden wilderness resides. The hidden wilderness, of course, understands all of this. He knows that, even within the Marvel universe, he is something out of the ordinary. I don't quite follow your meaning. Are you trying to pry into my affairs? If there's something you wish to know, perhaps you'd do better to ask me directly. Rather than answer, the hidden wilderness took a step back. He wanted to see what Heimdall hoped to gain by observing his past. My intentions are not hidden. I simply wish to know, what kind of existence could possibly nurture a mage of your caliber? Your power is unlike anything I have ever observed in this world. You are a singular presence within this universe. In fact, ever since you revealed the cultivation method of chi magic to me, even I, a god, can no longer see the future of Asgard. You must understand, both Odin, the All-Father, and I have endured the trials of the World Tree. If I cannot comprehend this, then neither can the All-Father. The only thing I do not understand is, how did you reach such heights? So, it was curiosity about my technique that drove him, muse the hidden wilderness. Perhaps there's even some anxiety for Asgard's future. After all, to forge close ties with a being whose past and future are both unreadable. Is that a blessing or a curse? But I'm not so exalted a being myself. I possess no powers over life and death. Compared to Odin, I am likely but a minor player. Well, as for that, I believe there's no need to discuss it. It's only natural you can't perceive my power. If you could, how would it have brought such profound change to Asgard? There's no need for you to worry. I bear no ill toward Asgard. Heimdall gazed at the hidden wilderness, eyes unwavering. Indeed, becoming stronger is a good thing. But the things that come with increased strength, I can't say for certain whether they're blessings or curses. Though I'm reluctant to put it this way, the changes you've brought to Asgard are nothing short of astonishing. I must know what your intentions are for Asgard. Zhang Mang was left momentarily speechless. Someone as insignificant as me. What possible designs could I have on Asgard? Asgard, Part 3. Faced with the unreasonable demands of Heimdall, Zhang Mang neither yielded nor bothered to explain himself. Instead, he did something rather childish. He turned on his heel and walked away. Heimdall clearly hadn't expected such a reaction. He moved forward, trying to block Zhang Mang's path. I must advise you, Zhang Mang said, looking Heimdall in the eye. I may be good-tempered, but not just anyone has the right to interrogate me. No matter what my intentions are, why should I have to explain myself to you? Before you ask such questions, have you ever considered how rude your behavior is? What if I'm just standing here by chance, doing what I wish with no ulterior motive? Couldn't your actions now be seen as groundless provocation? Is this your own idea, or Odin's? Are you seeking an endless feud with me? Heimdall was taken aback. This young man had always seemed so modest, so courteous in every interaction. Heimdall hadn't said anything particularly harsh. He simply wanted to know Zhang Mang's purpose. Especially for someone with the title of magician, matters are usually settled with words, not violence. Yet Zhang Mang had proved unexpectedly volatile, and Heimdall was at a loss. That was not my intention, Heimdall began to explain. But Zhang Mang simply brushed past him without a glance, striding forward. I have no interest in hearing your explanations. Don't bother me again. Otherwise, I'll see you in the arena. Heimdall could not fathom the reason for Zhang Mang's outburst, though Zhang Mang understood well enough why Heimdall had come question him. Still, it was a shame. Zhang Mang's good mood had finally run its course. Thor's lessons had reached their conclusion, but Odin still showed no sign of seeking him out to offer any reward. Perhaps, during his conversations with Thor, he had inadvertently revealed his wish to use the wormhole to return to Earth. All-seeing, all-knowing Odin was no doubt watching his every move, which was likely why he kept his distance. By now, even the ordinary citizens of Asgard knew that Thor had gained tremendous power through the cultivation of chi magic. How could Odin, as king and father, possibly be unaware? Yet even so, Odin never came to see him. As a businessman, Odin had broken his word. And as an ally seeking to form an alliance with Zong Mang, such behavior was truly disrespectful. This was the one thing Zong Mang could not accept, the constant surveillance. What Zong Mang desired most in this world could be summed up in 2 words: absolute freedom. He wanted to do what he wished. Above all else, he could never tolerate being coerced or watched. This was something he had to stand up for, and in his heart, Zong Mang harbored a great deal of anger. Ever since he'd spoken with Thor and expressed his wish to return to Earth, Odin had not met with him again. Aside from these matters, Zong Mang could not imagine what other troubles Odin might be facing. This was certainly not the time for Odin to be in his Odin sleep. There was no major upheaval among the 9 realms, and the Bifrost remained unrepaired. With all other possibilities ruled out, only one explanation remained. Odin simply did not intend to honor his promise. Or perhaps Odin had realized that Zong Mang's request to return to Earth via the wormhole under Odin's control gave him leverage, and so he wanted to negotiate terms, using cold indifference as a tactic. It had to be said, this was deeply unpleasant, to hold something over someone and use it as a bargaining chip. This might be standard practice for a businessman, but as an ally, it was hardly a dignified move. Heimdall's arrival was perfectly mistimed. He walked right into the storm. Had it been anyone else, the outcome might have been different, but his presence was enough to provoke Zong Mang. After all, Zong Mang still needed to negotiate with Odin. In the end, only certain dealings with Odin would truly serve his own interests, but Heimdall possessed those all-seeing eyes that could witness anything in the world. And the words Heimdall spoke made it clear he was investigating Zong Mang, brazenly standing before him and declaring, "I need to know your intentions." If someone else had hidden motives, would they simply reveal them when questioned? Schemes and plots are not so easily pried out in a face-to-face confrontation, but Heimdall had come regardless. What did that mean? It meant that Heimdall saw him as an honest man. Heimdall believed that by questioning him directly, he might get some information about Zong Mang. He probably expected Zong Mang to reveal his thoughts about Asgard and what he hoped to gain. 9 times out of 10, he was acting as Odin's advance guard. Another possibility was that Heimdall truly harbored suspicions about him. But in either case, the questions Heimdall asked would get him nowhere. He surely knew he wouldn't get any real answers from Zong Mang. Yet still, he asked. He thought Zong Mang was an easy target. Or perhaps he believed Zong Mang was simply a good person who could be manipulated. Perhaps he didn't consciously intend it, but deep down, he still acted as if Mang were a good person, using the methods of a civilized man to exert pressure on them. That was why Zong Mang became angry. Heimdall found this headache-inducing. He had offended Odin's most promising ally. To Odin, Zong Mang's presence was certainly not as important as Heimdall's. Yet, Odin's plans should not be ruined by one careless move. Heimdall wanted to catch up and apologize, but he remembered Zong Mang's earlier warning. This left him no choice but to halt, stopping right where he was and giving up the chase. When faced with such an unreasonable, good person, Heimdall seemed completely helpless. As expected, being a good person isn't easy. After leaving, Zong Mang went to find Skolchi for a drink. As they drank, Skolchi asked Zong Mang about some techniques for cultivating air magic. Zong Mang generously shared everything he knew, holding nothing back. Indeed, Odin might be watching from the sidelines, but in the end, all of this would still come at a price. No matter, if you wish to use this to threaten me, I'll simply let you listen in. Even if you refuse to admit it, once you've attended my lessons, your very aura will remember. No matter what level of being you are, when it comes to chi, you should never expect to outdo an air mage. This is precisely what sets the air mage system apart. Air magic comes with a built-in ability, the perception and detection of all things. Chi can teach air mages everything they wish to know about materials, and this is the true source of their strength. The deeper your connection with the world, the more secrets you can glean from it. That is the very essence of how air magic gathers information from the world itself. And now, Zong Mang distinctly sensed that more than one person was learning from what he taught. As long as he remained near Odin, Zong Mang could let Odin know that he was aware of Odin's attempts to secretly learn. Odin's visit. After what happened with Heimdall, Zong Mang holed up in his room and stopped coming out to teach Thor. This was his way of making a statement. If you don't come out soon, the agreement between us may no longer stand. That was the message Zong Mang wanted to convey. As expected, after 3 days of waiting, Odin came to see Zong Mang. Odin showed no sign of anything out of the ordinary. He spoke as if they were simply friends chatting. "Thank you very much for helping Thor with his studies." His mastery of air magic has far surpassed my expectations. Songmang replied with a broad smile. Indeed, it has exceeded my expectations as well. Odin smiled back. I wonder, what kind of reward would you like? Songmang answered bluntly. I want the location of a wormhole that can return me to Earth. Odin pretended to ponder for a moment, but in truth, the real answer was already formed in his mind long before. He had drafted it in his heart. I'm sorry, but I can't give it to you. This concerns the secrets of Asgard. If I were to reveal the location, then people from Earth could travel back through the wormhole as well. If an enemy were to invade Asgard through the Earth's wormhole, it would pose a grave danger to us. Songmang gave a wry smile. This sly old fox had never intended to let him use the wormhole to return to Earth. The wormhole on this side of the world was shrouded in powerful magical wards, and with Songmang teaching more spells, its location was kept even more secret. That was Odin's true aim, but regrettably for him, things would not go entirely his way. I understand your concerns, Songmang replied. Just as you said, I'll stay in Asgard a while longer. Odin looked a bit puzzled. Songmang was not the kind of person to give in so easily. Even a fool would have sensed there was more beneath the surface, let alone someone as shrewd as Songmang. Turning on his heel, Songmang started to head back. Just as he reached the gates of the palace, Odin called out to him. Is there nothing else you desire? Songmang waved his hand carelessly as he strode ahead. No, there's nothing else I want. Odin stood in silence, watching Songmang's departing figure. He couldn't fathom why Songmang would leave so calmly. Based on what he knew of Songmang's character, he was someone who fought tooth and nail for what he wanted. Yet since his recent, explosive clash with Heimdall, he had stopped teaching Thor magic, and even his friend Scourge had learned nothing new from him. This was, without doubt, a troubling sign for Odin. In Asgard, reputation, courage, and strength were held in the highest regard. Outsiders like Songmang, who came to Bajed, were actually accorded more respect by the Asgardians. In other words, Songmang had already built a following in Lazed, though much of his influence was thanks to his association with Thor. Even as Odin was still brooding over Songmang's intentions, Heimdall received a summons from the arena. A mysterious mage from Earth had issued a challenge to the guardian of the palace gates, the keeper of Asgard's Bifrost, Heimdall himself. This news sent shockwaves through all of Asgard. There was no personal grudge between the two, so the duel was clearly a challenge, perhaps even a provocation. Judging from the tense atmosphere between them, it was obvious Songmang was provoking him. Faced with Songmang's outward calm, which barely concealed a smoldering anger, Heimdall offered him an apology. I'm terribly sorry. I never meant to interrogate you. I'm just a little worried about my own situation. Yes, of course I understand your concerns. But that doesn't stop me from challenging you, just as you don't seem to care whether I'm a good person or not. Suddenly, Heimdall realized exactly what Songmang was trying to do. He wants to make our conversation public and tell all of Asgard that this is bullying an honest man. Heimdall found this behavior childish. After all, he was Asgard's guardian, and every single spectator here was an Asgardian. Even if, worst case, public opinion turned against him, what real difference would it make? The people of Alaska would always have faith in the gods of Asgard. Still, Heimdall apologized. There's no point in trying to test you. Besides, you've yet to give me an answer to my question. His tone had grown more forceful. Zangmang's my. Now, this was getting interesting. Heimdall was implying that he hadn't done anything out of line, and that Songmang hadn't lost anything because of it. Your actions are meaningless, but I'm willing to give you an out. Of course, Songmang believed Heimdall could defeat him, but that would be against an unprepared opponent. A fully prepared mage, armed with the power of the elements, could tear apart the very heavens and earth, let alone a mere gatekeeper. Songmang gave another smile. Then, as if deciding his smile wasn't big enough, his voice grew louder. And then, all at once, he burst into wild laughter. I'm a guest of Asgard. I came here to save Asgard. And yet you question me like this, questioning my very purpose in coming to your realm. My technique was traded away by your own king, Odin. My magic comes from my teacher, my grandmasters before me. What business is that of yours? Do the gods meddle in everything? My heritage, my past, must I reveal all of it to someone who has nothing to do with it? Why should I? Is this how Asgardians treat their friends? Is this how you treat those who offer you help? Asgardians are truly arrogant. The hall fell utterly silent. Most of the Asgardians, hearing that angry outburst, now realized the truth of the situation, though perhaps not the whole, unbiased story. As the gatekeeper, Heimdall was indeed responsible for the safety of the palace. Perhaps his questions weren't so important, but he had nonetheless kindled a fire in Songmang's heart. And Songmang hadn't spoken these words to make Heimdall see his mistake, but to make every Asgardian here feel a sense of shame. The people of Asgard possessed a powerful sense of collective identity and a fierce communal spirit. From the perspective of Zongmang, the people of Asgard had indeed violated all codes of benevolence and morality. Someone in the arena shouted for Heimdall to get off the field. Of course, this was just an ignorant commoner, for who didn't know that Heimdall was Odin's most trusted god? An ordinary citizen daring to attack the president's closest friend. What audacity! Yet here in Asgard, gods of great power would also step forward without hesitation. The people of Asgard would always defend Asgard's interests. Heimdall spoke in a deep, steady voice. I need you to take back what you just said. Zangman Chukka. What a joke. His face was twisted in a mocking smile, his eyes cold and unreadable. He fixed his gaze intently on everyone in the arena who had stood up, sweeping his eyes across them all. Everyone, I'm not saying you're weak, but if it comes to it, you're welcome to come at me together. Madness gripped the arena. The air was heavy with a desolate, chilling aura. Massive statues of warriors stood sentinel on either side. The banners of Asgard's many noble houses hung, immaculate, around the perimeter of the arena. Now, the sun was sinking in the west, casting a tragic yet heroic glow over the scene. Amidst the arena, scarred by blade and axe, Zongmang stood proud, facing Heimdall, the guardian of the divine realm, and the gods of Asgard, who had risen in anger and shame, yet dared not act. Zongmang's tone was so brazen, it was as if he were challenging all of Asgard itself. At this moment, his actions seemed utterly mad. He had proven his prowess by defeating 2 of the Frost Giant leader's personal guards, but to provoke so many Asgardians at once, this was beyond reckless. Cheers and angry shouts mingled and echoed throughout the arena. Some admired Zongmang's fearless courage, while others were enraged by his insolence toward Asgard. No one yet saw the whole picture, but everyone rushed to voice their opinions and judgments. As expected, there are always those eager to stir up trouble, no matter which world you're in. Heimdall watched quietly, taking in the sight of this maid from another world. Most mages from Midgard were humble, courteous, mysterious, with an air of grace. Rarely did one see someone as bold, one might even say reckless, as Zongmang. Heimdall reflected once more on his own actions, feeling that nothing he had done warranted such a confrontation. Even if he had been somewhat impolite, it hardly demanded a duel in the arena. Heimdall let out a quiet sigh and bowed deeply, a gesture that embodied all the etiquette and dignity of Asgard. Heimdall had not fought anyone in the arena for a long time. On one hand, his age was starting to show. On the other, his combat prowess had grown so formidable that few Asgardians could still stand against him. Zongmang's aggressive taunts, coupled with the roars and shouts from the crowd surrounding the arena, clearly provoked Heimdall. Heimdall was now fully prepared for battle. Even though, given the chance, he would still have asked the same question, he did recognize that, in this situation, he bore some responsibility. My deepest apologies, but I cannot hold back, Heimdall said gravely. Respect for battle was a fundamental code for all who stood beneath Asgard's banners. Zongmang nodded with a wry smile. That's the only thing about you I can praise. As a warrior, at least, you're up to the mark. At this moment, Heimdall refrained from using his divine powers. Sword in hand, he charged straight toward Zongmang. Their fight erupted quickly. During his time training Thor, Zongmang had also sharpened his own combat instincts. Heimdall's swordplay and strength were like those of a giant, an invincible giant wielding a blade. Ever since obtaining the horse talisman, Zongmang had selectively learned some of Asgard's fighting techniques. He did not focus on those long-memorized routines, but rather adopted a more ruthless style, one that echoed the battle-hardened veterans who had fought for Asgard across the 9 realms. For this, he had Thor and Scourge to thank. Though the two had relatively few friends among the 9 realms' common folk, both counted some truly skilled warriors among their companions. For Zongmang, this was an invaluable advantage. To trade injury for injury, to strike his opponent at the very moment he was struck himself, this was the lesson Zongmang had taken to heart. The longer the fight went on, the fiercer Zongmang became. This was nothing like his previous bout with Thor. When he fought the god of thunder, Thor had not used his lightning powers. His weapon delivered blunt force, causing Zongmang's skin to bleed, but never breaking bones outright. Instead, bones would be damaged and then instantly knit themselves back together, like a zombie locked in combat with a war god. But Heimdall's sword was razor-sharp. A single stroke could sever half of Zongmang's body, flooding the arena floor with torrents of blood. Yet the horse talisman within Zongmang worked tirelessly to repair him, over and over again. However, this made Zongmang realize that the horse talisman's magic was truly about healing. It was not a matter of rewinding time. It was more an expression of vitality itself. Everything, living or non-living, possessed some concept of life. Every shred of clothing sliced apart by Heimdall's sword would be restored by the talisman's power. Yet the blood and vital essence Zhang Mang lost to the arena floor would not return to his veins, no matter how much the talisman healed him. As the battle raged on, Zhang Mang fought with increasing ferocity, growing stronger with each exchange. Though the horse talisman spell had healed his wounds, the traces of blood remained on his body. Zhang Mang became like a canvas, relentlessly painted over by Heimdall's attacks. Before long, he was covered in blood from head to toe. Blood drenched Zhang Mang's entire body, refusing clot. Each drop barely formed before it was joined by fresh wounds and more blood. Rivulets of blood streamed down his frame, flowing over him like water through grass. Meanwhile, the gods who had risen from their seats in the stands now sat down again. They honored the strength of a formidable warrior, but held even greater reverence for the courage of one utterly unafraid. The greatest flaw of healing magic is that it heals only the body. The pain of those injuries remains untouched by magic. In fact, some spells only make the agony come faster. So, in the eyes of these guardians, Zhang Mang was enduring excruciating pain, yet still chose to fight Heimdall, one of the greatest warriors of the gods. Would anyone truly go to such reckless lengths for the sake of mere words? Perhaps Heimdall's actions had indeed crossed a line in Zhang Mang's eyes. Now, doubt spread through every heart. Why had a few words sparked so brutal a conflict? After every contest, the arena was swiftly cleaned. But the ground itself was nothing more than packed earth. Most times, the dirt was turned over and replaced. Yet the scars from previous battles could never be fully erased, and so, layer upon layer, the ground slowly rose over the years. Legend had it that, long ago, the center of the arena lay deep and sunken. In those days, the gates were wide enough for giants to pass through. Now, giants rarely set foot in the arena, for dwindling numbers and years of war had nearly erased their kind from Asgard. Today, only ordinary mortals could fit through those doors. There was a tale of a battle long ago when giants and a host of enemy prisoners clashed in a bloody struggle. That fight was for the honor of an Asgardian clan. Dozens of giant warriors fought an entire enemy legion. Even Odin's own father could not stop the carnage. Those fearless giants fell on this very soil, dying for their honor. Later, when the arena was cleared, the ground was raised higher to bury the fallen. From that day forth, the king of the gods forbade giants and other rare races from fighting to the death in the arena. He imposed countless new restrictions on all deadly duels. But now, in this very moment, the people of Asgard once more witnessed the legendary scene. The way Zhang Mang fought. The sun was slowly making its way westward. What had once been a pale and lackluster sunlight now transformed into something grand and magnificent. The soft golden rays turned clear and burning hot. The arena floor was awash with blood, reflecting the vivid yellow sunlight. As time passed, the blood gradually spread, covering the entire ground. The soil was saturated with it, and the whole arena was filled with the suffocating smell of blood. Most of the earth had blended with the crimson, turning the ground a deep, dark red. Every scene bore witness to the brutality and ferocity of this battle. It was almost impossible to imagine that so much blood could come from a single person. Many of the Asgardians had already sat down and closed their eyes, unable to watch any longer. Here stood an opponent deemed unbeatable, facing a challenger from a distant land, fighting for a reason known only to himself. This fight seemed, on the surface, to have no purpose, yet it was drenched in blood. Both were figures deserving of respect. One, Heimdall, the steadfast gatekeeper who had devoted years of service to Asgard. The other, a sorcerer who had been in Asgard for barely 2 months, bringing the art of chi magic and helping them through their darkest hour. Such a sudden and seemingly senseless battle had, in an instant, drained the Asgardians of their passion for combat. Heimdall had yet to feel exhausted. With a divine body, the hours of fighting hadn't even begun to wear him down. Meanwhile, Zhang Mang refused to yield. His will and spirit kept him in a feverish state, while the horse talisman continuously healed both his body and soul. Zhang Mang was learning at lightning speed in the heat of battle. Each time Heimdall struck him with a sword, Zhang Mang would answer with a punch. After hours of fighting, Zhang Mang had landed hundreds of blows on Heimdall's face. Yet even those empowered by the Ox Talisman had only managed to break the skin. Unfortunately, the power of the Ox Talisman within Zhang Mang was still limited. Even the spectral shadow from his last battle had yet to reappear. But now, the blessing from the shield maiden within him had reached an unimaginable level. Heimdall's mighty sword could no longer cleave through Zhang Mang's body in a single strike. More and more often, his blade would get stuck in the gaps between bones. For Zongmang, the gains from this battle had far exceeded all expectations. In just one fight, he had managed to integrate all he had learned over the past 2 months, a true trial by fire. From this moment on, he could truly claim to be a battle-hardened warrior. Though he had the Horse Talisman's power, he treated this as a fight for his life, trading wound for wound. With each clash, he would twist his body to meet the blade, always avoiding a fatal strike to the heart or head. After experiencing thousands of deaths, Zongmang finally learned how to avoid vital injuries during battle. Even when Heimdall cut off his arms or legs, he had learned to respond swiftly after being attacked. The Bull Talisman granted him surging strength, and through countless repetitions, he had grown familiar with its power. There is great terror between life and death. Even with the Horse Talisman's protection, it was hard to get used to an enemy who could kill you with a single stroke. Facing such an opponent brought immense psychological pressure. At last, Heimdall sheathed his sword. Blood clouded Zongmang's vision. Everything before his eyes was a crimson blur. He could barely make out Heimdall's movements. He lashed out with a punch, only to hit nothing but air. Heimdall stood where he was, gazing at the blood-soaked Midgardian mage before him. Never in his life had he felt such profound shock as he did now. Zongmang paused, and, as the fight ended, he lowered his fists in silence and stood still. He activated the formation inscribed on his hands. Instantly, the blood on his body spattered away in all directions. This was a formation designed to dispel all items not recognized as part of oneself. More often, it was used for healing and detoxification, but Zongmang found it worked quite well for cleansing too. Looking at Heimdall, who had already sheathed his sword, Zongmang asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Are you already weary?" Heimdall apologized to Zongmang once again. "If my words have offended you, I am willing to drown my sorrow in regret. But this kind of battle is meaningless. I admire your courage. Whatever punishment you see fit, I will accept it gladly." Zongmang my Li. This battle was never about forcing Heimdall to apologize. It was a performance. Odin sought to gain more from this exchange. Heimdall wanted to safeguard Asgard. Neither was truly in the wrong, but it was deeply frustrating all the same. And where did that frustration come from? After much thought, Zongmang realized his own definition of ally was world apart from theirs. He considered Odin and the people of Asgard as friends and companions. Like a true Asgardian, he felt his blood boil in the arena, swept up in the thrill of combat. But Odin regarded him as a trading partner, always angling for the best deal, even at the expense of a little of the Allfather's dignity. Heimdall, on the other hand, saw himself as an outsider, someone who might pose a threat to Asgard. Through this battle, Zongmang wanted to express his discontent. From beginning to end, the fight had no real purpose. But he needed this fight. If the unease in his heart was left unaddressed, their alliance would not last much longer. He used this bloody battle to show Odin exactly where he stood. The people of Asgard couldn't help but feel a vague sense of unease. Whether considering the opinion of the god's realm or the value of Zongmang as an ally, Odin could no longer turn a blind eye. And Heimdall, too, would not stand aside as an impartial observer as he once had. Thinking of Asgard's interests, he now viewed Zongmang with a growing sense of hostility and resolved to drive him away. With one battle, Zongmang had forced them both into compromise. But Zongmang was far from satisfied. A mocking smile played at the corners of Zongmang's mouth. "I don't want your apology. What I want is respect. Respect that can only be taken by force." Heimdall sighed. Of course, he knew Zongmang would never forgive so easily. If a simple apology could resolve things, there would have been no need for this fight. Catching Heimdall's sigh, Zongmang shook his head. "Don't misunderstand. This fight so far has been nothing more than a warm-up." Heimdall looked puzzled. Why would Zongmang say such a thing? "From start to finish, you haven't managed to land a single blow on me. I respect you, yes, but I won't hand over victory just because you fight so fiercely and fearlessly." Zongmang shook his head, and a green glow began to shimmer from the spell array in his hand. It was like playing a sliding puzzle as a child, one formation after another, shifting, weaving together in an intricate dance. "I told you, the real battle is only just beginning, so it certainly won't end now." Heimdall seemed to sense something. Suddenly, he realized he'd been making a critical mistake all along. He wasn't the only one holding back his divine power. Zongmang was a magician, after all. He'd been fighting in the Asgardian style, but that didn't mean a sorcerer needed to rely on brute strength to win. Everything Zongmang had done so far was just a way to vent his anger in Asgard, to make everyone understand how furious he truly was. But the real fight was only about to begin. The method of using the rat talisman. Honestly, using it against you is a bit of a waste, but these days I can make several every day, so it's really nothing. As he spoke, Zhang Mang pulled a talisman tracker from his pocket. With the aid of microcarving technology, the talisman tracker was also a miniature marvel. Inside a cube the size of a dice, there were many talisman trackers packed within. Demons and monsters, begone. In fact, after mastering the art of cultivating energy, Zhang Mang realized that most chi-based magic didn't require elaborate spells. Unlike magic that demanded lengthy incantations, chi magic only needed the practitioner to channel their inner energy at the moment of use. Still, having these talismans at hand allowed a chi magician to maintain a better state of mind and keep control over all that was happening. With the blessing of the rat talisman, the 4 dragon heads at the top of the talisman tracker instantly sprang to life, transforming into colossal bronze dragons. That's right, dragons. The array hidden in his hand was a combination of many formations, ultimately fusing into a brand new one. It possessed just 3 effects: to grow larger, stronger, and tougher. The tiny cube was like a dragon's lair, from which bronze dragons continuously surged forth, their numbers overwhelming as they charged toward Heimdall and his followers. By now, dusk was settling in, the golden sunlight of sunset casting its glow over the people of Asgard. Most of them had never witnessed such a spectacle. Yet, this very scene ignited the passion of the Asgardians, who began to cheer for Zhang Mang with fervor. In this moment, the mage from Earth showcased the unique allure of air magic. It was a demonstration of the rat talisman combined with the applications of an air magic array. Heimdall stood at the ready, as if facing his greatest threat. Dragons roared through the skies, thundering toward him in relentless waves. Their bodies gleamed with a metallic sheen, each scale etched with intricate markings that shimmered with a faint green light. Though Zhang Mang hadn't personally inscribed every scale with enchantments, the use of micro-engraving technology meant that he didn't have to. Most dragons bore these talismanic marks near their heads. Each mark carried a different effect. For instance, one dragon was breathing fire, while 2 others unleashed torrents of lightning. All manner of elemental powers gathered in their maws. Heimdall's sword radiated with a spectrum of colors, space-bending energy swirling around the blade like a rainbow bridge. With a mighty roar, he cleaved through lightning, fire, ice, and venomous sprays alike. Heimdall truly lived up to his reputation as one of Asgard's elder gods. Alone, he suppressed the onslaught of hundreds of dragons, as if their attacks were nothing. Meanwhile, Zhang Mang strolled leisurely around the edge of the arena, his pace unhurried. Indeed, I suppose these are merely appetizers for you. Am I right, Heimdall, gatekeeper of Asgard? Heimdall didn't answer, for he could tell that Zhang Mang must have more cards up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm and composed. Zhang Mang continued his slow, deliberate circuit. The wounds on his body could be healed by the horse talisman, but the pain left by Heimdall's sword lingered in his body like echoes from ages past. Waves of phantom pain still coursed through him, as if Heimdall's blade were still cutting into his flesh. Yet Zhang Mang maintained his composure, walking with a tranquil, measured step. The courage and fearlessness of the Asgardians, I have truly felt it. But at the same time, it has bred the arrogance you wear now. As he walked, Zhang Mang voiced his thoughts aloud. Asgard has not faced any real crisis in a very long time. With so many warriors, and Odin as the pinnacle of their power, they are invincible throughout the 9 realms, conquering all before them. And those who dwell beyond the 9 realms rarely attempt to invade this place. Beings of higher order do not bother with you, nor do they deign to converse with the common folk. And so, you have become like frogs at the bottom of a well, arrogant in your ignorance. As Zhang Mang spoke, he walked toward the entrance of the arena. On either side of the entrance stood 2 colossal statues. He gently placed his hand upon one, then slowly moved toward the other. Have you ever considered that these very structures which have borne witness to Asgard's rise might have their own voices? I wonder, if the witnesses of Asgard's glory could speak, what would they say about you? Would they feel pride? Would they be filled with admiration? Or perhaps, having seen the changes firsthand, would they wish to deny your arrogance, yet find no one willing to hear their words? In that moment, from the 2 ancient giants standing sentry at the arena gates, fine stone dust began to trickle down. The scars carved by countless swords and blades gradually faded away. The 2 statues, each resting upon a sword, stood guard at the entrance, as if to welcome every brave soul who entered. Now, both raised their swords high. Heimdall gazed at the towering statues as they charged forward, swords drawn. For a fleeting moment, he wondered whether he was truly Asgard's god, or if Zhang Mang was the god here after all. How could such deeply symbolic statues, so sacred to Asgard, be commanded by an outsider? Even if some spark of spirit dwelled within them, Their purpose was always to defend Asgard. How could they be awakened by a sorcerer from beyond their realm? Song Mang watched the two statues, now transformed into heroic spirits, rushing toward Heimdall, and thought perhaps the stakes were still not high enough, since Odin had yet to appear. The two giants gave a voiceless roar, their anger vibrating through the silent air. Just as they had always witnessed, every warrior vented their valor with a shout, charging forward to face their foes. Heimdall's swordsmanship was, of course, exquisite beyond compare. Yet these two statues had watched countless battles in the arena for thousands of years. Their combat skills were even more extraordinary. One could call them supernatural. Heimdall, wielding a sword far smaller than the massive stone blades, met their assault head-on. Everyone present knew Heimdall's sword was a rare and legendary weapon. Though the statue's swords were merely carved from stone and should have been far inferior, not even the might of Heimdall's blade could damage them. Those giants, though massive and clumsy, fought against the diminutive Heimdall as if wielding great swords to carve delicate patterns. Yet their swordsmanship was displayed in all its vivid brilliance. This was far more intricate and refined than the battle between Song Mang and Heimdall had ever been. At this moment, Song Mang watched the fight before him, unable to keep from sighing in admiration. Truly, there was much to learn. The crowd in the stands buzzed with noise and excitement, while the combatants themselves were utterly absorbed in the duel. But right now, only Song Mang seemed to have withdrawn his heart and mind from the arena. The fight appeared fierce and evenly matched, yet it was undeniable that Heimdall would ultimately emerge victorious. After all, the giants were made of stone, and every move they made consumed Song Mang's magical power. With every attack, they drew from the starry sea of energy within him. Yet, strangely, the entire sea of stars did not grow dim. On the contrary, the stars seemed to blaze even more brightly. The awakening of the heroic spirit. The dark red ground trembled as the enormous feet of the stone giants sent chunks of earth flying. Clods of that dark red mud splattered around the edge of the stands. The spirit of every Asgardian present was swept up in the grandeur of this epic battle. Yet Song Mang, at this moment, was searching for a certain feeling deep within himself. He could sense the traces of many magical arrays etched into his body. But most of these arrays were intended to assist in crafting magical artifacts. The few amplification spells he had left were ones he'd carved before heading to S.H.I.E.L.D., defenses against dangers he might encounter there. But Thor's arrival had been sudden, and Song Mang had followed him to Asgard without delay. In all that haste, he had not been able to prepare many magical arrays. So, after several days of preparation, he had managed to inscribe only a single array on himself. This array was for summoning. With it, Song Mang could summon an item, a creature, or even a god. He could not specify its form, nor could he choose its origin. No one could say what memories the summoned being might possess. Once, his father had only a single array like this, and when it was activated, a bizarre creature appeared, a fish-headed monster with human legs, gaping its mouth to try to swallow Xiaoyu. Such beings his father had called creatures from exotic spaces. They were sealed monsters, trapped in alien dimensions across every branch of time, living in torment, as if in hell. Now, Song Mang intended to summon something from an exotic space within this very world. He had no other options, but right now, defeating Heimdall was all that mattered. He could not afford hesitation. For the beings he could summon from these extra-dimensional spaces were, in all likelihood, no match for Heimdall. All Song Mang hoped to do was tip the scales in this battle. The fight had reached a stalemate, even with the two giants commanding their host of flying dragons. Even Heimdall could only manage a stalemate. What Song Mang needed to do was to tip the scales of victory by adding one more weight to the balance. However, there was a problem. In this universe, the probability of accessing a different dimension was not very high. So, the equivalent of another dimension might simply be the hell of the Marvel Universe. But in places like that, the only things Song Mang could summon would be demons. And whether it was Kamartaj or Asgard, both harbored a deep loathing for demons. After all, Asgard already had its own goddess of death, and Kamartaj would never allow such demonic forces to manifest in the real world. So, it was unlikely that Song Mang's summoning would bring forth creatures from those realms. That left only one other possibility: dimensional demon gods or their minions. Or perhaps, heroes from other corners of the multiverse. Song Mang was indeed taking a risk here, because if he summoned a hero from another universe, it might draw the Watcher's attention. But what did it really matter? His very presence in this universe was already a monumental anomaly. If the Watchers still hadn't noticed him, perhaps something was shielding him from that all-seeing gaze. On the other hand, if the Watcher had already detected him, then the worst had already happened, so why worry about anything else? In short, While it might look like a loss on the surface, in reality, there was nothing to lose. At this moment, Zongmang's magic circle continued to take shape, glowing with a ghostly blue light. Heimdall felt as if the air itself was tightening around him, making it hard to breathe. He looked over to where Zongmang stood, and saw that Zongmang was engaged in a ritual Heimdall could not comprehend. Zongmang tossed the materials he'd brought onto the ground, drawing patterns on the floor with his energy. To the eyes of ordinary Asgardians, the energy flowing within those circles was invisible. Only someone at Heimdall's level could perceive it. The intricate designs twisted and turned like a labyrinth, so dizzying that even looking at them made your eyes tremble. What is that thing? Zongmang paid no attention at all to Heimdall's actions, not even when Heimdall, distracted, suffered a sword wound. For him, the outcome of this duel with Heimdall was not the most important part of this performance. What mattered most was Odin's response. As long as Odin appeared in the arena to put a stop to this battle, he would have to bear the consequences. Either Odin would have to agree to some other conditions, or he would have to send Zongmang back to Earth. But if Odin continued, as before, to let things take their course, giving the appearance of hospitality while actually limiting his freedom, then Zongmang could always stage another battle in the arena, further weakening Asgard's unity and undermining Odin's credibility, and so on. At this moment, within Zongmang's array, the deep blue glow grew even more profound, and a long, rectangular frame appeared in its place. It resembled a stick, yet was square on all sides. A sense of foreboding swept over Zongmang. The sudden appearance of this object was clearly beyond his expectations. To the people of this world, such things would be utterly invisible. But how could Zongmang not know what it was? Heimdall abruptly ceased his attack and rushed toward Zongmang with all speed. Even as the giant's sword slashed across his shoulder, leaving a terrible wound, he did not stop. Stop, no more. I admit defeat. Zongmang's hands did not pause, but he slowed the frequency of energy transmission. He knew that this formation might not be completed, but even if it was, he dared not release what was trapped inside. What did you say? Heimdall's shout once again thundered through the arena. I said, I surrender. The arena erupted into a storm of voices. Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard, an enduring symbol of strength, had just conceded defeat. Heimdall half-knelt on the ground, his treasured sword slipping from his grasp. Disappointment flickered in his golden eyes. After a brief hush, the entire arena burst into a cacophony of cheers, excitement, boasting, celebration. The few voices that spoke out for Heimdall were quickly drowned in the commotion. The mighty dragons, after beating their wings once, landed upon the arena floor, nearly covering it completely. They seemed ready to sink into slumber, closing their bronze eyes, while the two stone giants stood quietly in place, basking in the adoration from the crowd around the arena. After a moment's pause, the grand statues of the arena sheathed their swords and returned to their original positions. The magical aura belonging to Zongmang withdrew from the statues. Sensing Zongmang's call, the dragons lifted their heads and soared toward him. The metallic cube at Zongmang's side floated up into the air. As the dragons flew toward the metal block, they began to shrink, smaller and smaller, until they disappeared inside. The scene was like dragons returning to their lair, and gasps of amazement rippled through the crowd. Yet, none noticed that the magical array in Zongmang's hand now shone with an even more dazzling light. The rectangular stick began to stretch outward on both ends, and a shimmering curtain of light appeared in the center. Cold sweat broke out on Zongmang's brow. In this moment, the energy within his body was being devoured without end. A call from the depths of hell. The brilliant, star-like energy within Zongmang was being drawn out in torrents. The energy within Zongmang's body began to flicker violently. Wisps of shadowy power were drawn out, faint as mist, yet each thread could be seen clearly. Hidden among the stars of the astral sea, once brilliant lights now revealed their true forms. Stone-like, pitted with craters, the former splendor of the stars all but vanished. Before Zongmang, the rectangular staff slowly unfurled, its deep blue glow spreading like an ancient scroll. At last, the light converged into a swirling vortex, twisting and warping, forming the threshold of a gate. The vortex was on the verge of completion. Just as the gate to the underworld was about to open, Odin appeared. He descended, thunder crackling in his grasp, striking the gate with a force that shook the very ground. Zongmang's spell array blazed with a searing light. From within the gateway, a slender sleeve blade thrust forth. A black dagger spun out, hurtling toward Heimdall. With a sweep of his spear, Odin knocked the dagger aside. Then, from the depths of the underworld's gate, a woman's head emerged, crowned with a tangle of thorns, fierce as wild brambles. She roared at her father, "I am coming back!" Odin gripped his spear, slamming it heavily against the earth. The staff, unfurled like a painted scroll, shuddered violently. Arcs of electricity spasmed along its length. In a sudden rush, the scroll snapped shut, shrinking swiftly back into the form of a staff. The flow of energy within Zong Mang was finally broken. He gathered his strength, drawing the power back into himself through the array. The staff contracted inward, at last transforming into a cube. Yet, astonishingly, the cube simply dropped to the ground where it landed. The creature summoned by the array was forced back by Odin, but in the end, a tangible object was left behind. Odin stood in silence, gazing at Zong Mang, now collapsed to his knees, utterly drained, gasping for breath. He said nothing, taken aback by the young man's reckless boldness, and equally surprised that the array had managed to summon Hela, whom he himself had sealed away in another dimension. Odin's gaze flickered as he looked at the cube lying on the ground. After catching his breath, Zong Mang reached out and picked up the 10-sided cube at his feet. He recognized it at once, the Panga treasure box. Zong Mang hadn't expected to summon such a thing. In this world, after all, the 8 great demons did not exist. He couldn't understand why the array had produced this object. Logically, all of it should have been formed from pure energy. Yet, somehow, a physical artifact had emerged. Odin slowly opened his mouth. "I declare the victor of this battle to be Mr. Zong Mang from Midgard." The people of Asgard, who had been awestruck by the ominous aura, erupted in cheers. Their king was here. He had come to the arena himself to announce the outcome of a battle destined to become legend. A sorcerer from another world had defeated the guardian of Asgard. A defeat, yes, but one that set hearts ablaze. Although from any perspective, it was Asgard's fault, there was no regret about this battle. The people of Asgard were treated to a perfect visual feast. Whether it was the hundreds of dragons or the statues that had stood in the arena for thousands of years, all of it gave them an unparalleled experience. Odin looked at the 2 kneeling figures and sighed. It felt as though, in these past few days, he had sighed more than he had in countless years before. With a wave of his spear, Odin blinked them all back to the palace. He stepped forward a few paces, then sat down heavily on his throne, gazing at the 2 collapsed figures before him. With a gentle flick of his fingers toward the floor, a surge of energy split into 2 streams, flowing into the bodies of the fallen men. After a few moments, Heimdall stood up, and a little later, Zong Mang managed to rise as well. He could feel his inner energy gradually replenishing, and this power was different from the chi he had cultivated on his own. Surprisingly, the divine power of this realm and the chi he'd acquired came from the same origin, yet they felt like 2 distinct things. It was an intriguing discovery, and perhaps one worth studying in detail later. But truth be told, now is the best time to talk business. Better not get too distracted. What exactly should he ask Odin for? Odin watched the 2 as they slowly recovered, pondering what kind of response he should give. Faced with an unfair deal, Zong Mang's almost unruly way of handling things left Odin feeling utterly at a loss. No matter how he looked at it, he was in the wrong. But this was his own domain, so why did it feel like he had no leverage at all? Young people just don't stick to the old ways. Of course, he couldn't be the first to speak. When it comes to negotiating, the one who speaks first often ends up with less. But Zong Mang also wouldn't be the first to speak, since this was the situation he'd wanted all along. If he made the first move, it would be hard to name his terms. Fortunately, there was a third party present. Heimdall broke the silence. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Zong Mang, for my own mistakes and the delays I caused. I offer you my deepest apologies. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I will accept. I only hope you won't hold this incident against Asgard. Everything I did was out of concern for Asgard's safety, and if I have offended you in any way, I beg your forgiveness." Zong Mang remained where he was, looking at Heimdall. Now that someone had given Odin an out, it was Odin's turn to speak. If he spoke first, it would make him seem too eager. Moreover, if he were to speak up now, his anger would not be enough to make an impression. At this moment, it was better to stand there stubbornly, just like a hot-headed youth, silent, unyielding, refusing to admit or agree to anything. Odin saw through all of this, but his priority was to invest in Zong Mang, not to make an enemy of him. So, whether he acted like a foolhardy youth or was simply after greater benefit, Odin understood that it was time for him to step back. For all that Heimdall has done, as the king of the gods, I too bear some responsibility. I hope you'll forgive him, for my sake. If he still didn't respond at this point, it might seem too much. After all, the mighty king of the gods was apologizing to a young foreign mage. Even if he accepted, there would be little criticism. But what Odin might do after losing face was unpredictable. I respect your actions, but I find your attitude most displeasing. Heimdall once again bowed his head. Yet this time, he no longer murmured any apologies. His posture made it clear. He was ready to accept any punishment, standing rigidly as if bracing for a blow. Song Mang looked at Heimdall, motionless before him, and knew he'd achieved what he wanted. The Sentinel of Asgard had lowered his head to him. Yet the conditions would still need to be set by Odin. That was how the benefits could be maximized. Gazing at the bowed Heimdall, Odin spoke. I truly cannot tell you the secret of traveling from Asgard to Earth, but there is someone who might. Here it was, the opportunity. Song Mang stayed silent, but his intent to know the answer was perfectly clear. My daughter, Hela. Odin, the matchmaker. Song Mang hadn't expected things to come down to Hela in the end. Now that he thought about it, the figure who just stepped out from the gates of hell. It must have been Hela. Was she really as ghostly as they said? Who would ever dream of being matched with her? Perhaps this matter had rattled Odin deeply. If he couldn't arrange this match soon, Odin might not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Still, meeting Hela might be his ticket back to Earth. And if he did meet her, he might finally obtain the rune he most desired. For Song Mang, this was tremendous news. But a meeting with Hela would call for all sorts of precautions. The horse rune, for instance, might even bring him more pain. It was troubling. How does one deal with a rebellious, withdrawn girl? One who's been defiant for thousands of years. Her beliefs were already set, her mind already matured. She would not be so easily swayed. Still, the issue with Heimdall needed to be addressed. The magic of Asgard was mostly of reference value. So, in the end, what Song Mang needed to discuss with Odin was what he would gain. Moreover, the matter of Hela was originally Odin's own intention, not a condition that had been proposed by him. If there were to be any terms, it should be Song Mang who states what price must be paid to see Hela. So, in reality, this is Song Mang's turn to act. On this point, I will contact your Heimdall later. Speaking personally, I do respect you, but I must say, your words have truly saddened me. I hope you can help me accomplish a certain magical feat, and if this spell succeeds, I will need your cooperation as well, Odin. Odin glanced at Song Mang, his eyes questioning. This would be a tremendous help for me. If the formation succeeds, then I can promise you'll go see Hela. Oh, naturally, if all goes well, I might also need the help of Thor and some other Asgardian gods. I'll need you to help make those introductions. As for the details, I'll discuss them directly with each of them. Facing Odin's probing gaze, Song Mang offered no further explanation. If he revealed the true benefits he'd gained from this exchange, it might diminish his own share of the bargain, for not everyone could truly appreciate the profit this deal would bring him. Frigga likely wouldn't tell Odin about the power he was seeking, since it involved some multiversal matters. The being above her would never allow such secrets to be so easily shared. Odin nodded. If that's all, I can agree to your terms. After all, ever since arriving in the realm of gods, treasures lay scattered everywhere. Runes may be the most crucial, but even when scavenging, one ought to pick out the real gems, especially in a treasure vault as vast as the divine realm. Besides, I'll need you to provide some materials, including but not limited to URU metal and a few gemstones imbued with magical energy. I'll pick those out myself. Odin fell silent. The words "some materials" seemed to make him especially vigilant. If there were no limits, it might mean his entire stockpile could be depleted. Sensing Odin's concern, Song Mang hastened to reassure him. Of course, everything will be done with your permission. Before I take any materials, I'll submit a request to you. In other words, if you think it's too much, just say so, and I'll take less. After a moment's thought, Odin finally nodded. In the end, these were all investments. If one day they truly succeeded, it would be like giving Hela a dowry, no loss at all. Besides, if Thor and Loki failed to live up to expectations, perhaps it would be Hela who would become the king of Asgard after all. Yet for Hela to rule Asgard would bring with it countless consequences. How far things would go, all that depended on what Song Mang could achieve. Let's hope that Song Mang can bring Hela back on the right path. Perhaps a pure and innocent love might just change her heart. Those who often wield a sword are bound to be wounded by it one day. Even if he relishes battle, for Odin, conquering is not what he should pursue after having subdued the 9 realms. What they desire is a peaceful 9 realms, not one left desolate and empty. Since that's the case, I thank you, your majesty, for your reflections. Zangmang Bawet Zetpet Fun. Odin nodded slightly, signaling his approval of the transaction. The brilliance of the temple bathed the ancient halls, and on those time-worn walls was cast the silent psychological struggle between the old and the young. As a pure warrior, Heimdall paid little heed to such matters. What occupied his mind now was this. Speech truly is an art. With just a few words, I managed to provoke Song Mang into a fight with me, while His Majesty Odin, with just a few phrases, smoothed things over and made the issue vanish altogether. There's so much to learn. I've heard Earth has something called doing, people that pick up new knowledge every day. I really must study it sometime. Earthlings may not excel at combat or magic, but their way with language is quite captivating. After the deal was struck, Zhang Mang had no interest in exchanging empty pleasantries with Odin. After a brief chat, he excused himself. Prince Thor has made great progress lately. I ought to check on his studies. With the trade complete, you'll continue with what you promised. Zhang Mang, ever true to his word, would hold up his end of the bargain. Odin nodded again. He had to admit, Zhang Mang's approach to education was effective, and it gave him hope for Hela's transformation. To think that a man who once roared for Asgard in battle could, under their guidance, become a calm and contemplative mage, this was something Odin had never anticipated. He couldn't help but look forward to the day Hela might become a gentle and refined daughter. One must admit, the gods' education is direct, but rather simplistic. After so many years, their systems had barely evolved, a testament to the divine race's overwhelming martial prowess. They needed little change to rise ever higher and rule the world. And perhaps, to them, centuries of war across the 9 realms was a mere blink of an eye. For a race that lives for millennia, strengthening their power is far more effective than reforming their institutions. Perhaps that's why, in so many works of fiction, science fiction and fantasy worlds remain steadfastly under the rule of dynastic autocracies. Zhang Mang turned to leave, but something occurred to him. Your Excellency Odin, there's one more favor I'd like to ask of you. Odin, lost in his pleasant daydreams, was abruptly jolted back to reality. What more could you possibly want? Haven't I already given you enough? Once the Bifrost is repaired, I wonder if I could borrow it for a while. I would love to experience the scenery of the 9 realms by traveling through your bridge. Ah, so that's your intention. Odin was about to agree when Heimdall spoke up. Of course, it should take me about a year to finish repairing the Bifrost. When the time comes, if you wish to use it, you need only call my name. Heimdall was eager to convey his sincerity. The unrest in Asgard. Faced with Heimdall's earnest apology, Zhang Mang waved it off as unnecessary. I was having a good conversation with your chief when you suddenly jumped in. Heimdall was by no means a simple man, but at this moment, his sudden intervention was telling. On one hand, he saw that the deal between Odin and Zhang Mang was already done. Whatever either party wanted, they had already achieved. For Heimdall to speak up on this matter not only showed his sincerity, but also prevented Zhang Mang from asking for even more from Odin. Because if Zhang Mang wanted Heimdall's help to travel, Odin would surely find out. Should Zhang Mang wish to use the Bifrost for anything more, Heimdall could defer, insisting that Odin must be notified and would have the final say. It would actually be more straightforward to have Odin's agreement from start. But in the end, these details didn't really matter. If something truly important was at stake, regardless of who agreed, Heimdall would always let Odin know. So Zhang Mang didn't dwell on it. Heimdall, after all, was a god of Asgard. In the stories, Heimdall had earned his place only after matching wits and strength with the mighty Agnar and the wise Gudrun. He was already a formidable warrior, and his extraordinary sensory abilities, his keen sight and hearing, had earned Odin's trust. He had been trained as an elite warrior since Odin's father's generation. In terms of power, he was hardly inferior to Odin himself. Blessed with such immense strength and a sturdy physique, as well as unmatched skills in observation and reconnaissance, Heimdall could even tap into the powers of darkness in critical moments. To think that someone like him, after all these years, hadn't learned cunning, Zhang Mang simply couldn't believe it. At the end of the day, it was his unwavering loyalty that set him apart. If Captain America is the symbol of justice, then Heimdall is the embodiment of loyalty. In the Marvel Universe, many characters possess unique charisma, and Heimdall is certainly one of them. One must admit, Heimdall was a true pillar of trust, worthy of being entrusted with the weightiest responsibilities. Zhang Mang gave him a long, thoughtful look before turning away and departing. Only the 2 men remained, standing in the palace, meeting each other's gaze. Odin fell silent for a moment, then let out a quiet, gentle chuckle. You? Heimdall, without further words, bowed deeply. Then he too left the palace, heading toward the Bifrost. Odin watched the two as they left, his mind swirling with thought. What exactly was the experiment he wanted to conduct? To be honest, offering up some materials was hardly a concern for Odin. Just think about it. The Bifrost can reach any corner of the world, and yet no one dares raise an objection. What does this say? It proves that the power Odin wields is among the greatest in the entire universe. As a strategic weapon capable of deploying vast armies, the Bifrost inspires such awe that no one dares to protest. Absolute power, naturally, comes with boundless resources. Whatever he desires, Odin can acquire with ease. Instead, his focus is on supporting even greater power, more magic, deeper mysteries, and the forces of those other dimensions. While Songmang's demand for materials may seem hefty, to Odin, these are merely investments. His intention from the start was to use these resources to nurture Songmang's growth. Yet Songmang also asked for a few other things, items that, in Odin's eyes, seemed rather trivial. The fact that he requested them of his own accord suggested that they must be far more significant than mere materials. This piqued Odin's curiosity immensely. Before long, a maid arrived at Songmang's door to deliver a message. Alyosha handed Odin a lengthy list. It involved many of the gods of Asgard. Since the list was presented right away, it was clear that Songmang had planned this all along. Things were not as he claimed. This was not some spur-of-the-moment experiment, but a carefully laid plan. Even if Odin hadn't told him about the wormholes to Earth, Songmang would have made these same requests. The situation with Heimdall merely provided an opportunity for Songmang to voice his displeasure, while at the same time making Odin feel more at ease with him. After all, the only real purpose here was benefit. But when something could be gained entirely through benefit, why complicate matters with extra conditions? What did this mean? It meant that he was unhappy. But why was he unhappy? Because their actions made him feel distrusted. This was Songmang's way of expressing his grievances to Odin. Odin felt a hint of satisfaction. Yet as an outsider to the gods, he knew he could never trust Songmang completely. Odin studied the names of the gods on the list carefully. Volstagg, Hogun, Fandral. These were all friends of Thor and would only be available once the Bifrost was repaired. There were others as well. Hermod, the god of speed, Hod, the god of winter, Vala, and Valkyrie. These were all well-known figures in Odin's court. But Odin was truly puzzled. How did these names find their way on Songmang's list? There was no explanation in Songmang's note, so Odin, feeling rather helpless, could only instruct the attendant at his side to notify the others. As this process unfolded, Odin couldn't shake the feeling that something was beyond his comprehension. It seemed as if the name of a god should have appeared among the matters at hand, but no matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't recall the name. This troubled Odin deeply, and a chill crept over him. As the ruler of the Nine Realms, a god whose power now bordered on the multiversal, who could possibly make him forget? If it wasn't a matter of forgetting, then it meant that this being had never existed. But as the All-Father, he could sense a faint connection. That could only mean this mysterious matter was closely tied to him. Odin racked his brain, but no answer came, leaving him feeling even more stifled. His son's affairs remained unresolved, and now he was haunted by even greater unknowns. Odin activated his power to survey the Nine Realms, searching tirelessly. But in the end, he found nothing. Meanwhile, Frigg, who had long dwelled in the palace's inner chambers, allowed herself a faint, bitter smile. Was she still being affected, after all? She understood full well what her husband had done. But how could she possibly explain it to him? Odin, now at the twilight of his life, likely no longer had the strength to face the storms ahead. To alter the future, in the end, she would have to rely on Songmang and the powerful being that stood behind her. For the sake of Asgard's future, for her son's sake, Frigg could say nothing. All she could do was hope that Songmang would truly bring about more change. Then perhaps she could negotiate for better terms with the being behind her. With another wry smile, Frigg returned her focus to the magical techniques she was studying. Back at the ruins of the Bifrost, Heimdall, his blood surging with renewed purpose, threw himself wholeheartedly into the work of repairing the Rainbow Bridge. Only Songmang, as night fell, lay quietly on his bed and drifted into sleep. Heimdall's inner world. The next morning, with the sun already high in the sky, Songmang finally rose to wash up. He glanced at the ever-expressionless attendant and, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Don't any of you ever smile?" Alyosha seemed puzzled, not quite grasping Songmang's sudden shift in topic. "What I mean is, you're always by my side, but I don't think I've ever seen you show much emotion." Alyosha replied coolly, "I am the All-Father's attendant. This is the duty I must fulfill." Songmang said no more. Odin was not such an unkind god. This must be the girl's own way of coping. Truly, whether mortal or divine, beings are mysterious creatures. You never really know what goes on in their minds. Songmang went to the training ground, just as he had a week before. This was the time reserved for Thor's cultivation. Watching Thor sitting quietly in meditation, Songmang couldn't help but marvel. His father's method truly was effective. It was the very essence of teaching and nurturing. Now that Thor had set his hammer aside, he seemed to possess a deeper sense of restraint. Yet the hammer, left off to the side, seemed to glare at Songmang with a hint of resentment. When it noticed Songmang entering, the hammer gave a faint flash, as if expressing its displeasure. Songmang felt a little awkward, much like someone caught interrupting a pair of young lovers by the girl herself. Still, Zhang Mang was thick-skinned and didn't let it faze him as he continued forward. Relying on his ability to sense energy, he slipped effortlessly into the training ground without Thor noticing. Just as Thor was deep in his cultivation, Zhang Mang suddenly sent a surge of energy towards him from one direction. Thor, immersed in his practice, suddenly became aware of a tremendous force rushing toward him. What was even more striking was that this energy seemed to possess a heightened sense of awareness. Thor smiled inwardly and calmly began to absorb and refine this surge. After observing for a moment, Zhang Mang couldn't help but twitch his lips in resignation. Since you know I'm here, there's no need to pretend anymore. Thor opened his eyes and offered a gentle smile. In that moment, he radiated a scholarly elegance, a touch of the brooding, enigmatic hero. Master, what brings you here today? Zhang Mang grinned and teased. Listen to yourself. This is my training ground, isn't it? Am I not allowed to come here? He laughed as he spoke, the years of childhood memories between them hanging in the air, even though he had, rather unceremoniously, taken over this place. Thor nodded in agreement. Of course, you have every right to come. But Master, your way of testing me is starting to seem a bit basic. This is already the third time. Zhang Mang shook his head. Honestly, I didn't expect you to progress so quickly. You as guardians are naturally suited to my cultivation methods. The way you channel energy is truly unusual. You connect with it, but you don't quite take control. If you ever leave Asgard, your combat abilities will likely suffer a great deal. That's why I hope you'll continue to train for as long as possible. Try not to draw attention to yourself, but keep up your practice. In this way, you'll be much safer. Thor nodded, grateful for his master's guidance. They exchanged a few more words, and after Zhang Mang offered Thor some advice, he prepared to leave. Just as he turned, his eyes caught the flickering hammer, and he couldn't help but smirk. Thor was about to see his master off when Zhang Mang suddenly turned back. Oh, and if you manage to reach the level I've set for you, then you can consider picking up the hammer again. Thor's eyes lit up with excitement, though a hint of confusion remained. You mean? Zhang Mang shook his head, putting on an air of profound mystery. To give, to gain, without letting go, how can you receive? Thor, the strong seek power within themselves. But it's also possible to draw strength from the world around you. Only when you're strong enough can you avoid being misled by external things. As he spoke, Zhang Mang winked at the hammer of the Thunder God. The hammer responded with a faint, shimmering glow. This cryptic declaration left Thor thoroughly baffled. He looked at Zhang Mang with bright-eyed excitement and exclaimed, "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Zhang Mang turned and walked away, while Thor gazed eagerly at his hammer. Without even turning back, Zhang Mang could tell that Thor was so exhilarated he was practically ready to take flight. Shaking his head, Zhang Mang strode outside. Only by letting go can you truly grasp something new. Oh, the Thunder God, perhaps I should have given him 2 more words of advice, like shatter darkness with thunder's might. Leaving the training grounds behind, Zhang Mang made his way toward the Bifrost. No matter what, time waits for no one. Zhang Mang had to return to Earth before the events of the first Avengers movie unfolded. Without at least half a year to prepare, most agents would barely have time to learn the basics of chi magic. Now that he possessed the Yang Fuzhou and could perceive souls, Zhang Mang could easily discern who among them were Hydra's agents, simply by entering their dreams. Having set his path for the future, Zhang Mang's patience for Hydra had grown razor-thin. Though he agreed with some of Pierce's ideals about peace, the sum total of Hydra's ambitions was simply too much. Did they really see themselves as omnipotent gods? Lost in thought, Zhang Mang continued his inner monologue about Hydra, and before he knew it, he had stepped into the domain of the Bifrost. Meanwhile, Heimdall, who had been observing Earth, finally sensed Zhang Mang's arrival. Just as Zhang Mang was muttering to himself, Heimdall suddenly appeared at his side. "Welcome," Heimdall said. Startled, Zhang Mang quickly collected himself. Hello. I've come to see you about our agreement." Heimdall nodded. "Please wait a moment. The Bifrost is currently being repaired. I need a bit of time to clear a space for our experiment," he added, vanishing with a flicker. Zhang Mang nodded, impressed by Heimdall's efficiency. Just as he was about to resume his inner rambling, Heimdall reappeared. "It's ready. Please follow me." Zhang Mang was a little taken aback. Are all the gods of Asgard this quick? Heimdall sensed that Zhang Mang's thoughts might be drifting somewhere impolite, but he had no time to worry about that. Right now, extending goodwill was most important. After all, Odin's stance had made it clear. Even if Zhang Mang might bring trouble to Asgard, he was still Odin's chosen guest. So Heimdall had no objections other than to cooperate. He arrived at Heimdall's usual standing spot. Zhang Mang noticed that a seat had appeared at the spot, along with a platform. The platform stood much higher than the seat. He couldn't help but glance around at Heimdall. Was all of Asgard decorated in such an abstract way? Heimdall smiled at Zongmang, completely unaware of the silent commentary running through Zongmang's mind. Zongmang immediately returned a polite smile, then stated his request. Heimdall offered no particular opinion about allowing someone into his own spiritual world. However, after a brief pause, Heimdall agreed, but not without a word of caution for Zongmang. There may be things from my past that you'll see in my spiritual realm, he said. I must ask that you keep them to yourself. Zongmang note that. Of course, that goes without saying. With that, Heimdall lay down, eyes shut tight, and Zongmang began his process once again. But the moment he entered the spiritual world, Zongmang realized this was nothing like a normal person's mind. It was like stumbling into a night where all the lights had gone out, utter, impenetrable darkness. He had to admit, it felt remarkably secure, not unlike the depths of Frigg's own spiritual world. A strange inner landscape. Legend has it that before the dawn of creation, the world was shrouded in primordial darkness until Pangu found that axe and split the void. Thus were heaven and earth born. Here, within the spiritual landscape of Heimdall, the Norse god and guardian of Asgard's gates, Zongmang sensed something akin to that swirling chaos before the world began. This was nothing like simple darkness, for darkness is defined in opposition to light. The difference is subtle but profound. Chaos is the absence of all things. Darkness merely stands as a counterpart to light. When you close your eyes, do you see darkness or nothingness? What you perceive is darkness because closing your eyes simply shuts out the light. So what you see is not the void, but darkness itself. But at this moment, everywhere Zongmang looked, it was true nothingness. It was not merely dark, it was the absence of all things. This struck Zongmang as exceedingly odd, especially since he'd researched Heimdall's abilities beforehand. As a member of the Vanir, Heimdall wielded powerful magic, possessed extraordinary senses, and even commanded some mastery over the powers of darkness. Yet none of these abilities hinted at a power approaching true nothingness. Cautiously, Zongmang took 2 steps forward, but felt neither a sudden drop nor any sense of rising. Yet there was also no sense of direction here. Stepping forward felt both like movement and standing still. It was as if the universe here had no front or back, no up or down. Zongmang drew his outstretched foot back again. What a truly magical inner landscape this was. By all logic, entering another's inner world should mean facing the mental defenses that person has built up. Normally, once the talisman senses the presence of chi, it forms an unusual shield. From Captain America's experience, Zongmang had learned that this shield is shaped by the person's past experiences, forming a barrier born of the inner knots in the heart of the one who wields the talisman's energy. Yet in Asgard, to Zongmang's amazement, he found that talismans seemed to require neither past memories nor defenses. These defenses appeared to be generated purely from the talisman's own energy. It was as if Zongmang had to undergo a set of trials before the talisman would acknowledge him. What truly mattered was not the form these trials took, but the existence of the trial itself. Much like the very first 2 animals, they demanded Zongmang's direct confrontation in battle. But with Captain America and Spider-Man, the challenge was to wrestle with memories. Now, in Asgard, he was facing the mental defenses of the gods themselves. One had to admit the resonance between talismans and the universe was indeed a wondrous thing. In this world, there were only a handful of ways for the gods to gain authority. Yet most people only obtained raw energy. Those who could truly wield authority were vanishingly rare. Even those who came after, for the most part, only manipulated the power of laws. This very concept was derived from authority itself. To possess authority was to command rules. The deeper one's grasp of authority, the broader the reach of those rules. Law, on the other hand, meant using the force of those rules. Those who wielded law alone could not control authority. When facing someone who did, they found themselves powerless. Zongmang gazed at the boundless emptiness around him, realizing this might be part of Heimdall's innate mental defenses. And the talisman, perhaps it had only come into existence within this space after sensing Zongmang's chi. But with the talisman concealed in such a place, how was he to find it? Could it be hidden together with Heimdall's own consciousness? Yet Heimdall's inner world was hard to read, nothing like Frigga's, which resembled a fairy tale labyrinth. Frigga's inner landscape was a maze conjured from storybook magic, with everything precious placed at its very heart. Heimdall's void was nothing like that. It was more like a bank with infinite vaults. If you didn't know exactly what you were looking for, all you might dig up would be someone else's treasure stored here. Take this, for example. Zongmang focused, channeling his chi into a spell. Suddenly, a translucent sphere materialized before him, swirling with fragments of memory inside. He hesitated. After all, these were someone else's memories. He reached out. The orb burst instantly, shattering like a bubble. The torrent of memories flooded into Zong Mang's mind. This isn't right, Zong Mang thought to himself uneasily. What appeared was precisely the scene of Heimdall peering across the 9 realms from his post at the gate of the Rainbow Bridge. Zong Mang once again summoned the power of the horse talisman on the other side. A new transparent, colorless bubble formed, this time noticeably larger than before. Zong Mang murmured, "Ah, I really feel a bit guilty about this." When the bubble burst, it revealed a memory of Heimdall and Odin waging war across the 9 realms. The golden-eyed, blood-soaked warrior looked as if he had stepped straight out of a legendary tale of dragons. This doesn't seem quite right, Zong Mang hesitated. He then channeled the energy in his hands, transforming it into the power of the ox talisman. With breath magic, Zong Mang constructed a formation. He experimented with several types of power, and, at last, a force he recognized emerged. This time, the bubble was different. Its scene was tinged unmistakably with blackness. A look of reluctance crossed Zong Mang's face. How could I possibly do this in good conscience? He pressed his finger into the bubble. The black foam shattered instantly. But unlike before, Zong Mang sensed that something new had appeared within the void. He focused his mind, discerning that the chi within the emptiness had shifted. "Oh, I think I just did something bad," he admitted. At that moment, dark energy surged through Heimdall's spiritual world, and Zong Mang suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon him. Where did Heimdall's power come from? Dormammu was the god of the dark dimension. Hela ruled over Jotunheim, and various other deities wielded dark powers. But would someone like Heimdall resort to borrowing dark energy? Rather than borrowing, perhaps using is a more fitting word for Heimdall. For instance, there are gods whose standing is lower than Heimdall's, yet who possess dark powers. Heimdall, of course, could simply seize that power from them, using it for teleportation or to bolster himself, and returning it when he was done. But in many cases, such power was not sufficient to fuel Heimdall's more formidable feats. Take, for example, the time he transported people right under Thanos' nose. Heimdall didn't truly grasp the deeper mysteries of black magic. Yet through learning and knowledge, he had mastered many of the ways to wield dark arts. In the Marvel Universe, most figures draw their power from borrowing. Heimdall, in this sense, was rather an outlier. As a god, he was able, much like the Ancient One, to successfully borrow power from other demonic gods. And he made them think twice about coming to Asgard to collect their debts. It was rather like the Ancient One borrowing from the most ruthless of lenders. Only, being so powerful, even Dormammu wouldn't dare come looking for him. But the struggle between them never truly ceased. Heimdall, on the other hand, borrowed from the lesser lenders. He would return what he'd borrowed after use, never once mentioning interest. But in this moment, it felt as if someone had seized the chance to come and collect the debt while Heimdall's spirit was vulnerable. A darkness invaded. Zong Mang began to sense this power with real intent. It was unlike any of the energies he had encountered before. For Heimdall, it might be a threat, but for Zong Mang, it was instead an opportunity. Just as the Ancient One could draw upon the power of darkness, so too could Heimdall. Ever since stepping into the world of Marvel, Zong Mang had come to a clear realization. If his own strength was not enough to support his dreams, then he really could unleash his full potential. In the Marvel Universe, breaking one's limits was simple. All you had to do was borrow power. As long as you had enough credibility, you could borrow strength from all sorts of dimensional gods, becoming their anchor point, a foothold for their invasion of this world. So, no matter what, Zong Mang always had the ability to turn the tables, because sensing the presence of dimensional gods was something that key magic made incredibly easy. But it was like wielding a nuclear weapon. Zong Mang would never use it lightly, for the danger it posed to the world was simply too great. He calmed himself until he was as tranquil as when drawing in chi, focusing all his attention on the aura permeating his spiritual realm. It was remarkable. Images from his memories seemed to have tainted his entire mental world, which meant that this energy had crossed the boundaries of time itself. In other words, the being lending him this power existed across time. At the very least, it had to be a dimensional demon god. Zong Mang easily thought of a name, known to many, Dormammu. He couldn't be certain if it truly came from Dormammu, but clearing this out was not much of a challenge for Zong Mang. The real issue was that this energy seemed to originate from a multitude of gods. Heimdall, you really are quite the philanderer. Zong Mang thought to himself. These powers came from many different entities. At the same time, Heimdall had borrowed strength from numerous dark gods of various dimensions. He was even more unfaithful than Kong the Conqueror. At least Kong signed contracts, but Heimdall simply negotiated equal exchanges. He didn't need to pay any interest. yet could wield their power as he pleased. But in the end, this inevitably attracted a formidable enemy. Dormammu. That's right. Those from whom Heimdall borrowed power couldn't trouble him directly, but they could go after someone even more powerful. They passed on their dark debts. The sources of these powers were the filthy denizens of many universes from whom Heimdall had drawn strength. But all these beings had their own masters, and above those masters was one supreme overlord, Dormammu. They shifted their debts onto Dormammu. Although the sources of these energies differ, ultimately, all the power that erupts here and draws in such energy comes from a single being, Dormammu, the god of the dark dimension, an undying and immortal existence. But what a pity! Zhang Mang shook his head and sighed. Qi magic, in this world, is fundamentally unsolvable, because Qi magic does not absorb energy. Qi magic draws in power, existence itself. Qi magic is, in fact, one of the most intractable forces in this world, for what it absorbs is not mere energy, but the very essence that composes that energy, Qi. It's like this. Countless molecules make up the substance of existence. Gravity gathers these things together, forming all that can be seen. Yet, Zhang Mang can dismantle these molecules through Qi. However, this process costs him more than he gains. Breaking down these energies into Qi requires even greater strength. Still, the energy present in the spiritual world is a mere drop in the ocean compared to the Qi within Zhang Mang. Although compared to the usual Qi Zhang Mang absorbs, this energy is on a higher level. It's as if Dormammu had opened a crack within Heimdall's inner world, a fissure that, over years of subtle influence, might allow Dormammu to affect Heimdall, sowing the seeds of hope for one day invading Asgard. But before that could happen, Zhang Mang had already absorbed this force within the spiritual realm. A tree may be able to shield from wind and rain, but while it is still a seed, all it takes is a simple pinch to destroy it. What Zhang Mang is doing now is precisely that. He is simply digging the seed out of the soil. For Dormammu, though, it means a debt he lent out can never be reclaimed. He is livid. Sensing this, Dormammu projects his own spiritual avatar into Heimdall's mental world. Zhang Mang, looking on lazily, had just inhaled a strand of Qi when darkness manifested within this world. This power was conscious. It was attempting to communicate with Zhang Mang. Zhang Mang she lip dwight, Dormammu. Dormammu's soul continued to call out to Zhang Mang, but Zhang Mang never paused in the slightest, continuing to draw out energy with unbroken focus. Watching the energy slowly flow into his hand, Zhang Mang replied again, "What Mamu?" Dormammu's power was not so easily absorbed. Yet for Zhang Mang, it was merely a matter of time. Dormammu roared in fury, but Zhang Mang did not engage with him soul to soul. When it comes to these creatures of darkness, every bargain is a trap. Zhang Mang, unlike Kong, had no need to keep up appearances with such filth. He was power incarnate. Watching the darkness fade away, Zhang Mang finally smiled. Dormammu what? This time his laughter was full and delighted. The power drawn from Dormammu was nearly depleted. With a furious, unwilling roar, Dormammu retreated and vanished from this realm. Zhang Mang chuckled, a hint of mockery in his voice. "Overestimating yourself," he murmured. The energy from the dark dimension was thus absorbed into the cosmic sea within Zhang Mang's body. This caused subtle changes within his inner starry sea. Two distinct currents of energy now drifted through that expanse. One, pure and crystalline, originated from Asgard, its brilliance coiling around certain stars like luminous bands of light. The other, born of the dark dimension, clung to some stars like swirling, shadowy wisps. The two energies would sometimes brush against each other, passing through one another like smoke, never truly merging, yet from a distance, they seemed hopelessly intertwined. After absorbing every trace of darkness, Zhang Mang finally stilled his hands. "Why is trouble taking so long to arrive?" he muttered with impatience. His power now surpassed even Frigga's, save for being somewhat weaker in terms of spiritual strength. Speaking of which, what exactly was Frigga's spiritual world like? He found himself unable to recall, but this detail seemed unimportant. The aura surrounding him signaled that some things were best left forgotten, so he set the thought aside. Zhang Mang began to forge his power within the mental realm. His starry sea projected itself into that void, and in an instant, a universe was born from emptiness. After all, this was the world of the mind. By casting his power here, Zhang Mang was, in essence, creating an entire cosmos from nothingness. At this very moment, Zhang Mang stood as if he were one of the six primal gods, quietly observing the state of his own heart. It was nearly impossible for him to directly locate the specific power of the rune he sought, but there was another way to obtain it. The the formidable might of the runes. Zhang Mang gathered his inner energy into the form of a cosmic sea, then projected this internal landscape directly into Heimdall's spiritual realm. This astral projection was chaotic, merely a crystallization of Zhang Mang's own energy. Yet, Zhang Mang methodically compared and adjusted, moving the positions of his inner, flickering stars to match the points where he touched and activated bubbles within the projection. At the same time, he triggered the power of the goat rune. The rune's energy reached out to the nodes within Heimdall's spiritual world. Indeed, he did not know exactly where each rune was hidden, but with the precise force of the goat rune, the concealed nodes of memory began to reveal themselves. Under Zhang Mang's careful arrangement, the myriad stars quickly formed a unique pattern. Above the 9 realms, countless stars converged to shape the image of a great tree. The world tree, Zhang Mang whispered. It was clear that gods of Asgard harbored a deep obsession with the world tree. Odin himself had gained greater knowledge, and thus became a mightier king of gods, through the secrets of the world tree. Most of Odin's gods also enhanced themselves through the power of the world tree. Clearly, the affairs of the world are the key to everyone in Asgard, like a universal password. It's just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on Earth. After many attempts at rearrangement, Zhang Mang finally discerned the underlying pattern. When the countless stars formed the shape of the world tree, he easily found the turning point hidden in Heimdall's memories. Each memory fragment had its own unique sequence, but there was one that did not. The countless stars shone in an orderly arrangement, resembling the world tree itself, but only one star shone brighter than all the rest, like the morning star, radiating an even greater power. This was the very first star born in Zhang Mang's sea of stars. Channeling the energy of the sheep talisman he had gathered, Zhang Mang directed it to that point, and sure enough, from there emerged a talisman unique to this world. It was an unexpected talisman. As Zhang Mang gazed at the charm in his hand, he was filled with disbelief. It was hard to imagine that Heimdall, a man so loyal to Asgard, would harbor the power of the tiger talisman within him. Yet, looking at this spiritual realm, Zhang Mang began to understand. After all, this was the void, not a world of simple black and white. As the gatekeeper of Asgard for so many years, Heimdall's duty was to guard Asgard with unwavering loyalty. The power within him was that of Asgard's sun, but he could also tap into the journey of darkness. With both forces intertwined, perhaps it truly was possible for a power akin to the void to be born. But this also revealed something else. Heimdall's loyalty was to Asgard itself, not to any one person. He was deeply loyal, but also possessed his own will, not the blind loyalty of a zealot. The moment Zhang Mang reached out to touch the tiger talisman, he suddenly felt his energy surge within him, filling every corner of his being. And right there, within Heimdall's spiritual space, Zhang Mang lost consciousness. Meanwhile, outside in the physical world, Heimdall suddenly opened his eyes. He noticed that Zhang Mang, with one hand still placed on his head, remained deep in meditation. Heimdall blinked, uncertain of what had just transpired. It was obvious that Zhang Mang's experiment might have failed. After all, the subject of the experiment, had already awakened, while Zhang Mang had not. So what should he do now? Should he allow the experiment to continue? But he had no idea what steps to take next. Perhaps he should try to wake Zhang Mang? Yet, what if the experiment hadn't failed, and Zhang Mang was still in the midst of it? If he interfered now, would it disrupt the process and anger Zhang Mang? Faced with this young man who was always ready to settle things in the arena at the slightest disagreement, Heimdall felt rather helpless. Yet, at this moment, he dare not do anything, but doing nothing at all didn't feel right either. Heimdall felt a headache coming on. Still, doing nothing in such a situation was the only choice left to him. Heimdall stood there, rooted to the spot, watching Zhang Mang intently. He observed Zhang Mang's mental state with great care. Although Zhang Mang still appeared to be in deep sleep, his spirit was completely at ease. This suggested there was no serious danger. If anything, he seemed almost too relaxed. Just then, a wave of dizziness swept over Heimdall. Something fell off. What was happening? Sensing something wrong, Heimdall quickly lay back down. As expected, the dizziness surged again, and it felt as if his mind was being battered all over. His soul felt as though it had been ravaged one more time. This time, however, the effect was different from the first time he'd been caught in Zhang Mang's spell. It was as if a tremendous force struck the back of his neck, knocking him unconscious in an instant. Meanwhile, within Heimdall's spiritual world, Zhang Mang had already awakened. He realized the connection to his original body had vanished. But soon enough, the ritual's energies began to flow once more, though he had no idea what was happening outside. Turning his gaze inward, Zhang Mang found that the entire inner world had changed beyond recognition. It was neither the world tree he had constructed before, nor the starry sky he once observed from Earth. Now, the entire expanse of stars was split in two. On one side surged the energy of Asgard. On the other, the darkness gathered from Heimdall's spiritual world. Both forces were far stronger than before. Perhaps this was a change brought by the Tiger Talisman, the new balance of yin and yang. Yet even Asgard's energy was not purely a force of light. A clear boundary line ran between the two nebulas. Zhang Mang tried channeling his spiritual energy into the divide, and from it he sensed a most peculiar force. This power originated from himself. It was beyond his control. Yet Zhang Mang became distinctly aware that he could now absorb even more talismans. The effects of these new talismans were subtle, but Zhang Mang could clearly feel that the previous limit on how many he could absorb had been broken with the arrival of the Tiger Talisman. He felt a strange, new awareness of the forces of life within him. The power in his body filled him with a sense of completeness he had never known before. Previously, although Zhang Mang knew he was strong, he always felt as if his power had nowhere to go. Most of the time, his magic was channeled through elaborate arrays. But in truth, the real use of chi magic should be to directly transform it into the myriad forces that exist in the world. But for Zhang Mang, it was always difficult to directly create these magical types of chi from his own sea of energy. However, today, after obtaining the Tiger Talisman, Zhang Mang discovered that his own energy had taken a qualitative leap. His chi could now carry all sorts of attributes. Or rather, Zhang Mang could now control these energies with far greater precision, allowing them to manifest in a variety of different forms. The benefits of reforging power. Once he had confirmed both his improvement in strength and the completion of his talisman collection, Zhang Mang immediately chose to exit Heimdall's mental realm. After all, the situation he had just encountered was truly perilous. He had no idea what exactly had happened, but somehow in a single instant he managed to re-establish the link with his physical body. It seemed that, in the future, whenever he collected talismans, he ought to add a formation to protect the connection to his spiritual channel. As his mind gradually cleared, Zhang Mang found Heimdall standing right before him. The two of them opened their eyes at the same time. Their gazes met, and a strong, unspoken bond surged between them, filling Zhang Mang's chest with emotion. He stiffly turned his head away. Heimdall, on the other hand, kept his composure and acted as if nothing had happened. He complained to Zhang Mang, "Just now, I don't know why, but I was suddenly struck by a force. Was that some kind of protective formation you set up? I can't believe it could strike me directly. Is your chi magic really that incredible? It even knocked me out cold." Zhang Mang felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't set up any defensive measures at all, so why had this happened? At that moment, the system suddenly responded. Passive skill activated. Rule from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The legacy of the Seven-Star Lantern. Since you were beheaded like Wei Yin, the blame for his errors has fallen on your shoulders. To make amends, the Chancellor has bestowed upon you his unfinished Seven-Star Lantern. When you use a formation, it will do its utmost to guarantee your safety. Among the many buffs, this one ranks near the top in terms of effectiveness. Unfortunately, he had never noticed it before. If not for the system's reminder, he might never have used it at all. Luckily, the system acted as an assistant and could automatically activate these passive skills. Faced with Heimdall's puzzled look, Zhang Mang found himself at a loss for words. After all, he hadn't set up any protective formation, nor was it likely that he could so easily render Heimdall unconscious. "That's right," Zhang Mang replied decisively. "When using formations, most of the time I'll also set up a hidden array to go with it. If the main formation can't achieve the desired effect, the hidden array will make sure it does. You don't need to worry. It won't cause any further harm, as long as my experiment is complete." Heimdall nodded. "So, did your experiment succeed?" Zhang Mang smiled and said, "Of course it was a success." Heimdall returned the smile. "Then let me offer my heartfelt congratulations. I hope whatever unpleasantness once existed between us will fade away with the past." Zhang Mang extended his right hand. "I very much look forward to becoming friends with you." Heimdall smiled as well and reached out his hand. This was exactly the impression he had always held of Midgard's magicians. So refined. With a gentle chuckle, Zhang Mang bid Heimdall farewell and left the area near the Rainbow Bridge. It wasn't quite lunchtime yet, but it wasn't too early either, so Zhang Mang headed over to the training grounds. From where he stood, Zhang Mang watched Thor, who was deeply absorbed in his own practice. He smiled to himself. The process of changing the world had always filled Zhang Mang with boundless enthusiasm. Cross-legged, Zhang Mang sat down, immersing himself in the profound changes occurring within his inner world. The stars within sparkled more brightly than ever before. While every new talisman he acquired had increased his energy It had been a long time since his reservoir of power had felt such a significant transformation. After all, his energy had undergone several fundamental changes over the lengthy course of his cultivation. As he continued to explore this new sea of energy, Zhang Mang suddenly noticed two stars shining unexpectedly bright. They danced amid the star belts suffused with the essence from Asgard. Focusing his senses, Zhang Mang realized these were the powers of the horse talisman and the ox talisman. A sudden insight struck him. He extended his energy into the area shrouded by dark magic. Sure enough, there too was a star gleaming. This was the power formed by the sheep talisman. It seemed the tiger talisman's power was the key to balance, dispersing the force of the other talismans while also binding them together. Before, the growth of power was straightforward. 1 + 1 = 2. But ever since Zhang Mang had acquired the tiger talisman, his abilities had begun to multiply exponentially. The energy within his constellation was becoming ever more formidable. At the same time, the once rough and uneven surfaces of those stars were now turning smooth. They seemed to be brimming with new vitality. The stars infused with Asgard's essence radiated a sense of exuberant life, while those on the side, tainted by dark magic, shimmered with an enigmatic luster. Zhang Mang pondered all this. At the end, when the Lord returned and obtained the talismans, he claimed he lacked nothing. But what about before he possessed all 12 talismans? The Lord himself was already a formidable demonic sovereign, endowed with immense physical and magical power. Even with just these, he stood on equal footing with Xiaolong. Yet after he obtained the 12 talismans, his body achieved a kind of balance. The demonic energy within him and the power of the talismans reached a harmonious blend. In other words, the tiger talisman served as a vital link, connecting and integrating both forces. Among all the talismans, only 5 represented raw physical strength. The ox talisman represents strength. The rabbit talisman stands for speed. The horse talisman embodies life. The rooster talisman grants the power of flight. The dog talisman symbolizes immortality. As for the talismans tied to magical forces, there are 6 in total. The rat talisman signifies existence. The dragon talisman commands fire. The snake talisman governs light and darkness. The sheep talisman is linked to the soul. The monkey talisman brings about transformation. And the pig talisman channels the power of lightning. So, when the Dark Lord spoke those words, it actually highlighted the connection between the 12 talismans and the body's innate strength. Demons wielding tremendous magical power possess even greater physical might. That's why, in the animation, the battles, especially with Xiaolong, are portrayed more as contests of sheer physical strength. In other words, the body's own power joins the countless stars that make up the aura of Asgard. After gathering the myriad streams of energy within him, the brightest star, the one that heralds the appearance of the tiger talisman, becomes the symbol of his own strength. Having collected so many talismans, Zhang Mang finally gained a deeper understanding of them. Now, the energy within Zhang Mang could evolve into many different powers, perhaps even more. Channeling the magic of his chi, Zhang Mang summoned a colossal spectral ox behind him. His abilities had ascended to a new level. He could even directly manifest the talisman's power. On this foundation, Zhang Mang began to look forward to the talisman's future potential with even greater anticipation. After a period of rigorous cultivation, they finally mastered the transformation of qi. As midday arrived, Zhang Mang opened his eyes, a fierce divine light flashing from within. His strength had grown beyond what it was before. Now, with just his physical prowess, he could rival an ordinary Asgardian god. This meant he could claim even more talismans, as his physical limits had expanded. Standing by the dining cabinet, he gazed in the direction of Odin's temple. Gods of Asgard, your talismans, I'm coming for them. The gift of Asgard, a bountiful harvest. Having already secured the tiger talisman, he could now collect the remaining talisman energies without restraint. Originally, the plan was to use some materials from Asgard to further strengthen himself before continuing. After refining his strategy, Zhang Mang sought out Odin. Once he explained his intentions, Odin led him to witness the wonders of Asgard. Even compared to Frigg and Heimdall, these gods were formidable warriors in their own right, each possessing a vibrant inner world. With Odin's explanations and advice, Zhang Mang was finally able to engage with these figures. Among them were, but not limited to, Balder, the god of light, Hermod, the god of speed, Hod, the god of winter, and the Valkyrie, the chooser of the slain. Each of these beings had their own unique strengths and distinct personalities. The god of light and Thor were inseparable friends. His physical strength was nearly unmatched, his body almost indestructible. He was a master of unarmed combat, swordsmanship, and horsemanship. While many in Asgard possessed these skills, it was rare for someone to become so formidable because of them. Moreover, his abilities contained the power of light itself. It's difficult to say whether Loki learned his light-based magic from him, or if it was the other way around. Among the gods, Hermod, the god of speed, was the fastest. In the grand scheme of things, the power of the Norse gods was formidable mainly in comparison to various extraterrestrial beings. But Hermod's speed was truly astonishing, so much so that even among the legendary speedsters of myth, he stood out. Even Odin, with his innate, godlike might, could not surpass Hermod when it came to sheer speed. The tale of the winter god was more mysterious. He possessed the power to glimpse the future, a gift with far-reaching consequences. Yet, for all his prophetic abilities, he was mostly a burly, straightforward warrior. Though he could foresee what was to come, his true strength lay in battle. Valkyrie, the very first of her kind, was charged with guiding valiant, fallen warriors to Valhalla. She even possessed the ability to traverse dimensions. Though she served as Odin's chief protector, her powers were remarkably similar to Hela's. She must have been one of the ancient elders who fought alongside Odin during his conquest of the Nine Realms. There were others, like Volva, the prophetess of the future. Beyond these, many in Asgard wielded tremendous power. Unfortunately, the rune tracker showed no sign of them. In the beginning, each time the power of a new rune emerged, a corresponding vision would appear, just like in an animated series, where a floating image would materialize beside the object in question. Guided by these visions, they would seek out the source of each rune's power. But the device in the keeper's possession lacked such abilities. It would simply track a passport within a certain range, but there were no accompanying visions. It seemed reality was indeed different from animation. One could not rely on animated logic to interpret real events. And Asgard was not without deities even more powerful than Thor's famous four-person squad. It was just that these gods hadn't appeared in the movies, and so, surprisingly, hadn't made use of the rune's power. After some negotiation, both well-known and nameless gods gathered in the palace. Summoned by Odin, they came to understand what the keeper needed from them. Some offered their goodwill. Others could barely conceal their disdain. Helping Zongmang might not have made any real difference to Asgard, but they believed that with their own strength, Asgard could overcome even the toughest challenges. They didn't need his help at all. What's more, his brazen words in the arena had seriously rubbed them the wrong way. Some of them even seemed eager to make things difficult for Zongmang. But just then, the experience he'd gained from Thor began to come in handy. For Asgardians, there's nothing a banquet can't solve. If one isn't enough, then have two. This remarkable drinking culture was just as popular in Asgard as anywhere else. From Zongmang's perspective, perhaps it was because these gods became surprisingly gentle once they were drunk. Aside from their habit of smashing cups when they'd had too much to drink. No wonder so much of Asgard's tableware was made of gold. It's not so easy to break. After Zongmang made his choices, his interaction with these people grew even closer. In the end, after much careful maneuvering, he finally obtained what he wanted. It was only after sobering up that these gods realized they'd agreed to everything under the influence of Zongmang's relentless toasting. Yet they didn't go back on their word, for in Asgard, a promise is sacred. In the end, thanks to a series of calculations on Zongmang's part, and of course, Odin's influence, for without Odin's introduction Zongmang would have gotten nowhere, things worked out. It also gave these people a way to show respect to Odin. After all, Zongmang was Odin's guest. They couldn't simply ignore that, or who would dare to keep their place in the realm of the gods? And so, they lined up, waiting for Zongmang's replication magic. After nearly a whole day spent traversing those long, labyrinthine soul mazes. As expected, Zongmang's mastery over soul magic deepened even further. He could clearly sense how magic shaped the mind, and he could feel how a stronger spirit allowed for more sophisticated magical forms. Now, if Zongmang were to construct a magic circle to defend against psychic attacks, it would come as easily as breathing. After all these intricate maneuvers, Zongmang finally obtained the burdens these people carried, a tremendous gain for him. Yet even greater than this was a new feeling he discovered. Everyone in Asgard carried a unique past and their own strength. The power the people of Asgard possessed was won through years of relentless training and battles at the edge of life and death. Having witnessed nearly the entire history of Asgard's development, the conquest of the Nine Realms, Zongmang could finally understand firsthand the deep love the Asgardians had for their homeland. It was a culture and a way of life utterly unlike anything on Earth. These people formed a world apart, a different kind of people on another planet, the Asgardians. The energy within him grew even stronger, pushing the power within Zongmang to new heights. He faced the same world as before, yet his feelings toward it had subtly changed. In this world, most people have something that holds great importance for them. For some, it might be a particular person. For others, a cherished wish, an important event, or perhaps a special place. These people, to varying degrees, are burdened by stray thoughts. Perhaps they're not the best of gods, but they're deeply emotional beings. How should one describe it? If you were to become friends with them, it would surely bring happiness. Zhang Mang found himself more and more integrated into this real world, and gradually he even started to like it here. A tremendous harvest awaited him. From these gods, Zhang Mang had acquired a total of 9 talismans. The god of light bestowed upon him the power of the serpent talisman. The god of light governed the realms of illumination and shadow, and the essence of the serpent talisman lay in bending light to achieve invisibility. Yet, upon obtaining the serpent talisman, Zhang Mang discovered it was not quite as he had imagined. The talisman's purpose went beyond mere concealment. It embodied the ever-changing interplay of light and darkness, far more wondrous than he had expected. Hermod, the god of speed. There was no need for further explanation. As expected, the rabbit talisman belonged to the god of speed. From years of studying talismans, Zhang Mang had concluded that if a person shared a clear affinity with a talisman, the match was almost always a harmonious one. But if there was no such affinity, then the powers derived would be loosely related to the wielder's domain. Take, for example, the Enforcer's Warhammer, a living artifact, and thus he received the rat talisman from it. Heimdall's devotion to Asgard made him ever more loyal to the essence of his homeland. This loyalty transcended the boundaries of light and dark. It was a balance of spirit. And so, Zhang Mang received the tiger talisman. From the god of winter, he gained the monkey talisman. Among the 12 talismans, none granted the power to foresee the future. Yet, the ability to predict what is to come carries a paradox. If you foresee the future, that future is bound to change. But if you foresee a fixed destiny, then no matter what you do, the future remains unaltered. Thus, from this perspective, the power of foresight is inherently bound to the concept of change. The insight gained here, therefore, was even more valuable. At the very least, one theoretical problem of time travel had been solved. From Volva, he obtained the power of the rooster talisman. Witches could fly, but their flight was achieved through the manipulation of energy. Still, this bore a certain resemblance to the rooster talisman. Both relied on a force akin to telekinesis to grant their bearers the ability to soar. Beyond these, Zhang Mang also gained several other talismans, the dragon talisman and 3 ox talismans. Counting up the auxiliary powers he had yet to acquire, only the pig talisman and the dog talisman remained. As he pondered this, Zhang Mang's gaze naturally shifted toward Thor and Odin, the 2 whose powers he had yet to collect. Those 2 old foxes were probably both holding the power of the pig talisman. Just looking at their thunder god personas, how could they possibly represent anything else? But then, something rather extraordinary happened. Just as he was contemplating extracting talisman powers from everyone present, Thor's hammer began to rise on its own. Mjolnir shimmered before Zhang Mang, and everyone's eyes turned to him. Everyone knew that whoever wielded the hammer of Thor would be deemed the god of thunder. Zhang Mang couldn't help but feel awkward. He scratched his head in embarrassment. At that very moment, Mjolnir shuddered again, and for an instant, it seemed as if a colossal phantom hammer appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, Zhang Mang realized what was happening. Even this hammer had developed a talisman power of its own. Unlike the talisman projections that appeared in living beings, this one endowed the object with an even stronger sense of autonomous will. Intriguingly, Mjolnir took the initiative to project its cooperative power to Zhang Mang, a beam of light easily bridging the gap and infusing him with its essence. Zhang Mang examined this carefully and discovered something fascinating. What Thor's hammer had given him was actually the power of the ox talisman. With that, the ox talisman was nearly complete, just missing a small fraction. All in all, most of the 12 talismans he had collected so far were still far from manifesting in a tangible, physical form. System: make a list comparing the collected talisman powers. Understood, please wait a moment. Mouse talisman, 23%. Ox talisman, 97%. Tiger talisman, 45%. Rabbit talisman, 12%. Dragon talisman, 9%. Snake talisman, 14%. Horse talisman, 19%. Sheep talisman, 74%. Monkey talisman, 7%. Rooster talisman, 13%. Dog talisman, 0%. Pig talisman, 0%. By this count, once he returned to Earth, he'd probably have to collaborate with Tony for verification. The birth of the first physical talisman would surely need to be recorded, serving as valuable experience for future attempts at condensing tangible talismans. However, there was one more thing to consider. Song Mang himself had no intention of relying too heavily on these talisman powers. His goal in collecting talisman chi was to strengthen himself, while chi magic itself was a discipline based on emulation and transformation. Each talisman granted a unique and versatile power. Some could grant boundless strength, others even immortality. But these were feats that advanced chi magic could achieve as well. What Song Mang truly desired was a superhuman, a hero who could stand as an equal beside him. And Tony, as his very first friend, was also the one Song Mang hoped would help him realize that dream. That's why I often consider letting Tony be the first to merge the talismans into a physical form. This way, the talismans might acknowledge him in some way. Because the talismans themselves symbolize omnipotence, most people simply cannot wield their power directly. It's just like the 6 Infinity Stones, which bring an overwhelming surge of force to ordinary people in the Marvel Universe. However, if the power of the talismans is combined with a touch of magic and technological circuitry, then the energy from these gourd-shaped artifacts can be channeled straight into the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. In that case, all this energy would be concentrated within a device already brimming with immense power. It's almost like the Dwarf King forging the Infinity Gauntlet. You could even call it a wireless energy lamp. It gives off the sense of an Ultraman who can keep fighting on Earth forever. Song Mang has grand plans for Tony's future. All of this, every last detail, stems from the ultimate sacrifice made at the end, the 1 in several million chance that required someone to lay down their life. But Song Mang doesn't want Tony, that flamboyant playboy, to be the one who sacrifices himself. He ought to remain a front-page headline, forever a cover star. Being a hero is far too painful. If humanity cannot face disaster on its own, then why demand one person to make the ultimate sacrifice? As for Song Mang, the education he's always received is different. What a noble ambition lies in sacrifice, daring to change the very sun and moon. What should truly rise is the will of ordinary people, not the sacrifice of superheroes. When confronted with a world so full of sorrow, sometimes only a few people can bring comfort to your life, like Song Mang, who once watched Marvel movies with fellow patients. Song Mang feels a touch of guilt for all the years he's watched pirated Marvel films. In the end, Song Mang beckoned to his apprentice, Thor. Thor walked toward Song Mang, quietly resting atop the platform surrounded by gods. They both drew a deep breath, gathering what little energy they had left in their weary spirits. The array on Song Mang's hand began to revolve once more. Its glow had faded further, a sign that he was using less and less energy. Song Mang's power was becoming ever more refined. He was improving with every moment. And this made Odin all the more delighted, for he could clearly see Song Mang's progress. That thunder that cleaves through chaos. Song Mang supported himself as he approached, placing his hand upon the reclining Thor's head. In an instant, he plunged into Thor's spiritual realm. The moment Song Mang opened his eyes, his entire being shuddered. This spiritual world was truly unlike any other. Over the past couple of days, Song Mang had been breaking into spiritual worlds so often he was getting used to it. It was a bit like reading novels, listening to stories, or watching movies. No matter how classic the film, from dawn until dusk, from beginning to end, you eventually start to feel exhaustion. But there was no other way. Only by braving the trials of the spiritual world could he gather the talismans, and only by collecting the talismans could he gain greater power. With greater power, he would stand more confidently when facing Hela. To protect the peace of Earth and to prevent the universe from falling into an endless cycle of restarts, Song Mang had to become stronger. Thor's spiritual world was unlike any other. Most of the other gods were immersed in their own pasts, and from those memories they built vast spiritual worlds. Take, for example, Hermod, the god of speed. His spiritual world seemed filled with countless points of light darting in wild patterns. Yet each time you reached out, you could catch a few fleeting traces of radiance. When Song Mang touched those luminous fragments, he would obtain pieces of Hermod's spirit. But it was only when he collided with one of those points of light that he realized they were all memory shards, each wrapped around a talisman. Those countless orbs spinning around the planet were, in truth, clusters of soul fragments gathered into light. Only because they raced so swiftly, they appeared as a swarm of lights. The Soul's Cape of the Winter God was even more intriguing. Often, when confronted with a choice, picking the path of guilt would lead to a mistaken outcome. Yet, once he became aware of this, deliberately choosing the wrong path would still bring about an incorrect result. It was as if, at every fork in the road, you could never tell which choice was the right one. Endless, shifting possibilities gave Song Mang no end of trouble. In the end, Relying on the overwhelming spiritual strength of the goat talisman, he simulated every possible choice, one after another. This was how he managed to set all those mistakes back on the right path, and finally broke through that spiritual world. The spiritual world where he obtained the dragon talisman turned out to belong to a descendant of Surtur's fire giants. How strange. Who would have imagined that such beings of pure, elemental force could have descendants? Regardless, in that spiritual world, Zhang Mang bathed in magma, lived among the molten rock, and even drank magma to quench his thirst. Yet the true secret lay in using the flame kindled by that very magma to illuminate his spiritual world. But Thor's case was different. Every god's spiritual world had its share of traps, but Thor's was truly something else. Thor didn't hold back at all. He would strike at you with thunder, mercilessly and without restraint, every bolt aimed straight at you. The moment Zhang Mang entered this spiritual world, he was besieged by a barrage of lightning. It was a real trial by thunder. Like being hammered on an anvil, the lightning crashed down on Zhang Mang with no chance to evade. He was knocked out the moment he stepped in, but it was the kind of daze that lasted only a couple of seconds before his senses snapped back. It was a clever sort of torment, rigorous and relentless. And in that instant, Zhang Mang even seemed to sense the shadow of his great-grandmother watching over him. After being struck by countless bolts of thunder, Zhang Mang even felt his own soul growing stronger, becoming more refined with each blow. As hundreds of thunderbolts rained down on him, Zhang Mang gradually calmed his mind. The power of the thunder did not diminish, yet he found himself constantly adapting to its force. At last, Zhang Mang was able to steady himself amidst the storm of thunder and began to observe his surroundings. He noticed that these bolts of thunder followed no discernible pattern, yet each one seemed to have a clear target. There was nothing he could do but search for the tiniest gap among the relentless thunder. The utter unpredictability of these bolts made it even harder to deduce where the talisman might be hidden. Zhang Mang could only keep trying to dodge the thunder, but in this spiritual realm, not even the power of the rabbit talisman could help him evade the relentless strikes. It was as if he had a beacon fixed on him, drawing every bolt his way. In a way, this place was the perfect training ground for agility and movement. He kept trying to dodge, but the thunder always seemed to know exactly where he was, striking him again and again with unerring precision. Zhang Mang could sense the malice of soul behind this trial. Finally, through repeated attempts, Zhang Mang began to notice subtle differences among the bolts. Identical thunderbolts varied in their power, depending on their length. With this discovery, Zhang Mang began to meet some bolts head-on, whether near or far. Eventually, he figured out the perfect angle, allowing him to maintain his balance even as the thunder crashed over him. This gave him more time to observe his surroundings. From experience, Zhang Mang knew that wherever a talisman was hidden, there was always a flaw to be found. Unfazed, he observed with utmost care. After much effort, he finally spotted a clue. There was a single bolt of thunder that, from beginning to end, never struck him. In fact, it seemed to actively avoid his presence. Zhang Mang rushed toward that spot, but the closer he got, the more frequent and ferocious the bolts became. The thunder's power was even greater in that direction. With no other choice, Zhang Mang pressed forward, bracing himself against the onslaught. The thunder grew ever more intense, forcing him to stand his ground and endure. It felt as though he was struggling forward under a heavy burden. Once he adapted to this new challenge, he pushed onward once more. But with every step forward, the thunder's power grew even stronger. It was clear now, this place was a test of willpower. It had to be said, the training he had given Soul must have placed tremendous pressure on him. Even here, in the spiritual realm, Soul had created a trial that tested one's resolve. The training method Zhang Mang had once used on Soul, imbued with powerful magic, had forged an even more formidable will. After training Soul, Zhang Mang was now experiencing Soul's gratitude in return. Truly, what goes around comes around. No one escapes the hand of fate. For the first time, Zhang Mang understood what it meant to press forward under a crushing weight. Countless bolts of lightning tore through the darkness like streaks of radiant brilliance. This thought suddenly emerged into Zhang Mang's mind. When darkness descends upon the world, you must fight back with everything you have. For, in that moment when all things wither away, what pierces the darkness is not light, but the thunder that rages through troubled times. Zhang Mang began drifting forward, moving as he admired the spectacle of lightning cascading across the sky. At long last, finally, step by step, Zhang Mang drew closer to his goal. He noticed that this particular bolt of lightning was different from the rest. Amidst the countless blue streaks, this one shimmered with a trace of yellow. It wasn't a pure yellow, but against the sea of blue, its brightness stood out even more. This reminded Song Mang of Odin's thunder, of Zeus's lightning. Could it be that yellow lightning is even more powerful than blue? Who could say? The hatch pressed ever forward, reaching out to touch the yellow lightning, but its force was overwhelming. It was impossible to grasp. The moment you tried, the lightning would hurl you away in an instant. Yet Song Mang refused to give up, pushing forward with relentless determination, as if trying to seize the only ray of light in the darkness. Embracing his fate, like a pig marching to meet destiny. Even when lightning struck him and sent him flying, Song Mang kept moving forward. He thought of Thor, who, crushed by future failures, would drink himself into oblivion and grow fat. He thought of the day when Thor, forging an axe capable of slaying Yi Ba, withstood the blaze of a neutron star with his godly body. The kind of smelting that could melt the very stars. Yet Thor endured it with his own flesh. He remembered Thor's reckless courage, risking everything for love and facing eternity without flinching. A true troublemaker, never one to back down. Thinking of Thor, Song Mang fueled himself with new resolve. It was undeniable. Thor was a brute, but he faced his life with silent courage. A strict father, a cunning brother, a sister who embodied death itself. Thor had never feared the gifts fate bestowed upon him. He pressed on, unwavering, even when confronted by Thanos, a being of cosmic might. Thor never considered retreat. After the silence, he only sought vengeance. And Song Mang, having crossed worlds and received so much help, how could he possibly turn back? Wasn't he someone who could reshape the cosmos at will? Someone who controlled countless lives and toyed with the fate of planets? What was there to fear? If the future could not be avoided, then march forward bravely. If you cannot conquer fate, then let fate conquer you. If you no longer fear death, what could possibly be more terrifying? What is the deepest fear in one's heart? The loss of freedom or the loss of hope? Perhaps destiny cannot be changed, but if you can't even struggle against it, then you are nothing but an insect. After countless attempts, over and over again, Song Mang finally managed to catch that bolt of lightning that cut through the fabric of fate with his own hands. It was only in this moment that Song Mang truly understood what Thor cherished most in the depths of his heart. It was an obsession he would never let go. Thor wasn't unable to part with his hammer. Rather, he couldn't let go of his own heart. His heart was burdened with so much that, like the ceaselessly falling boulder from atop a mountain, he struggled in vain to push it upward. How much this resembled those who have wishes and dreams, yet find themselves unable to fulfill them. At last, they understood why they were so drawn to these characters in the Marvel Universe. They are so real, so ordinary. Those superhumans chosen by the heavens are, at the same time, cursed by destiny. Tony, cursed with knowledge, he never truly felt his father's love, and when he finally did, his father was already gone. Natasha, who had never experienced familial warmth, yet, because of the bond she formed in S.H.I.E.L.D., willingly sacrificed herself for the Soul Stone to save ordinary people across the world. Thor, who couldn't bear to put down his hammer, eventually let it go and mastered the power of thunder, all to protect the people of Asgard. Captain America, awakened from World War II, though all his comrades had fallen, stood alone against the nearly invincible Thanos. The moment Song Mang grasped the lightning, he instantly understood his own longing. It was the persistent pursuit of what he truly wished to hold on to. In the end, Song Mang obtained this talisman, but at the same time, he gained a heart fuller than ever before. After enduring the baptism of so many talismans, the power within him finally reached a new height. The galaxy surged within him. His energy no longer merely flowed. The starry seas, once seemingly black and ominous, transformed at last into a true night sky. The radiant gems hanging in that sea of stars became real stars in the heavens, each with its own gravity orbiting around those talismans. Like real celestial bodies, they hung within Song Mang's energy sea, and yet it felt as though they hung in the sky above. In this moment, Song Mang felt recognized by the world. At last, he sensed his true self in this world. He had gone from feeling alien to this world, to sensing its authenticity, to accepting it, and now, to being accepted by it. Song Mang had truly become part of this world that had given him rebirth, granting him a second life. He began to understand why people are so fascinated by stories of rebirth, because the regrets we carry are often irreparable. To hold fast to our dreams, to embrace our own future, to acknowledge our very existence. Song Mang had found a true world. In this moment, when he looked at a flower, it was neither just a flower nor was it not. A flower was simply a flower. He looked upon the sea of stars he once knew, the same colors as before, yet now they seemed so vivid, so brilliant. Even the thunder in Thor's world appeared more dazzling, more striking than ever. Zongmang twisted the formation, green light flashing, and withdrew from Thor's spiritual realm. At that moment, all the gods of Asgard turned their eyes to Zongmang. Though their paths had scarcely crossed on this journey, after experiencing the power of the spiritual world, Zongmang understood them, and they, in turn, sensed his recognition of them from within his own mind. A strange and inexplicable bond formed between Zongmang and these gods. They had never fought side by side, yet it felt as if they were old comrades reuniting after years apart. They had never shared a childhood, yet it seemed as if they had grown up together. The Asgardians greeted the victorious Zongmang with warmth, and Zongmang responded to each in turn, tears welling up slowly in his eyes. Thor smiled deeply and greeted Zongmang. But in the next instant, Zongmang threw his arms around Thor and wept uncontrollably. Just as the tides surge up the Qiantang River, today I finally know who I am. Since first arriving in this world, strengthening himself, gathering runes, it always felt as if he lived with a mission to fulfill. Though those goals were of his own choosing, it was as if he was simply completing tasks handed down by his father or prescribed by the system. But today he understood himself. Looking back at all those spiritual worlds, were they truly the worlds of others? No, they were mirrors reflecting his own soul. Tears streaming down his face, Zongmang clung tightly to Thor while the gods of Asgard stood in silence. Then, all at once, burst into laughter. They felt a surge of affection for Zongmang, who had so suddenly revealed his true emotions. The friendship of warriors is just that simple. You understand me. I understand you. We've shared a drink together. That makes you my friend. You break down and cry before me, not caring for your pride. So I will never let you lose face for weeping in front of me. They didn't know why Zongmang wept, but they were happy for him. Odin stood at his throne in the palace, gazing at his boisterous, laughing warriors and the stranger from a distant land. It felt as though he had returned to the days of his youth. While conquering the 9 realms, every moment was shadowed by sacrifice, blood, and death. Yet back then, the gods lived with such authenticity and joy. Now, so many years later, he was king of the gods, and those warriors seemed to have grown old. But today, Odin saw the gods as they once were, fighting earnestly, living with passion, crying with abandon, and laughing with all their hearts. Silent, Odin's lips slowly curled into a smile that seemed frozen on his face. He squinted his one remaining eye, gazing upon his beloved Asgard. Odin who cannot be hypnotized. All good things must come to an end, and so must the moments that move us deeply. After the laughter and tears had faded, what remained was a mortified earthling standing alone. Wiping away his tears, he pondered whether there was anything he could possibly explain about his earlier actions. Just as he was racking his brain for an excuse, he looked up and met a sea of sincere yet dazzling faces. In that instant, he found himself at a complete loss for words, unsure what explanation would suffice. For Zongmang, these gentle gazes were far more disarming than any weapon. They made resistance impossible. He realized that even telling a lie was beyond him now. Just as he struggled to find a way out, Odin unexpectedly stepped in to rescue him. So, I suppose I'm the last one left, Odin remarked coolly, deftly redirecting the attention of the gods. All eyes now turned to him. Odin remained perfectly composed as he continued. Most of the gods you've chosen possess formidable power. Each holds a significant place in the myths of Earth. I assume I'm counted among them. If not, I'd be in quite an awkward position. His tone was serious, yet laced with a touch of humor, dissolving the tension and saving Zongmang from further embarrassment. Zongmang quietly brushed away another tear, and as he did, a small box containing the talisman tracker appeared in his hand. How could you not be included? He replied, placing the box into the air. The 128 by 128 box burst into radiant light, revealing several dimmed compartments, each corresponding to an Asgardian god whose talisman tracker had faded. Though Zongmang might have guessed who possessed the talismans, only the tracker could truly reveal the energy of the talismans hidden within their bodies. It was, admittedly, a formulaic process, but also a necessary step in solving the riddle. One of the talisman trackers flew out from the box. Zongmang caught in his hand, and the tracker grew larger. The light shining from the dragon's mouth and the blazing intensity in its eyes made it clear. The force within Odin far surpassed that of the others. The gods were left in awe. Some gasped in wonder. Others gazed with steadfast resolve. After all, this was their king, the one who had led them to conquer the world. Golden radiance bathed the aging king of the gods. The ornate palace, once the very symbol of divine majesty, now seemed a mere backdrop to his presence. Behind the elder gods stood Thor, perfectly complementing them. Atop his throne, Odin exuded authority and divinity. As Tsang took in the scene, a single word came to his mind: legacy. Thor stood among the gods, while Odin sat unshakable upon his high seat. Between Odin and the assembled gods, there was a radiant plaque. From Tang Mang's perspective, the scene resembled a triumphant god-king returning home, awarding spoils to his brave warriors. And at the very back, standing behind all the gods, was the prince destined to inherit the empire in the future. Although this was the myth of Asgard, it felt more like a fairy tale epic from Earth. If a group of young gods were to stand behind Thor, it would truly look like a scene of power passing from one generation to the next. Odin gazed down at the crowd below, his heart filled with feelings of nostalgia. Thousands of years had passed in the blink of an eye, and he had now reached the twilight of his life. Most of his old friends had also come to the end of their journeys. Unlike on Earth, the older the gods of Asgard became, the more formidable they were in battle. Thus, what appeared to be the Empire's golden age was, paradoxically, also its most perilous hour. The difference between standing tall and teetering on the edge of collapse was only a matter of a few short years. Odin had considered feigning death, throwing Asgard into crisis, and emerging to resolve everything only when Thor could not. But then, an unexpected variable appeared in this world. Tang Mang, whose future defied prediction, was sure to possess boundless potential here. With his cultivation of chi magic, he would never face the threat of a finite lifespan. As long as Odin could ensure the stability of this prosperous era, Tang Mang, as an ally, could help Asgard rise to greatness once more. Therefore, what Odin needed most was to maintain a strong alliance with Tang Mang. Ideally, he would marry Hela to him, resolving his own family conflicts, removing a dangerous element from the Empire, and at the same time bringing in a powerful ally. He was a friend to Asgard, a mentor to Thor. If he became Odin's son-in-law, then Odin could rest assured about Asgard's future. From Tang Mang's point of view, however, things felt rather strange. There were simply too few Asgardians, and Odin's death had come far too suddenly. In Jotun, covering the sky, when the great emperors or quasi-emperors neared death, they would often seek out a great enemy for a final battle. This logic should apply in the Marvel world as well. With Asgard's centuries of dominance, how could they possibly not have a few old enemies? And yet, at the height of his power, Odin never unleashed his divine strength. Some say it was because Odin's life had reached its limit, and his body could no longer contain his full might. But even so, there should have been at least one last fight. How could the purple potato so easily shatter all of Asgard's warships? And how could Asgard, once the mightiest realm, be reduced to just these few people? The movies never fully showed it, but the true population of Asgard is far greater than what was depicted. The only explanation is that these were merely Thor's advance party, representing the vanguard. In Zong Mang's estimation, the gods of Asgard must have learned about the invasion of Earth by the Purple Yam Fiend. Those Asgardians who had already relocated or were waiting to do so ultimately chose not to head for Earth, since, after all, they lacked the strength to stand against Thanos. Within Asgard, there were many other divine factions, and their leaders guided these gods toward the realms of the elves and the Vanir gods. For these people, Earth was not their only destination. It was simply that their prince could not yet bear the weight of the Empire. Until Thor possessed enough power in battle, the glory of Asgard might not shine forth again. Odin stood up and addressed Zong Mang. "Come here, my child." Instinctively, he used the word child, for Zong Mang's actions were entirely like those of a petulant, willful youngster. Perhaps Zong Mang himself hadn't realized how much he resembled an orphan, bristling with defenses whose every outburst seemed like a plea for recognition. Odin reached out and gently rested his hand on Zong Mang's head. Zong Mang made no move to evade him. Did Odin's gaze remind him of his parents from a previous life? Even when they learned he'd been born with a heart condition and could not live past 20, they never gave up hope of curing him. In silence, Zong Mang felt the warmth of Odin's palm. Odin quietly lay down upon the platform, just as he had when Thor left for Earth, lying in his own coffin. A green light enveloped the golden glow beneath. As the assembled gods waited for Zong Mang to enter Odin's spiritual world, Odin opened his eyes. "It seems you cannot hypnotize me." There was a hush, peaceful and beautiful. Zong Mang paused for a moment, then nodded. "Your energy is simply too powerful. The formation I use may not be up to the task. If I pour in too much energy, it may trigger an automatic divine response from you. Even if you try to suppress it, I might not be able to endure it." Since Odin had never used mental magic, Zong Mang had no way to judge whether he possessed such abilities. But with so many subordinates adept in the arcane, it would be impolite to ask Odin outright if he excelled in any particular field. Odin smiled at him and said, "Come, child. When I was gravely wounded, I once used deep slumber to heal myself. I can willingly enter the Odin sleep." Zhang Meng was taken aback. How was that possible? The Odin sleep was a spell Odin could invoke at will, allowing him to recover from any injury through deep sleep. The problem, however, was that once Odin entered this state, he could not wake himself at will. He would remain all-knowing and all-seeing, fully aware of everything around him, yet unable to respond, as though trapped in a dream. Only when his time of rest was complete would he awaken and the dream come to an end. But the problem was that each Odin's sleep lasted for a very long time. The gods remained in place, not trying to stop them, confident in their ability to safeguard Asgard. After all, it was just a matter of sleeping. If Asgard needed Odin's constant, sleepless vigilance, perhaps it was unworthy of being the ruler of the 9 realms in the first place. Odin smiled at Song Meng and said, "It's all right, child." Song Meng was silent for a moment before nodding. "Thank you for your help. As the sole inheritor of Chi magic, I give you my word. No matter the circumstances, if Asgard needs me, I will return to defend it." Indeed, as seasoned veterans and guardians, the gods truly could protect Asgard. But Odin might be detected by those foreign demonic deities. They could invade his spiritual realm directly. Every slumber was a gamble with fate. Odin had pretended to enter Odin's sleep many times before, tricking dimensional demons and killing them before the eyes of Asgard. When Loki betrayed them, it was even unclear whether Odin had truly fallen into Odin's sleep. For at the crucial moment, Odin could emerge at will, not at all like someone passively trapped in slumber. But this time, with Song Meng present, the sleep would be genuine. If someone else were spying here, or if Asgard harbored a traitor who could observe this place, Odin might be in danger because of Song Meng. His own subordinates could be trusted, but Song Meng could not be so easily reassured. He could not accept the idea of others being endangered because of his needs. But who could question the decision of a king of gods? All Song Meng could do was be grateful and promise to forever defend Asgard, just as he had come to defend Earth. Odin nodded in satisfaction. "When you've grown stronger, go find Frigga. I've left the key to Hellas' realm in her care." Song Meng's gratitude came to a sudden halt. While Odin had taken on risks for him, he was also sending him to face death head-on, truly worthy of the name. No matter how close the relationship, Odin always found a way to calculate every move. Still, it was in its own way a good thing. With Odin's immense divine power, he might even be able to forge a talisman directly. To possess a complete talisman would be a tremendous boost to his abilities. With the horse talisman in hand, he would likely be able to face Hela directly. Odin had taken so many risks for him, following Odin's wishes and going on a matchmaking visit. What harm could it do? After Song Meng nodded, Odin's gentle smile seemed to shimmer with a mysterious light. At that moment, as he willingly entered Odin's sleep, the platform beneath him, already aglow with a faint sacred radiance, quickly became encased in a layer of glass. When Song Meng finally placed his hand on it, he realized the truth. This was not glass at all, but a barrier forged from pure energy. Yet this barrier served no real purpose. It was simply a gentle reminder not to disturb him. It didn't even prevent others from touching it. Just like now, Song Meng slipped his hand lightly into the glass-like curtain of light. His hand stopped just centimeters short of Odin, a gesture of respect. He would not touch Odin's forehead directly. "Begone, spirits and demons," Song Meng intoned, reciting the incantation he only ever spoke when earnestly using magic. A strange sense of anticipation welled up in Song Meng at the thought of communicating with Odin. Suddenly, he wanted to see for himself the spiritual realm of this king of the gods, the Lord of Asgard, the mightiest being in the universe. What kind of world resided within his mind? Was it a desolate ancient battlefield, a palace radiant with gold and jade, or perhaps the icy plains of Jotunheim, the realm of frost giants Odin had warred against for countless years? Song Meng cast his consciousness into the void. Darkness surged toward him, swallowing his senses in emptiness. A surge of energy flooded his spirit. Song Meng's awareness coalesced within Odin's spiritual world. All at once, his eyes flew open. To his astonishment, he found himself standing in a forest alive with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. Unlike Frigga's deep, mysterious woods, this forest felt different. Here, the trees were spaced more widely apart. It was not the kind of forest where countless trees competed for the sun, stretching endlessly upward. Instead, sunlight streamed through the generous gaps between trunks, casting a warm, dappled glow. The spaces between the trees were wide and open. Scattered among the branches were the occasional bird's nest, and overhead, birds flitted through the air, As Tsang Mang walked forward a few steps, he spotted two tiny squirrel nests nestled in the trees. Everything seemed so peaceful, so beautiful. What's this? The greatest executioner of the 9 realms resides in such a tranquil and lovely forest. Tsang Mang muttered, easing the vigilance that had gripped his heart. He strolled forward calmly, as if taking a leisurely walk through his own backyard. The trees bore visible scales on their bark. Some trunks were cracked and peeling, while others were etched with wrinkled lines. Ants could be seen making their slow ascent. Fallen leaves and wild grasses intertwined beneath his feet, creating a gentle, rustling cushion as he walked. Sunlight filtered through the branches above, neither too harsh nor too faint. The breeze threading its way through the woods brushed past his hair, so gentle it almost felt like a caress. Amid all these strange and quietly beautiful sights, Tsang Mang was surprised to find himself at peace. He had only walked a short distance along the path when he caught sight of a lake ahead. Though small, its waters stretched broad and clear. A little boat floated upon its surface. Stepping out from beneath the cover of the forest, the view opened before him. From here, you could see a cabin by the lake. The brand-new cabin was spacious, by the look of it, several hundred square meters. Painted in a myriad of colors, the 3-story wooden house stood out against the landscape. At the entrance, 4 children played together, 2 boys and 2 girls. The boys, one with golden hair and the other with black, were busy building castles from earth, their hands caked in mud. A little apart, the 2 slightly older girls, again one golden-haired and one with raven locks, watched over them. They spoke softly to each other, their voices gentle, all the while keeping a fond eye on the little brothers at play. From behind the cabin, a thin plume of smoke curled into the sky, hinting that their mother was inside, preparing a meal. A small boat was docked at the shore. From it stepped a sturdy man with a mane of thick, jet-black hair. With a vibrant, booming voice, he called a greeting to Tsang Mang, who was startled to discover he had taken on the appearance of a young child. Odin's little cabin. Tsang Mang realized he now looked about the age of a middle schooler. Across from him, Odin raised a hand and called out cheerfully, beckoning Tsang Mang over as if they were old friends. After a moment's hesitation, Tsang Mang made his way toward Odin's cabin. "You're finally here. Give me a hand. We're having fish for dinner tonight. I'll tell you, catching this fish was no easy task. There were plenty of sharks trying to snatch it from me." Together, Tsang Mang followed Odin to the boat. What a sight! How on earth did you manage to catch a tuna from the lakeshore? Asgard's tuna was the real deal. Pure gold, its pointed head sharp as a spear. Tsang Mang stepped forward to grab hold of the fish's tail, while Odin took the head. "All right, let's head home." Side by side, they walked along the lakeshore toward the cabin, passing the 4 siblings playing by the door. Suddenly, Tsang Mang was overwhelmed by a strange, bittersweet feeling, a sort of homesick shyness. The children cast shy, wide-eyed glances at him. Only Hella's lips curled into a sly smile as she shot Tsang Mang a quick wink. The corner of Tsang Mang's mouth twitched. This had to be Odin's doing, no doubt about it. Together, Tsang Mang and Odin carried the fish into the house. The cabin was warmly decorated, exuding a homey comfort. They set the fish down on the chopping block, and after stunning it with a wooden stick, Tsang Mang finally had a moment to take in his surroundings. It was an ordinary little house, but filled with warmth. The decor was surprisingly modern, infused with a distinctly Earth-like style. A cozy sofa sat in the corner, draped with a beautifully woven blanket. All around, Asgardian-style knitted decorations added character and charm. On the cabin's wooden walls, the passage of time was visible. Near the window by the door, 4 tall strips bore countless notches, clearly marking the growth of the 4 siblings over the years. From a small window beside the log cabin, one could see the view stretching out over the lake. The shore seemed endless, gentle ripples threading their way across the water. On the coffee table between the sofas lay scattered photographs, alongside decorative flowers and plants. Just as Tsang Mang was quietly observing the room, Frigg emerged from inside. She was nothing like the Frigg from his memories, gentle and refined, utterly different from those lofty, queenly airs. Instead, she radiated the warmth of a devoted wife and caring mother. With a soft voice, she complained to Odin, her eyes carrying a hint of reproach. "You've gone fishing again? We can't possibly eat all that." Odin only laughed heartily, completely unconcerned. Frigg called out to the 4 children playing outside. "Time for dinner, darlings." Hela, who had long been watching Tsang Mang from outside, was the first to answer Frigg's call, bounding over with lively steps. Trailing behind Hela, her 3 siblings followed at a more leisurely pace. Loki and Thor exchanged words as they walked. Thor voiced his frustrations with a scowl, while Loki simply smiled, nodding or shaking his head in response. Song Mang watched this warm, familial scene unfold. Although Odin had been guiding his actions from the very beginning, he couldn't help but sense how different the spirit of this world was. Here, Odin seemed to be fully in control, as if everything moved according to his will. In Frigg's own world, she too had used a rabbit as the emblem of her spiritual domain, pointing the way forward. But Odin, by contrast, seemed to possess an independent consciousness, responding to Song Mang in a way that felt uniquely his own. Hela's noticeably different attitude toward him felt like Odin's deliberate arrangement, as if, in this spiritual realm, most people shouldn't have minds of their own. Yet Odin, as the king of gods, was special. By virtue of his power alone, he could preserve his awareness within this world. For a god king, constructing a domain like this was child's play. This also implied something else. Odin was exceptionally skilled at building spiritual worlds. In other words, Song Mang's worries were unfounded. Odin had no need to fall into Odin's sleep. With his mastery of spirit magic, Odin could guide Song Mang into his own inner world at will. So, it was likely that the Odin outside had not actually fallen into slumber. Yet the Odin before him now seemed to have no independent consciousness at all, utterly immersed in the pleasures of this simple life. Still, it was clear that the spirit world had changed because of him. No matter who you were, the defenses built within your spiritual world advanced only gradually, step by step. Even with formidable divine power like Song Mang's, it was impossible to actively construct such an inner world at will. For most people, their spiritual world was more a reflection of past experiences, shaped by the powers they possessed. It was a projection of their strength and their lives in the waking world. In Odin's case, it's quite possible that his will is strong enough to allow him to alter his spiritual world at any moment, wherever he pleases. However, there remains a significant chance, perhaps as high as 60%, that while he possesses full self-awareness, he prefers to maintain an air of profound wisdom in his spiritual realm, which is why he hasn't directly interacted with Song Mang in the way he does now. Well, let things take their course. Odin's spiritual world doesn't seem to require the sort of trial by challenge to gain his approval. Under the hospitality of Odin and Frigg, a table full of dishes was soon laid out. An array of cuisine brimming with the unique flavors of Asgard greeted them. Many of the fruits and vegetables looked completely unlike anything found on Earth. These, Odin explained, are foods unique to Asgard. They're not easily gathered, and most of them aren't suitable for people from Earth. As he spoke, Odin gestured toward the meat on one of the plates. This is lamb from the flocks we keep. In Asgard, we don't eat lamb. I've forgotten which ancient god started this custom, but I tried it once as a child and never again. You see, the sheep of Asgard possess divine power too. Most of them have their own consciousness. Eating them brings a heavy sense of guilt. So, I've only ever tried it once, and that was on Earth. As Odin spoke, he placed a generous serving of meat into Song Mang's bowl. The meat we eat in Asgard mostly comes from certain beasts unique to our realm. You must have encountered many wondrous things on Earth, haven't you? Are there any flavors or dishes unique to Earth you could tell us about? At this, the four sisters at the table noticeably slowed their eating. Curiosity clearly piqued. Song Mang twitched the corner of his mouth, unable to tell whether this was an elaborate act or a true projection of their spiritual world. These children of his were just too vivid and lively. But why did they have 4 children? He shook his head, brushing away his stray thoughts. Focusing fully, he began to regale them with tales of Earth's digital era. How, thanks to the internet, one could see the world without leaving home and buy goods from every corner of the globe from the comfort of one's bed. He went on to describe Earth's politics and various methods of keeping the populace docile, the concept of informational echo chambers. Odin and his family gasped in amazement at each revelation. In this warm and inviting atmosphere, Song Mang became engrossed in sharing stories of Earth. Odin's wish, a sumptuous lunch filled with lively conversation, drew to a joyful close. Song Mang volunteered to do the dishes, but Frigg stopped him at once. "You've come all this way as our guest. How can we let you wash up?" Odin clapped Song Mang on the shoulder, his large hand almost threatening to shake him apart. "Come, let's take a walk in the forest." Song Mang was always quick to follow the flow. Since there wasn't much work to be done here, he couldn't simply stand by and watch others toil, could he? So he trailed behind Odin, strolling slowly through the forest. It was clear that Odin was eager about his arranged meeting with Hela. If Odin was truly self-aware, then now would be the perfect moment for a conversation between the two of them. "You are a clever child, my son." Song Mang didn't respond, quietly listening to Odin's words. Though Odin hadn't heard his stories, Song Mang's eyes were filled with tales of his own. "I once slew countless enemies on the battlefield. Finally, I rose to great power, But now all I wish for is to spend my remaining days with my family, here in a small wooden cabin. To be happy together as a family, carefree and content, watching my children grow, letting them pursue their own dreams. That is my greatest wish. What a strange monologue, utterly unfocused, just a string of heartfelt reminiscence, Zhang Mang thought to himself. Many say that only by reaching the pinnacle can one truly appreciate the greatness of ordinary life. I have to say that's true. Back when I was a prince, I believed conquering the 9 realms would prove my greatness. But now, so many years later, I find that none of my daughters are by my side. My 2 sons, one is a reckless, hot-headed youth. The other is desperate to prove himself, yet feels unloved and wronged. So, he's revealing his identity. A conscious Odin, forging this mental world himself. Zhang Mang Mu said, as the king of gods, I think I have achieved tremendous success, but I can't say I've been a good father. Zhang Mang, do you know? In my entire life, I've rarely felt regret. But when it comes to Hela, I have truly let her down. Here it comes, the patient exhortation of a father anxious to see his child married off. Zhang Mang, half-mocking Odin's obsession with matchmaking, was also quietly grateful for how easy it was to obtain a talisman in this mental realm. I don't know what kind of god I am in your eyes, but I have served the people of Asgard faithfully, and now I am desperate to retire. I am grateful to you for helping Thor become who he is today. Perhaps it won't be long before I witness the rise of a worthy king of Asgard. Your arrival has brought me hope. I can almost see the possibility of retirement. Zhang Mang, I'm truly thankful that you are here. Odin stopped in his tracks and turned around. As he pivoted, the dry leaves beneath his feet crunched and snapped with a brittle, twisting sound. Zhang Mang, who had been walking with his head bowed, lifted his gaze just as Odin turned. It had to be said, Odin certainly knew how to strike a pose. At that moment, as Zhang Mang looked up, he happened to catch sight of Odin standing just below the sunlight. Looking up, Zhang Mang saw Odin, who was a full head taller than him. Odin's head was bathed in sunlight, radiating with a divine brilliance. His jet-black hair and powerful muscles, all of it spoke clearly. This was Odin in his prime. His physique, chiseled as though carved from stone, was a testament to his strength. But child, don't you think you've grown a little weary on your journey? Zhang Mang hadn't expected Odin to approach him from this angle, to speak with him in such a way. For a moment, he was completely unguarded, and, to his own surprise, found himself pondering Odin's question. You are driven, and that is admirable. But have you ever stopped to ask yourself, what is it you're truly seeking? I know, before one reaches the summit, all that fills the mind is the desire to stand at the very top. But have you considered that, when you finally get there, all you might find is a biting wind and boundless loneliness stretching before you? The pursuit of strength is important, yes, but as you climb, don't forget to make some friends along the way. Sometimes, the result is what matters most. But more often, it's the journey that truly counts. Odin's eyes shone with wisdom, a silent expression of his sincere concern. Zhang Mang grew quiet. Odin's words felt oddly intimate, perhaps too much so for how little they really knew each other. Zhang Mang understood this concept of speaking too deeply with someone you barely knew. Yet, strangely, he found himself unable not to do the same. He often found it jarring when others acted this way, too. It's a contradiction, but that's just the way Zhang Mang is. He yearned for more care, more trust from others, yet he always doubted their intentions. Having faced death from a young age, his instinctive response to kindness was not gratitude, but guardedness. He was afraid he might lose himself in such warmth. Equally, he feared that concern would eventually turn into disappointment. He never spoke of it, but he could never quite stop thinking about his parents from his previous life. Even after having a second child, how could he not still feel sorrow? He had fought desperately, reaching out in vain to hold on to the child he'd raised for 20 years, only to watch that child slip away right in front of him. Suddenly, Zhang Mang found himself at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Odin noticed the change in Zhang Mang, but said nothing more. Instead, he lightened the mood with a playful gesture. My daughter is truly beautiful. Wouldn't you agree? He called out to someone behind Zhang Mang. All right, you can stop following us now. I saw you a long time ago. Startled, Zhang Mang turned his head and saw that Hela, who looked no older than a middle school student, had stepped out from behind a tree. I was just curious where you were going, she said. Odin chuckled, then walked over and gently ruffled Hela's hair. All right, we're just going for a little walk. I have some things to attend to, so why don't you keep Hela company and show her around for a while? Hela nodded, her face lighting up as she happily agreed. Zhang Mang watched as Odin walked away, puzzled. Isn't this old man's own spiritual realm? Everything here is merely a manifestation of his mind, like lines of code, all predetermined and programmed. Just then, Odin's voice echoed directly in Zongmang's mind. This is Hela as she was in her childhood, her original self. I won't interfere with her actions, so you can take this opportunity to see if you two get along. Zongmang was rather taken aback. Seriously? This old man is really trying to market his daughter like this? If you care so much about her, why not release her from that other world sooner, instead of watching and waiting for so long? As Odin's figure disappeared into the distance, Hela suddenly spun around and, with a burst of playful energy, gave a spirited little jump. She performed a knightly salute unique to Asgard. It was a bit unorthodox, but coming from Hela, it had an endearing charm, almost mischievous. I salute you, traveler far from home. A lively, impish young girl. Staring at the whimsical girl before him, Zongmang found himself entertaining thoughts he hadn't expected. How many years would this get me? 5 at the very least. The girl was animated, her eyes sparkling with a curious light. Her jet black hair gave her an exotic allure. Though her hair was thick, it wasn't like the long, flowing tresses of other girls. It gave her a sharper, more daring look. The upward tilt at the corner of her eyes hinted at something fierce, but paired with her lively gaze, it spoke more of ambition than malice. Yet her ambitious eyes looked straight through you, as if to pierce your soul and read your every thought. She held her mouth in a slight, interested curve. The bridge of her nose was so perfectly sculpted that it seemed to catch the sunlight. Or perhaps it wasn't the light itself, but the almost unreal, porcelain paleness of her skin. Her face was a little thin, but radiated health. These striking features, gathered together, gave her a foxy allure. But like a wolf, she radiated a sense of boldness and attack. She seemed to have a fondness for green. Her black robe was trimmed with green accents, and the silk-trimmed overcoat trailed behind her like a dress. The waist was drawn in just enough to hint at her youthful curves. Zongmang studied Hela closely. For a girl who had only appeared in a single film, she was more beautiful and intriguing than he'd expected, and his curiosity grew. Many say that curiosity is the first step toward falling for someone. Zongmang was beginning to feel the truth of that, and he knew there was no escaping it. Most curiosities in this world are impossible to control. Zongmang had always believed that life offered no real choices. It was like one of those text-based adventure games he used to play. The handful of choices you made determined the entire course of your life. His past experiences ensured that he would inevitably be interested in Hela. His encounters with other patients had left him with a trace of sympathy for people whose faces were marked by hardship. But what if those being pitted possessed great power, like Hela did? That sympathy would transform into concern, and then into curiosity. Indeed, people are faced with choices. But sometimes those choices are far from obvious, just as they were now. In fact, Odin had given Zongmang a choice. If, at this turning point in fate, Zongmang had taken Hela back to the small cabin constructed in that Olympian spiritual world, then perhaps, from that moment on, their destinies would never have intertwined. But Zongmang did not. He didn't even see the classic A, B, or C options. All he saw was the lively girl before him, the brilliance of spring, the beauty of a fleeting moment. Tonight, the moon was gentle, and the wind was soft. Zongmang performed a knight's salute, one he had learned on Earth. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Princess of Asgard." He extended his hand as part of the ritual, but instead, Hela strode forward with a spring in her step and took his hand in hers. "I know a place where a herd of deer has just welcomed their fawns. The little ones are beautiful. Come, let me show you." Zongmang was stunned as he felt the girl's hand holding his. For the first time in his life, he was holding a girl's hand, and it wasn't even his initiative. In that instant, Zongmang felt as if the world around the girl was filtered through a lens, and it was a lens he found himself drawn to. Hela smiled softly. It wasn't the delicate, bell-like laughter so often described in storybooks. It was somewhat androgynous, not exactly cheerful, but with a lingering note at the end. That sound suddenly reminded Zongmang of his childhood. He remembered watching iPartment and hearing Lu Ziqiao describe a certain sound. Zongmang had sought it out, just to listen for himself. It was the sound of a school bell ringing while you were still half asleep, and as you drifted between dreams and waking, a student on duty at the front would wipe the blackboard and accidentally scrape it with their fingernail. That sound, it was piercing like a cat clawing at your heart, not gently, but as if trying to break right through it. Now, Zongmang felt that sensation again. Strangely, though, this time the cat was gentle, barely scratching. He almost wished it would scratch a couple more times. Without thinking, he let the girl lead him away with ease. Zongmang stared in amazement at her hand. So this is what a girl's hand feels like. He couldn't quite describe it. It was a bit like a sponge, warm to the touch, smooth like freshly lathered soap, and there was the faintest tingle of static electricity. Zhang Mang was suddenly struck by the realization that he had just been led away so easily. Even though it was all happening in the spiritual realm, his own father was watching the whole thing. In an instant, all sorts of conflicting feelings surged up inside him, even stronger than before. Could it be that Odin had cast some kind of spell on him in the spiritual world? Was this guardian spirit magic really this powerful? No wonder Odin, with his notorious character, managed to have so many wives. Did Odin have just as many wives in the Marvel Universe? Zhang Mang shook his head inwardly, afraid to make any unnecessary moves afterward, worried that the girl he was guiding might sense something. It was a strange sensation, yet Zhang Mang didn't dislike it. He had never dated anyone his own age before. This was his first time interacting with a girl his own age. So, most of the time, he found the line between friendship and love rather blurry. He wasn't sure if it was out of politeness or genuine affection, but Zhang Mang truly wanted to see the things this girl loved together with her. The girl running through the forest seemed like an Arctic fox circling around Zhang Mang. Adorable, a bit silly, but with a clever look and spirited energy. She was such a typical girl. How'd he allowed himself to be swept along by her without even realizing where he was headed? Look over there. Zhang Mang realized the girl had already led him far away. So far, in fact, that Odin's little cabin was nowhere in sight. He followed the direction she pointed, stealing a glance at her hand as he did. Her fingers were round and smooth. Perhaps exquisite was too much, but they looked like polished jade chess pieces. In the sunlight, the edges of her fingers seemed almost translucent, with a faint blush of pink underneath. He didn't dare stare for too long, quickly looking away. Isn't it beautiful? Zhang Mang not that. The little deer is quite cute. Hela frowned, but the corners of her mouth curled up in a smile. Who said you should look at the deer? Zhang Mang turned his head, only then realizing there weren't any deer in the direction he'd indicated. Following Hela's finger, he saw it was a wolf. And not just any wolf. Its size was truly astonishing. Wolves, as members of the canine family, usually hunt in packs. They're known for their strong bite, but compared to felines, their strength lies in their sense of community. But this wolf was different. It was a lone wolf. Just as Zhang Mang was about to motion for Hela to stay behind him, she waved cheerfully at the giant wolf. Little Muddy, come here. Zhang Mang instinctively moved to shield Hela as the wolf bounded toward them. But to his surprise, the wolf galloped over like an overexcited husky, making Zhang Mang purse his lips in disbelief. What a waste of that massive physique. Hela's forest adventure. Zhang Mang could only watch helplessly as the enormous black wolf circled playfully around Hela, utterly tamed under her hand. A wolf that stands a full 1.8 meters, even on all fours, and yet it can crawl like this? Is this little girl even 1.4 meters tall? And you can still get your head under her hand without slowing down? If you tell me that's a wolf, I just can't believe it. Not even a most devoted follower would act so subservient. Zhang Mang looked at the black wolf, which kept licking Hela's palm, and muttered to himself. He's the little wolf I rescued from the forest years ago. I think his mother was bitten by a snake and died. That snake was enormous. After that, he was the only one left from his litter. It seemed like he'd fallen into a crevice between the rocks. I never did figure out why the snake spared him. But it was winter then. A tiny thing like that should have frozen to death, shouldn't it? I felt like we were meant to cross paths, so I kept him with me. Later, he got too big for the house. Whenever he was inside, he'd wreck the place. So I let him roam, and he learned how to hunt just fine on his own. That gave me some peace of mind. As Zhang Mang listened, Hela's voice wasn't exactly soft or gentle, but neither was it hearty. It was strange. Somehow, the word delicate, usually never used for a voice, came to mind. Really? But is he truly a wolf? Zhang Mang reached a hand out to Xiao Niba. The black wolf suddenly spun around. It bared its teeth and gave a low, guttural snarl, sounding as if something rough was caught in its throat. Its nose wrinkled in a menacing display. Xiao Niba, Hela called softly, frowning. The massive black wolf instantly licked its lips, then looked up with a most obedient, innocent expression, just like a well-trained dog. Zhang Mang forced a smile and gave up on the idea of petting that sleek fur. Hela laughed and explained, even my father can't pet him. In fact, I think he once bit my father. My father had to teach him a lesson after that. Back then, after it rained, the forest would be full of mud puddles. On the second day after I brought him home, he was already rolling around in the mud. I never understood his obsession with mud puddles, but that's why I named him Xiao Niba, Little Mud Ball. Watching the wolf that only trusted Hela, Zhang Mang suddenly remembered something. Aren't we supposed to go see the deer? Ah, I don't know the way, Hela said, squinting her eyes. It's very easy to get lost in the forest. The best I can do is lead you this far. The rest is up to him. She pointed at Xiao Niba. Mutt, Zong Mang muttered under his breath. The black wolf immediately bared its teeth. All right, little mud ball, Zong Mang surrendered, raising his hands. He la geek lid. Okay, let's hurry. Let's go find a herd of deer. The black wolf cast a very human-like, disdainful glance at Zong Mang, then bounded away into the distance. After realizing that Hela and the others were falling behind, she would often run back a few steps to catch up. What disappointed Zong Mang was that Hela didn't hold his hand, which left him feeling both hopeful and uneasy. It made sense, of course, but didn't she worry about getting lost herself? All Zong Mang could do was follow along, feeling his stamina slowly ebb away. He wondered, if this was the mental realm, was he exhausting his spirit here? Was this running training his mind, or his body? The question crossed his mind yet again. Eyes fixed on the young girl's back, Zong Mang tried to distract himself with these thoughts. He couldn't shake the feeling that his concern for Hela far exceeded what would be considered normal. He began to suspect that Odin had set something up for him in this spiritual world, weaving him in as a part of it. From within, it would be easy enough to set traps for an outsider like him. Hurry up. What are you doing back there? Oh, coming. Zong Mang thought to himself, what a beautiful girl. Hela's agile figure darted and leapt through the forest. Zong Mang, for the first time in ages, felt the warmth of sunlight, not upon his skin, but deep in his heart. A comforting warmth welled up inside him. They climbed over a mountain and crossed a river. Suddenly, the forest scenery changed. The trees here seemed to have a mind of their own. The trunks were less than a meter high, yet each one burst into hundreds of thick, sturdy branches, heavy with leaves and fruit. It made you worry the trunks might snap under the weight at any moment. Some of the trees grew at odd angles, with slender, blade-like leaves that resembled weapons. Have the trees here always been this strange? For once, Zong Mang took his eyes off Hela and turned to the peculiar forest around them. This part of the forest is tended by the tree god, Hela answered. With the tree god watching over them, these trees can grow however they please. I'd advise you not to touch them. They're much stronger than they look. If they feel offended, the consequences could be dangerous. That's right. The tree god is apparently an uncle of my father's. But my father's never really mentioned any family connection, so I suppose it's something to do with my grandfather. Hey, la frugid. Don't worry about all that. We're almost there. Once we're through this stretch, the lakeshore is just ahead, and there are lots of animals by the water. Zong Mang nodded and kept pace. Hela, walking ahead, seemed even more cheerful now. My father hardly ever lets me come out on my own. Most of the time, I have to sneak away by myself. Today must be my lucky day. After you arrived, my father let me out without a word. Zong Mang smiled and shook his head. Is that so? I'm glad I could bring you some luck. It should be me who's glad. You're the one who brought me good fortune. If you come here by yourself, be careful of a lumberjack. He often comes here to cut trees. Lord of the Trees just appointed 2 bears as forest wardens. If you come across the bears, just mention my name. They won't do anything to you. Zong Mang paused for a moment, feeling that something was off. A forest, a lumberjack, and 2 bears. This arrangement felt strangely familiar. But as far as he remembered, there didn't seem to be anything like a tree deity in that organization. We're here, look. The trees ahead formed a sort of gateway. Through the branches and leaves, he could see the dazzling sunlight pouring in from outside. Zong Mang hurried to catch up, stepping across the forest's edge. In a single instant, it was as if he had crossed into another world. Here, too, was a lake, but it seemed so vast that it had no boundaries. He could only see its shores curving away to both sides, and the forest seemed immense as well. No matter which way he looked, the edges were nowhere in sight. But what amazed him most were the animals that lived here. There were rabbits with wings, wolves with ram's horns, and lions with black and white stripes. Zong Mang was awestruck by the sight of these fantastical creatures. Look over there, look right there, Hyla urged. Everywhere he looked, there were bizarre animals scattered along the lakeshore or drinking from the water. But one group of deer stood out from the rest. Those deer had trees growing right out of their heads. It was utterly unbelievable. In the face of such a complex world, there were always some ordinary people who refused to submit to a mundane fate. Yet the tricks that destiny plays never truly end. Perhaps no one ever escapes the prison of fate, or maybe, just maybe, someone already has. Who can say? Within the forest, all kinds of small animals grew in whatever way they pleased, and even though the odd mixture of different animal parts should have looked out of place, somehow it all felt perfectly natural. It was as if an extra set of adorable wings had been pinned onto their original forms. They seemed like creatures especially favored by the Creator, free to grow into whatever shapes their hearts desired. Take, for example, the deer before him, its antlers a tangled canopy of branches. From afar, it didn't seem so large, but as it drew near, Zong Mang realized just how enormous it was. When it reached him, the mighty stag lowered its head. With a cheerful laugh, Hyla pulled Zongmang up to sit amid the upright forks of the stag's antlers. Tagore is very gentle. He takes care of many of the young deer in his herd. Even the king of the deer can't best him. Zongmang looked at the mighty creature before him with confusion. Was this still just a road? With such a stature, it was hard to believe this wasn't the leader. Tagore let out a cry. Following Hellas' instructions, Zongmang climbed on. The great stag lifted its head, and the world seemed to tremble beneath them. After a jolting ride, Zongmang found himself soaring high above the ground. From this vantage point, he saw the forest, the lakes, and all sorts of small animals. Suddenly, he understood the feeling behind the phrase, long confined in a cage, I returned to nature at last. But this was deeper, more magical. It felt a bit like Alice's adventures in Wonderland. Strange-shaped animals frolicked freely. All these creatures seemed gentle, and every animal lounged peacefully by the lakeshore, none attacking their smaller neighbors. The famous death goddess Hela, in this moment, stood atop the stag like a child of the forest, laughing with pure delight. Such a carefree laugh from a young girl carried an unexpected sense of grandeur. He always seemed to have these odd descriptions for her, yet none of them ever felt out of place. If only he weren't so poorly educated, Zongmang wished he could be a poet, to sing of the beauty he witnessed right now. Odin damn you. If Hela had even a hint of this in her future self, I'd have to fall in love with her. Zongmang was thoroughly baffled by Hela's demeanor. Was the young death goddess Hela really like this? So why, in the battles to come, does Hela become such a ruthless executioner? Odin, you truly deserve damnation. You actually turned such an adorable girl into that eerie, smoky-eyed goddess of death. There was Hela, laughing in her unique voice, constantly testing Zongmang's nerves. It held no seduction, no sweetness, not even gentleness. Hela's words carried a warmth all her own, like the match struck by the little match girl, like the sparks flying as a blacksmith hammers sword to shape. That kind of warmth seemed capable of illuminating a person's soul. Tagore, let's go. Take us to see your children. Zongmang is here for the first time. He hasn't met them yet. The stag's low call sounded a little mournful. The green glow from his antlers grew dimmer. What's wrong? Little Hela's big-eyed confusion was clear. Why was Tagore like this? Zongmang vaguely sensed what the stag's sorrow might mean. The stag called out again, a sound that was almost a sob. With 2 children on his back, he continued to make his way into the depths of the forest. The way back was completely different from the way they had come. The trees in this direction were brimming with vitality. There were none of those strange, twisted shapes, yet these trees still didn't look like ordinary ones. Pine trees glimmered with a faint green light. Willows seemed to carry their own soft filters, and, was it possible? Poplars that actually looked a bit enchanting? Zongmang observed his surroundings carefully. He noticed that whenever the stag passed by, the trees would respond in their own subtle ways. Though it was impossible to see them move, he could clearly sense their intentions. Are these trees showing respect to the stag? He wondered aloud. Tagore led Hela to a particular tree. This little tree was so short it could have been mistaken for a bush if one didn't look closely. Many of its leaves seemed not to belong to the same tree at all. All at once, Henna's gaze grew mournful. The wildness in her eyes softened, touched by a hint of pity and sorrow. Zongmang was confused. What had happened? Hela leapt from the stag's head, landing from several meters up as if stepping on a level ground, not even needing to bend her knees to absorb the impact. She strode quickly to the low bush. From behind, the sunlight refracted off Hela's chin, casting a crystalline glow. She's crying, Zongmang suddenly realized, taken aback. He hurriedly jumped down, gently caressing Hela's face, brushing away her tears. He's gone. And in that moment, Zongmang understood. The tree before them was Tagore's child. The sprite who once danced through the forest had finally become part of the woods. Hela laid her hands gently against the tree's trunk. The bush seemed to sense Hela's arrival, and some of its leaves trembled, fluttering softly to the ground. Strangely, Zongmang could feel a joyful aura emanating from it. He noticed the sorrow at the corner of Hela's eyes had vanished. Yet, despite the apparent cheerfulness, there was something different in the subtle way her lips curled, an unusual hint that Zongmang couldn't quite place. So that's how it is, Hela whispered, as if afraid of waking someone from a deep slumber. The stag stood quietly to the side, softly chanting a name with gravitas. As the leaves drifted to the ground, the true shape of the bush was revealed at last. The branches atop the bush were identical to the upright tines on the stag's antlers. A pair of verdant antlers, glowing with vibrant green light. Hela placed her hands on the fallen leaves. She began to smile, conversing with the bush in a way that defied understanding. Somehow, Song Meng could feel the cadence of their exchange. He stood silently, taking in the scene before him. In that moment, the goddess who ruled over death seemed transformed into the most loving of all the gods, standing watch over this patch of green with a mother's gentle care.